Introduction. Deceived by a scoundrel for decades, across 2 lifetimes, Luo Xiaran is utterly fatigued. Little did she expect to awaken once more and start anew equipped with a system. She battles zombies, gathers crystal cores, subdues tyrants, and exacts revenge on the despicable. She aspires to become the wealthiest innkeeper in this apocalyptic world, yet she finds herself gradually descending into the treacherous path of a cunning merchant. Chapter 1. Must she comply? On the weathered cobblestone path, a wooden cart creaks forward, leaving behind 2 elongated tracks. The once bustling market is now eerily silent. A chilling breeze sweeps through, stirring up withered branches and fallen leaves that dance away with the wind. Suddenly, a group of masked figures clad in black emerges from all directions, slowly encircling an inn. The inn, a grand 3-story wooden structure, occupies a substantial area. A yellow banner flutters in the wind at the entrance, emblazoned with the words, "An inn of its own" in cursive script. The inn's doors stand wide open, and in the center of the hall, on the performance stage, a young woman clad in silk and satin, appearing to be around 20, gazes calmly at the unfolding scene outside. Her expression is inscrutable as she murmurs, "Have they finally reached the point of action?" In truth, she had harbored suspicions for weeks, ever since the rumors spread of the new emperor's intent to marry the prime minister's daughter. She wanted to see if the man for whom she had sacrificed everything held even a shred of affection for her, or if he sought to extract further benefit from her. After spending 2 decades in this ancient realm, she had transformed from managing a drafty tea house to overseeing an inn that spanned the entire nation. All her connections, intelligence, and wealth had been devoted to supporting him as he ascended to the throne. Yet, it now seemed she had misjudged him entirely. Who could have foreseen such betrayal? They had grown up together. Her parents regarded him as the future heir of their family, her brother, and her potential husband, a pillar of support. With a soft sigh, she watched as the elegantly dressed man descended from a humble cart, a pang of sorrow stirring within her. He had covertly given her more than half a month to prepare had it not been intentional. It would have been all too effortless for him to ensure she remained oblivious in this world governed by imperial authority. After all, everything she possessed, aside from the inn itself, was firmly in his grasp. Xiaran, long time no see, the man gazed at her with his characteristic gentleness, his eyes calm as if nothing had transpired, sending shivers down her spine. The knowledge she had accumulated about him over the years was now entirely upended to scheme against others for decades. How terrifying that must be. "Ah, I should congratulate you on achieving your desires. So, what brings you here today?" She bit her lip, her voice dry as she nodded at the man, inquiring. There was no hatred in her heart, yet she felt utterly powerless against him now. Confrontation was not a wise course of action, and thus she resolved not to take any aggressive stance against him. "Let us extend our gratitude to Xiaran. Otherwise, as this forsaken prince, I would have had no chance of ascending the throne." The man chuckled softly, then continued, "If Xiaran entrusts this into me, the position of queen shall be yours." "Queen? And what of the prime minister's legitimate daughter?" Upon hearing this, the woman curved her lips into a wry smile. "As long as you possess the capability, feel free to take this, and I no longer care." The inn itself was an intricate system, bound to her very soul. Unless she relinquished her ownership, no one could seize it. Though the woman had never explicitly conveyed this to the man, his keen intellect had likely already discerned that coercion would yield no fruit, or else he would not have dared to make such demands. But just because he desired it, did that mean she was obliged to comply? Chapter 2. A Richest. "Xiaran, you are indeed a clever woman." The man chuckled helplessly, as if observing a petulant lover. "I've already ascended the throne with but a command. Your inn will no longer have a source of jade. Without it, I imagine the inn will struggle to sustain itself. Although you have not voiced your concerns over the years, you have left yourself unguarded. I am well aware of what you require. Indeed, I have not guarded against you. Yet, that does not imply you possess complete knowledge." The woman replied with a smile, sitting elegantly in her chair, looking down upon the false figure before her, whom she wished she could consume to the bone. Jade was the fundamental energy required for the inn's operation. Without it, the ability to avert danger would dissipate. A woman without this sanctuary of her in would surely meet a dire fate. She refused to become prey for others, and absolutely would not. Of course, while she could not resist the man's authority, that did not mean she would remain passive. Standing silently behind him as a supportive woman would only serve to embolden him should misfortune befall her. The bridge would be burned, leading to turmoil for the throne he had just claimed. After all, Her existence was known to many. It was precisely for this reason that the man sought to manipulate her emotions rather than subject her, to torment, to compel her into relinquishing her ownership of the inn. At this thought, the woman closed her eyes, concealing the complexity within her gaze. She had long sensed the man's duplicity, yet initially, her belief in his affections had led her to inaction. It seemed that women were indeed the most susceptible to the intoxicating effects of love. Ah, is that so? Then if Xiaran were to surrender the inn, I shall reveal to you the information you most desire concerning your parents. 5 years of apocalypse, coupled with 20 years in this ancient erasure. This matter weighs heavily on your heart? The man raised an eyebrow and casually selected a chair to sit upon. Mother and father? No, that will not be necessary. If you can obliterate the bond we shared for decades, then surely their fate would not be any better. The woman could endure the mention of her parents, but the man's desire to witness her emotional collapse was a grave underestimation of her fortitude. For 2 decades, as the proprietress of an inn, she has witnessed the myriad complexities of human existence. At this juncture, the woman has come to a profound realization. During the arduous 5 years of struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, the information and clues regarding her parents provided by the man were likely riddled with falsehoods. No wonder you are a woman praised by the Chancellor. Your cleverness is indeed remarkable, the man remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders with an air of ease. They were long since fed to the zombies, after all. Who could blame them for their ignorance? Had they not usurped my family's assets, my parents would never have faced bankruptcy and death. So this is how you have always viewed my father and mother? What a grand farce. The woman, recalling her parents' devoted care and nurturing of the man, felt her heart bleed at the thought of having raised an ungrateful wretch. You may leave this place, shall never be yours. With that, she waved him away and slowly closed the door of the inn. As she observed through the crack, the man's expression transformed into one of exasperation, prompting a cold smile to grace her lips as she allowed him to unleash his fury upon the establishment. After sitting in silence for nearly 10 minutes, the woman activated a control panel and pressed the self-destruct option. Instantly, fierce flames erupted, engulfing the inn in an inferno. At last, it is over. I am truly exhausted, she murmured, allowing the fiery tendrils to ignite the silken fabric of her attire. Despite the supposed agony, a look of liberation adorned her face. Half an hour later, the flames had consumed all. Subsequently, one inn after another vanished in a thin air, leaving behind no trace, as though they had never existed at all.
Chapter 3. Have I truly returned home? In the early morning, the sun gradually ascends from the eastern horizon, its radiant beams cascading over the earth, awakening all that lies beneath. Within a villa, the servants begin their daily endeavors. In a bedroom on the 3rd floor, a young girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18, lies on a soft bed, her brow furrowed as if ensnared in a nightmare. Her delicate features are marred by pallor, and beads of sweat glisten on her skin as she tosses and turns, showing no signs of awakening. After a span of approximately half an hour, a series of knocks resound at the door. Slowly, she opens her eyes, revealing a depth of darkness that seems to conceal boundless suffering and despair. System reboot successful. Would you like to activate? A cold voice echoes in her mind, and her dim eyes regain their clarity. She pays no heed to it, instead propping herself up and surveying her surroundings. System reboot successful. Would you like to activate? The chilling voice reverberates once more, mingling with the persistent knocking at the door. No! The girl internally rejects the notion, then rises from the bed, wiping the sweat from her forehead and adjusting her disheveled nightgown. With deliberate slowness, she opens the door. Standing outside is a middle-aged woman, who, upon seeing the door ajar, greets her with a gentle smile. Good morning, miss. Why didn't you go for your morning run? Are you feeling unwell? I had a nightmare. I plan to take a shower and lie down for a bit longer. You may go about your duties. I will come down when I feel hungry, she replies, her voice subdued. The girl gazes silently at the woman for a considerable moment before stiffly nodding in acknowledgement. Though the middle-aged woman departs with a look of concern, the girl locks the door and collapses onto the bed, her hands clutching the sheets in anguish. A tormenting pain resonates throughout her body, yet she is acutely aware that this vessel bears no scars and is in perfect health. Has she not perished in flames? Where exactly is this place? The girl, known as Luo Xiaran, is engulfed in confusion, having chosen the path of destruction and binding her soul to the system. She knows she cannot expect a favorable outcome. Yet, the system remains intact, and she is still alive, leaving her utterly bewildered. The furnishings of the room evoke a sense of both strangeness and familiarity. After a prolonged period of lying still, as the pain begins to subside, Luo Xiaran gathers the strength to examine her surroundings. Upon opening a photo album, she fixates on a family portrait, tears cascading down her cheeks in a sudden rush. Have I truly returned home? She whispers, her fingers gently tracing the image of an elderly couple featured in the photograph. The portrait reveals her long-lost parents and the man who had wrought her endless suffering, Wu Yinan, the one responsible for her fiery demise. Ha ha! I'm back. I'm back. This is truly wonderful. Reluctantly closing the photo album, Luo Xiaran wiped away her tears with a rough motion, laughing hysterically like a madwoman. Wu Yinan. This time I swear to make your life a living hell. Hatred burned fiercely in her eyes as her fists clenched so tightly that even her neatly trimmed nails dug into her palms, drawing blood. The metallic scent of blood snapped her back to her senses. Slowly, she raised her hand and licked the crimson droplets, her emotions gradually settling into a chilling calm. Her gaze darkened once more, deep and unfathomable. Chapter 4 I miss you so much. The melodious chime of music resonated from the bedside table. Luo Xiaran reached for a red-cased mobile phone, glancing at the name displayed, Wu Yinan, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. How could she have forgotten? At this moment, her parents were traversing the globe, entrusting their domestic affairs and her care to Wu Yinan. Naturally, the servant had informed him of her circumstances. After all, her parents regarded Wu Yinan as the heir to the Luo family and her future husband, thus he had to tread carefully around her until his objectives were fulfilled. Reflecting on the past, she realized how naive she had been. Unable to see that Wu Yinan had ensnared her like a bird in a cage while she had foolishly believed he genuinely cared for her, hence the constant surveillance. However, after enduring numerous storms of life, Luo Xiaran was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Licking her parched lips, she donned a sweet smile and answered the call with faint exuberance. Good morning, brother An. I miss you so much. Good morning, my precious Xiaran. I heard you had a nightmare, but I'm currently on a business trip and will fly back tonight to keep you company. Please, do not be afraid. Wu Yanan's voice was as gentle as ever, soothing her. Had it not been for her own experiences, no one would believe that this refined gentleman could be so ruthless and unscrupulous. It's nothing, brother An, you needn't worry. I merely dreamt that you no longer wanted me. Yet, I trust you would never treat me that way, Luo Xiaran said with a mocking smile, her voice ringing clear. Killing Wu Yinan would be a trivial matter for her, but what she truly desired was to make him suffer profoundly, thus, for the time being, she must continue to feign compliance. Fortunately, she awoke to find that Wu Yinan was not the first person she saw. Or else she wondered if she could have restrained herself from taking his life. How could that be? I love my precious Xiaran the most. Be good and stop overthinking. Wu Yinan reassured, blissfully unaware that the innocent girl he had helped mold was now a far cry from her former self, harboring no doubts about her transformation. Brother An, you must be busy. I shall rise and have breakfast, she replied, licking the blood seeping from her palm, the metallic tang invigorating her senses. And Wu Yanan's voice heightened her fervor. Perhaps only blood could suppress the hatred swelling within her. Truly, she mused, she had become deranged. With a beaming smile, she ended the call, contemplating her next move. Glancing at the time displayed on her phone, she noted that only a week remained until the onset of the apocalypse. Having experienced it before and aided by a system, Luo Xiaran felt no trepidation. However, her primary concern remained her parents, who were far abroad. Eagerly, she dialed her father's number, her mind racing with thoughts of how to escape Wu Yanan's watchful eye. After all, even with the system in place, she still requires an abundance of energy sources. In ancient times, only jade could suffice, but in the modern era, jewelry, antiques, and even the subsequent zombie crystal cores serve as a bountiful source of energy for the system. Raran, my dear, do you miss Daddy? A man's voice emanated from the phone, tinged with a slight rasp, as if he had just awoken from slumber. Daddy, I miss you. Will you and Mommy come back? With just a single utterance from the man, tears once again cascaded down Luo Xiaran's cheeks, accompanied by a hint of sobbing. Despite being nearly 40 years of age, in the presence of her parents, a child perhaps never truly grows up. Chapter 5, Mr. July arrives. Perhaps it was the comfort received from her father and the answers that awaited her return that finally settled Luo Xiaran's emotions. However, due to the passage of time, her memories of events prior to the apocalypse were rather faint. After all, during the cataclysm, all her energy had been devoted to mere survival. Once she ascertained that her composure would not falter, Luo Xiaran made her way downstairs. There were numerous preparations to attend to, and she had no desire to squander precious time. Yet, before embarking on her tasks, she needed to satiate her hunger. It is worth mentioning that ever since the onset of the apocalypse, even after traversing into the ancient era where food was abundant, Luo Xiaran found herself yearning for the culinary delights of the modern world. Miss, I have prepared a nourishing porridge to help you rest and rejuvenate. Please have some. For the young master will return this evening. The middle-aged woman who had knocked at the door said as she hurried toward Luo Xiaran with genuine concern upon seeing her descend the staircase. Aunt Wu. Please bring me a plate of snacks as well. Though somewhat unfamiliar with the faces from decades past, Luo Xiaran retained a fragment of memory regarding Aunt Wu, who had transformed into a zombie during the early days of the apocalypse and had nearly harmed her. Upon entering the dining room, she noticed a bouquet of blooming roses adorning the table. Luo Xiaran recalled that these were her mother's favorite flowers, which adorned their villa's garden in a myriad of colors. Even their everyday skincare products were crafted from the roses cultivated at home. What Aunt Wu served was a delicacy made from rose petals, known as rose cakes. The golden exterior exuded the unique fragrance of roses, and each bite revealed layers that were both crisp and delectable, with a moderate sweetness that made Luo Xiaran involuntarily squint her eyes in delight. Alas! She lamented inwardly as she savored the flavors, this exquisite indulgence would soon be out of reach. Despite having endured 5 years in the apocalypse and possessing a system at her disposal, she could not prevent Aunt Wu from succumbing to the fate of the undead. Fortunately, her parents had remained unaltered at the onset of the apocalypse, otherwise, even with the system's aid, she would have been compelled to ensure their survival. After all, if given another chance, her aspirations extended beyond vengeance. She wished for her parents to live peacefully until the end of their days. A bowl of hot porridge and a plate of rose cakes had left Luo Xiaran feeling pleasantly full. Discreetly rubbing her stomach beneath the table, she wiped the corners of her mouth with satisfaction and addressed Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu, please prepare more snacks in the coming days, as I plan to go on a trip soon. Once Aunt Wu agreed, Luo Xiaran ascended to her room. Having resolved the matter concerning her parents, it was now time to devise a method to gather energy for the system. Although there were numerous crystal cores in the post-apocalyptic world, the dangers were abundant. If possible, it would be more convenient to utilize jade, gemstones, and other valuables. Opening the jewelry box before her vanity, she gazed at the exquisite treasures that had once held her affection. Without hesitation, Luo Xiaran began to stow them into her system's backpack. The backpack contained only 20 compartments, each capable of holding up to 999 items of the same type. Energy items were all consolidated into a single compartment, allowing for a greater capacity than what those with spatial abilities in the apocalypse could manage. After all, vegetables like cabbage and radish were classified under the same category. Moreover, as long as they are stored within a bag, they are merely considered as a single accumulation. Just as Luo Xiaran was about to hand over the energy items to the system for conversion, a knock echoed once more at the door. Upon opening it, she found Aunt Wu standing there. Mr. Junlai has arrived. Chapter 6. Speak your feelings directly. After a considerable amount of time, following Aunt Wu downstairs, Luo Xiaran finally recalled who Mr. Junlai was, as mentioned by Aunt Wu. Junlai is the heir of the Jun family, a lineage renowned for producing generals, thus holding significant status in Beijing. Her awareness of Junlai stemmed largely from Wu Yanan. She remembered their first encounter at a banquet hosted by Wu Yanan, where he had warned her of Zhang Li's fiery temper and his inclination for indulgence, leaving Luo Xiaran with a rather unfavorable impression of him. Though uncertain of Wu Yanan's intentions behind those words, upon reflection, she found them riddled with doubts. After all, her friends had also alluded to Zhang Li's less than commendable actions, and those friends typically sided with Wu Yanan, making Luo Xiaran question the sincerity of their relationships. Now, with Zhang Li's unexpected visit, she pondered his purpose. She could not recall any prior encounters with him alone. While musing inwardly, Luo Xiaran entered the living room, discreetly observing the tall and poised figure of Junlai seated before her. At 21, dressed in a light blue shirt, he exuded a striking handsomeness. His tall and slender physique radiated an air of dominance, a remarkable presence that set him apart from his peers, likely owing to his noble lineage, which rendered him more mature than others his age. Upon locking eyes with Junlai, Luo Xiaran understood why she had once chosen to heed Wu Yanan's advice to avoid him. Zhang Li's gaze was imposing, and as a young girl, she naturally gravitated towards the gentlemanly demeanor of Wu Yanan. "Good day, Mr. Jun. Brother N is not home. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit?" She suppressed her inner feelings and offered Junlai a polite smile as she spoke. Given their lack of familiarity, she resolved to handle whatever his intentions might be with composure. "Miss Luo, although Mr. Wu has mentioned your engagement, I believe it is vital to express my feelings for you in person. Moreover, I do not consider Mr. Wu to be the suitable match for you," Junlai stated earnestly after Luo Xiaran took a seat. Since the engagement between Luo Xiaran and Wu Yanan was no secret, Junlai had initially sought to gauge Wu Yanan's sentiments upon encountering Luo Xiaran at the banquet, while Wu Yanan had indicated that Luo Xiaran harbored feelings for him. Junlai perceived her youth and their shared upbringing as hindrances to her understanding of her emotions. Furthermore, he did not regard Wu Yanan as a virtuous individual and felt that a relationship between such a pure-hearted girl and him would be detrimental. Hence, after several days of contemplation, Junlai resolved to speak with Luo Xiaran directly. Naturally, with the Jun family's influence, if he were to express his intentions, the Luo family would find it impossible to refuse such a union. However, Junlai was unwilling to impose his feelings upon Luo Xiaran, especially considering her current indifference towards him. Such an approach would only breed her aversion. At this moment, Luo Xiaran finally comprehended Wu Yinan's intentions. Should she wed Junlai, all of Wu Yinan's meticulous scheming would be rendered utterly futile. Suppressing her anger and contempt towards Wu Yinan, Luo Xiaran spoke. "I apologize, Mr. Jun. But we have only met once." Following Wu Yinan's betrayal, Luo Xiaran harbored little desire for romantic entanglements. Although Junlai might not be as despicable as Wu Yinan portrayed him, with the apocalypse looming, who could predict the circumstances surrounding the Jun family? Luo Xiaran was reluctant to invite further complications into her life. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that she was no longer the Luo Xiaran of yesteryears, and the version of herself that Junlai cherished could never return. Chapter 7. One should not be too greedy after bidding farewell to Junlai, who exhibited no discernible emotions. Luo Xiaran felt an unyielding calm within her. With the impending apocalypse looming, the likelihood of their reunion seemed exceedingly remote. Upon returning to her quarters, she promptly converted her energy items into the requisite energy for the system, subsequently engaging in further contemplation. Beyond the energy required for upgrades, the system also necessitated catalysts such as the production of food. Initially, it was imperative for the system to record seeds before it could replicate or breed them using energy. Fortunately, with ample energy at her disposal, within the inn she felt akin to a deity, facilitating accelerated growth and other conveniences. The ensuing challenge lay in acquiring seeds for grains and vegetables, as well as livestock, all of which held tremendous value in a world where cultivation was rendered impossible. Since the system had once again accompanied her, she resolved to resume her former trade of managing the inn, a task she had grown accustomed to over 2 decades. Alas, this was a matter that required her personal involvement. Thankfully, only one of each item was necessary, allowing her to procure them with relative ease during her excursions. It was a pity she could not bring back the vast stores of grain she had accumulated in ancient times. Nonetheless, Luo Xiaran understood the virtue of moderation. She was fortunate to possess the opportunity for a second life, the assurance of safety and sustenance provided by the system, and concrete information regarding the impending apocalypse. Her fortunes far surpassed those of countless others. Time pressed upon her, yet trustworthy allies were scarce. Thus, regarding jade and jewelry, she decided to postpone her actions until after the onset of the apocalypse. Her destination for the day was the flower and bird market, followed by the agricultural market. The choice of the flower and bird market was strategic, intended to obfuscate Wu Yan's suspicions. After all, upon learning of her meeting with Junlai, Wu Yan would undoubtedly harbor doubts. Moreover, Luo Xiaran hoped that even in the apocalypse, her parents could lead the lives they desired, tending to flowers and caring for dogs. The flower and bird market was situated adjacent to the commercial street, bustling with activity due to the holiday. Primarily populated by elderly patrons, Luo Xiaran navigated through the shops, multitasking, engaging with the flora while allowing the system to record energy inputs. Fortunately, she had previously exchanged some exquisite jewelry for energy, enabling her to document roughly 80% of the plants within the market. Subsequently, she ventured into a pet shop, predominantly filled with small animals, cats, dogs, birds, and fish. After several rounds of exploration, she stumbled upon a shop selling exotic creatures, where she recorded large dogs and pythons among her findings. To maintain discretion, she ultimately purchased a Tibetan Mastiff puppy and a selection of flower seeds. Her heart content as she set off towards the agricultural market, her countenance aglow with enthusiasm. In contrast to the flower and bird market, the agricultural market exuded a quieter ambience, as patrons preferred to procure fresh fruits and vegetables early in the morning. Furthermore, with the current season not conducive to planting, shops selling seeds were particularly subdued. Initially, she recorded numerous fruits absent from the seed stores within a fruit shop, before finally rummaging through the seed store and selecting a variety of seeds. With her acquisitions in hand, Luo Xiaran returned home, thoroughly satisfied. Regrettably, her cheerful disposition lasted only until the evening, for as she was preparing to indulge in her dinner, Wu Yan hastily returned. His face adorned with a mask of concern that was so disingenuous it made Luo Xiaran feel nauseated, yet she suppressed her revulsion. After all, she had no desire to extinguish his life all at once. A fate worse than death was what she had meticulously crafted for Wu Yan's future. Chapter 8, Transforming into Lady Wu. Brother N, I'm perfectly fine now. It was merely a nightmare, and waking up has alleviated it, Luo Xiaran said. Nestling beside Wu Yan and on the sofa in the living room after dinner, playfully entwining her arm with his and gently shaking it. After decades of companionship, if she could still not deceive Wu Yan, then what significance would another lifetime hold for her? All right, my dear Xiaoran, but if anything is troubling you, do not conceal it from me. I do not wish to worry, Wu Yan replied, gazing tenderly at Luo Xiaoran's innocent visage. Raising his hand to gently caress the top of her head. Brother N, you need not worry. By the way, I would like to travel with Mom and Dad for a while. Would you care to join us? Although both were aware that they were merely playing roles, the sight of Wu Yan being kept in the dark by her made Luo Xiaoran smile all the more enchanting. I shall not accompany you. I have pressing matters at the company. By the way, I heard that Jun Lai has come today. Is there something on his mind? Wu Yan's thoughts were consumed with acquiring the Luo family business, especially since Jun Lai instilled a sense of unease in him, prompting Wu Yan to prioritize his time wisely. Mr. Jun confessed his feelings to me, but I am already with Brother N, so I would never look at anyone else. Besides, Mr. Jun has a rather intimidating demeanor. I heard from Qian that he even strikes his girlfriend. Luo Xiaoran feigned a shy laugh, nervously glancing at Wu Yan as she spoke. Do not fear. Just keep your distance from Jun Lai in the future. I will be there to protect you, Wu Yan reassured her, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. A man as proud as Jun Lai would never resort to lingering attachments after being rejected, and besides, did not Luo Xiaoran have a betrothal to him? After a period of lingering affection between them, Wu Yan excused himself, citing his exhaustion from a recent flight, and escorted Luo Xiaoran back to her room before hastily driving back to his own villa, where others awaited his return. Since reaching adulthood, Wu Yan had not resided in the Luo family's villa, partly due to his own calculations and partly to ease the minds of Luo Xiaoran's parents, who were abroad. After all, despite their engagement, Luo Xiaoran was still quite young. Moreover, living in another's home was inherently inconvenient. Wu Yan's villa was approximately a 30-minute drive from the Luo residence. Though not particularly large, it was the sole inheritance left by his parents. Upon parking and entering the living room, he noticed a young woman clad in a red dress, seated with her back to the door, engrossed in a popular idol drama on television. My dear, I apologize for the wait. I have returned. Wu Yan loosened his tie and embraced the woman from behind. As she turned to face him, he captured her fiery red lips in a kiss that lingered for an extended moment. Humph. Why are you not spending time with your little darling? The young woman, strikingly beautiful and in her 20s, adorned with heavy makeup that exuded allure, pouted in mock annoyance, her expression captivating. Hee, is Fei you feeling jealous? That truly delights me. Pulling her into his embrace, Wu Yan gently caressed Jin Fea's silky hair, laughing heartily as he declared, only you are my treasure. Soon, you shall become Mrs. Wu. He added with caution, steer carefully. One must not capsize at the final moment. You promised me that when the time comes, that little darling will be entrusted to my care. Jin Fei, gazing intently into Wu Yan's eyes and feeling the warmth of his embrace, playfully bit his lip. Despite having been with Wu Yan for several years and being aware of his other romantic entanglements, it was only Luo Xiaran who instilled a sense of threat within her. After all, Luo Xiaran was exquisitely beautiful and possessed a gentle demeanor, making it hard for any man to resist her charm. Were it not for Wu Yan's caution regarding the Luo family, she surmised that Luo Xiaran would have long since been laid bare and consumed by him. However, she felt a sense of relief. Everything was about to come to an end. With this thought, Jinfei wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck, reclining comfortably in his embrace, allowing him to hold her close. Chapter 9: The Gem Exhibition and Stone Gambling Conference. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiaran, she was oblivious to the machinations of Wu Yan and Jinfei. At that moment, she was engrossed in sketching her itinerary for the post-apocalyptic world on a map. Given that all the information she had gleaned about the end times came from Wu Yan, she could not rely entirely on those memories. Furthermore, with her parents accompanying her this time, she needed to exercise even greater caution and prudence. From transportation and resource acquisition to the eventual establishment of an inn, every step required meticulous calculation to ensure that no significant oversights would occur. Naturally, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes, and Luo Xiaran had contingency plans in place. After toiling through the night, exhaustion finally overcame her, and she succumbed to sleep. Alas, only a few hours later, she was roused by the cheerful chirping of birds outside her window. Drawing back the curtains, she gazed at the vibrant life in the garden and let out a heavy sigh. In just a few days, such scenery would be a rarity. However, as Luo Xiaran descended the staircase, she was greeted by the sight of her parents beaming at her from the dining table, instantly dissipating the melancholy that lingered in her heart. "Dad, Mom, welcome home." She rushed to their side, embracing her mother with fervor, her voice trembling with emotion. If it weren't for the entire day she had spent confirming their return, she would have thought it was merely a dream. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Who's been bothering my precious one? Let Daddy take care of them." Chu Xinrui comforted Luo Xiaran while casting a puzzled glance at Luo Xiaoxian. Though they were far abroad, Wu Yan was not the only one looking after Luo Xiaran. They had arranged for others to assist as well, allowing them to travel without worry. "I've missed you both. Mom and Dad, I've graduated. Can we go on a trip together?" To alleviate her mother's concerns, Luo Xiaran reined in her emotions and nestled against her mother's shoulder. Traveling would provide a legitimate reason to leave home, and with their departure, Wu Yan would focus more on the company's affairs, facilitating Luo Xiaran's forthcoming plans. "Of course, darling. Where would you like to go?" Chu Xinrua, amused by her childlike enthusiasm, smiled wryly. Having flown back on a private jet from abroad overnight, she had expected something significant, which had indeed startled her. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxian, though sensing something amiss, refrained from voicing his concerns in front of his wife. Instead, he responded, "L City is hosting a gem exhibition and stone gambling conference. It would be delightful for our darling to select some new jewelry. Moreover, Jiaoqi had sent an invitation for the opening of a resort there. Stone gambling? I want to go and see." Upon hearing about the gem exhibition and stone gambling conference, Luo Xiaran's thoughts began to churn, and she playfully pleaded with her parents. Had her father not mentioned it, she might have missed this splendid opportunity altogether. All right, dear. Let your mother rest for now. We shall set off early tomorrow morning." Naturally, Luo Xiaoxian could not refuse his daughter's request, but he hoped that Chu Xinrui could get some well-deserved rest after their long journey. Yes, thank you, Mom and Dad, for your hard work." After having breakfast, I informed brother and proceeded to pack my luggage in advance. Luo Xiaran noticed that her parents appeared somewhat fatigued. Initially, she intended to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the adoption of Wu Yan, but after a moment of contemplation, she decided against it. Regardless of what transpired in the past or the nature of the truth, the Luo family had nurtured this ungrateful wolf for many years, and all the sacrifices made would eventually be repaid by Wu Yan, piece by piece. Chapter 10: An Unpleasant Countenance After a Warm Breakfast. Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinru retired to their room to rest, while Luo Xiaran busied herself in the study, modifying her plans using the map displayed on her computer. Having acquired a batch of exquisite jewels and raw stones, it was anticipated that the system would advance to at least level 3. It is worth noting that the rudimentary system merely afforded a tea house, which was not only drafty but also inadequate for ensuring her parents' safety in the impending apocalypse. Moreover, the tea house served little purpose for Luo Xiaran, becoming a mere trifle in her eyes, while obtaining these items was a straightforward task for Luo Xiaran. The prospect of escaping from City L with her parents once the apocalypse commenced posed a far greater challenge, especially given the multitude of participants at the upcoming event. To mitigate the risks of involving her parents in such perilous circumstances, Luo Xiaran devoted the entire afternoon to devising a comprehensive evacuation plan from City L. Yet, Unbeknownst to her, the unpredictability of fate often renders meticulous plans futile, regardless of the contingencies one prepares. Among those supportive of Luo Xiaran and Chu Xinrui's travel arrangements, Wu Yanan was perhaps the most enthusiastic. His own plans had reached their conclusion, and he wished to keep Luo Xiaran oblivious to any potential concerns. Once the trio of Luo Xiaran's family had departed, Wu Yanan let out a sigh of relief. The flight from City H to City L took merely an hour and a half. Upon exiting the airport, they were greeted by a well-dressed gentleman in his 30s. Complete with spectacles. Mr. Luo, Mrs. Luo, Miss Luo, welcome to City L. I am Jiao Huayuan, sent by my father to assist you. Huayuan? When did you return from abroad? I heard from old Jiao that you established a company overseas, Luo Xiaran inquired, confirming the identity of the man before him. Though they had always known that Jiao Qi's eldest son was named Jiao Huayuan, the couple had believed that after their divorce, he and his mother had severed ties with them. It was only recently that they learned of his mother's passing 2 years prior, leading them to assume that the father and son had become estranged. Yes, my father has been unwell lately, and I returned to pay him a visit. The resort has been arranged. Would you prefer to see him first, or shall I take you directly there? Knowing of the deep friendship between Luo Xiaran and Jiao Qi, Jiao Huayuan spoke candidly. After all, Jiao Qi was nearing 60, and while Luo Xiaran appeared youthful in his 50s, age was inevitable. Had Luo Xiaran not been a late-life child, she would not have been so innocently indulged. Let us visit your father first. It would have been courteous for him to inform us of his health, Luo Xiaran remarked with a hint of reproach. As one ages, even minor ailments necessitate vigilant care. However, upon arriving at the Jiao family villa and witnessing Jiao Qi's pale lips and vacant eyes, Luo Xiaran could not help but clench her fists. It became evident that Jiao Qi had already begun to exhibit symptoms of the zombie infection that would plague the world. Previously, Luo Xiaran had believed that the emergence of zombies was due to a virus brought by an extraterrestrial meteorite. The incubation period for the zombie virus was a maximum of 72 hours, leading her to ponder the unsettling proximity of these changes to her own return. Such developments filled her with an unsettling apprehension. At this juncture, one must ponder what remains unknown to her, especially since the impending meteor strike looms just over 3 days away. What to do? Luo Xiaran was beset with anxiety, witnessing Luo Xiaran on the verge of embracing Uncle Jia. In a moment of urgency, she interjected, "Father, I perceive that Uncle Jia's countenance appears rather grim. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb him during his rest." Having successfully halted Luo Xiaran, Luo Xiaran's expression remained taut, devoid of any semblance of relaxation, until they finally arrived at the resort. Chapter 11, a reunion. Realizing that circumstances had changed, Luo Xiaran abandoned her initial intention to spend the last 2 days relaxing with her parents. After indulging in a sumptuous seafood feast at the resort, she urged her parents to head to the venue of the Gemstone exhibition. The Gemstone Gambling Conference spanned a week, and today marked its 2nd day. The majority of the gems had yet to be sold, as sellers hoped to command higher prices at the auction on the final day. However, Luo Xiaran's purpose for attending was not the jewelry itself, as these gems required energy conversion through the system, and she wished to avoid any complications at the last moment. She first wandered around the 1st floor, where the jewelry was displayed, reserving several pieces before the 3 of them ascended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was dedicated to the gambling conference, bustling with representatives from various jade companies, each selecting what they deemed suitable raw materials for purchase. "I'd like to explore on my own, Dad. Please let Mom rest," Luo Xiaran suggested, noticing that Chu Xinrui appeared somewhat pale. Her objective was to examine the majority of the raw gambling materials in the venue, and she did not want her parents to tire themselves. "Go ahead and have fun. If you find something you like, feel free to bring it home," Luo Xiaran replied, supporting Chu Xinrui as he instructed their bodyguard to accompany Luo Xiaran. Though he was unfamiliar with gambling stones, he had no qualms about purchasing a few items if it pleased his daughter. "Thank you, Dad. Mom, please rest well. I'll be back after a little while." She smiled sweetly at her parents before slipping into the crowd with the bodyguard, embarking on her clandestine endeavor. Having spent 20 years in ancient times, Luo Xiaran possessed considerable knowledge of gambling materials, skillfully selecting those imbued with jade. She then directed the system to extract the jade from within these raw materials, temporarily storing it in her system's backpack. The exterior of the raw gambling stones would show no visible change after extraction, as the outer rock contained no energy. Although this might deceive numerous jade companies seeking to purchase materials, Luo Xiaran was beyond such concerns. After all, wealth was merely an external possession. The second floor of the gambling conference featured hundreds of stalls, large and small. Luo Xiaran, leveraging her youthful appearance, feigned curiosity as she touched and examined various items, drawing attention without arousing suspicion. After wandering for over half an hour, she exhaled in fatigue. Continuously bending to scrutinize the raw materials was quite taxing on her youthful body. Just then, a man's voice emerged from behind her. "Miss Luo, we meet again." There stood Jun Lai, impeccably dressed in a shirt and slacks. His tall stature accompanied by several robust men, calmly observing Luo Xiaran from a nearby stall. "Mr. Jun, greetings," she replied, uncertain as to when he had approached so closely. Regret flooded her for being overly focused, yet she maintained a composed smile as she greeted him. For reasons unknown, the memory of his confession the previous day resurfaced in her mind, stirring a slight discomfort within her. Perhaps it was the vast expanse of time that rendered her unable to adapt to the forthrightness of modern individuals. Luo Xiaran reassured herself deep within. There is no need for formality. "Miss Luo, are you interested in jadeite? I have brought along professionals. Would you require assistance?" In truth, Jun Lai had noticed Luo Xiaran's presence merely a few minutes prior, but he was preoccupied with matters concerning his new company at that time. Hence, he only found the opportunity to greet her now. Although Luo Xiaran declined his offer, Jun Lai would not pursue her insistently. Yet this did not imply that he would relinquish his intentions so easily. The men of the Jun family, once they desire something, are certain to obtain it. Moreover, Jun Lai had already disowned during their last encounter that Luo Xiaran did not harbor as strong an affection for Wu Yanan as one might have presumed. Chapter 12. A world on the brink of change. Having declined Jun Lai's kind offer, Luo Xiaran was instantly devoid of the desire to continue her leisurely exploration. Though a tinge of regret lingered for the untouched emerald raw materials, she found solace in the fact that her current reserves were sufficient to activate a level 3 inn, which provided a modicum of satisfaction. Moreover, at the onset of the apocalypse, the entire world was preoccupied with survival. Who had the inclination to carry away such trivial possessions? Luo Xiaran was confident that these items would eventually come into her possession. However, due to Jiaqi's unexpected situation, she had no intention of lingering any longer. Instead, she accompanied her parents to soak in the hot springs at the resort, subsequently urging them to return to the ancestral Luo residence located in the countryside. Given that Wu Yinan had overseen the Luo family's enterprises for several years, Luo Xiaran was uncertain how many individuals he had corrupted. Initially, she had planned to converse with Luo Xiaran on the final day, but with the unforeseen events, she could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Nevertheless, a secure location was necessary for their discussion, and the Luo ancestral home fit that criterion perfectly. Nestled in a remote village on the outskirts of H City, the residence was surrounded by mountains on three sides, primarily inhabited by elderly residents and children, rendering the threat level to Luo Xiaran exceedingly low. Perhaps due to the scars of war, the Luo family had cultivated a tradition over generations of stockpiling provisions in concealed locations, just in case. The memory of last life's abundant supplies being commandeered by Wu Yinan filled Luo Xiaran with self-reproach, as she had been the one to reveal the existence of those provisions to him. Although Wu Yinan was aware of the stockpiling, only Luo Xiaran and Luo Xiaran knew the specific locations. It was only after seizing the provisions that Wu Yinan harbored murderous intent towards Luo Xiaran, ultimately leading to their unintended journey to ancient times, a twist of fate that was both unfortunate and fortuitous. With little time to contemplate, after enjoying the hot springs with her parents, Luo Xiaran urged them onward to their ancestral home. The Luo residence was a grand courtyard adorned with two imposing stone lions at the entrance, flanked by two towering willow trees. Within the courtyard stood a 3-story building alongside 2 single-story houses, surrounded by 3 acres of land, currently flourishing with vibrant vegetables. Since arrangements had been made for guardianship, their late-night arrival allowed them to settle in without delay. The guardian of the ancestral home was a retired soldier named Truijio, in his 40s, who had difficulty with his legs. He kept 8 hunting dogs, each towering above half a man's height, instilling fear in any would-be intruder. Truijio was the brother of a friend of Luo Xiaran and had been safeguarding the ancestral home since his discharge, living a solitary life without wife or children, making him one of the few trustworthy individuals at present. Though he resided alone in the old house, Truijio had cultivated flowers and tended to some chickens and ducks. The courtyard also featured a small pond adjacent to a well, where he cultivated lotus and raised fish fry, which Luo Xiaran had enjoyed during harvest time, crisp and sweet. By the time they arrived at the ancestral home, it was well past midnight. After parking the car in the courtyard, Luo Xiaran eagerly turned to Luo Xiaran and said, "Father, shall we have a talk?" Time was of the essence, and she was uncertain what further unforeseen circumstances might arise if they delayed any longer. After Chu Xinrui went to the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack, the father and daughter entered the study and sat face to face at the desk. Luo Xiaran licked her lips, which had become dry due to nervousness, and said slowly and deliberately, "Father, the entire world is about to undergo a transformation." Chapter 13. Your little secret, is this the reason for your recent odd behavior? Luo Xiaran inquired, gazing at Luo Xiaran. Even at the moment he received her call, he sensed something amiss. Initially, he thought his daughter had grown up and acquired her own little secrets, contemplating whether to have his wife inquire further. "Yes, but it's not entirely the case," Luo Xiaran confessed. She did not wish to deceive her father, yet certain truths remained unutterable at present. Moreover, the burden of her resentment weighed heavily upon her. If her father were to intervene, Wu Yinan would meet a swift demise, a sight Luo Xiaran could not bear to witness. "Well then, let us discuss the impending storm," Luo Xiaran suggested. Although he harbored concerns for Luo Xiaran, she was now an adult. Since she chose to remain silent, he would not press further. His role was merely to be the steadfast mountain behind his daughter. When the meteor fell, within a single day and night, at least half of humanity transformed into flesh-eating monstrosities. One bite or scratch would lead to their metamorphosis. The seasons lost their distinctiveness, with sweltering summers and frigid winters blending into one. Hunger and thirst engulfed the world, as if hell itself had descended upon the earth, amplifying the darkest corners of the human soul. With a slight exhale, Luo Xiaran clenched her fists, articulating each word with care. Even 2 decades after the cataclysm, she could not shake the memory of the all-consuming darkness. Betrayal, after all, stemmed merely from a lack of leverage. How long until the meteor strikes? Without a hint of doubt regarding Luo Xiaran's words, Luo Xiaran straightened his posture, mentally calculating necessities while confirming the timeline. It was supposed to be the 24th. But Uncle Jia has already begun to show signs of change, Luo Xiaran said anxiously, fearing her father might probe further into how she knew the specific date. "Do not worry, your father is here," Luo Xiaran reassured her, rising to offer a gentle embrace, soothingly patting her back until she relaxed. "Despite my concern for you, I understand the gravity of the situation. We must prioritize gathering emergency supplies. Although we have stockpiled considerable provisions, who can predict when the crisis will truly end? Furthermore, given the state of the world, the future will only grow more perilous. To safeguard my wife and child, I cannot afford even a moment's negligence." "Dad, please don't tell Mom about this," Luo Xiaran murmured, nestling into her father's embrace, finding solace from the emotional turmoil brought on by Jiaqi. Her father had always been her idol. With him by her side, she felt secure. "No, your mother is not a fragile woman. I will inform her. However, I will help you keep your little secret for now. I only hope that one day you can confide in me, so I need not worry about you incessantly." Luo Xiaran replied, stroking Luo Xiaran's long hair with a smile. The woman he cherished could never be a parasitic flower. He had always protected them well, never requiring her involvement in matters. "Dad, I'm sorry for causing you worry," she said, her voice soft. Luo Xiaran gently nudged Luo Xiaran's broad palm, her voice laced with remorse. How could she possibly reveal to him the truth of her demise? Such a confession would only lead to his profound regret. For what father could endure the anguish of knowing that his adopted son had caused the death of his own flesh and blood? Luo Xiaran wished for nothing more than to spare Luo Xiaoxian from such torment. Chapter 14. Hoping to keep him for myself after releasing Luo Xiaran, the two of them resumed their seats. Luo Xiaoxian tapped his fingers on the desk and spoke. "Now that this matter is settled, let us discuss the situation regarding Wu Yinan. You have often mentioned him, yet he has not called even once during these few days away. What has transpired?" Luo Xiaran paused upon hearing this, biting her lip hesitantly before responding. "I have come to realize that he is not as admirable as I once believed. And it seems father has not paid attention to the company's affairs for quite some time. Wu Yinan is a man of great ambition. I am aware of certain developments within the company. Has he done something to upset you?" Luo Xiaoxian inquired. He was not particularly concerned about Wu Yinan's actions concerning the Luo Corporation, as he intended to hand it over to him eventually. However, should Wu Yinan have wronged Luo Xiaran, as a father, he would not stand for it, especially since she was still young and there were plenty of good men available. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoxian's words, Luo Xiaran began to comprehend the situation. It was no wonder that Wu Yanan had thrived in the past. Luo Xiaran had been tacitly enabling his actions all along. Regrettably, no one had anticipated that such leniency would ultimately lead to the demise of their family. With the root of the problem unveiled, Luo Xiaran felt a mix of amusement and despair. Had Luo Xiaran paid even a modicum of attention to Wu Yanan in their previous life, perhaps their family would not have suffered such irrevocable separation, leaving her to be exploited by Wu Yanan for 2 lifetimes. Luo Xiaran gazed at Luo Xiaran, her heart heavy with emotion. After a prolonged silence, she spoke once more. This is not merely a matter of ambition. Everyone around me has been placed there by him, classmates, friends, even my closest confidants. Do you understand, father? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaran's expression darkened instantly. His brows furrowed, his face paling, as he swiftly sent 2 messages from his phone. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "It is my oversight. Do not worry, my dear. I will ensure a thorough investigation. Father, I hope to keep him for myself. He has deceived me for so many years. Would it not be too lenient of you to intervene?" As Luo Xiaran began to take the matter seriously, Luo Xiaran smiled faintly. What matters most now is to prepare the necessary resources. Moreover, I wish to see how far he can progress without the support of the Luo family. Very well. Since you feel this way, we shall not concern ourselves with him for the time being. You need not worry about the resources. I will take Trejo out first thing tomorrow morning. Despite his words, Luo Xiaran was unwilling to let Wu Yanan off so easily. Does he wish for the company? Then let him have it. However, what remains in the company and whether it aligns with his desires is beyond the control of the chairman. Luo Xiaran understood that Luo Xiaran would not easily concede, but as long as Wu Yanan's life was not in jeopardy, she was willing to overlook many things. Given Wu Yanan's cunning nature, he would undoubtedly establish his own influence in the aftermath. How would he choose to navigate that path? As Luo Xiaran was lost in her thoughts, Luo Xiaran gently tousled her hair and said, "All right, your mother should be preparing dinner now. After eating, make sure to rest early. At such a tender age, there's no need to ponder too much. Your father is always here for you." "Yes, I understand," she replied. From the moment of her birth, Luo Xiaran had been her safest haven. Thus, even when faced with the storms of a post-apocalyptic world once more, Luo Xiaran felt no trace of the apprehension and unease she had previously experienced. Chapter 15. Their Achilles heel after savoring a dinner imbued with the flavors of home and love. Crafted by Chu Xinruai, Luo Xiaran finally enjoyed a restful slumber upon returning to her room. Consequently, when she awoke the next day, Luo Xiaran and Trejo had long since departed from the ancestral residence, taking along the bodyguards stationed nearby. On the dining table lay warm bowls of century egg and lean meat congee, accompanied by sweet corn cakes. Though these dishes were rather simple, Luo Xiaran felt immensely content. After all, in just a few days, such leisurely breakfasts would be a luxury she could not afford. As she returned the dishes to the kitchen, she found Chu Xinruei busily tending to the stove. Likely due to her conversation with Luo Xiaran, Chu Xinruei had already prepared 2 large baskets of corn cakes that morning. "Mom, do you need any help?" Once devoted to culinary pursuits for Wu Yanan, Luo Xiaran now felt competent enough to assist with the mere preparation of provisions. "No need. Dear, your mother can manage just fine. You should go play, or if there's something you wish to buy, just call your father and he'll bring it home for you." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Chu Xinruei smiled gently. Despite receiving distressing news from her husband the previous night, as long as their family remained united and Luo Xiaran was well, she felt little cause for concern. In Chu Xinrui's heart, Luo Xiaran had always been an extraordinarily strong man, and thus, even as the world transformed around them, she felt no need to alter her role. It sufficed to be the quiet support behind him, as she had always been. "Very well, I shall wander around the village. Call me if you need anything, Mom." Seeing the look on Chu Xinrui's face, which suggested she wished to keep Luo Xiaran from concern, she could only smile wryly. Though she had long outgrown the age for childish whims, she found herself utterly defenseless against her mother's indulgent demeanor. Indeed, regardless of whether it was toward Luo Xiaran or herself, Chu Xinruei was their soft spot. Equipped with her phone and some cash, and ensuring the ancestral home was securely locked, Luo Xiaran set off towards the village. The Luo family residence, due to its considerable size, was situated a short distance from the village. Luo Xiaran's purpose in visiting the village was to procure some poultry and eggs. Compared to the farmed fowl sold at the market, the flavor of free-range chickens from the countryside was far superior. Reflecting on this, Luo Xiaran found herself nostalgic for the poultry raised in ancient times. Even without modern seasonings, a simple soup was enough to evoke endless reminiscences. Since the Luo family returned to the ancestral home every 6 months, although she wasn't intimately familiar with the villagers, she was still recognized when encountered. However, the passage of time had caused her to forget many of their names. Oh, is that not the young lady from the Luo family? When did you return? A wrinkled-faced elderly woman, washing clothes by the river, exclaimed upon seeing Luo Xiaran. Just last night. I'm here for a few days. Which family in the village sells chickens, ducks, and eggs? It's been so long since I've tasted the village's meat, I'm beginning to yearn for it. The delicacies of the city, undoubtedly, cannot compare to those that are native to our roots. If you wander into the village, you will find that the noisiest household is often the most lively. Should you purchase a considerable amount, do not forget to ask them to assist in transporting it back. The elderly lady remarked with accustomed nonchalance. In the past, it was always Tyrants who would procure the goods, clean them, and then deliver them to the Luo Xiaran family in the city, a fact well known throughout the village, leaving no room for doubt. After expressing her gratitude, Luo Xiaran leisurely continued her stroll deeper into the village, occasionally plucking a handful from someone's vegetable patch, seizing the opportunity to deposit it into her system. Chapter 16. A profound silence after purchasing 2 baskets of eggs, comprising approximately 500 in total, and selecting 20 chickens and ducks each. Luo Xiaran felt a sense of satisfaction as she had someone assist her in transporting the goods back home. Given that every household cultivated vegetables and fruits, her harvest was far more bountiful than what she could acquire at the market. Especially since she had to remain vigilant of those whom Wu Yan had stationed to follow her. Upon returning to the ancestral home, she found Chu Xi and Rui had already prepared cornmeal into patties, and was now steaming buns and flour rolls. After exchanging pleasantries with Chu Xi and Rui, Luo Xiaran took the fishing rod and bait belonging to Tyrants from the storage room and made her way to the river bank. The pristine river flowed with crystal clarity, and here and there, fish swam joyfully. Finding a shaded spot beneath a tree, she set down her small stool and bucket. Skillfully began baiting her hook and casting her line, patiently awaiting a bite. Perhaps aware that such leisurely days were fleeting, she did not fixate on the fishing rod but instead took in the lush surroundings, her heart at peace. Since her arrival in this ancient realm, Luo Xiaran had learned to adapt to her circumstances. Despite the terrors of the apocalypse, she now had the companionship of her parents, alleviating the anxiety that once consumed her. Time passed swiftly while fishing. The sun gradually shifted, and with a firm tug on the line, a carp weighing over a pound was successfully reeled in. By now, her bucket contained 6 or 7 sizable fish. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to cease fishing and instead turned her attention to the surrounding land, contemplating the gathering of wild vegetables for preservation. In this era, tomatoes and similar vegetables were absent. Aside from potatoes, radishes, and sweet potatoes, wild greens from the fields were the primary sustenance. Although Luo Xiaran did not particularly relish them, she occasionally consumed them, recognizing their potential to sustain her in dire times. With an abundance of water and fertile soil nearby, various wild vegetables thrived not far from the river bank, appearing remarkably fresh: dandelions, lamb's quarters, sawtooth grass, and shepherd's purse. Just then, the voice of Luo Xiaran echoed from a distance. "Darling, what are you doing?" Turning around, Luo Xiaran saw him holding the small bucket she had brought. "Dad, I'm gathering wild vegetables. How come you're back so soon?" she inquired, somewhat surprised as she approached him, accepting a tissue to wipe her fingers, which were stained with green juice and dirt. "Just so happens a friend had a shipment, and your father intercepted it." "All right, let us head back. Your mother will prepare fish for you tonight." Luo Xiaran took the wild vegetables from her, and together they strolled back to the ancestral home. A small truck was parked in the yard, its doors securely locked, and Tyrants stood at the gate with an expressionless demeanor, no different from usual. After delivering the bucket to the kitchen, Luo Xiaran and Luo Xiaran entered the study. The truck is loaded with daily necessities. There is no shortage of food, clothing, or shelter, and we have ample solar supplies. The military supplies and fuel have also been delivered to the designated location. I've given leave to those who followed us. Is there anything else that needs preparation? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaran felt an even deeper admiration for Luo Xiaran. In just the span of a single night, even though Luo Xiaran had not explicitly articulated the necessities of the apocalypse, Luo Xiaran had already made thorough preparations, a truly reassuring presence indeed. However, before Luo Xiaran could utter a word, darkness suddenly enveloped the earth, the sky appearing as if the sun had vanished, rendering visibility non-existent. A deafening roar reverberated, causing the very ground to tremble. A beam of light descended from the heavens, scattering in the darkness, assaulting the earth below. Luo Xiaran attempted to step towards Luo Xiaran, but ultimately succumbed to the ground amidst the pervasive darkness. In an instant, the entire world fell into an eerie silence, resembling a state of death. Chapter 17. Still not strong enough, the relentless pounding on the door jolted Luo Xiaran from her slumber. Stiffly, she rose from the frigid floor and hurriedly made her way to the side of Luo Xiaran, confirming that he was unharmed before rushing downstairs. Recalling that Chu Xinrui had been preparing dinner in the kitchen, she spared no time to check the hour and, glancing at the tightly shut door, dashed into the kitchen. At that moment, Chu Xinrui lay unconscious on the floor, her body unusually warm, perhaps due to her frail health. Luo Xiaran swiftly lifted her and placed her on the sofa before seeking the condition of the last family member, Cui Jiu. He was sprawled near the small truck, its door ajar, a box of baby formula scattered beside him. Luo Xiaran surmised that he had been in the midst of transporting items into the house. Fortunately, in his efforts to move their belongings, Cui Jiu had securely locked the gate. Peering through the door crack, Luo Xiaran beheld a horde of grotesque, blooded zombies outside. A wave of relief washing over her. She had not anticipated the meteor's arrival would be so swift, had Cui Jiu not locked the door. Their entire family would have been vulnerable to danger while in a state of unconsciousness. While the world succumbed to the meteor's assault, ordinary individuals and zombies awoke first, while those with abilities remained in a stupor for 3 to 5 days. This phenomenon had led to the unexpected demise of many ability users at the onset of the last apocalypse. Contemplating this, Luo Xiaran pressed her lips together. During the previous ordeal, she had acquired wood-based abilities, which had initially been feeble, relegated to merely fostering crops. Though she harbored resentment towards Wu Yinan, she had not endured significant tribulations at that time. Recalling her past, Luo Xiaran gradually summoned her energy, a faint green luminescence flickering around her. It appeared her wood abilities were still insufficiently potent. As she retracted her powers, an unusual sensation tugged at her heart, prompting her to furrow her brow and gaze towards the entrance, where she discerned several zombies staggering towards the old residence. What was happening? Although her first instinct was to believe her vision had sharpened, the towering walls of the old courtyard made her realize this was no mere enhancement of her abilities. Tentatively, she peered inside and saw Luo Xiaoxian still unconscious in the study on the second floor. With a slight flush of embarrassment, she retreated her gaze and hurried upstairs. Having been so preoccupied with concern for Chu Xinrui that she had forgotten to assist Luo Xiaoxian from the floor. Thankfully, he remained undisturbed. Perhaps it was the impending apocalypse that finally lifted the weight from Luo Xiaran's heart. Her spirits were considerably brighter than before, imbued with a newfound sense of living that had been stifled for too long. After ensuring all three were settled back in their rooms, she finally picked up her phone. Though it displayed no signal, time continued its relentless march. It was now the evening of the following day. She had not anticipated awakening so swiftly this time. Whether that was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Furthermore, this second type of ability seems somewhat akin to a psychic power, though Luo Xiaran has yet to encounter it, rendering her unable to ascertain its true nature. What is known is that she can currently perceive a radius of 200 meters around the old residence. While this may not be extensive, it certainly offers her considerable convenience in the initial stages. Regrettably, she remains unaware of how to enhance her psychic capabilities and can only hope to explore this gradually in the future. Having concluded her reflections, Luo Xiaran resolved to take this opportunity to gather some provisions and seeds. Given that the current zombies do not possess crystal nuclei, her energy is rather precious, and she intends to conserve it as much as possible. Chapter 18. The Pursuit of Wealth in the village of the Luo family. There were fewer than 500 households. Excluding those who had relocated or were working and studying elsewhere, only about 200 individuals remained, consisting mostly of children and the elderly. The presence of a primary school in the village contributed to the number of left-behind children. During Luo Xiaran's last visit with Wu Yinan and their companions to procure provisions, the village had already fallen into desolation. Exiting the old residence through the back door, she approached the front entrance to dispatch the zombies that were battering at the door. After utilizing her powers to confirm that no dangers lurked in the vicinity, she cautiously made her way into the village. Perhaps because families had been preparing meals when the meteorite struck, many doors stood ajar, with streams of fresh blood meandering from one courtyard to another. Only after confirming that a household was devoid of life would Luo Xiran enter their home. In the kitchen, she collected a substantial amount of food and condiments, and, relying on her mental acuity, she located the cellar, hoarding supplies like a diligent hamster. 1 house, 2 houses, 3 houses due to the lurking dangers. The village was devoid of any human presence, save for the zombies. Of course, Luo Xiran was not a benevolent figure, unless the zombies initiated an attack. She would navigate her path with caution. Though it was not harvest season, villagers often stored food at home in anticipation of better prices. And thus Luo Xiran's bounty was considerable. She even managed to gather a significant amount of toilet paper, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, not to mention clothing, shoes, and bedding. The village's soul clinic was not spared either. She meticulously collected all available medicine and medical equipment, leaving nothing behind as if a locust swarm had swept through. However, Luo Xiran had no intention of wearing the old clothes. Instead, she intended to accumulate them for future exchanges of supplies. With zombies rampant, the production of clothing and footwear had ceased. The villagers had constructed biogas pits, yet despite her diligent searching, she could not locate any gas canisters. Although she did acquire a considerable amount of charcoal, surrounded by mountains filled with trees, the elderly often gathered around for warmth in the winter, finding charcoal to be a safer option than firewood. Moreover, crafting their own charcoal proved to be a cost-effective solution. Initially, Luo Xiran contemplated heading into town. But with Luo Xiaran still in a coma, she decided it would be prudent to wait until either he or Chuijiu regained consciousness. Upon returning home, she confirmed that Chu Xinrua, who was suffering from a fever, exhibited no other abnormalities. Only then did she head to the kitchen to eat some corn cakes. Although they were cold, they still retained a hint of sweetness. Reclining on the sofa on the first floor, Luo Xiran began to organize the supplies she had collected in her system backpack. 13 of the 20 compartments had been filled, and she planned to gather some clean drinking water shortly. In the early days of the apocalypse, people were preoccupied with survival, and by the time they thought of it, most drinking water had been contaminated. Only the rural wells offered a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, as weather patterns became increasingly erratic, many wells ran dry. Were it not for the presence of water-type ability users, human survival would have been even more perilous. Most of these water-type ability users were kept under the control of various factions, leaving countless ordinary people to perish from thirst. After filling every vessel with well water and collecting a full 2 barrels of drinking water, Luo Xiran finally paused, displaying a hint of weariness. Assessing the 3 individuals still in a state of unconsciousness, she took out a map to strategize. Although the meteorite had arrived earlier than anticipated, the Jiao family had reached the old residence ahead of time, and they were well prepared with supplies. Once the safe zone began to take shape, her family could also depart from this quaint mountain village. The establishment of an inn required ample energy. However, if it were constructed here without guests, it would merely squander resources. As the proprietress, she was determined to reap substantial profits. Moreover, this time, no one could threaten her. Chapter 19 Concealing Extraordinary Abilities. Although the sky had returned to normal, the daylight had dimmed into a hazy yellow, with ominous clouds gathering 3 hours before nightfall. Luo Xiran understood that both time and season had shifted. After resting in the living room for over an hour, Luo Xiaran, whom she had settled in the bedroom, finally stirred. She pondered what extraordinary ability her father might possess this time, given that she had manifested a second ability. Luo Xiran speculated that the butterfly effect could have altered many things. She gently rapped on the bedroom door before pushing it open. At that moment, Luo Xiaran had awakened. His face etched with concern as he sensed that Chu Xinrua was running a slight fever. "Father, do not worry. Mother merely needs a bit of rest," she reassured him. "You have been unconscious for a day and a night. I was awakened by the sound of zombies banging on the door. Many elders and children in the village have perished, and I took the opportunity to gather some supplies. Come, let us see what abilities you have acquired." Due to her heightened mental acuity, Luo Xiran could sense the presence of extraordinary abilities within Luo Xiaran, though she could not ascertain the exact nature of them. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xiaran felt a sense of relief. He tenderly kissed Chu Xinrua on the forehead before descending the stairs with Luo Xiran. By the time they reached the lower level, Chuijiu had also awakened. "Uncle Chui, you are awake as well. It seems that those in better health awaken more swiftly." Luo Xiran greeted him. She then turned to her father and Uncle Chui, saying, "Allow me to demonstrate my extraordinary ability." with a flick of her fingers. A hint of green emanated from her ability. Luo Xiaran smiled and explained, extraordinary abilities require personal insight. Mine is a wood-based ability, currently quite feeble, but once upgraded, it will be capable of nurturing seeds. Be cautious to conceal your abilities in the presence of others, Luo Xiaran advised, after considering the implications of her wood-based power. He looked at Luo Xiaran with seriousness, aware that the world was in disarray. In the past, he could protect his wife and child, but the circumstances had changed, and he could not afford any carelessness. Rest assured, father, I understand, Luo Xiaran replied with a playful smile, well aware of the gravity of the situation. She wished to shield her parents from any danger arising from her wood-based ability. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly gather resources and establish a safe haven, ensuring the safety of everyone involved. While the father and daughter conversed, a flicker of brownish-yellow light appeared at Chuijio's feet, signaling the awakening of his earth-based ability. Luo Xiaran recognized this immediately. The earth-based ability not only allowed control over the land but also enhanced defense. Albeit initially less formidable compared to more aggressive abilities like ice blades or fireballs, Luo Xiaran soon exhibited his own extraordinary power. A golden radiance that caused the fruit knife on the coffee table to tremble slightly. His ability was gold-based. Father possesses a gold-based ability, while Uncle Chui has an earth-based one, Luo Xiaran mused joyfully. With each family member now endowed with extraordinary abilities, she felt a renewed sense of security for their future. Let us converse about the undead. You have ventured outside before. What is the situation like beyond these walls? Luo Xiaran summoned a fruit knife into her grasp with her supernatural abilities, and then inquired. Although she had gleaned some knowledge from films and television, Luo Xiaran did not believe that the reality of zombies mirrored that of the cinematic portrayals. Presently, the zombies moved sluggishly, relying on their keen sense of smell and hearing to locate humans. A person who is scratched or bitten by a zombie may succumb to the transformation within 72 hours. With the exception of those endowed with supernatural powers. Chapter 20. The mysterious gathering of objects. Common supernatural abilities include metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as lightning, ice, speed, mental, and spatial powers. These abilities can be enhanced through the crystal cores found within the brains of zombies. However, early-stage zombies do not possess these crystal cores, which will later become the primary currency. Mental abilities are regarded as the most perilous, being intangible and elusive. At higher levels, they can control others, thus inciting wariness among people. After some contemplation, Luo Xiaran chose not to disclose her possession of such an ability, although betrayal seemed unlikely. One could never be certain that other practitioners of mental abilities would not emerge around them. Caution, it seemed, was prudent, despite having considered Luo Xiaran's account. Both individuals weighed their thoughts, yet they had not yet confronted any zombies directly. Luo Xiaran pursed his lips and declared, "Darling, stay at home and look after your mother. I shall venture out with Chuijio." "All right, Daddy. The homes I visited before are all locked tight," replied Luo Xiaran, understanding that some experiences could only be truly comprehended through personal encounter. Moreover, Luo Xiaran was not feeble, and Chuijio, being a retired soldier, posed little threat from the current zombies. Once Luo Xiaran and Chuijio departed with their weapons, Luo Xiaran entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. After lying down for an entire day and night, and having previously gone out to gather supplies, it was likely that the two men would return hungry. The fish she had caught earlier had turned into dead fish in the bucket, emitting a faint odor. Although it was regrettable, she decided to discard them. The appliances in the old house were still functioning normally. Luo Xiaran was aware that there would be a power outage in a week, but she had prepared solar equipment, ensuring that wherever they might be, they could simply install the devices. Additionally, they relied on candles and oil lamps, requiring no further preparations. After placing the corn cakes in the pot to heat, she retrieved a chicken from the refrigerator, planning to simmer a pot of chicken soup for Chu Xi and Rue, along with frying a few side dishes. Approximately an hour later, Luo Xiaran and Chuijio returned, drenched in sweat, each carrying a considerable load. Their long knives were stained with blood, and their eyes read, "Can you base by yourself? I will find you some clothes. You can wash up and change before coming out for dinner." The system's storage compartments are limited, but having a spatial ability would certainly make things more convenient, provided that the child is sufficiently obedient and well-behaved. Ku Nianyuan nodded slightly, silently following the direction indicated by Luo Xiaran as he entered the bathroom. Pressing his lips together, he turned on the hot water heater, allowing the warm water to drench his entire body, his eyes beginning to redden. Chapter 21. A sense of imminent danger after dinner. Ku Nianyuan was settled into Chuijiu's room for rest, while Luo Xiaran and the others convened in the living room to discuss upcoming matters. Chu Xinrui had already recovered from her fever, and Luo Xiaran estimated that she would awaken by the following morning. Ku Nianyuan's father had married into their village. Hence his surname was Luo. The child was quite well behaved, yet it was unfortunate that his maternal aunt had raised him without enjoying even a single day of peace. Luo Xiaran sighed with a hint of melancholy and spoke to Luo Xiaran. Despite being mentally prepared, how could one not feel heartache when faced with relatives and friends transformed into monsters? Moreover, having to confront the situation personally placed a psychological burden that few could bear. Father, don't dwell on it too much. Where are the military supplies we prepared earlier? We should retrieve them while we have the chance, if someone notices. It would all be in vain, Luo Xiaran said, understanding Luo Xiaran's distress. As long as her parents could survive, she truly could not concern herself with anyone else. The military supplies are a minor issue. The firearms, ammunition, and medicine are of utmost importance. They are in town, and to avoid danger, I did not arrange for anyone to guard them. We must bring them back as soon as possible, Luo Xiaran agreed, nodding. If necessary, I can make another trip with Chuijiu. I will go with Uncle Chui instead. Father, you stay home to take care of mother. Besides, I can safely carry those items with me, Luo Xiaran proposed after some thought. There must be ample supplies in town, and she could seize the opportunity to gather more. If not for her lingering concerns about Ku Nianyuan, she would have considered bringing him along to collect supplies. Does my precious one possess spatial abilities as well? Luo Xiaran raised an eyebrow and inquired. It is not exactly spatial. It resembles the inventory slots in a game, Luo Xiaran replied without reservation. Similar items can accumulate up to 999 in one slot. For instance, vegetables like cabbage and radish can be stored together in one slot. Very well. Then let my precious one proceed. The town is unsafe. Do exercise caution. Your safety outweighs the supplies. Do not cause your father and mother undue worry. Luo Xiaran had long perceived that his daughter was no longer the same. Although concerned, he did not impede her decision. With her father's consent, Luo Xiaran wasted no time and set off for the town with Chuijiu that very night. Thanks to her psychic abilities, they adeptly evaded numerous zombies. In cases where evasion was impossible, she wielded a long knife alongside Chuijiu, fighting fiercely. However, Luo Xiaran's current physique was not that of someone hardened by the apocalypse. So more often than not, she drove the vehicle, illuminating the path for Chuijiu, who faced the zombies alone in combat. The military supplies were stored in a modest house at the outskirts of the town, where the surroundings were eerily quiet. Using her psychic ability, Luo Xiaran detected no zombies in the vicinity. However, an inexplicable sense of danger stirred within her. Gripping Chuijiu as he prepared to disembark, Luo Xiaran cautioned Uncle Chui. I have an unsettling feeling. We must be vigilant. Chuijiu, naturally unsuspecting of any ulterior motives, transferred the long knife to his left hand and cautiously drew the pistol from behind his waist. With meticulous care, he utilized the key to unlock the grand entrance. Even as the vehicle rolled into the courtyard, there was not a hint of peculiarity. Luo Xiaran, furrowing her brows, alighted from the car. Before she could even shut the door, a shadow descended from the rooftop, lunging towards her with alarming swiftness. Chapter 22. The lynx with feline grace. A glimmer of silver flashed in Luo Xiaran's eyes, signaling the imminent danger. Swiftly, she drew her blade to defend herself. With a resounding clash, something was thwarted, only to leap away once more. Although the moon illuminated the night sky, its feeble glow failed to reveal the nature of her assailant. Despite its formidable strength, it was surprisingly diminutive in size. With a sense of vigilance, Luo Xiaran and Chuijiu stood back to back, her breath steadying as she dared not move her numbed arm. Indeed, her current state was perilous. Even if she were to evade viral infection, she faced the looming threat of being torn apart by a zombie. Following a piercing scream, the shadow attacked anew. The sound of rushing wind heralded its approach as Luo Xiaran fell back, bracing herself with her left hand while wielding her knife with the right. A crimson line appeared on her arm, blood seeping forth. At that moment, both Luo Xiaran and Chuijiu were able to discern their adversary, a black lynx, reminiscent of a cat, crouched low. Its limbs were poised, tail arched high, fur bristling, and teeth bared. It fixated on the two with eyes gleaming with menace. Though perplexed by the presence of such a creature in the town, Luo Xiaran recalled that animal mutations had commenced in the first month of the apocalypse. It seemed that everything had begun to change the moment she returned. As she pondered, she remained alert, anticipating another strike from the lynx. Its small stature and rapid speed posed a challenge. With her current frail abilities, she found herself at a loss for a more effective strategy. Just as hesitation gripped her, Chuijiu decisively raised his firearm and fired at the lynx. The absence of a silencer resulted in a series of loud bangs. Seeing Chuijiu launch an offensive, Luo Xiaran cautiously retreated to a safe distance. In her heart, she knew she would not fire a weapon, and thus, she bore no gun. True to his training as a veteran, Chuijiu shot with remarkable speed, gradually cornering the lynx until it found no escape. When the moment seemed right, he drew his knife and struck fiercely at the lynx's neck as it lunged at him. Fortunately, although the lynx had undergone mutation, its body remained fragile, and one swift blow rendered it motionless. Chuijiu approached with caution, delivering another strike until he severed the lynx's head, at which point he exhaled in relief. "Chui uncle, please open the door," Luo Xiaran urged, contemplating her next move. She knew that mutated animals, regardless of size or level, possessed cores, and she needed to verify this. Trusting her, Chuijiu made his way indoors. After he turned, Luo Xiaran severed the lynx's head, probing with the tip of her knife. Though the head was small, the core was minuscule, and with inadequate light, it took her around 2 minutes to unearth a transparent core the size of a fingernail. No wonder she had previously failed to detect the Luo Xiaran. Feeling fortunate, tucked away the beast core and then stepped into the room. The interior was cluttered with boxes of various sizes, but Luo Xiaran paid little mind to the chaos, beginning to touch each one and stow them into her backpack. "Uncle Chui, I recall there is a tobacco and alcohol factory in the town, correct?" After gathering her belongings, she turned around to find Chuijiu standing at the door, keeping a vigilant watch. Luo Xiaran felt increasingly pleased with Chuijiu's demeanor and proceeded to articulate her upcoming objectives. Chapter 23. In a world where resources are scarce, particularly in the realm of spirits and tobacco, these commodities are exceedingly valuable, as few men can resist the allure of alcohol and cigarettes. Alcohol serves not only as a source of solace but also as a means of disinfection, rendering it indispensable in the absence of proper medical supplies. Furthermore, during the unpredictable and frigid weather conditions, a sip of liquor can significantly elevate one's body temperature, making it a coveted item. Although the inn is capable of brewing its own spirits, which possess attributes for stamina restoration and enhanced abilities, the process demands energy. With the ability to gather supplies now at hand, Luo Xiaran would not squander such precious resources. The tobacco and alcohol factory is relatively modest, given that it is situated in a small town, and the quality of the products is rather low, catering to a lower-tier market. The factory lies about 4 to 5 streets away from the small dwelling, and the streets are increasingly populated with zombies, their forms grotesquely disfigured and bloodied, evoking a sense of dread. Luo Xiaran is acutely aware that in a mere few hours, as the sun rises once more, the zombies will become increasingly ferocious, transitioning from a slow shuffle to a swift and frenzied pursuit. Despite the fact that many supplies remain uncollected, Luo Xiaran is not inclined to take further risks. Especially with Chu Xinrui and Luo Jiaxian still at the old residence, she does not wish for them to worry unduly. The small truck is parked across the street from the factory's entrance, and Luo Xiaran meticulously scans the area with her psychic abilities. The factory had been closed for the day, thus the presence of both zombies and living individuals within is minimal. However, since she must physically interact with items to collect them into her system's backpack, Luo Xiaran adjusts her attire, tightens her shoelaces, and, armed with a long knife, ventures into the factory alongside Chuijiu. To avoid detection, the two circumvent to the rear of the factory, where, with Chuijiu's assistance, they disable the surveillance cameras and scale the wall to enter. For safety's sake, Luo Xiaran leads Chuijiu stealthily towards the storeroom. Fortunately, aided by her psychic powers, the operation proceeds smoothly, and the storeroom's lock is swiftly picked by Chuijiu. Upon entering, they find the space filled with stacked crates, greatly facilitating Luo Xiaran's task. While ensuring Chuijiu remains vigilant, she promptly begins to gather supplies. The storeroom contains not only finished products but also an abundance of dried tobacco leaves. Having previously seen villagers cultivating and curing tobacco for cigarettes, she does not hesitate to collect them. Despite the storeroom being primarily filled with finished goods, her backpack is only partially filled, leaving ample space for more. If they happen to pass by a pharmacy, she resolves to gather additional medicinal supplies. However, just as Luo Xiaran prepares to exit with Chuijiu, a confrontation arises over 200 meters away, involving several security guards and workers. Chui uncle, there are people. Come inside, she calls to Chuijio, who is stationed at the entrance. Only then does she redirect her attention to the individuals outside. It appears that among the workers, some have acquired abilities and are attempting to seize items from within the factory, while the security guards, having been entrusted with the owner's wages, are determined to safeguard the property, resulting in a standoff. Regrettably, in the face of the fire-wielding worker, the security guard armed with a baton found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being knocked to the ground. Alas, the apocalypse has only just begun, and already the human spirit is dissipating. As Luo Xiaran lamented, she understood that the intruders aimed for the storage room. There was no escaping their intent. She turned to Uncle Chui and said, Uncle Chui, there are people approaching from outside. One possesses fire abilities, and there are 4 ordinary individuals accompanying him. Chapter 24. For the sake of survival, the workers and guards likely had a rough estimate of the inventory in the warehouse. With Luo Xiaran's spatial abilities bound to be exposed sooner or later, she couldn't afford to take risks. These men had to be silenced today. Chuijio understood well that only the dead could truly keep secrets. Nodding in silent agreement, he reloaded his gun, attached the silencer Luo Xiaran provided, and concealed himself with her in the shadows by the warehouse door. Luo Xiaran monitored their surroundings with her psychic senses while keeping an eye on Chuijio's movements. Several workers frantically pushed open the warehouse door, only to find it completely empty. Shock and panic twisted their faces. They had merely intended to loot some goods for profit. But now, with everything gone, they would be held accountable with no way to explain. Before they could retreat, Chuijio struck from behind. A muffled thud, a bullet pierced flesh, and one worker collapsed, eyes wide open, his body slumping onto another. Xiao Lu? What's wrong? The man beneath him jolted in fright, shaking Xiao Lu's shoulders before realizing he was already lifeless. Ah! Xiao Lu's dead. The worker shrieked, turning to flee only to become the second victim. 2 men down. The leader hurled fireballs wildly, shouting, Who's there? Show yourself! Come out! But Chuijio gave them no chance. A series of suppressed gunshots later, the workers lay motionless, their eyes frozen in terror. Luo Xiaran was no stranger to killing. Once Chuijio finished the job, she turned away without hesitation, leading him back the way they came. The apocalypse had arrived. No one was a savior. She only wanted her people to survive. Selfish? Cold-blooded? So be it. As long as they lived. There was no room for hesitation. Yet, she remained unaware of the peculiar changes within herself. With their primary objective secured, it was time to return. But first, Luo Xiaran and Chuijio raided 2 pharmacies, a supermarket, and 2 clothing stores, stuffing their backpacks to the brim save for one compartment reserved for future energy items. The journey back was uneventful. Though the zombies grew more agile, they were no match for firearms. And despite Chuijio's limp, his marksmanship remained flawless. They reached the old estate by 3 a.m. The night was pitch black, devoid of the summer stars that once dotted the sky. The occasional screams and pleas for help had dwindled. Whether living or undead, only a handful remained in the village. Something felt off. The estate clearly harbored life. Yet aside from the zombies she'd encountered earlier, none had attacked since. You're back. How did it go? Hearing the car, Luo Xiaran opened the gates. His gaze filled with concern as Luo Xiaran stepped out. Father, do not worry, I have secured the items, and along the way, I collected quite a few treasures. How is mother? Luo Xiaran resolved in her mind to seek the answers tomorrow as she replied, having expended considerable mental energy while gathering supplies. She now felt a bit lightheaded. Mother is already awake, waiting for you both at home, and she has prepared a late-night snack. Luo Xiaran smiled gently, reaching out to touzle Luo Xiaran's hair. The supplies were secondary. What mattered most was that the 2 of them returned safely. Chapter 25. Only our family remains. Upon awakening, Chu Xinruei discovered her water-based supernatural ability. Luo Xiaran couldn't help but ponder that such abilities might be intricately linked to one's personality. After all, Chu Xinruei was gentle as water, embracing all. With Chu Xinruei's comforting presence, Ku Nianyuan's emotions improved significantly, and the family enjoyed a warm late-night meal together before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Luo Xiaran, however, felt increasingly overwhelmed. Upon returning to her room and locking the door, she collapsed onto her bed, succumbing to deep slumber. The following morning, she awoke to a shrouded sky. The village enveloped in silence, devoid of the sounds of livestock, humans, or even the distant growls of zombies. Sensing something amiss, she rummaged through her backpack, stowing its contents at home before turning to Luo Xiaran, saying, "Father, I sense something is wrong. I must venture outside to investigate. Indeed, something feels off. Perhaps it would be best if you and Uncle Chui went out to explore," Luo Xiaran replied hesitantly. After all, Luo Xiaran had been their cherished daughter for over a decade, and witnessing such a drastic change in her stirred unease within him. Had he known this would happen, he would have never allowed Wu Yinan to have such free reign. Now, having harmed Luo Xiaran, it was too late for regrets. "Do not worry, father. I can manage on my own. You should take mother and Uncle Chui to gather supplies in the village. It appears we may be the only family left here." Luo Xiaran felt a subtle intuition that this peculiar situation posed no danger to her. Although Luo Xiaoxian harbored reservations, he recognized Luo Xiaran's determination and ultimately acquiesced. Moreover, he desired for Chu Xinrui to experience the apocalypse firsthand. Even he had felt some discomfort in the beginning, hadn't he? After retrieving a firearm and spare ammunition from her backpack for Luo Xiaoxian, Luo Xiaran armed herself with a knife, tucking it at her waist. Before stepping out of the house, utilizing her mental abilities, she discerned that not a single zombie roamed the village, and the elderly and children who had been alive just the day prior had vanished completely. Following the road to the village's entrance, she spotted two zombies unsteadily making their way toward the western mountains. Perhaps sensing Luo Xiaran's presence, the zombies paused momentarily before continuing in the direction of the mountains. It appeared that something within those mountains was more alluring to the zombies than flesh and blood. As Luo Xiaran reflected on this, she cautiously trailed behind the two zombies. Upon their arrival at the mountain's base, she observed dozens of zombies congregating in the vicinity. To avert danger, Luo Xiaran sprayed herself from head to toe with a bottle of floral water, the pungent aroma nearly inducing a cough. In truth, during the early days of the apocalypse, as long as one remained silent and odorless, even with the zombies quickening their pace, the threat remained minimal. Regrettably, most people had barricaded themselves indoors, missing the optimal opportunity to escape. The ascent up the mountain was arduous. The warmth of the day brought forth swarming insects, and the paths cleared during autumn lumbering were now thickly overgrown with weeds. As Luo Xiaran carefully followed the zombies, she activated her wood-based abilities. After all, being amidst the mountains and forests, where trees and underbrush abound, even though Luo Xiaran's wood-based abilities are relatively feeble at this moment, they can still assist her in alleviating some burdens, such as guiding the grass to clear a path for her. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, Luo Xiaran suddenly sensed that the psychic energy tethered to the zombie had silently dissipated. Chapter 26. The Obsidian Stone. Sensing that her destination was nearing, Luo Xiaran ceased manipulating the surrounding flora, gripping the hilt of her long knife with caution as she advanced toward the direction of the disconnected zombies. The higher she ascended, the more numerous the zombies became. By her estimation, it seemed that the undead from several nearby villages had converged here. Nevertheless, the elderly and young zombies appeared to pose little threat, until her gaze fell upon a large pit, surrounded by a throng of zombies. Once more, Luo Xiaran attempted to probe with her mental energy, yet those delicate tendrils of power vanished without a trace. What could lie at the bottom of that pit? Might it be a mutated zombie or perhaps a transformed creature? As she pondered, she remained vigilant of the zombies' movements. Despite her 5 years of apocalyptic experience, much of it was shrouded in the secrets kept by Wu Yinan, leaving her uncertain of many aspects unless she had personally encountered them. Regardless, the pit harbored unknown dangers. Fortune favors the bold, thus, Luo Xiaran resolved to take a closer look. However, before doing so, she needed to eliminate the surrounding zombies. With her long knife in hand, she directed the growth of plants to ensnare the zombies, drawn by the allure of whatever lay in the pit. Her speed was sufficient to slay them before they could mount an attack. Whenever her wood-based abilities were nearly depleted, she would discreetly apply some floral essence to conceal herself. This cycle of attacking and resting continued for nearly 2 hours, as she dispatched several hundred zombies. After retrieving some sustenance from her backpack to replenish her energy and changing her now-dulled knife, Luo Xiaran cautiously approached the pit. Upon seeing the obsidian stone at the bottom, encircled by a few zombies, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Although she was unaware of the stone's nature, she recalled that Wu Yinan once possessed a similar one, albeit not as large. Ever since he acquired that stone, his abilities had surged dramatically. Could it be that this object was beneficial not only to ability users but to zombies as well? Observing the few undead at the pit's base whose eyes had begun to change color, signaling their impending evolution. Luo Xiaran wasted no time in drawing her gun and pulling the trigger, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them before they could react. She knew that hesitation could cost her dearly, for she alone was ill-equipped to contend with several second-tier zombies. With rapid-fire precision, the bang-bang-bang of her weapon startled the mountain's wildlife, bringing the forest back to life in a cacophony of sound. Fortunately, the pit was tall enough, roughly the height of 2 adults, so even when the zombies reacted, they could not ascend swiftly, ultimately collapsing beneath Luo Xiaran's relentless gunfire. Once her weapon was holstered at her waist, Luo Xiaran descended along the edge of the pit. She first dispatched the zombies by piercing their skulls to extract the pearl-sized cores, before meticulously examining the obsidian stone, standing about as tall as a person. The oval stone shimmered faintly amidst its deep black hue. Upon reaching the pit's bottom, Luo Xiaran immediately sensed a profound surge of energy, accompanied by an irresistible urge to absorb its essence. No wonder the zombies are drawn to it. Yet the question remains, why must the gifted individuals approach the stone to perceive its presence? Regrettably, this query goes unanswered. Luo Xiaran, puzzled, nonetheless unceremoniously stowed the stone into her backpack. With the matter settled, she wasted no time and swiftly made her way to the old residence. However, Luo Xiaran did not anticipate that upon her arrival, 2 unfamiliar men would be present in her home. Chapter 27, here to care for you. As the journey was undertaken on foot, the sky had already darkened by the time they arrived at the old residence. However, Luo Xiaran did not have the habit of wearing a watch, rendering her unable to ascertain the time. Raising her hand, she knocked on the grand door, and she was greeted by Trejo upon her return. "Miss, there are 2 individuals here to see you," Trejo observed Luo Xiaran impassively, confirming that she was unharmed before speaking. "Looking for me?" Luo Xiaran was momentarily taken aback. Who could possibly be seeking her at such an hour? Yet, judging by Trejo's demeanor, they were likely not foes. Leading Trejo into the living room, she noticed Chu Xinru seated at the threshold of the kitchen, while Luo Xiaran was engaged in conversation with 2 men whose backs were turned to the door. Judging by their silhouettes, the 2 men were quite tall. Luo Xiaran bit her lip slightly and approached them. "Ran, these 2 hail from the Jun family." Luo Xiaran gestured for Luo Xiaran to sit and rest while introducing them. "Miss Luo, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Jun Bi, and this is my brother, Jun Nani. The young master has arranged for a team to attend to you. We arrived late due to your sudden fainting spell. I hope you can forgive us." The 2 men, who were seated on the sofa, rose to their feet. Their identical features caused Luo Xiaran to raise an eyebrow. Fortunately, one had dyed red hair while the other had yellow, making them distinguishable. After they saluted her, Jun Bi spoke. It turned out that during their second encounter in L City, Jun Lai's men had noticed someone following Luo Xiaran's family. Concerned for her safety, they dispatched individuals to shadow her, bound by Jun Lai's orders not to disturb Luo Xiaran's family. Jun Bi and his team of 5 had previously taken refuge in an uninhabited house in the village. However, when the meteorite struck, 3 of Jun Bi's companions transformed into zombies. Fortunately, Jun Bi and Jun Nani had been residing in an adjacent house, though they had been unconscious for several days. They were fortunate to have evaded disaster, as Luo Xiaran and the others were gathering supplies in the village. Upon awakening, Jun Bi and Jun Nani conferred and decided to pay a visit. After all, times had changed, and residing together would better ensure their safety. Luo Xiaran felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the notion of Jun Lai sending people to follow her. Had they not succumbed to unconsciousness, they would have learned her secret by now. With this thought, she firmly declined. "There is no need to trouble you 2. The world has changed, and I kindly request that you return to the Jun family." The Jun family was a prominent clan, and anyone bearing the Jun surname could not possibly be an ordinary bodyguard. Luo Xiaran wished to avoid entangling herself with the Jun family, as they were not merely the workers from the previous tobacco factory who could be easily dismissed. Moreover, she surmised that upon awakening, Jun Bi and his brother would undoubtedly contact Jun Lai. If they attempted to use the pretext of being killed by zombies, it would raise suspicions, especially since both men appeared quite formidable. Furthermore, with 2 strangers shadowing her, Luo Xiaran would feel constrained in her actions. She aimed to make strategic plans during the early days of the apocalypse and did not wish to be hindered by unfamiliar faces. The outside world is currently perilous, and I believe Miss Luo cannot remain in this village indefinitely. With the 2 of us by your side, we can ensure the safety of your parents. allowing you to pursue your endeavors with peace of mind. Upon witnessing Luo Xiaran's refusal, Junbei smiled and said, "Moreover, the young master has instructed that you should be treated with the same regard as the young master himself." Chapter 28. Only tell Junlai. When Junbei was dispatched earlier, he had already disowned Junlai's affections for Luo Xiaran. The objects of desire for the men of the Jun family have never escaped their grasp, thus in Junbei's mind. Luo Xiaran was already considered the future mistress of the Jun family. Moreover, Junbei had sensed that Luo Xiaran was concealing some secrets. It was known from previous investigations that Luo Xiaran possessed no combat capabilities, yet Luo Xiaran allowed her to venture out alone, indicating she must have some form of reliance. Both he and Jun Nangli had acquired fire-based abilities, so it was likely that Luo Xiaran did as well. Regardless of what secrets she harbored, their primary duty was to ensure her safety until she could be delivered to Junlai, which sufficed. Upon hearing Junbei's words, Luo Xiaran understood that the two of them would not leave her side. Although she harbored some distrust, she found herself powerless to change the situation. Setting aside whether her family could manage the two brothers, the repercussions of offending the Jun family were something she could hardly bear at this juncture. Despite the chaos ushered in by the apocalypse, the Jun family had a long military lineage, and their extensive network would surely restore order within a week, courtesy of the seasoned generals within their ranks. Crucially, the primary base of the Jun family resided in Province L, which was also a significant objective for Luo Xiaran. The secure base established under the Jun family's oversight ranked third among the large bases in this new world. Furthermore, the orderliness of the L province base exceeded that of the others. Should Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrui reside within the L province base, Luo Xiaran would feel considerably more at ease. With this thought in mind, Luo Xiaran formulated a plan. Since that was the case, the two could remain. However, she insisted that they could divulge information to only Junlai. After all, Junbei and his brother were loyal to Junlai, and Luo Xiaran found it hard to believe they would keep her secrets entirely. Although she had previously wished to avoid any dealings with Junlai, necessity compelled her otherwise. Moreover, collaborating with the Jun family was not entirely disadvantageous. The populous L province base likely contained many valuable items for trade. Additionally, given the Jun family's reputable standing, Luo Xiaran believed they would not engage in any unscrupulous dealings. Of course, the specifics required a thorough discussion with Luo Xiaoxian. If all else failed, they might have to suspend most of their plans, for the safety of her family was paramount. With Luo Xiaran's consent, Junbei felt a sense of relief wash over him. If she had refused, the situation would have become quite troublesome. After all, he could hardly resort to violence against her. Junbei believed they had ample time to earn Luo Xiaran's trust while simultaneously fostering goodwill with Junlai. Unbeknownst to him, however, by the time the two brothers appeared before Luo Xiaran, her fondness for Junlai had already plummeted to a negative score. No one relished the feeling of being monitored, even under the guise of protection. Having arranged for the Jun brothers to stay in the room adjacent to Trejo's on the first floor, Luo Xiaran carried the cold noodles prepared by Chu Xinrui and ascended the stairs to the study with Luo Xiaoxian. For the sake of safety, Luo Xiaran discreetly monitored Junbei and his companion using the psychic abilities she had recently begun to explore. Sitting at the desk, before Luo Xiaran could voice her inquiries, Luo Xiaoxian remarked, "The Jun family is known for their integrity, and Junlai harbors fond feelings for you. These two will undoubtedly ensure your protection. There is no need for excessive concern. With your father around, all will be well." He continued, "The supplies we gather next should be stored both at home and with Xiaoyuan. In case of any incidents, exercise caution and refrain from rash actions." Junbei and his companions had taken 2 military jeeps, which would prove invaluable. Given the urgency of previous circumstances, it was likely that the modified vehicles were not yet fully prepared. Although there had been a misjudgment regarding Wu Yinan, Junlai was someone who had been encountered before. If Luo Xiaran could indeed secure Junlai's protection, her existence in this apocalyptic world would surely become considerably more stable. Chapter 29. Seizing the initiative upon confirming the details with Luo Xiaoxian, Luo Xiaran felt a measure of relief and inquired, "How extensive is Kunyan Yuan's space?" Although there had been a spatial ability user by Wu Yanen's side during their last encounter, Luo Xiaran's understanding of early-stage spatial ability users remained somewhat limited. Even among those of the same level, the dimensions of their spaces varied significantly. "It is about the size of an old bedroom," Luo Xiaoxian replied. "Ni Anyuan, entrusted to me by your great aunt, will be family from now on." Having previously inquired about Kunyan Yuan, Luo Xiaran decided to store the supplies they would gather in his base. That is not insignificant, though spatial abilities cannot preserve items, so we must be vigilant. With 2 outsiders residing in their home, Luo Xiaran felt it prudent to exercise caution. By the way, father, I encountered a stone in the mountains that can enhance abilities. Take a look. As she spoke, Luo Xiaran retrieved a black stone from her backpack and placed it on the study floor. Luo Xiaran examined it closely, remarking, "It resembles a meteorite. I recall seeing something similar at an auction 2 years ago." A meteorite? That explains it, Luo Xiaran mused, pursing her lips. After a meteor shower, the Earth underwent mutations. It is plausible that meteorites could be beneficial for abilities and zombies. Lacking scientific personnel in the Luo household, Luo Xiaran could only speculate. Moreover, after 5 years of the apocalypse, little research had been conducted, so she concluded that gathering more meteorites would serve her well. However, zombies were likely more sensitive to meteorites, leaving her uncertain about the extent of their range, thus she could only utilize them cautiously for now. This meteorite system seems capable of extracting energy, she pondered. After storing the meteorite, Luo Xiaran continued, I encountered mutated animals previously, so we must exercise caution when collecting supplies. We will stay at the old residence for 2 to 3 months. There should be few zombies in the nearby villages. During the day, father can lead a team to gather resources while mother and I prepare meals at home. At night, we can practice abilities using the meteorite. Having the meteorite gives us a significant advantage, especially since the utilization of zombie crystal cores remains undiscovered. She decided not to conceal the information about her wood-type ability from Junlai. Well, as long as you have a plan, take care, and avoid unnecessary risks. Luo Xiaran said, affectionately ruffling Luo Xiaran's long hair, sensing the sweat beneath. His heart ached slightly. Go wash up and rest well. Nodding, Luo Xiaran said nothing further and returned to her room to enjoy a refreshing shower. She then sat cross-legged on her bed, playing with the previously acquired zombie crystal core. Zombie crystal cores come in various colors depending on their level. The most basic cores are white, containing minimal energy. An initial level ability user requires at least several hundred white cores to advance to the second level. Typically, cores are non-attribute, with only those from mutated zombies or animals possessing specific attributes. For instance, the lynx she had encountered earlier was of the psychic type. Thus the energy within its core carried psychic properties. Training with crystal cores of the same attribute as one's abilities can significantly enhance the speed of cultivation. However, such attribute-specific cores are rare and elusive. As Luo Xiaran possesses dual-type abilities, she requires a doubled quantity of zombie crystal cores to advance. Not only does her ability enhancement necessitate these cores, but the system and her companions, Luo Xiaran and others, also depend on them. To grow stronger, Luo Xiaran must employ every possible means to acquire crystal cores. Fortunately, by a stroke of serendipity, she managed to collect a meteorite, otherwise, her situation would have been quite dire. Reflecting on this fortunate turn of events, Luo Xiaran exchanged the crystal cores for the meteorite and immersed herself in her cultivation. Only by becoming formidable can one secure their existence in a post-apocalyptic world and protect all that is dear to them. Chapter 30. The started rain in the following days. During the daylight hours, Luo Xiaran, LED Trejo and the others to scour the nearby villages for any usable supplies. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaran remained at the ancestral home, collaborating with Chu Xinruei to prepare portable and storable provisions. Although the sun was obscured from view, the heat continued to escalate. Memories of past summers faded, and Luo Xiaran could no longer recall how long this oppressive warmth would last. Thus, she endeavored to stockpile as much drinking water as possible. Fortunately, every household in the village possessed a well, and with sufficient containers, the task proved to be relatively swift. Moreover, the village was devoid of both zombies and human figures, allowing Luo Xiaran to shuttle back and forth between the village and the ancestral home effortlessly using her system backpack. Within the cellar of the ancestral home, supplies brought back daily by Luo Xiaran and the others accumulated steadily wheat, corn, bedding, clothing, and even medicines, gradually filling the space to capacity. A week later, all the salvageable resources from the surrounding villages had been gathered. After a discussion between Luo Xiaran and Luo Xiaran, they set off towards the town in the military jeep belonging to Junlani and his companions. Upon their arrival, the town appeared even more dilapidated than when Luo Xiaran had visited this earlier. The grotesque zombies relentlessly pursued the scent of human flesh, ravenously devouring anyone who crossed their path. The remaining survivors locked themselves indoors, trembling with fear, too terrified to venture outside even as hunger gnawed at their insides. However, Some audacious souls took the initiative to flee first, recklessly looting supplies from the shops lining the streets, leaving chaos in their wake. In just 10 days, all semblance of order had disintegrated. Jun Nani parked the vehicle at the entrance of a supermarket, and the four of them disembarked, leaving Ku Nianyu locked inside the car. After all, the young boy would only hinder their efforts. It was best for him to wait inside while they procured the supplies. The onlookers from the surrounding buildings, who had been peering through their windows, caught sight of the group. A glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes, but before they could act, 4 unscrupulous men emerged outside the supermarket, prompting the observers to hastily draw their curtains. After using iron bars to jam the supermarket's entrance, the men boldly prepared to pry open the car door. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated Jun Nani and his companions. With a resounding crash, Jun Nani and Jun Bei kicked down the door, relying on their numbers. The 4 men initially intended to attack but retreated in dismay upon seeing the guns in the hands of Luo Xiaran and his companions. Regrettably, the supplies within the supermarket had suffered significant damage, and the sweltering heat had caused the vegetables and fruits to rot. They could only salvage inedible items to bring back to the car for Ku Nianyu to store. As the group prepared to depart, a crowd of men, women, old, and young from the surrounding buildings encircled their vehicle, grasping at it as if it were a lifeline, rendering it immobile. The scent and sounds of flesh attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who responded with guttural roars. The emotions of the encircled crowd intensified, with many eager to scramble into the dark clouds enveloped the earth, and a rumbling sound echoed from the horizon, causing a sudden pang of alarm in Luo Xiaran's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiaran shouted, "Drive quickly!" In response, Jun Bei immediately started the engine, allowing the vehicle to trample over the crowd. In an instant, crimson rain cascaded from the heavens, the deluge obscuring the entire world. Chapter 31. All transformed into zombies. The torrential rain poured down with an alarming ferocity, rendering the road nearly invisible within mere moments. The raindrops battered against the car's exterior, producing a cacophonous sound that made Luo Xiaran furrow his brow deeply. Upon activating the navigation system, Jun Bei discovered that the GPS had ceased to function. Fortunately, the map had been downloaded earlier, allowing them to at least distinguish between the main thoroughfares and several significant buildings in the town. "Mr. Luo, the road is obscured, and continuing on this path poses great danger. There is a bank nearby, perhaps we should seek refuge there," Jun Bei suggested. Although the bank in the town was relatively small, every bank was equipped with bulletproof glass for safety. Indeed, while Luo Xiaran was deeply concerned for the safety of Luo Xiaran and her mother, he understood that his own safety was equally vital to them, and he had no intention of recklessly endangering himself. Moreover, the ominous hue of the rain hinted at potential peril. After approximately 5 minutes of careful driving, they successfully arrived at the bank. Jun Nan swiftly exited the vehicle and hurriedly opened the bank's door, allowing Jun Bei to drive the car into the bank's lobby. Xiao Yuan retrieved their lunch, suggesting they eat while they could, as the rain showed no signs of abating. As Jun Nan secured the bank's entrance, Luo Xiaran stepped out of the car. A pot of braised pork with vermicelli noodles, 2 bowls of rice. While observing the situation outside, they quickly replenished their energy. After about an hour, the rainfall began to subside. Through the window, they could see the zombies outside, their bodies washed clean by the rain, standing motionless in a peculiar manner. Even those who had previously surrounded them were now eerily still, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. Once the rain had entirely ceased, the stationary zombies emitted a series of chilling growls and gradually began to approach the bank. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Xiaran commanded, "Quickly, get in the car and leave this place. The zombies have become considerably more agile." As they drove out of the bank, the zombies swiftly surrounded their vehicle, clawing and gnashing at it. The car shook with the sound of relentless banging. Through the rearview mirror, Jun Bei noticed that those who had been standing in the rain had transformed into zombies. "Mr. Luo, everyone who came into contact with the rain has turned into a zombie." The zombies' attacks had intensified, and being trapped inside the car left them with no means to retaliate. Jun Nan added, "While we are not lacking in weaponry, it is far too perilous to open the windows in this encirclement. One careless move could lead to injury. Driving over them will only result in more zombies surrounding us. We should abandon our quest for supplies and head straight home," Luo Xiaran remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The interior and exterior of their vehicle had been doused in floor water, but it seemed that this disguise was no longer effective against the zombies. Jun Bei, upon hearing this, pressed the accelerator, and the jeep surged forward, crushing the zombies beneath it. Alas, the moment they passed by, the fallen zombies once again staggered to their feet. Upon witnessing this, several individuals found their hearts shrouded in gloom. They had not anticipated that a mere rainfall would render the zombies so formidable. Not only had their agility heightened, but their physical strength had also significantly increased. The uncertainty of the days to come weighed heavily on their minds. Fortunately, there were no zombies in the village, otherwise, peril would have ensued. Luo Xiaran clenched his fists, contemplating the situation. Little did he know, however, that other dangers lurked within the village. Chapter 32. The hounds encounter a dilemma as the torrential rain and the undead trapped Luo Xiaran and the others within the town. Luo Xiaran and Chu Xinrui sat anxiously in the kitchen, deeply concerned for their safety. The sudden onset of the crimson rain left no impression on Luo Xiaran. When the downpour began, her heart raced with unease. During the previous incident, she had hidden in the basement of the villa with Wu Yan'an and others. Constrained in her movements, leaving her little capacity to observe the outside world. Chastising herself inwardly, Luo Xiaran enveloped the entire old residence with her mental energy. Leaning against a meteorite, her abilities had progressed to the second level, granting her greater mastery over her psychic powers. While she had yet to achieve the capacity to manipulate others' bodies or influence their senses, she could now consistently extend her mental presence to monitor every detail surrounding the old home. Despite the rain obscuring her vision, it did not hinder her psychic abilities. Noticing unusual movements from the hounds confined in the kennel behind the house, Luo Xiaran bit her lip in concern. Ever since their encounter with the lynx, there had been no sightings of mutated creatures. Could these hounds be undergoing a transformation as well? Aware of Chuijiu's regard for the hounds, Luo Xiaran felt a surge of anxiety. Mutated animals are notoriously aggressive, and while she had witnessed some retain loyalty to their owners post-transformation, such instances were rare. If all 8 hounds were to mutate, it would pose a grave threat to both Luo Xiaran and Chu Xinrui. After all, Luo Xiaran's marksmanship was lacking, her ability still developing, and with Chu Xinrui lacking offensive powers, a sense of trepidation enveloped her as she fixated on the hounds, unwilling to relax her vigilance. As the rain began to subside, the hounds gradually quieted. Just as Luo Xiaran allowed herself a moment of relief, one hound charged forth, forcefully breaking through the iron gate of the kennel, barking loudly as it sprinted towards the front yard, with the others following suit. Luo Xiaran sprang to her feet, swiftly locking the entrance to the living room, and turned to Chu Xinrui, saying, "Mother, there seems to be a problem with the hounds. Please head upstairs." Although concerned, Chu Xinrui understood that her physical condition rendered her assistance futile. She ascended the stairs while advising, "Be careful. Secure the door with an iron rod and barricade it with the sofa. If all else fails, retreat upstairs." Once Chu Xinrui had departed, Luo Xiaran inspected the living room windows, noticing that the hounds exhibited no intention to attack them. Instead, they were sniffing around the vegetable garden incessantly. What could be there? Luo Xiaran pondered, extending her mental energy toward the garden. The rustling sounds reached her through her psychic connection, intensifying the hound's frantic barking. Suddenly, a piercing meow shattered the tension, causing Luo Xiaran to shudder. In her prior focus on the underground, she had overlooked the 3 yellow cats that had climbed onto the wall, their sharp gazes fixated on the hounds. The dogs paced restlessly, their agitation palpable, as the height of the wall created a standoff. Luo Xiaran, observing the scene, felt her heart race with anxiety. Whether it be the cat or the hunting dog, Luo Xiaran found herself incapable of handling either, and she could not rely on a mutually destructive outcome. Thus, biting her lip, she retrieved her firearm from her backpack, preparing to take the initiative. The impending conflict among the 3 parties was palpable, and just at that moment of heightened tension, a series of mounds appeared in the vegetable garden. Both the cat and the hunting dog sprang into action, leaping towards the mounds. Chapter 33. Lie down. Stay still. Grey rats, about 30 or 40 in number, emerged from the mounds of earth. Each measured roughly 15 centimeters in length, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red glow, their sharp teeth and claws glinting menacingly as they swiftly launched an assault on the hounds and cats. Within moments, the garden was trampled into disarray. The already wilted vegetables were utterly obliterated, buried beneath the churned soil. Blood spattered the ground as the battle commenced. The largest of the hounds was the first to suffer. The nimble rats, small and agile, fared far better than the hound, whose body was soon crisscrossed with claw marks. Yet cats were natural predators of rats, far more adept at hunting them. 3 yellow-furred felines engaged the rodents with lethal precision, their razor-sharp claws pinning the rats down before delivering fatal bites to their throats. The hounds, however, were not to be outdone. With each powerful swipe of their paws, another rat was sent crashing against the courtyard wall, its blood and brains splattering across the brickwork. The metallic tan of blood drifted into the house on the wind. Luo Xiaran watched the fierce struggle unfold but made no move to intervene. Only when the rats, overwhelmed by the combined might of the hounds and cats, retreated into the tunnels beneath the garden did she raise her gun once more, her vigilance unyielding. With the battle over, the cats and hounds faced each other warily. The lead hound and the dominant cat seemed to exchange a series of barks and meows before the three felines each seized a plump rat in their jaws and vanished over the wall in a few effortless leaps. Once the cats had departed, the 8 hounds celebrated with triumphant howls. When no one emerged from the house, they began circling the door, scratching at it in an attempt to push their way inside. After observing them carefully and confirming they bore no hostile intent, Luo Xiaran hesitated before finally opening the door. Though she rarely stayed here, the hounds recognized her. Rather than barging in, they surrounded her excitedly, barking and panting, their large eyes fixed on her with an almost expectant air as if awaiting a reward. Pursing her lips, Luo Xiaran reached out to stroke the lead hound's head. Instead of aggression, it responded by lolling its tongue, attempting to lick her. But at the sight of the blood staining its teeth and claws, she recoiled sharply. Lie down. Stay still. Obediently, the hounds dropped to the ground. Relieved, Luo Xiaran retrieved several chunks of beef from her pack and tossed them onto the floor. While the hounds feasted, she stepped into the ravaged garden. Over 20 rat corpses littered the ground, some mangled beyond recognition by the hound's savage bites. Though repulsed, Luo Xiaran knew the meat of mutated creatures was edible. She rinsed the less damaged carcasses and stored them in a metal bucket before stowing it in her backpack. Since the hounds showed no aggression toward humans, she decided against confining them again. After all, none can predict whether those gray mice will return. Their presence provides a significant sense of security. At this moment, Chu Xinrui descended from the upper floor, having witnessed everything through the window. She called the hunting dogs over to the adjacent concrete area and turned on the water hose to wash them down. Meanwhile, as Luo Xiaran and her daughter navigated through the crisis with ease, peril loomed ominously for Luo Xiaran and his companions. Chapter 34. Breaching a passage, the town erupted once more, catalyzed by the relentless downpour. The evolved zombies launched a ferocious assault against those who sought refuge, while the unfortunate souls drenched by the rain transformed into zombies themselves, joining the frenzied throng. A cacophony of screams, cries for help, and guttural roars intertwined, rising and falling in a harrowing symphony. Having previously ventured deep into the heart of the town in search of supplies, Luo Xiaran and his companions now found themselves besieged by tens of thousands of zombies. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, a nauseating miasma. The number of zombies continued to swell. After incinerating a wave of them with their abilities, Junnan licked his parched lips and remarked, "It has been over an hour. Our powers are nearly depleted, and we have expended a significant amount of ammunition. If this persists, we shall meet our doom. Indeed, the entire town's horde is pursuing us." Jun Bei sighed as he navigated the vehicle with utmost caution. Who could have anticipated that the zombies would home in on us so swiftly after the rain ceased? Had we known, we would have preferred to brave the storm and left earlier, at least avoiding the encirclement. Vehicles attempting to flee were ensnared in traffic, compounded by sporadic zombie attacks, rendering the escape arduous. Even their military jeep bore the scars of battle. We cannot afford any further delays. We must return to the village post-haste. Luo Xiaran suppressed his growing unease, his brow furrowed with determination. The zombies' frenzy was palpable, and their exhaustion was mounting. Continuing on this path could lead to their entrapment within the town. Do we have any explosives? Jun Bei hesitated to inquire, knowing that Kunyan Yuan's base contained a fair amount of arms and ammunition. Although he was aware of Luo Xiaran's mistrust towards the two brothers, it seemed there was no intent to conceal much. Yes, we do, Luo Xiaran replied. The explosives were potent, and under different circumstances, he would have refrained from using them. However, their supply was limited, and resupply was not an option. Every bit counted. Continuing to fight is futile. We should breach a passage directly and drive through. Junnan understood his brother's intent without further prompting and remarked as he licked his lips. Though their departure would inevitably attract more zombies to the site, their own safety took precedence over the welfare of others. Luo Xiaran instructed Kunyan Yuan to retrieve the explosives and hand them to Junnan. He then utilized the last remnants of his abilities to manipulate metal, encasing the jeep's exterior. With no wind-based abilities at their disposal, They could only minimize their own risks while lamenting the condition of the jeep they had brought out that day. Opening the window, he leaned out and, with all his might, hurled the ignited explosives. The sharp sound echoed from the roof of the car, instilling a sense of danger in Luo Xiaran and the others. Junbei swiftly slammed on the brakes, and the figure launched itself from the top of the vehicle. It fell to the ground, then quickly sprang up, hurtling towards the car. Following a crackling noise, cracks began to gradually appear on the car window. Chapter 35. Assault on Luo Xiaran. Through the car window, a grotesque zombie, its eyes glowing an ominous red and drenched in blood, was violently colliding with the jeep. As the creature advanced, the cracks in the bulletproof glass widened, ultimately shattering the entire panel into myriad fragments. In the very instant the glass splintered, Junbei and the others swiftly flung open the car doors, leaping out and dashing into the adjacent building, securing the door behind them. Junbei and Chuizhou led Kunyan Yuan to the left, while Junnan Yi and Luo Xiaran took refuge on the right. Naturally, a zombie that could breach bulletproof glass would not be deterred by a mere door. However, perhaps due to their division into two groups, the zombie hesitated momentarily before charging towards the right where Luo Xiaran was located. With a resounding crash, the zombie burst through the door. Luo Xiaran and Junnan erased their firearms, aiming at the creature's head, yet the zombie seemed to sense their intent, instinctively raising its arm to deflect the bullets. Once their ammunition was exhausted, Luo Xiaran resorted to his gold-based ability once more. However, due to prior exertions, he could only manipulate a series of long spikes to launch at the zombie. Meanwhile, Junbei and his companion, hidden on the other side, provided cover fire. The incessant gunfire echoed, yet prolonged combat had diminished their precision, leaving them unable to penetrate the zombies' defenses. The cacophony of gunshots attracted the attention of other zombies, compelling them to not only target the mutated creature but also remain vigilant against the rest, overwhelming the group with their relentless onslaught. The excessive consumption of his abilities left Luo Xiaran momentarily disoriented. Just then, the claws of the zombie lunged towards his chest. In a critical moment, Chuizhou conjured an earthen wall to shield Luo Xiaran, barely thwarting the zombie's attack. Discarding his empty firearm, Junbei drew his long blade, striking at the zombie from behind, while Junnan Yi, sheltered nearby, joined the fray with his own weapon. The brothers moved in perfect synchrony, retreating and advancing in unison. Though they could not slay the creature, they managed to keep it occupied, preventing it from counterattacking. Chuizhou, hindered by his legs, remained vigilant against the approaching zombies while assessing the battle. As the zombie became ensnared on the ground, Chuizhou cautiously manipulated his earth-based ability to excavate a pit, causing the creature to tumble in. Seizing the opportunity, the Bei brothers summoned all their strength, aiming for the zombie's head. Trapped in the pit, the zombie had no means of evasion, and after a few decisive strikes, it was dispatched by their blades. Exhaling heavily, the group scrutinized the fallen zombie. Dark blood oozed from the gaping wound in its skull, droplets of crimson capturing Luo Xiaran's attention. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he prodded the zombie's head with his knife, causing a red crystal, roughly the size of a 5-cent coin, to drop to the ground. Nianyuan, fetch me a towel. Luo Xiaran called out to the approaching Kunyan Yuan, who complied promptly. He wrapped the red crystal in the towel, securing it for himself. Having previously discussed the significance of crystal cores, Luo Xiaran was determined not to let this valuable find slip away. With no time for respite, the group, though the windshield was gone, at least the vehicle could still start normally, continuing to blast their way forward. Without the windshield, Junnan was able to throw the explosives even farther. After about half an hour, they finally left the town behind. Chapter 36. Departing from the old residence. By the time Luo Xiaran and his companions returned to the village, night had completely descended. The battered jeep, having endured an attack, was rendered inoperative, its headlights extinguished. The occupants, covered in mud and clad in tattered clothing, presented a dismal sight. Luo Xiaran, who had been vigilantly monitoring the old residence with her psychic abilities, sensed their approach as soon as the vehicle drew near. Exiting her meditative state and retracting her meteorite, she hurried out in astonishment. "Father, is anyone injured?" she inquired anxiously after the group disembarked. "How did things fare in the town? Did you manage to stay dry during the rain?" "Do not worry, we are unscathed, merely fatigued. A night's rest will suffice," Luo Xiaran replied. Staggering as he dismounted from the vehicle, his words slightly slurred. "We remained in the car during the rain, but once it ceased, the zombies in the town seemed to have ingested a stimulant. Those who were drenched transformed into zombies, exhibiting heightened speed and aggression, Their danger multiplied manifold, Junbi explained. Though he too had expended considerable energy, his training over the years affording him greater stamina than Luo Xiaran. Mother has prepared a stew, simmering in the pot. At just the right temperature for consumption, Luo Xiaran remarked, sensing that her father and the others had encountered perilous circumstances. Nevertheless, she felt a wave of relief at their safe return. Otherwise, she would have been consumed by regret. Miss, why is there a scent of blood in the house? How did the Black Mountains get released? Chuizhou queried as he entered the living room, having shaken off the hunting dogs that had pursued them. The Crimson Rain has affected the fauna as well. The Black Mountains have now become mutated creatures. Earlier, several large rats emerged from the vegetable garden. And it was fortunate that the Black Mountains detected them in advance. There were also 3 yellow cats, their origins unknown, that caught a rat before departing, Luo Xiaran explained. Setting steamed buns and vegetables on the dining table. This world grows ever more perilous, Jun Nani sighed, a wealth of emotions evident in his voice. At this rate, is there any hope left for humanity? Rest assured, do you not all possess abilities? While zombies and animals mutate, so too do humans. Moreover, humanity is endowed with intelligence. How could we possibly falter? Although Luo Xiaran was acutely aware of the hardships of the apocalypse, she refrained from dampening their spirits, smiling as she urged, let us eat. After dinner, we must discuss our plans moving forward. In any case, Junbi and Junnani had contributed significantly during this tumultuous period. Despite her reservations about completely trusting them, Luo Xiaran was determined to ensure the safety of those around her. The group quietly finished their dinner, weary to the bone, before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. After indulging in a comforting hot bath, Luo Xiaoxian returned to the study, where he found Luo Xiaran lost in thought. The meteorite possesses a considerable allure for mutated animals. It is likely that those rats were drawn to it. My current abilities are insufficient to mask its attraction. And with numerous creatures on the mountain, should we leave the old residence? The unpredictability of circumstances had become evident to Luo Xiaran upon returning. She recognized that her understanding of the apocalypse was but a mere fraction of the reality. Although the zombies in the surrounding villages have been eradicated, there are undoubtedly numerous threats lurking within the town and even further afield. Moreover, the torrential rain has enhanced the zombies' capabilities, rendering departure perilous. Starting tomorrow, we shall fortify the old residence together. It should suffice for a time. I believe the effects of the rain cannot persist for long. So we shall observe the situation closely. While indulging in a bath, Luo Xiaoxian had contemplated this and spoke directly. Danger may be encountered wherever one goes, but at least the old residence is sparsely populated. Furthermore, mutated creatures can provide valuable training. In this apocalyptic world, it is paramount to grow stronger for one's safety. Chapter 37. Something in the head. The following morning, when the weary group finally roused from their slumber, it was already 10 o'clock. Henceforth, a night watchman would be designated each evening. After all, even the mice had mutated, and the mountains were teeming with flying creatures and beasts. Caution would be prudent. After a leisurely breakfast, they gathered languidly in the living room, sipping tea as conversation flowed. The courtyard also required reinforcement. Chuizhou would first enhance the soil using his abilities, followed by my fortification with metal. Since you 2 brothers possess fire-related powers, you should focus on creating charcoal. This will not only hone your abilities but also yield practical benefits, all while providing an opportunity to observe the conditions on the mountain. The treasures and I shall prepare the meals, with Xiaoyuan assisting you. Let us aim to make steamed buns, flour rolls, and flatbreads. Given the considerable depletion of weapons yesterday, we must devise a strategy moving forward. Lastly, there is something within the heads of the zombies, containing energy which can be absorbed by those with abilities. After expounding this in one breath, Luo Xiaoxian silently observed the expressions of Junnani and Junbi. With the settle eyes rendered inoperative, it was unclear how they maintained contact with the Jun family. Yet it was evident that the news of the crystal core could grant the Jun family a significant advantage. Rest assured, Mr. Luo, replied the Jun brothers, their eyes briefly flashing with surprise. A mutual glance confirmed their understanding that Luo Xiaoxian was extending an olive branch. Should the Jun family manage to procure the crystal cores in advance, they would undoubtedly cultivate many formidable ability users. Once their respective tasks were allocated, the group dispersed to attend to their duties. Steering clear of the Luo family, Junbi retrieved a small iron box, about the size of a shoebox, from the jeep. Upon opening it, a device reminiscent of a typewriter came into view. Activating the mechanism, Junbei deftly typed away using the family as designated codebook, producing a faint beep 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 sound. Despite their discreet efforts, they were unaware that Luo Xiaran, diligently occupied in the kitchen, was keenly observing them with her mental faculties. No wonder Junbei remained unperturbed in the absence of satellites and internet. It was clear he possessed this device. It appeared the Jun family was not to be underestimated, as the Junlai who had previously dispatched them was certainly oblivious to the impending apocalypse. Having confirmed that Junbei could indeed communicate with the Jun family, Luo Xiaran pursed her lips, contemplating how to maximize her benefits. Aspiring to be a merchant, the Jun family would undoubtedly become her future major clients. After dispatching his message, Junbei received no immediate response. Although a tinge of concern for the Jun family's situation lingered, he prudently concealed the typewriter. Their foremost duty was to ensure Luo Xiaran's safety. Regardless of the Jun family's circumstances, they could not abandon their mission. In the ensuing period, although there were no zombie incursions, numerous small animals periodically disrupted the tranquility of the old residence. Luo Xiaran speculated that the early mutation of the mountain creatures was likely linked to the meteorite incident. The initial links, it was clear, was not a domesticated breed. Through their daily skirmishes with these creatures, the combat capabilities of all within the Luo family's estate had significantly improved. Even the youngest, Kunyan Yuan, was now able to wield a blade in defense. Despite her frail health, Chu Xinrui has made remarkable strides in her marksmanship, achieving a level of precision akin to that of a sharpshooter. It was only when the village was plunged into darkness that Luo Xiaran gathered everyone to announce their plan to venture once more into the town. Should the zombies in the town not exhibit such exuberance, they would need to prepare to depart from the old residence, although they lacked for neither food nor clothing. Prolonged isolation from the outside world, devoid of any source of information, could prove detrimental in countless ways. Chapter 38, Taking cover during this journey to the town. Chuijiu was assigned to stay at home with Chu Xinrui. Given Chuijiu's mobility issues, there was always a risk of oversight in times of crisis. Nonetheless, they set off in the same old, nearly decrepit jeep, which Junbei had repaired, and Luo Xiaran had meticulously reinforced with his metal abilities. After all, they intended to leave the ancestral home, and the better jeep was reserved for long-distance travels. This expedition was not only to gather supplies but also to seek another suitable vehicle. Upon entering the town, everyone was taken aback by the scene before them. The town lay in ruins, with crumbling walls, decaying corpses, and shattered streets, evoking a sense of dread. Luo Xiaran extended her mental energy, vigilantly on guard as they drove deeper into the town, aiming for the agricultural market. Suddenly, several zombies emerged from the buildings on either side, launching an attack on the vehicle. Junnan opened the car door, wielding a long knife to counter the zombies, while fending off their assaults. He used his fire abilities to scorch them, ultimately severing a zombie's head. Searching within the zombie's skull, he found no crystal nucleus as Luo Xiaran had mentioned. Junnan shrugged slightly before re-entering the vehicle. The zombies had become significantly tougher. It took him considerable effort to inflict a wound. Moreover, the zombies they had encountered lacked the frenzied demeanor of their previous encounters. As he wiped the grime from his blade, he remarked, Let us see if there's anything useful we can salvage to bring back. I'll handle the vehicle. You two brothers stick with Xianran and Xiaoyuan respectively. Stay safe. Luo Xiaran glanced at Luo Xiaoxian and spoke, Dad, please be careful and don't stray too far from us. As she followed Junnan out of the car, her admonition was filled with concern. Her mental range was limited, and if they ventured too far, she would be unable to provide timely support in case of danger. Once they disembarked, the group exchanged glances before dispersing into the shops lining the road. Although this was an agricultural market, not far away lay the town's commercial street, where an assortment of miscellaneous goods could be found. Inside the market, the vegetables, fruits, and various meats had long since rotted, emitting a putrid stench. Luo Xiaran bit her lip as she and Junnan scoured the market. Fortunately, vegetables such as pumpkins, winter melons, and potatoes were easy to store. Although some potatoes had sprouted, they were still edible. Furthermore, they were not in dire need of food. The items they collected could potentially be bartered with others. However, with Junnan nearby, Luo Xiaran refrained from placing the items directly into her backpack. Instead, she found a vegetable cart to load the goods onto, entrusting Junnan to pull it. The market was teeming with zombies, some roaming in pairs or small groups. The two of them cleared the area of zombies while simultaneously gathering supplies. Beyond the cluster of vendors, They approached shops selling grains and other provisions. At this point, the cart was only half full, and Luo Xiaran planned to search for more seasonings. After all, the inn was furnished with antiquated items, and thus the flavors could not possibly compare to those of the modern era. Even amidst the scarcity of resources in this post-apocalyptic world, there were still individuals who could afford to indulge, were there not? Just as the two were about to enter a general store selling spices, Luo Xiaran's mental acuity detected a group of 10 approaching the farmer's market. Someone is coming. We must take cover, she remarked, guiding Junnan into the shop while cautiously observing their surroundings. Chapter 39. Leave half behind through the lens of mental perception. 10 men clad in long robes and sleeves came into view, each wielding a 1-meter iron rod. The leader, with a rod stained with dark blood, emanated a chilling aura. Standing tall at over 6 feet, his face bore a hint of impatience. Among the men following him, some appeared eager while others seemed timid, making it difficult to believe they constituted a cohesive unit. Luo Xiaran raised an eyebrow slightly and addressed Junnan Yi. 10 individuals have arrived. Their strength remains uncertain. What do you propose we do? Whatever the lady decides, Junnan Yi replied without hesitation. Through their recent observations, Luo Xiaran had proven to be markedly different from her dossier, yet Junnan Yi felt this version of her was more suited for Junlai. After all, given the current instability, if Luo Xiaran were too frail, Junlai would be distracted by the need to protect her, thereby squandering resources. It was only when Luo Xiaran grew stronger that she could stand alongside Junlai, was it not? Regardless, our objective consists of seasonings, dry goods, and seeds. If they are sensible, let us gather what we need, Luo Xiaran affirmed with a nod. Then proceeded to collect salt and other items scattered across the shop's shelves and floor. The grocery store contained not only oil, salt, and vinegar but also dried wood-ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, chili peppers, and Sichuan pepper, much to Luo Xiaran's delight. The two swiftly filled plastic bags from the store, stacking them upon a cart. After amassing a full load, Luo Xiaran dusted off her hands with satisfaction. These seasonings would suffice for her family for a year or two, and there were still 3 more grocery stores nearby. Upon opening the store door, the pair emerged with their cart, only to find the group of men nearly upon them. The 10 men, sensing their presence, raised their iron rods in vigilance. Upon realizing they were merely 2 living beings, several of them secretly exhaled in relief. However, the leader narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Xiaran and Junnan Yi. Greetings. I am Zhang Liming. May I ask your names? The man inquired politely, directing his gaze toward Junnan Yi. Nan Yi, and this is my sister, Nan Ran. Junnan Yi replied with a smile, subtly positioning Luo Xiaran behind him. Are you gentlemen also in search of food? We have yet to explore the other stores. You two seem somewhat unfamiliar. It appears you are not from our town. Perhaps you would consider joining us for safety, suggested a tall, slender man standing to the right of the leader, assessing the pair. My sister and I are visiting our elders during the holiday and did not anticipate being stranded here. We appreciate your kindness, but we must return home, Junnan Yi declined. Do not be hasty, since you are not from the town, you cannot take all of this. How about leaving half behind? The slender man gestured toward the pumpkins and winter melons on the cart. They had not consumed vegetables for several days and had initially sought some greens, only to find themselves outpaced by others who had evidently fared well. Indeed, one may depart, but the sustenance must remain, for it belongs to our town. The others behind echoed in agreement. Were it not for the provisions, they would not dare to venture this way. After all, the external zombies pose an insurmountable threat to them. With so many shops available, why must they make things difficult for just the 2 of us? Junnan sighed in resignation. He truly did not wish to squander time with unworthy individuals. However, since the others showed no respect, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Chapter 40. If you have the ability, go ahead. As tensions mounted and the confrontation seemed imminent, Zhang Liming interjected. Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry and gather what you need. When the monsters encircle us, don't expect me to come to your rescue. Observing the abundant provisions they had acquired, a tall, slender man voiced his dissatisfaction. They can't possibly take everything. It's been ages since we've had a proper meal. A man behind the tall figure grumbled. There should be a sense of order. If you had wasted time, we wouldn't have been outpaced by others. Zhang Liming's eyes flickered with annoyance as he turned to the slender man. Do you share this sentiment? Brother, Mother specifically mentioned wanting vegetables, the slender man replied, his gaze fixated on the cart. apprehensive that Luo Xiaran and her companion might seize the opportunity to slip away. How? She wishes for me too. If you have the ability, why not procure it yourself? Why drag me into this? Zhang Liming retorted coldly, a sneer gracing his lips. If that woman were not his mother, he would have left long ago, sparing himself this tiresome ordeal with these inept individuals. Brother! The slender man attempted to protest, but upon witnessing Zhang Liming stride deeper into the fray, he could only cast a resentful glare at Junnan before following suit. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, he still could not match Zhang Liming's prowess. The others, seeing Zhang Liming refrain from action, begrudgingly followed suit. Were it not for Zhang Liming's exceptional skills, they wouldn't have made it this far. Obedience seemed the wiser course. Let's return with the supplies first. Once these people have departed, we can come back. Even if there are 10 of them, they can't carry much away. Luo Xiaran mused, casting a sideways glance at Zhang Liming, who led the way. She recalled her previous visit with Wu Yan and to procure provisions. Indeed, a man named Zhang Liming had existed in this town, albeit with half his face disfigured. A closer examination would reveal him to be the same individual. Though she was unaware of the trials Zhang Liming had faced since then, his remarkable strength and ability to emerge as a leader, despite his disfigurement, was not to be underestimated. It would be prudent to consider him an asset. Perhaps she should mention him to her father later. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Xiaran, accompanied by Junnan, maneuvered the cart out of the agricultural market. Once Luo Xiaran departed, Zhang Liming and his group commenced their plundering of the grain store. Each person eagerly hoisted a 50-pound sack of rice or flour over their shoulders. Zhang Liming, observing their greed, rolled his eyes in exasperation. If they encountered danger, they would surely turn to him for help. Had they not been neighbors, he would have little inclination to assist them. Brother, why aren't you taking anything? The slender man urged, noticing Zhang Liming as in action. Surely, the two of them should be taking more than the others. I have already moved items. Will you all fend off the monsters when the time comes? Zhang Liming replied, a sardonic smile curling his lips as he regarded his brother. I am but one person and cannot look after all 9 of you. This time is an exception. I shall not bring you along next time. Why speak so harshly? Brother, we've been neighbors for years. Shouldn't we help one another? The man standing behind the tall, slender figure spoke with a sycophantic smile. Without Zhang Liming, he would not dare to venture outside. Indeed, this individual, the son of a murderer, was even more terrifying than the monsters themselves when it came to slaying them. Zhang Liming, with a disdainful turn, recognized the true nature of these people. Having been neighbors for many years, words were futile. Just as he lifted his foot to exit the shop, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, and cold sweat instantly drenched his entire back. Chapter 41. No monsters vigilantly gazing outside, Zhang Liming cautiously stepped out of the store. Even as he stood on the pavement, he could not discern anything amiss. Nevertheless, he dared not relax his guard in the slightest. Brother Zhang, why are you lingering at the door? Have you gathered everything? Let us return. A seemingly honest man said as he emerged from the shop, carrying a sack of rice and patting Zhang Liming on the shoulder. Startled, Zhang Liming took a significant step forward and turned to the honest man, instructing, go back inside. Brother, why are you so jumpy? The tall, lean man, Song Kai, remarked with a glint of disdain in his eyes, also shouldering half a sack of rice. There is danger, Zhang Liming replied impatiently. Ha! Brother, it's broad daylight. Aside from us, there isn't a monster in sight. How could there be danger? Song Kai scoffed, preparing to leave with a few others. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled from the rooftop towards the group. Before Song Kai could react, Zhang Liming had already kicked him aside. The fireball struck a trash can in the street, igniting it and leaving a trail of ash in its wake. A one-eyed zombie, its eye a ghastly red, stood on the balcony of the grocery store, coldly surveying its prey below. The zombie was clad in a tattered suit, an attire reminiscent of a once successful individual, but its face was marred with blood, rendering its features unrecognizable. Ah! There's a monster! The honest man exclaimed in terror, dropping the sack of rice from his shoulder, paralyzed under the zombie's gaze. Song Kai, having been kicked, clutched his backside and lay on the ground, too frightened to rise. The remaining men cautiously retreated into the grain store, casting anxious and expectant glances at Zhang Liming. Alas, Zhang Liming was merely an enhanced superhuman, capable only of grabbing an oil barrel nearby and hurling it at the zombie. Following the fireball, the oil barrel exploded mid-air. Amidst the flames, The zombie leaped from the balcony and swiftly stretched its claws toward the honest man. Zhang Liming rushed forward, wielding a metal rod to strike at the zombie's arm. Sensing the danger, the zombie deftly evaded his attack, abandoning the honest man to focus on eliminating Zhang Liming. After exchanging blows for several moments, Zhang Liming managed to shatter the zombie's left arm, panting heavily. They had been surrounded by zombies on their way here, and it was his strength that had enabled their escape. Still fatigued from that encounter, he found himself lacking stamina against this mutated foe. As Zhang Liming battled the zombie, Song Kai cautiously rose from the ground, intent on fleeing back into the grain store. The zombie, sensing Song Kai's movement, launched a fireball at him. Though Zhang Liming harbored no fondness for Song Kai, he could not bear to witness his demise. As he searched for something to shield against the fireball, he positioned himself in front of Song Kai. As the fireball drew nearer, Zhang Liming found no suitable object at hand and prepared to strike the fireball with his metal rod. However, before he could act, Song Kai, hiding behind him, unceremoniously pushed Zhang Liming towards the approaching fireball. With a stumble, Zhang Liming was unable to evade in time, and the fireball struck his right cheek. The searing heat accompanied by sharp pain, along with the acrid scent of singed hair, compelled Zhang Liming to drop the iron rod in his hand and cover his face. The metallic tan of blood drove the zombies into a frenzy, as another fireball materialized, and the undead eagerly extended their right hands towards Zhang Liming. Chapter 42. Survival depends on you. Upon their return to the agricultural market, Luo Xiaran and Zhun Nani were met with a rather disheartening scene. 9 imposing men cowered within the grain store, avoiding any glance at the chaos outside, while Zhang Liming lay on the ground, battered and bruised, drawing in shallow breaths as he prepared for the impending onslaught of zombies. In less than 10 minutes, the situation had deteriorated alarmingly. Zhun Nani, with an expression of disbelief, observed the zombies, all the while tossing fireballs to divert their attention, remarking, "Perhaps it is betrayal." Luo Xiaran noticed the simmering resentment and hatred in Zhang Liming's eyes, a subtle smile playing on her lips. So this was the truth. Yet, she pondered how Zhang Liming had managed to endure during their last encounter. To save him. Zhun Nani surmised the reason, shrugging off the burden of concern. If we attempt to save him, whether he survives is a matter of fate. Although Luo Xiaran harbored the desire to claim Zhang Liming for her own, his grievous injuries left her uncertain of his chances for survival. Following her instructions, Zhun Nani swiftly engaged the zombies. The creatures, already weakened by Zhang Liming's earlier exertion of powers, proved no match for him and soon met their demise at the edge of his blade. "Miss Luo, here as a crystal core fire element," Zhun Nani announced, extracting the core from the decapitated zombie's head. After rinsing it in water, he held it in his palm, the warmth emanating from it almost tempting him to absorb its fiery energy. "Since it's of the fire element, I shall keep it." Despite the scarcity of crystal cores, Luo Xiaran was not one to be short-sighted. The enhanced abilities of Zhun Nani and Zhun Bei would undoubtedly render their future journeys considerably safer. Approaching Zhang Liming, Luo Xiaran looked down upon him and stated, "I can only provide you with rudimentary bandaging. Your survival is now in your own hands." Zhang Liming, already teetering on the edge of consciousness, succumbed to the darkness after hearing her words. He was determined to survive. The very people who had caused him such distress could not be allowed to live on. The individuals inside the grain store had also become aware of Luo Xiaran and her companion's arrival. As the zombies fell, Song Kai resumed his task of shouldering the grain, casting not a single glance at Zhang Liming as he strolled away with his companions. 2 others hesitated momentarily, but fearing the dangers of lagging behind, they gritted their teeth and pretended not to see, hastening to keep pace with the group. Luo Xiaran paid little mind to their departure, instructing Zhun Nani to tend to Zhang Liming's wounds. Meanwhile, she ventured into several other shops, extracting any remaining food supplies and piling them onto the street. A jeep driven by Zhun Bei rolled into the agricultural market, accompanied by an off-road vehicle, both arriving before Luo Xiaran. Luo Xiaran stepped out, having gathered an assortment of clothing, footwear, and bedding. "How fares the situation here?" he inquired, glancing at Zhang Liming. "Some dry goods and seasonings remain in the store. I've moved all the grain outside. We encountered a fire element zombie, and I gave the crystal core to Zhun Nani. Father, let us take this man with us. He may prove useful," Luo Xiaran replied as she continued to load the food into the vehicles. "The little one has the final say. Once we have gathered these items, let us return, for any further delay may cause concern to mother. Afterwards, we shall together explore the route to Province L. We cannot afford to wait until winter arrives to embark on our journey. Although the weather is still quite warm, No one can ascertain whether winter might arrive earlier than expected. After all, the current state of Blue Planet is capricious and fraught with peril. Chapter 43. Departing early tomorrow morning after a tranquil journey, we arrived at the old residence, where Chu Xinrui and Cui Jiu had already prepared lunch. Ever since the family members acquired their extraordinary abilities, their appetite had notably increased, including that of Chu Xinrui herself. The lunch consisted of a large pot of chicken stewed with potatoes, followed by sauerkraut blood sausage, a pot of winter melon and rib soup, accompanied by a pot of rice and corn cakes, a feast that seemed almost extravagant in this post-apocalyptic world. Once lunch was effortlessly devoured, Cui Jiu was assigned to care for Long Liming, while Chu Xinrui and Ku Nianyuan took a nap. The others gathered in the living room, where several maps collected earlier were spread out on the coffee table. Observing the current situation, it appeared that the zombie threat had stabilized somewhat. However, the zombies had begun to manifest their own abilities, so it was imperative for us to depart swiftly. Our destination was naturally Province L. You brothers should send a message ahead, Luo Xiaran remarked. The population in towns is substantial, so we must avoid them. In rural areas, we can take the opportunity to gather supplies. Although we currently have sufficient food, given our consumption rate, replenishing our stock is essential. The two vehicles need proper maintenance and reinforcement, and supplies must be loaded onto them. Regarding Nianyuan's abilities, we must keep this information confidential, as drawing attention to ourselves will only invite unnecessary troubles. Let us not extend unnecessary kindness during our journey. In these times, human intentions can be treacherous and mister. Jan's fate serves as a cautionary tale for us. Traveling during the day is relatively safer. If all goes well, we shall set off early tomorrow morning. As for the fuel situation, we will keep an eye out for other vehicles on the road, and if absolutely necessary, we can stop at a gas station. Understood, replied Junbi and Junnani, nodding in agreement. I will go fill some more water. We do not know the condition of the external water sources, so it is better to be cautious. Additionally, I suggest we practice our abilities on the road and gather makeshift weapons, as our ammunition is dwindling. Luo Xiaran added with a nod. Once it was determined that there were no further issues, the two brothers, Junbi and Junnani, rose first to head outside, one to send a message while the other meticulously checked the vehicles. Dad, what shall we do about our supplies? Luo Xiaran quietly asked while seated beside Luo Xiaran. The distance to Province L was not considerable, but in this post-apocalyptic era, it had become a daunting journey. She recalled the last trip with Wu Yanan, during which a portion of their supplies had been consumed by wild beasts in the mountains. How much food can you store? Luo Xiaoxian inquired, aware that the return journey would not be straightforward. Previously, we stockpiled over 5 tons of rice, wheat, corn, and soybeans, along with 3 tons of coal. It would be inconvenient to return for them later. With some effort, we can manage to fit it all. Haven't we packed them in burlap sacks? Cumulatively, it should suffice. However, considering those two brothers, the logistics of transporting it is a dilemma, Luo Xiaran replied after inspecting her backpack. Each sack weighs about 150 pounds. While we may not fit all the coal, we should have space for 2 compartments. I hadn't anticipated this quantity. I remember Wu Yanan only managed to secure around a ton of supplies. Could it be that someone took them away during this time? Luo Xiaran pondered, biting her lip. The mountains are currently unstable. It would be wise to take them along at night. Food is of lesser importance than lives, and besides, they are responsible for guarding the perimeter. As long as there is no evidence, it amounts to little. Luo Xiaoxian considered that the Jun family, being grand and prosperous, would require even more provisions in due course. If they approach with ample sincerity, it would also spare Luo Xiaran considerable trouble. Although the Luo family was not insignificant in the past, compared to the Jun family now, they are merely a drop in the ocean. One can only hope that Jun Lai is indeed a person worthy of trust. At his age, how many more years can he still endure? Chapter 44. Standing unconquered after meticulously reinforcing the vehicle, Luo Xiaoxian turned to Junbi and said, "We shall ascend the mountain tonight, with the 2 of you accompanying us. There are still some provisions and charcoal to bring back." Understood, sir. Junbi replied wisely without further inquiry, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the family hastily began to gather their belongings from the old residence. Every article of clothing, every usable item, was packed away with diligence. Following a sumptuous dinner prepared by Chu Xinrui, Luo Xiaoxian and Luo Xiaran armed themselves with long knives and set forth alongside the Jun brothers on their journey into the mountains. The location of the supplies lay on the mountainside behind the old house, within a natural cavern that had been transformed by the Luo family into a sanctuary from warfare and natural calamities. This cave not only housed provisions but also catered to all aspects of sustenance and shelter. Unfortunately, they could not remain isolated from the world indefinitely, otherwise the mountains would indeed serve as an excellent refuge. Due to the previous meteorite incident and the ensuing crimson rain, the wildlife in the mountains had become notably more active. Fortunately, no extraordinary abilities had emerged among the creatures, making the situation hazardous yet not fatal. In a remarkable display, Luo Xiaran unveiled her wood-based abilities to the Jun brothers for the first time, manipulating the underbrush to create a path for them, thereby lessening the challenges of traversing the rugged terrain. Along their journey, they successfully hunted 3 wild chickens, a hare, and 2 lynxes, eventually reaching the entrance of the cave. Concealed by lush grasses and shrubs, the small opening was difficult to detect, had it not been for Luo Xiaran's guidance and Luo Xiaran's psychic abilities. They might have searched for quite some time. As the grass parted to reveal the entrance, Luo Xiaran instructed, "You two remain outside. This is a place passed down through generations of the Luo family, accessible only to us." Though aware that this was merely a pretext, the Jun brothers obediently nodded, setting down their catch and turning to face the path they had traversed, pondering the potential benefits Luo Xiaran's wood abilities could bring to the Jun family. The cave's entrance was modest in size, and once inside, it bore additional concealment. The ground was strewn with brittle, yellowed grass, resembling the lair of a fierce beast. Behind this lay a narrow passage that led to the true storage area. With a flashlight in hand, the father and daughter ventured deeper. The air within the cave was damp, and bags of provisions were neatly stacked upon the stones. At the back of the cavern, droplets of water trickled from the ceiling, pooling into a small puddle. Luo Xiaran mused on her ancestors' foresight as she surveyed the cave's interior, swiftly transferring supplies into the backpacks they had prepared. Once the collection was nearly complete, 20 backpacks were filled to capacity. Remaining in the cave were several bags of grain and scattered lumps of charcoal. Luo Xiaoxian began transporting the grain outside, while Luo Xiaran sought out empty sacks to quickly gather the charcoal. 10 minutes later, the cave contained no remnants of any utility. Only then did Luo Xiaran emerge from the cavern, utterly satisfied. This time, these treasures would not be squandered on anyone. Rather, they would be exchanged for a considerable amount of crystal cores or precious stones and gold. This time, she would secure an invincible position. Chapter 45. I seek vengeance. After making 5 trips back and forth, the 4 individuals brought food and coal back to the old residence. Fortunately, their physical strength was commendable, and they did not feel overly fatigued. Once they had each taken their baths, Luo Xiaran noticed that Zhang Liming, who had been placed in the living room, had awakened. Bringing forth the meat porridge prepared by Chu Xinrui from the kitchen, Luo Xiaran settled on the sofa and addressed Zhang Liming. "Your wounds are not severe, but the injury to your face is quite serious. Moreover, the condition of that eye requires further observation, even if it does not lead to blindness. It may still affect your vision. Allow me to feed you some porridge first. We can discuss matters later." Without waiting for Zhang Liming's response, Luo Xiaran gently fed him spoonfuls of porridge. The meat porridge had simmered for several hours, necessitating no chewing. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Zhang Liming quietly accepted her care. Although he was uncertain of Luo Xiaran's motivations for saving him, he had nothing left to lose and thus felt no fear. As the bowl of porridge was consumed, Zhang Liming felt considerably better. "Thank you for saving me. Do you have any requests?" he inquired. "I see you possess considerable abilities. We are about to leave this place and would like to bring you along. However, if you prefer to depart on your own, that is also an option." Having recently experienced betrayal, Zhang Liming was not easily swayed, so he spoke candidly. "That is acceptable, but before that, I must seek vengeance." After contemplating for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, life must go on. It seems this family is relatively trustworthy. If anything arises, I can always leave later. Then rest well. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. Luo Xiaran smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate further. Given her father's prowess, it would be no challenge to win over Zhang Liming. And as long as he chose to stay, his departure would be improbable. "I will return to the town now. I will wait for you there tomorrow." Zhang Liming rose to stretch his aching body. Though he bore numerous wounds, none had injured his vital organs, so he could still manage to move. "That works too. There are electric scooters in the village. You can find one and ride it back." Luo Xiaran shrugged nonchalantly, knowing there were no zombies between the village and the town. Once Zhang Liming departed, Luo Xiaran returned to her soft bed. The leisurely days were about to come to an end. This might be the last time she could rest in bed for a while. Meanwhile, Zhang Liming found an electric tricycle in the village and sped towards the town. After approximately 40 minutes, he arrived at Song Kai's home. Due to his father's criminal past, Zhang Liming had not married or had children, remaining solitary in his 30s. In contrast, Song Kai had a complete family, including a beautiful wife. However, his wife had become a zombie, consuming their children, leaving only Song Kai and their mother remaining. With a fierce kick, he broke open the door to Song Kai's home and stepped inside, his face contorted with rage. Song Kai, disheveled and in disarray, rushed out of the room, accompanied by the rustling sounds from within. It was evident without much thought that a woman was present inside. Brother? Brother! You are still alive! Song Kai exclaimed in terror, gazing at the loathsome figure of Zhang Liming. Weak-kneed, he leaned against the door and sank to his knees. He could hardly believe that someone so gravely injured could still be alive. It was utterly infuriating. Why did he possess such extraordinary powers in this apocalyptic world? Becoming immensely strong. If it weren't for him, he would not have endured such bullying in his childhood. Chapter 46. Just one arm haul. Are you not delighted to see that I have not succumbed to death? Zhang Liming's lips curled into a smirk as he fixed his gaze on Song Kai, allowing the wounds on his face to ooze with crimson droplets. Why don't you just die? Wouldn't that be preferable? Song Kai, mastering his courage while leaning against the doorframe, retorted sharply. Why don't you take your own life? With contempt, Zhang Liming advanced, towering over Song Kai as he replied. How? I am a scoundrel, but do you truly believe you are any better? If it weren't for your murderous father, would I have been reduced to this state? Sharing the same mother as you makes me feel utterly revolted. Song Kai, being a man of intellect, understood that Zhang Liming's return meant he would not easily escape punishment. Thus, he refrained from any plea for mercy. Moreover, given the volume of their exchange, their mother would undoubtedly sense the commotion. Song Kai was resolute. He did not believe Zhang Liming would dare to take his life in front of their mother. Stop shifting the blame onto others. Your downfall is your own doing. I dealt with those who tormented you back then, yet you chose to wallow in degradation. Who can you blame for that? Zhang Liming scoffed. Zhang Liming's father had once been a carpenter in the town, while his mother, beautiful yet restless, had engaged in an affair with a local ne'er-do-well. When his father discovered their infidelity, in a fit of rage, he inadvertently killed someone and subsequently perished in prison. His mother remarried a lowly man of the Song family and soon bore Song Kai. Due to their parents' disgrace, the family was scorned in town. During their childhood, Song Kai often faced bullying, and Zhang Liming, as the elder brother, had shielded him. However, as time passed, Song Kai descended into a life of debauchery, even finding ways to torment Zhang Liming. From that moment, their brotherly bond was irreparably severed. Their mother, overly indulgent towards Song Kai, only exacerbated his moral decline. Zhang Liming had never fathomed that Song Kai would harbor such a profound hatred towards him, even resorting to violence. After all, Song Kai and their mother still relied on Zhang Liming for sustenance. How convenient for you to forget that when you attacked others and they dared not retaliate, they would only double their torment on me. Mother even began to pander to you. Why? Simply because you possess special abilities. Bah! Song Kai glared at Zhang Liming, his fists clenched in jealousy. Why was it so unjust? It was utterly unfair. He was so frail, while Zhang Liming was tall and robust, now endowed with extraordinary powers. Did this mean he would have to live under the shadow of others in the future? As Song Kai raised his voice in protest, a pale-faced woman emerged from another room. She had been mourning the loss of her formidable son, unaware that it was the other son who had instigated violence. Observing the envy-clouded eyes of despite Zhang Liming's injuries, Song Kai struggled briefly before being pinned to the ground by him. Don't say I, as your elder brother, have mistreated you. I only want one of your arms, Zhang Liming declared coldly, wrenching Song Kai's left arm with his enhanced strength. With a sickening rip of torn fabric, Song Kai let out a piercing scream. Tossing the severed limb aside indifferently, Zhang Liming watched as blood poured from Song Kai's wound. With one final glance at his mother, frozen in shock, he turned away without another word and strode out the door. From that moment on, he was truly alone in this world. Chapter 47. A hearty meal: sour cabbage stew with ribs, stir-fried pork with green beans, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, a bowl of shredded meat noodles, and a large pot of rice awaited on the dining table as I descended from the upper floor early in the morning. Once we hit the road, Such leisurely moments would surely be scarce, so it was imperative to indulge in a splendid meal while time permitted. Luo Xiaran emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl and chopsticks, and noticed that Luo Xiaran was already awake. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Even a small town with a population of merely tens of thousands harbors its dangers. One can only imagine the perils of a larger city." Luo Xiaran understood well that in tumultuous times, one must guard their wealth. On their journey, they would likely subsist on dry rations, with instant noodles being the most substantial fare. Previously, my mother and I had prepared numerous stuffed rice balls, which, when cooled, would pass unnoticed. Furthermore, with my mother and Nian Yuan present, nutritional considerations must be taken into account. Although it was clear that the road ahead would not be tranquil, Luo Xiaran wished to ensure that Chu Xinrui would not be left wanting. "We'll assess the situation as we travel, if possible. We should gather additional milk powder and calcium and vitamin supplements," Luo Xiaran said, patting Luo Xiaran's shoulder. Due to the abrupt arrival of the meteorite, his preparations had been somewhat lacking, but the presence of Nian Yuan, with his spatial abilities, rendered things considerably more manageable. Once everyone had packed their belongings and gathered at the table, they ate breakfast in silence. Each person was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. However, as long as they remained together, there was little to fear. After a bountiful breakfast, the group readied themselves for departure, packing everything they could from the old residence into the vehicles. Finally, Chuizhou reluctantly locked the door of the home he had inhabited for many years. Junbei and Junnani, the brothers, each took the wheel of a vehicle, leading with a jeep, which carried Luo Xiaran and Chuizhou. The following off-road vehicle was driven by Luo Xiaran and his wife, accompanied by Nian Yuan and 8 hunting dogs, with the 2 vehicles communicating via walkie-talkies. Not long after departing the townsfolk in the road, Luo Xiaran spotted Dong Liming waiting at the junction. At this moment, he had changed into a clean outfit, even replacing the bandage wrapped around his head. His electric tricycle was laden with enough provisions to last him a week. "We are headed to Province L. If you've made your decision, you may join us," Luo Xiaran called out, lowering the passenger window to address the indifferent Zhang Liming. "Province L? Very well." Zhang Liming nodded in response, gradually stowing his belongings into the trunk. However, as the trunk was already filled with various items, some of his possessions had to be placed beneath their seats. Zhang Liming was solely focused on leaving this place, thus, whether it was Province L or any other destination held little significance for him. Moreover, with Luo Xiaran's group comprising women and children, they appeared to pose minimal threat. The journey unfolded in silence, with the scenery outside the windows showcasing verdant mountains and waters, accompanied by the songs of birds and the hum of insects, an idyllic view that, paradoxically, evoked a sense of desolation. The fuel they carried was insufficient to sustain both vehicles on the winding path to Province L, as the detours would inevitably consume considerable time and resources. Moreover, the bumpy path would render the bodies of Chu Xinrui and Nian Yuan unable to endure the journey over several days. Taking these factors into consideration, Luo Xiaran and the others unanimously agreed to seek an opportunity to access the expressway. However, recognizing that highways are the primary escape route for many, they initially focused on the service stations leading to the expressway. It was imperative to personally ascertain whether the expressway was passable. Chapter 48. Not everything will be taken away. After 4 hours had elapsed, the 2 vehicles finally arrived at the entrance of the city. Although the highway entrance was not located within the city limits, one had to traverse half the city to access it. Considering the population density in the urban area, Luo Xiaran decided that they should first have lunch to replenish their energy before entering the city. Their entry was not solely for the purpose of accessing the highway. They also needed to gather some medicines and nutritional supplies. Lunch consisted of water boiled over charcoal, with each person having a bucket of instant noodles. They also brought out a considerable number of steamed buns and rice balls. Finding a large tree by the roadside, they spread a picnic cloth, creating a scene of leisure. However, only they understood that each person's weapon lay within arm's reach, and even while eating, they had to cautiously observe their surroundings. After all, with so many people in the city, no one could guarantee that mutated zombies or animals would suddenly appear. Only through vigilance could they hope to survive longer. The first gas station was not far after entering the city, situated adjacent to a supermarket. However, the supermarket's entrance had been shattered, and Luo Xiaran surmised that little of value remained inside. "Dad, you and the others head to the supermarket. Uncle Chui and I will check the gas station," Luo Xiaran communicated over the walkie-talkie to Luo Xiaran. Zombies are secondary. The foremost concern is the treachery of human hearts. Rest assured, Luo Xiaran replied with a helpless smile. Wondering if Luo Xiaran perceived him as some sort of overly naive person. The two formed a pair, and Luo Xiaran activated her psychic abilities, cautiously approaching the supermarket and gas station. After the incident with the lynx, she no longer fully relied on her psychic powers. The supermarket stood wide open, devoid of both zombies and humans. In contrast, the gas station contained 3 zombies locked within a room, seemingly confined by someone. Upon sensing human presence, the zombies began to violently slam against the door. Uncle Chui, I'll look for fuel containers. You check if there's any fuel left inside. Luo Xiaran was not well versed in the gas station's operations, so she assigned the task to Uncle Chui. In a conventional gas station, using barrels for refueling is prohibited. Fortunately, this was not a major city, and small blue barrels capable of holding 50 liters were concealed within the station. However, there was only 1 barrel outside, and to obtain more, they would have to venture into the room housing the zombies. Furrowing her brow slightly, Luo Xiaran drew her handgun, recognizing that her abilities were currently ineffective against zombies. Fortunately, the 3 zombies were all gathered at the door, which facilitated her movements. Aiming her gun, she fired. With a sharp bang, 1 zombie fell. The remaining 2 were dispatched with equal ease. Kicking the door open, she stepped over the fallen zombie and retrieved a fuel barrel, also snagging a half-open box of biscuits from the table. Despite being slightly damp due to the open packaging, such biscuits would be a rare treat in the days to come. Miss, there isn't much fuel left in the station. It seems the people who fled earlier have already come through. As Chuijio took the oil barrel from Luo Xiaran's hands, he quickly siphoned the gasoline while remarking, "Let us take one step at a time. Surely not everything will be taken from us." Gasoline, an irreplaceable resource in the present day, posed a dilemma even for Luo Xiaran, as her inn lacked any high-tech amenities or products. By the time Luo Xiaran and Chuijio had nearly finished extracting the fuel, Luo Xiaran had gathered some everyday necessities. Regrettably, items such as instant noodles, biscuits, and sausages had been completely cleared out. Just as the group prepared to set off once more, a van careened recklessly towards them. Luo Xiaran noted that the driver was a disheveled young woman. Chapter 49. The home of seafood. A van abruptly obstructed the path of the jeep, blocking their way. The woman inside the vehicle pushed open the door and stepped out, hastily knocking on the window, inquiring, "Where are you headed? May I accompany you?" "Apologies, but we are heading into the city," Luo Xiaran replied, waving her hand in refusal. Though a solitary woman posed little threat, Luo Xiaran was unwilling to take along someone who seemed of no use. "Into the city? There are monsters lurking within," the woman exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face, her fists clenching anxiously. "Then you should drive away yourself. Outside the city, there are hardly any monsters," Luo Xiaran chuckled. Not wishing to elaborate further, she turned to Junnan and said, "Let us move." "Wait, are you truly going into the city?" The woman hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I possess a key to a cold storage facility, though it has been without power for a while. There is a backup generator. If you take me along, I can share the contents with you." "Oh, neat," Luo Xiaran inquired, her interest piqued as she regarded the woman. Unfamiliar with the conditions in the city, she realized that if a cold storage facility existed, it must contain some meat. Currently, she had yet to open the inn, possessing only a few poultry and eggs collected from the village, and with several large men in the group, their rations were rapidly depleting. "No, it's seafood. My family runs a seafood business, and we just received a fresh shipment. My name is Mao Jianing. What do you think?" Mao Jianing allowed Luo Xiaran to scrutinize her. Previously, she had been hiding in her boyfriend's auto repair shop, but more acquaintances had arrived. To her dismay, those individuals had the audacity to touch her in front of her boyfriend, who feigned ignorance for the sake of a meal. Had she not cleverly seized the opportunity to escape in the car, she shuddered to think of her current predicament. Initially, she intended to flee to the countryside. But as a solitary woman, how long could she truly hide? With 2 vehicles in Luo Xiaran's group, and children along for the ride, she felt considerably safer. Moreover, it was Luo Xiaran, a mere girl, who had been making the decisions, which prompted Mao Jianing to finally mention the cold storage. "If the seafood is still there, you may join us. However, we are heading to Province L, and if you travel with us, I will be in charge." Luo Xiaran pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Anywhere is fine, as long as you remain trustworthy," Mao Jianing breathed a sigh of relief. "I can lead the way, but my vehicle is running low on fuel. What do you suggest? Luo Xiaran, just call me by my name, she replied. Let us drive first and discuss matters when we arrive. The jeep was packed to the brim with supplies, while the off-road vehicle was filled with hunting dogs. And Kunyan Yuan's space and backpack were also overflowing. Luo Xiaran would have to assess the situation before deciding on a course of action. Very well. Mao Jianing nodded decisively, starting the van and guiding Luo Xiaran and the others towards her family's cold storage facility. Inside the vehicle, Luo Xiaran activated the intercom and spoke to Luo Xiaran. Father, we are heading to the cold storage. It is said to contain seafood. The woman is named Mao Jianing. Whether she can be included remains to be observed further. This is a team under your leadership, so it is imperative for you to make your own judgments. Luo Xiaran smiled, showing no dissenting opinions. However, he noticed a concerning issue. Ever since Luo Xiaran confided in him, she had developed a habitual reliance on him to make decisions. This is not a favorable situation, as Luo Xiaran is no longer a child and must forge her own path. In these uncertain times, who can predict if they might one day part ways? Chapter 50. All for your own good. The journey was uneventful, devoid of any particularly dangerous zombies, and within approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the street where Mao Jianing claimed the cold storage facility was located. The entire street was lined with warehouses, and had it not been for Mao Jianing leading the way, they might never have ventured here. Though few zombies wandered the street, the sight of several slain undead scattered along the road caught Luo Xiaran's attention. She quietly activated her psychic ability, extending her senses. Through its feedback, she detected a minivan concealed behind one of the warehouses. Unfortunately, Mao Jianing lacked a walkie-talkie, and before Luo Xiaran could voice her warning, Mao Jianing had already stepped out of the vehicle, key in hand. Someone is trying to cut in. Prepare for combat, Luo Xiaran announced over the walkie-talkie before swiftly drawing her long blade and moving toward Mao Jianing. The man hiding behind the minivan had already crept closer before Mao Jianing even exited the car. Before she could unlock the cold storage door, two men seized her. Don't move, or this knife won't hesitate, one of them sneered, pressing a blade against Mao Jianing's throat while brandishing it toward Luo Xiaran. Let me go, you bastards! Mao Jianing struggled, but the man's grip was unyielding. She regretted her greed now. Had she known this man would ambush her here, she would never have returned. Behave, and once we've had our fun, we'll let you go, the man whispered, licking her ear with a revolting chuckle. Dream on! Mao Jianing stomped at his foot, but he dodged effortlessly, tightening his hold until she gasped for air. As the others emerged from hiding, a timid-looking man stepped forward, pleading. Ning Ning, the world is dangerous now, food is scarce. If you just obey brotherly, you'll still eat well every day. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't make him angry. Scram! You spineless worm! I was your girlfriend, and you're selling me out. Disgusting! Mao Jianing spat, her glare venomous. For my own good. Don't make me laugh. You're just trading me for a meal. She ceded, recalling how her parents had once helped him. If only she'd seen his true nature sooner, she would have dumped him ages ago. Release my companion, or I won't hold back, Luo Xiaran interjected coldly, drawing her pistol. There was no need for pleasantries with scum like this. Besides, she had no intention of letting anyone else claim the seafood in that cold storage. Still, out of sympathy for Mao Jianing's betrayal mirroring her own past, she decided to leave the cowardly ex-boyfriend for Mao Jianing to deal with. Jun Nani, Cui Jiu, and the others, now out of the vehicle, raised their firearms in unison, aiming at the assailants. Faced with 5 handguns, even Li Gu, who had a grip on Mao Jianing's neck, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, we live in a society governed by law, and Li Gu was merely a petty thug. Firearms were something to be observed from a distance, never to be trifled with. However, the thought of the cold storage filled with enough seafood to last them for half a month, coupled with his extraordinary abilities, brought a smile to his face as he remarked, "Let's not be hasty, let's be friends. I can offer you half of the seafood from the cold storage. But this fleeing woman must remain with us." Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Mao Jianing anxiously bit her lip. Her mind clouded with uncertainty regarding what decision Luo Xiaran might ultimately make. In comparison to the seafood, she felt she held little value. Chapter 51. He will not have it easy. Seafood undoubtedly constitutes half of my share, yet it is bestowed upon me as the host. You, an uninvited stranger. Do you truly believe you can assert control? Would you care to test whether your blade is swifter than my bullet? Luo Xiaran curled her lips into a subtle smile, captivating the attention of several men. Despite her youth, her 20 years of experiences imbued her expressions with a distinctive charm that set her apart. Previously, Luo Xiaran had concealed her true self, but after the apocalypse, she allowed herself to be liberated. After all, Luo Xiaran was already aware of certain truths, and the constant masquerade had grown tiresome. Thus, she resolved to gradually reinvent her former image. In these times, who truly cares for whom? Regrettably, a beautiful visage in the apocalypse brings forth more peril than opportunity, compelling Luo Xiaran to strive even harder to enhance the combat prowess of herself and her family. For only in this way could she ensure their safety. Observing Luo Xiaran's unwavering determination, Ma Jianing let out a sigh of relief. At last, she had not misjudged the situation. Had she been betrayed once more, she might not have been so fortunate to escape. Seeing Luo Xiaran's blatant disregard, Brotherly exchanged glances with the others and subsequently handed Ma Jianing over to them for restraint, stating coldly, "You are refusing hospitality. If you choose to remain, then remain you shall." Before anyone could react, Brotherly vanished from sight. Luo Xiaran furrowed her brow slightly, surprised to discover the existence of an invisibility power. However, while Brotherly may have disappeared from view, it was impossible for him to evade her mental perception. "Uncle Chui, 3 o'clock, Luo Xiaran remarked while observing her surroundings. Even when invisible, his speed was merely that of an ordinary person. Did he truly believe he could surpass them? Upon receiving Luo Xiaran's command, Chui Jiu aimed and fired in the direction indicated. Brotherly materialized into view, a bullet having struck his right arm, blood beginning to seep from the wound. "This is impossible. How did you see me?" Brotherly exclaimed, astonished. Previously, he had relied on his invisibility to seize supplies effortlessly, and now being exposed instilled a profound sense of panic within him. "Simply because you are exceedingly arrogant. Release him, or prepare to pay with your life today," Luo Xiaran taunted. Invisibility, after all, held little practical value. Who could predict the actions of one who relied on such an ability? Cunning, indeed. "Let us go." Clutching his wound, Brotherly gritted his teeth. It is unwise to challenge the inevitable. However, he would remember this debt and ensure they paid dearly in the future. Brotherly ordered his men to capture Ma Jianing's boyfriend, and the group retreated to their van, leaving without a backward glance. While waiting for Ma Jianing to unlock the door, Luo Xiaran inquired, "Are we truly letting him go?" Brotherly is not a benevolent soul. He will not allow Ma Jianing to go unscathed after failing to acquire what he sought. Ma Jianing, upon hearing this, pressed her lips together, a bitter smile gracing her face. How had she never realized the nature of the friends she chose? Now, having fallen into the hands of others, she was reaping the consequences of her own choices. Well, he is merely a scoundrel. In due time, we shall discover something far better. Luo Xiaran comfortingly patted Ma Jianing and then eagerly ventured into the cold storage. It was uncertain when the backup power had also ceased. Yet a faint chill lingered within the cold room, where numerous foam boxes were neatly stacked together. Opening one of the boxes at hand, it contained salmon, presumably accompanied by ice cubes for the sake of preservation and sale. Chapter 52. The desire to discard water. Luo Xiaran estimated that there were over 1,000 boxes of seafood in the cold storage. However, both her backpack and Kunyan Yuan's space were already completely filled. What, then, should be done with all this seafood? What is the matter? Ma Jianing inquired, noticing Luo Xiaran's silence. "This is a new batch, mostly marine fish, with some lobsters and shellfish as well. I'm just contemplating how to transport it," Luo Xiaran replied, waving her hand dismissively. She then stepped out of the cold storage and approached the off-road vehicle, asking, "Mother, how much water can you store in a day?" "Regarding the water dispenser, we can accommodate just over 2 barrels, approximately 50 liters, Chu Xinru estimated. However, to store 50 liters, it would take about 3 hours. So even while sitting in the car, I continuously release the water source, honing my abilities while preparing for unforeseen circumstances. I previously gathered quite a bit of water, but with over 1,000 boxes of seafood, I think it's best to discard some of it," Luo Xiaran said, pursing her lips and glancing at Luo Xiaoxian, who had followed her. "Make your decision. Right now, our priority is survival. As long as we have enough water to drink, that suffices. The seafood can also enhance our quality of life," Luo Xiaoxian said, ruffling Luo Xiaran's hair. While water is vital, their water-based abilities made transporting seafood the most prudent choice. Luo Xiaran had considered not only drinking water but also daily washing, thus she had filled an entire compartment with well water. Discarding it now might seem wasteful. But considering Chu Xinrue's fondness for fish and shrimp, Luo Xiaran felt resolved. Returning to the cold storage with Kunyan Yuan, Luo Xiaran addressed Mao Jianing. How do you plan to transport your portion? If you don't mind, I can temporarily store it for you. We can forego the van. Having too many vehicles is resource intensive. And we still need to collect gasoline in the city. Then I would greatly appreciate your assistance. I've been following you all along. So just include me during meal times, Mao Jianing said, recognizing Luo Xiaran's kindness after she had previously saved her. Moreover, given that Luo Xiaran was armed and honorable, associating with her through the seafood was undoubtedly advantageous. Despite her curiosity about how Luo Xiaran intended to transport the seafood, Mao Jianing wisely turned and exited the cold storage. Once she left, Luo Xiaran and Kunyan Yuan began their task. Xiao Yuan emptied the containers filled with water and began to gather the seafood, packing it with foam boxes. As Luo Xiaran drained the well water from her backpack, she remarked to Kunyan Yuan, most of this seafood needs to be stored in your space, but unfortunately, it cannot preserve freshness. We must consume it promptly to avoid waste. After approximately half an hour of diligent work, they successfully packed all the seafood together. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Luo Xiaran glanced at the damp floor, tossed the key to the cold storage onto the ground, and turned to secure the main door. All done, Xiao Yuan. Remember to enjoy the snacks and sweets, alright? Luo Xiaran gently patted the obedient Kunyan Yuan, playfully poking his forehead, before addressing Mao Jianing. Jianing, why don't you accompany me in the front car? I shall also take this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. We are heading to Province L. And I hope you can demonstrate a compelling reason for me to remember you along the way. Rest assured, although I lack superpowers, I will certainly not hinder your progress. However, I do require a weapon. Mao Jianing understood that even the contribution of seafood would not guarantee that Luo Xiaran would continue to keep her by her side. With unwavering determination, she declared, in this world, relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. I must strive to survive and not let my parents' expectations down. Chapter 53, Cultivating Habits in Advance. In just a single afternoon, Luo Xiaran had come to accept Mao Jianing's presence. Although Mao Jianing was not significantly taller than Luo Xiaran, wielding a machete, she appeared as a fearless warrior, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld her. As they cleared the zombies and collected crystal cores, they sought suitable gas stations based on Mao Jianing's suggestions. By the time both vehicles reached the toll station at the highway entrance, they had amassed dozens of barrels of gasoline, which Luo Xiaran discreetly stowed away in her backpack. However, as dusk fell, the night road proved treacherous. After careful consideration, Luo Xiaran resolved to spend the night in a convenience store not far from the toll station. Dinner was prepared by Chu Xinrue, who first simmered a pot of fish soup and then braised a crucian carp. They relished a sumptuous meal of fish soup accompanied by ham sausages and instant noodles sourced from the convenience store. The hunting dogs were also released from the cramped vehicle, settled at the entrance, and fed rice soaked in the prepared bone broth. Trained by the Chuijiu system, the dogs would only bark in the face of danger. The first half of the night was kept watch by me and Jun Nangli, while the latter half was entrusted to Uncle Chui and Jun Bi. After a long day, everyone was advised to freshen up. Following dinner, Luo Xiaran suggested clearing the store's shelves, laying down cardboard on the floor, and placing sleeping bags on top. Although the day seemed peaceful, Luo Xiaran believed that as time progressed, the zombies would become increasingly formidable, and she aimed to instill the habit of night watch among everyone to avoid chaos later. The assigned individuals had no objections. Chu Xinrue took Kunyan away to rest, while Mao Jianing prepared hot water for the watchers using coal before settling down for the night. The night sky was shrouded in thick clouds, the moon obscured, and the stars nowhere to be seen, plunging the outside into utter darkness. Luo Xiaran refrained from wasting her flashlight, opting instead to place several glow sticks around her sleeping bag to ensure a flicker of light. Keeping watch was an exceedingly monotonous task, and as Luo Xiaran could not continuously exert her mental abilities, she would observe the vicinity of the convenience store every 20 minutes. Fortunately, the 8 hunting dogs nestled peacefully beside Chuijiu and Luo Xiaran, as she absent-mindedly stroked Heishan's belly, enduring the long, tedious night. Miss Luo, you should rest, Jun Bi suggested, having not slept soundly himself. After a while, he emerged from his sleeping bag and quietly approached Luo Xiaran. Yes, there are instant noodles, ham sausages, and chicken feet over there. Help yourselves if you feel hungry, Luo Xiaran replied, stretching her stiff back. She patted Heishan, who had stood up beside her, and lay down between Kunyan and Mao Jianing. As Luo Xiaran conversed with Jun Bi, Chuijiu, who was closest to them, opened his eyes and subsequently switched shifts with Jun Nangli. Despite having left the military for years, Trejo's skills remained sharp. The long night passed quietly, and around 5 o'clock, the sun began to rise slowly from the west. A faint glimmer of light gradually intensified, ultimately enveloping the earth in a misty shroud. The crowing of roosters and the cheerful chirping of birds heralded the arrival of a new day. When Chu Xinru awoke, Ma Jianing was already busy preparing breakfast. With health in mind, she had simmered a large pot of seafood porridge, devoid of salt yet imbued with a subtle brininess that tantalized everyone's taste buds. Accompanied by pickled vegetables, steamed buns, rice balls, and corn cakes, the scene appeared deceptively ordinary, as if the apocalypse were but a figment of imagination. However, they all understood that this was merely their reality. Even Ma Jianing marveled at her good fortune in joining such an exceptional team, especially considering she had gone to bed hungry the night before. Chapter 54. Allowing Junlai to depart having packed all the edible provisions from the convenience store. 2 vehicles ventured onto the highway, navigating through a toll station. A considerable number of cars were stalled at the entrance, impeding their progress. Jun Bei and Jun Nani went ahead to assess the situation, while the others examined the surrounding vehicles, siphoning gasoline from those that contained it, thereby clearing a path. Within the scope of their psychic abilities, numerous vehicles large and small were disarmed, remnants of those who had fled before them. Luo Xiaran communicated this information via the intercom. Upon receiving instructions, the group designated Ku Nianyuan and Chu Xinru to guard the vehicles, while the others began inspecting those on the roadway. Most cars contained gasoline, and accumulating this resource would allow them to travel a greater distance. The 2 brothers, who had ventured on foot to scout the road, returned approximately half an hour later, informing Luo Xiaran that only the entrance was congested. Once on the highway, the journey was relatively smooth. This segment encompassed a singular urban area, which was modest in size and lacked considerable military presence. Thus the highway remained largely unaffected except for remnants of previous accidents. Although a few zombies occasionally appeared, their combat prowess rendered the path ahead not overly perilous. With this newfound information, Luo Xiaran and her companions divided their tasks. Some siphoned gasoline, while others maneuvered the vehicles. The presence of Zhang Liming, who possessed enhanced strength, considerably improved their efficiency. Despite his disfigured visage and impaired vision in one eye, his demeanor remained cold. Yet he executed Luo Xiaran's commands with unwavering diligence. After approximately an hour of industrious effort, the 2 vehicles successfully merged onto the highway. The expansive and smooth thoroughfare significantly eased their journey. Just as hunger began to gnaw at them, they were on the cusp of entering Province L. Province L is a hub of heavy industry, a stronghold of education and agriculture, boasting the most comprehensive array of industrial sectors in the nation. A populous region with a thriving commercial landscape, encompassing 14 prefecture-level cities and 17 county-level cities. The journey from the border to the Jun family's stronghold in City S would not be an easy one. Considering the arduous path ahead, Luo Xiaran resolved to first replenish their energy and prepare a sufficient supply of easily consumable food, while also educating her companions about the perils of this apocalyptic world. Their previous leg of the journey had been devoid of major crises, primarily due to the absence of large crowds. In this dystopian reality, the threats of zombies and mutated beasts loomed, yet the gravest danger resided within the hearts of men. Luo Xiaran was loath to take any risks, as she bore the responsibility for the lives of her team, including her beloved parents. Thus she proceeded with utmost caution. Their luncheon consisted of barbecued fare, enjoyed under the vast sky along the highway. A few men stood guard for safety, while several women diligently tended to charcoal grills, focused on grilling fish. Although ice had been prepared in the seafood containers, the absence of refrigeration had resulted in half a box of melted water. Luo Xiaran was compelled to expedite the cooking of the seafood to avert waste. While she and her companions prepared their meal, Jun Bei discreetly messaged Junlai, simultaneously retrieving a prior response. Upon seeing the previously printed reply from the teleprinter, a flicker of surprise crossed Jun Bei's eyes. Although he was well aware of Junlai's deep concern for Luo Xiaran, he had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, the patriarch of the Jun family would permit Junlai to leave their stronghold to welcome Luo Xiaran. It was fortunate that he seized the opportunity to pay attention. Otherwise, they might have missed their chance entirely. Yet, he could not help but wonder how Junlai and his entourage were faring at this very moment. Chapter 55. On the highway, the once thriving metropolis now lay in ruins, its grandeur reduced to crumbling walls. Scattered vehicles littered the asphalt, while shattered shop windows and pools of darkened blood, along with eerie white bones in the corners, evoked a profound sense of melancholy. A convoy of 5 military jeeps steadily navigated through the remnants of the city. The rear seats of the jeeps had been removed, and supplies haphazardly filled the interiors. Where a dozen men clad in camouflage sat among the provisions, occasionally nibbling on instant noodles or sipping from bottles of mineral water. Why does the boss insist on coming himself? Aren't the Nanbei brothers available? A young man, scarred and around 20, gaunt in appearance, nudged his companion and whispered. The Nanbei brothers are not omnipotent. With 20 of us struggling through this journey, how can we rely solely on them? His companion replied, taking a sip of water and letting out a sigh. Having perused the intelligence reports beforehand, they understood the nature of the family the Nanbei brothers were tasked with retrieving. In times of such peril, bringing along a liability necessitated additional manpower. Yet, none of them anticipated that a mere acquaintance would compel the boss to take such a personal risk to bring these individuals to safety. Indeed, it seemed that the men of the Jun family were inherently driven by a fervor for love. Yet, they pondered when the one who could evoke such passion would finally appear. Well, at least we've gathered quite a few tasty morsels along the way, the young man muttered, finishing his last bite of noodles. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to follow the boss's directives without question. Ha! It's either gaming or eating. If only we had trained more rigorously, we would have sustained injuries, a refined-looking man remarked, playfully tapping the young man's head with mild discontent. Ouch! How was I to know so many monsters would suddenly appear? The young man protested, rubbing his sore head, pouting slightly. After all, he couldn't predict the future. Enough of your chatter. Don't distract Zhenyan from scouting, admonished Junlai from the passenger seat, turning back to address them. Keep an eye on the communicator. We cannot afford to miss any updates on their whereabouts or any potential dangers they might face. Fear not, the communicator is always on, the young man replied, sticking out his tongue, hesitant to speak further. Don't worry, with Nanbei accompanying them, there is no cause for concern, Xiao Zhenyan reassured Junlai, noting his serious demeanor. Xiao clutches the communicator tightly at night. He won't miss a thing. Indeed, boss. Rest assured we will accomplish the mission flawlessly, Jun chimed in, mock saluting and shaking the box beside him with a grin. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the box. Jun hastily opened it, only to hear the communicator emitting a series of beeps. After carefully identifying the information from home, he exclaimed, Boss, Nanbei has reached the border. They are traveling on the highway and have encountered no danger. They are currently dining, indulging in seafood. I can hear it. Junlai let out a sigh of relief, glad that he had not missed out and had avoided any peril. However, he was surprised by how swiftly Junbei and the others were progressing, regrettably. They still had some distance to cover before reaching their destination. If only I had joined Nanbei and the others, I would have relished the seafood as well. Jun-yi, filled with envy, pursed his lips and inquired, what did the leader's reply convey? They should continue on the expressway. Once we have gathered our supplies, we will also take the highway. After a moment of contemplation, Junlai replied, very well, since we have received news. Let us find a place to rest and enjoy a warm meal. Chapter 56, A Peculiar Situation. Young master, there is a supermarket ahead, shall we enter? At that moment, the voice of the butler, Jun Chong, resonated through the intercom from the vehicle at the front. A supermarket? Let us proceed inside. We can resolve our lunch there and rest sufficiently before continuing our journey. We are about to access the expressway, replied Junlai, grasping the intercom. With Jun Chen's spatial abilities, they had been gathering supplies while on the move, as a group of 20 would inevitably require sustenance. After disconnecting the intercom, the leading jeep halted at the entrance of the supermarket. Although labeled as a supermarket, it resembled a small two-story shopping mall. The ground floor offered daily necessities and food, while the upper level featured electronics and clothing. Once the 5 vehicles parked in succession, Xiao Zhenyan was the first to employ his abilities to assess any impending dangers. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had noticed a significant enhancement in his mental faculties, coupled with a nascent precognitive ability, which had been crucial in ensuring their safety thus far. Despite sensing no immediate threat, an unsettling feeling lingered. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Xiao Zhenyan addressed Junlai. I can only foresee a fraction of what may come, otherwise, we would not have encountered injuries previously. Everyone, remain vigilant and act cautiously. Leave one person to guard each vehicle, Junlai commanded, drawing his tendal. He was well aware of Xiao Zhenyan's capabilities, yet entering the supermarket was a logical choice. As city, as the stronghold of the Jun family had suffered considerable losses since the apocalypse began, given its substantial population. Fortunately, most residents were trained combatants, allowing them to stabilize within a mere fortnight. Consequently, the Jun family required a greater supply of resources to sustain such a large populace. The intelligence regarding crystal nuclei obtained from Luo Xiaran had significantly bolstered the Jun family's resources, attracting numerous individuals with special abilities. With a wealth of talent emerging from the Jun family and their strategic advantages, Jun Lai had broached the subject of Luo Xiaran with his grandfather after achieving stability. Regardless, Luo Xiaran was of particular interest to him, and amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, he felt compelled to ensure her safety and proximity. Moreover, their team's mission was to gather more supplies. With Jun Chen's assistance, the spatial area had expanded to the size of a basketball court. Thanks in part to Luo Xiaran's insights, prompting Jun Lai to enhance Jun Chen's abilities for greater efficiency. Even though Jun Chong did not possess offensive powers, his years of service as Jun Lai's butler had rendered him proficient in firearms and blade techniques, equipping him to bear the weight of their amassed resources. Each of the 15 individuals grasped a tendao, arranging themselves in a formation with 3 people guarding each side, while Jun Lai, Jun Chong, and Shao Shenyan positioned themselves cautiously at the center as they advanced into the supermarket. At the checkout counter, a decapitated zombie lay sprawled on the floor, its decaying body emanating a foul stench. Nearby, items such as chewing gum remained neatly stacked on the shelves, having been overlooked during hasty retreats. As they were hardly considered, however, the Jun family's team is currently adhering to the principle of free lice, thus, without any need for Jun Lai's instructions. Each group swiftly dispatched 2 individuals to pack the items into plastic bags, which were then handed over to Jun Chong for storage in the spatial realm. Chapter 57, Picking on soft targets. After tidying up the chewing gum and breath mints near the cash register, the group continued their exploration within the supermarket. To the left of the entrance lay the fresh produce section, where most fruits and vegetables had succumbed to rot. Only a few radishes and potatoes remained, either sprouting or wilted. Unfortunately, there was little choice, so everything still edible was gathered up. At the rear of the fresh produce section, the freezer compartment revealed that while the raw meat exuded a foul odor, the yogurt and beverages remained intact. Having traversed the fresh produce area, they entered the territory of candies and biscuits. Regrettably, most biscuits had already been taken, leaving only a few scattered remnants on the floor. Fortunately, the subsequent shelves of tobacco, alcohol, milk powder, and snacks were still half-stocked, ensuring their efforts were not in vain. The final section for condiments was the best preserved, much to the benefit of Jun Lai and his companions. On the right side of the entrance, there were kitchenware, towels, soap, and shampoo items often overlooked in times of escape, yet they remained well preserved. After clearing out the entire first floor, including the warehouse inventory, Jun Chong turned his attention to the matter of lunch. Despite their party of 20, only he, the steward, possessed culinary skills. 4 individuals stayed with Jun Chong on the first floor while Jun Lai led the others upstairs to continue their search. Ascending the staircase step by step, the expression of Shao Shenyan grew increasingly grave, while Jun Lai and his companions brandished their 10 swords, remaining vigilant. As the last person set foot on the landing, before they could fully discern the layout of the second floor, a flash of white lightning struck towards Jun Lai and his group. Swiftly evading the bolt, they turned their attention to the source of the attack. Lightning. Quite rare. I wonder if it's human or beast, Shao Zhenyan remarked, furrowing his brow. The majority of the Jun family members wielded fire abilities, followed by earth, with lesser representations of wood, water, enhancement, and even wind, ice, and space. Encountering lightning was unprecedented. It likely isn't a living person, Jun Lai replied, raising an eyebrow. Pair up and spread out to conduct a thorough search. Do not engage directly. Signal to encircle should you encounter a threat, and be cautious of formidable adversaries. Upon receiving their orders, the group dispersed to search. However, since Shao Shenyan was not an offensive type, he remained with Jun Lai, while the previously boisterous Jun eagerly charged ahead with others. Approximately 2 minutes later, Jun Yi's group was the first to encounter a target. It was a female zombie clad in a sales associate's uniform, her eyes glowing with a red hue tinged with orange. Signaling to the others, the 10 approached the creature cautiously. As they drew nearer, the female zombie launched another attack, this time targeting Shao Zhenyan. Wow, this monster knows how to pick on soft targets. Be careful, brother Zhenyan, Jun Yi teased, unleashing a blade of wind towards the female zombie while playfully addressing Shao Zhenyan. Enough chatter, focus your attacks, and if injured, do not follow, Jun Lai admonished sternly. As a warrior, one should never approach battle with a lack of seriousness. Junlai did not expect that, despite the lessons learned from their previous encounter. Jun-Yi would still fail to remember. Did he truly believe that possessing skill rendered him invincible and fearless? Junlai found himself regretting having encouraged Jun-Yi to pursue his dreams in esports all those years ago. Boss, I was wrong. Acknowledging his mistake, Jun-Yi focused intently on his offensive. The synergy between the wind element and Junlai's fire element magnified their power, and approximately 15 minutes later, the battle concluded successfully. With no casualties. Chapter 58, A Chameleon. Having extracted the crystal core, Junlai instructed everyone to pack up their belongings for descent. He sheathed his tan knife and directed Qi Zichun, the closest to the zombies, to retrieve the crystal core, while he contemplated a leisurely stroll on the second floor, pondering a suitable gift for his imminent encounter with Luo Xiaran. Just as the group relaxed and began to collect supplies, a glint of cold light surged towards Qi Zichun, who was preparing to extract the crystal core. Despite the absence of his right arm, Qi Zichun wielded his knife with his left hand to deflect the attack. The sharp sound drew the attention of his companions, who turned to witness Qi Zichun cautiously poised with his blade, surrounded by nothingness. Alas! The head of the female zombie lay shattered, and the crystal core had vanished without a trace. Jun-Yi, harnessing his wind-based abilities, swiftly approached Qi Zichun to provide assistance when another flash of cold light emerged. Caught off guard by an attack from behind, Qi Zichun had no choice but to dive to the ground, rolling to regain his footing. What on earth is that? Jun-Yi, rushing to aid, caught sight of a fleeting shadow and halted abruptly. When he saw the creature again, it had vanished once more. Meanwhile, Junlai and his companions cautiously advanced, bracing themselves for the next onslaught. However, the clothing and shoe racks on the second floor impeded their visibility, leaving them unable to discern the source of the attack on Qi Zichun. Xiao Shenyan strained to use his abilities to see something, but regrettably, his powers could not extend outward. Even with a sense of impending danger, he remained oblivious to its origin. Another flash of cold light materialized, yet this time, Gao Tianhou was not fortunate enough to evade the assault. Thankfully, although the target was his neck, Jiang Zihu, standing beside him, managed to pull him aside just in time, resulting in 3 bloody gashes on his shoulder. Boss, it appears to be a chameleon. On the opposite side, Jian Liang, with his enhanced vision, finally discerned the creature's true form. It was a chameleon, roughly the size of a woman's forearm, which, due to its color-changing ability, made it difficult to detect and allowed it to strike with ease. Who brings a chameleon into a shopping mall? This is absurd, Jun-Yi muttered in exasperation, feeling a rising sense of urgency. The chameleon's speed and ability to become invisible rendered it exceedingly challenging to identify. Do not panic, remain still and silent. Do not rely on sight, listen with your ears. The chameleon will produce sound while it moves. Junlai, aware of the imminent danger, summoned a fireball into his palm. The atmosphere remained tense for several minutes until the chameleon launched another attack on the group. As the cold light materialized, Junlai hurled the fireball, which, although it missed its target, inadvertently enraged the chameleon, prompting it to emit a hissing noise. Unbeknownst to the chameleon, this very sound provided the others with guidance. Lei Jun, with his enhanced hearing, was the first to pinpoint the chameleon's location, and he swung his tan knife powerfully towards the sound. With a decisive strike, a green tail, dripping with blood, fell to the ground. The chameleon, despite maintaining its invisibility, could not conceal its presence, as the blood betrayed its every move. The tormented chameleon accelerated its assault, leaving Lei Jun struggling to defend himself, with several gashes appearing on his arm. Just as the standoff persisted, Jun-Yi unleashed a blade of wind that struck the chameleon's head. With a resounding thud, the lifeless chameleon collapsed to the ground, and a crimson crystal core rolled away to the side. Chapter 59, The Evolution of Oneself. Picking up the crimson crystal core, Jun-Yi remained vigilant, awaiting confirmation that no further attacks would ensue before he began to search the surroundings. Regrettably, the crystal core that belonged to the female zombie was still nowhere to be found. Was this a gain or a loss? Handing the crystal core to Junlai, Jun-Yi murmured his dissatisfaction, pondering what had become of the earlier core in the possession of the chameleon. After fondling the red crystal core for a moment, Junlai broke the silence, asking, "What do you think, Zheng Yan?" "Well, let us take a look inside," Shao Zhongyan replied, stroking his chin after utilizing his abilities to sense the surroundings. He had not previously realized that the crystal cores were not solely for the use of ability users. However, upon opening the chameleon's abdomen, he discovered that the crystal core had shattered into tiny fragments, with a significant loss of energy, leaving him utterly astonished. It seemed that zombies and mutated animals had their own methods of evolution, necessitating greater caution in the future. Jun Lai furrowed his brow and instructed, "Relay this information back home. Everyone, quickly move the items." Subsequently, they meticulously gathered everything they could find, from shoes and clothing to even women's lingerie, leaving no stone unturned. Naturally, they collected all the bedding from the second floor as well. Upon returning downstairs, Jun Chen's lunch was nearly prepared. It consisted first of instant noodles with eggs and ham, followed by bread, milk, and other perishable items, culminating in various bags of chicken legs, wings, feet, and marinated meat, all arranged in a basin for easy access. After enjoying a hearty and satisfying lunch, the group set off once more. With news from Luo Xiaran aside, they took to the expressway directly this time. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaran and her companions, having rested sufficiently, also resumed their journey. With ample fuel, both Luo Xiaran and Kunyan Yuan were well stocked, thus she did not decline Jun Bei's suggestion to continue on the expressway. Moreover, Luo Xiaran had already perceived through her mental abilities that Jun Bei was in communication with someone, although the specifics of their discussion remained unclear. It appeared that assistance was on the way. As the surrounding city became increasingly bustling, the expressway grew more congested with vehicles and people alike. However, Luo Xiaran had no intention of wasting time with others, resolutely ignoring any obstacles that appeared in front of her. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. When she sought to stop at a service area on the expressway for fuel, she was intercepted by a group of over 20 individuals. Observing the makeshift barricade constructed from nails, wire, and wood, along with the intimidating presence of the group, Luo Xiaran frowned in annoyance. Fully aware that her appearance might provoke unnecessary trouble, she decided to leave the negotiations to Chuizhou and Jun Bei. The two stepped out of the vehicle. Confronting the opposing group, Luo Xiaran did not believe that Jun Bei would be incapable of resolving such a minor issue. So she refrained from expending her mental energy, instead opting to open her backpack and meticulously assess the supplies she had on hand. Upon arriving at the secure base of the Jun family, her foremost task was to activate the inn, followed by exchanging the stored supplies for exquisite antiques or zombie crystal cores. Currently, there were few who understood the utility of the crystal cores, allowing her to procure them at a favorable price in the short term. Moreover, as the level increased, the quantity of food that could be reproduced within the inn would also rise, creating a continuous cycle of resources. Even if the Jun family later sought to seize the inn, they would be unable to impose their will upon her as Wu Yinan had, compelling her to choose to shatter into jade rather than remain intact as mere tiles. Chapter 60. Bartering. It remains unclear what discussion transpired between Jun Bei and the other party. However, the situation was ultimately resolved through a display of force. Fortunately, no gruesome incidents occurred, though Luo Xiaran had to relinquish her desire for dazzling, as the supply at the service station had been completely exhausted. Luo Xiaran found herself perplexed by the presence of over 20 individuals, fully capable yet choosing to remain entrenched at the service area, robbing passing vehicles. Nowadays, few dared to venture onto the highway alone during their flight. Nonetheless, such matters were not for Luo Xiaran to ponder. As dusk descended, she contemplated her circumstances and resolved to sleep in the car for the night. Given the desolate surroundings, it would be cumbersome to camp outside. Curling up within the vehicle seemed a far more prudent choice, allowing her to seek a proper rest by daylight. By approximately 5:30, darkness enveloped the area. The group disembarked to stretch their limbs, then set about boiling water in a charcoal stove. Dinner consisted of seafood noodles, with a modest addition of cabbage leaves. The first half of the night saw Mao Jianing and Jun Bei on watch, while Jun Nami and Zhang Liming took over for the latter half. Vigilance was paramount against both zombies and mutated creatures, as well as wary of passers-by. They were cautioned against freely extending goodwill, lest they risk losing their group. After washing up, Luo Xiaran reiterated her warnings. Women and children were particularly vulnerable in this apocalyptic world, and she was determined to prevent any mishaps within her ranks. Thus, regardless of intentions whether benevolent or malevolent, she firmly resolved to keep them at bay, for she was no savior. Having arranged everything, Luo Xiaran returned to the passenger seat. However, due to her psychic abilities, she felt little fatigue and continued to sort through supplies with her eyes closed. In the early hours, the two watch shifts exchanged places. Just as Mao Jianing and Jun Bei began to succumb to slumber, distant lights flickered to life. As the illumination drew nearer, it became apparent that another group of desperate travelers approached, comprising 3 vehicles, 2 sedans and a van. The headlights revealed their battered exteriors, marked with various stains and remnants. Both groups remained on high alert, and seeing no immediate threat, the convoy halted a mere 10 meters from Luo Xiaran's position. A middle-aged man emerged from the lead vehicle, his complexion pale and dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion as he approached Luo Xiaran's car. The headlights prompted her to open her eyes. After scrutinizing the newcomer, she rolled down the window and asked icily, "What do you want?" "Good evening, miss. I am wondering if you have any surplus food. I would like to barter with you," the man replied with a smile, his tone polite despite the dire circumstances. Despite their 3 vehicles and ample manpower, few dared to confront monsters in search of sustenance. "Would you be interested in sprouted potatoes or winter melons?" Luo Xiaran recalled the vegetables she had previously collected from Kunyan and, after a moment's reflection, responded. Nevertheless, she would never serve sprouted potatoes to her family. If the man could present something of value in exchange, Luo Xiaran would not mind engaging in a transaction. "I have a gold watch here. Pray tell, what might it be worth?" Upon hearing that there was indeed something to barter, the middle-aged man hastily removed the gold watch from his wrist, speaking with urgency. He felt that even if the potatoes were sprouted or even moldy, he could still stomach them at this moment. Chapter 61. As long as you can afford it. Gazing at the exquisite gold watch adorning her wrist, Luo Xiaran permitted herself a faint smile. The watch was evidently of considerable value, yet what captivated her more was the solid gold strap, which also served as a potent energy source. Momentarily, Luo Xiaran pushed open the car door and made her way to the rear of the SUV. The hounds, sensing her presence, rose to their feet, mindful not to bark indiscriminately. As Junbei opened the door, Luo Xiaran roused Kunyan, who was nestled among the hounds, instructing him, "Please retrieve that sack of long-haired potatoes. We ought to dispose of it now rather than waste it later." The sack, a storage bag from the Luo family, was brimming with potatoes, weighing approximately 100 pounds. Zhang Liming exited the vehicle to assist Luo Xiaran, transporting the sack back to the front of the jeep. "This sack weighs over 100 pounds. Let us round it down to a neat 100. If you all intend to claim it, a single gold watch will not suffice," Luo Xiaran stated, her expression impassive as she addressed the middle-aged man. Hesitation flickered across the man's face. After all, a gold watch held significant worth. Yet, compelled by circumstance, he pursed his dry lips and inquired, "Could we perhaps exchange for a bit more water?" "As long as you can afford it. We have meat and seafood available as well," Luo Xiaran replied, unperturbed, convinced that no member of this convoy posed a threat to their safety. Her demeanor remained courteous in front of the client. "Let me check," the middle-aged man nodded, turning back toward his team. After some time, he returned with a few items in hand. "This is all we have. What do you think?" He presented a pair of jade bracelets and 2 boxes of cigarettes. In reality, the members of his team possessed more valuable items, but they were reluctant to part with them. "Ah, these bracelets are quite lovely." "Very well. I shall accept this, along with 5 bottles of mineral water," Luo Xiaran remarked with a smile, recognizing that jade possesses a higher energy extraction capability than gold. The value of 5 bottles of water in this post-apocalyptic setting was not insignificant. However, as this was her first transaction, Luo Xiaran was willing to concede some profit. Considering the potatoes were merely a form of waste repurposing, she did not wish to exploit them too harshly. "Thank you, truly, thank you." The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply at the mention of the 5 bottles of water. They had gone over a day without water, and if this continued, the elderly and children aboard their vehicle would surely suffer. "All right, send the items over to them. The cigarettes are yours. But refrain from smoking in the vehicle or disembarking to smoke without permission, understood?" Luo Xiaran glanced at Zhang Liming, tossing the cigarettes to him as she spoke. Zhang Liming nodded curtly, stowing the cigarettes in his pocket before shouldering the sack of potatoes to deliver the items. The middle-aged man, upon receiving the bottles of mineral water from Luo Xiaran, hastily made his way back, curiously employing her psychic abilities. Luo Xiaran scanned the convoy and observed several robust men clamoring for the mineral water, prompting her to smirk. Though the middle-aged man was of commendable character, he was unfortunately surrounded by those who hindered progress within the team. Luo Xiaran surmised that he would inevitably be dragged down by these individuals. Should she intervene with a kind-hearted warning? After a moment of contemplation regarding her first customer, Luo Xiaran decided to approach the middle-aged man and greet him. Little did she know that her spontaneous act of kindness would ultimately yield significant benefits for her in the future. Chapter 62. June Lai or Lai. After bidding farewell to the convoy, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. The night sky remained bereft of stars and the moon, while the fields flanking the highway were alive with the chorus of insects. Yet, curiously, since entering the expressway, no mutated creatures had crossed their path. Luo Xiaran speculated that this might be due to the absence of meteorite falls in the area. After approximately 5 hours of slumber, dawn gradually broke, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, infusing the air with a hint of vitality. Luo Xiaran filled a basin with water and procured some mung beans from Kunyan Yuan, utilizing her abilities to hasten their sprouting. Due to their recent travels, her powers only enabled the seeds to germinate, thus, she would have to wait for her abilities to evolve before she could enjoy fresh vegetables. She prepared a large pot of seafood porridge, garnished with the bean sprouts she had nurtured, complemented by pickled vegetables collected earlier and the steamed buns crafted by Chu Xinrui. Everyone relished the meal, their satisfaction evident. As they resumed their journey, the drivers were replaced by Jun Bei and Mao Jianing. The traffic gradually increased, as did the number of zombies, bringing them ever closer to the city. Aware that the Jun family had dispatched personnel to greet them, Luo Xiaran decided against diverting into the city to gather supplies. Aside from meal breaks, the vehicle continued its relentless advance. When 5 military jeeps finally came into view, the sky darkened once more. Spotting a jeep identical to their own, Luo Xiaran, without needing to exert her mental abilities, recognized it as part of the Jun family's convoy. However, she was taken aback when the first to exit the vehicle was none other than Jun Lai. Had the Jun family swiftly established a secure base? Furrowing her brow, she nonetheless opened the door and alighted. Regardless of her feelings, Jun Lai's intentions were directed towards her, although she did not require a personal welcome. Jun Lai represented not only himself but also the Jun family, thus, it would be prudent to maintain a cordial demeanor for future collaboration. Mr. Jun. Luo Xiaran assessed the team accompanying Jun Lai, offering a friendly smile to the group. The members of Jun Lai's team fell into 2 categories. One group bore the unmistakable physique of robust warriors, while the other resembled office professionals. Additionally, there was a young boy who appeared eager to engage with her upon sight. Luo Xiaran had not encountered Jun Lai since the apocalypse began, leaving her unfamiliar with the individuals he brought along. However, the gazes directed at her were devoid of disdain, instilling a sense of calm that alleviated the annoyance caused by Jun Lai's sudden arrival. It seemed evident that the Jun family was indeed a worthy partner. She was acutely aware that her appearance often went unnoticed in the apocalypse, with many regarding her as mere plaything. Call me Jun Lai or Lai. No need for such formality, Jun Lai remarked, sensing her aloof demeanor and sighing inwardly. It appeared that his personal visit had not garnered much favor. Nonetheless, he could discern that Luo Xiaran had undergone significant changes. Could it be that something has transpired, of which I am unaware? Jun Lai glanced at his brothers, Jun Bei and Jun Nan, contemplating that he must inquire further for clarity. Since Jun Lai had spoken, Luo Xiaran felt it inappropriate to decline. Thus she nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely a name, not of monumental significance. Alas, Luo Xiaran overlooked the fact that sometimes a mere alteration of a name can yield unforeseen consequences. Especially with numerous individuals covertly stirring the pot behind the scenes. Chapter 63. This person remains you. Luo Xiaran sequentially introduced her teammates to Luo Xiaoxian and others, who in turn made their introductions. Subsequently, the 2 groups began collaborating to prepare dinner. Luo Xiaran requested Kunyan Yuan to contribute the leftover seafood from their previous barbecue, while Jun Chong retrieved some wilted vegetables and frozen meat from his own space. A sumptuous dinner was once again prepared by Chu Xinrui and Mao Jianing, with Jun Chong relegated to a supporting role, seated in the jeep with her back to the others. Luo Xiaran sipped the yogurt handed to her by Jun Lai and inquired about the situation in CTS. After all, it would be their future residence, and it was essential to understand it thoroughly. The personnel in CTS had stabilized around the Jun family, establishing a secure zone on the outskirts of the city. However, due to a shortage of building materials, it would take some time before residential buildings could be constructed on a small scale. Jun Lai, having set up a chair outside the vehicle, spoke candidly. The first group to settle in primarily comprised members of the Jun family, ensuring the base's operation and safety. I have already designated a space for you. You will be able to move in upon your arrival. I must also express gratitude to Xiaran for revealing the matter of the crystal course. Otherwise, we would not have been able to operate so swiftly. I heard from a bay that you possess wood-type abilities. During our journey, I collected quite a number of crystal cores. If you need them, I can have Uncle Chong deliver them to you. Since I have welcomed you, I plan to venture into the city to gather supplies. I wonder if Xiaran has any plans. If you wish to depart early, I can send a few people to escort you back. Luo Xiaran set down her yogurt. Feeling quite satisfied with Junlai's arrangements, though a warmth enveloped her heart. After all, she had declined Junlai's advances, yet he continued to consider her well-being. However, this thought was fleeting. She quickly regained her composure and replied to Junlai with a polite yet distant smile. There is no need to be so courteous regarding the crystal cores. I require a secure place for my parents, and it is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Dividing into teams seems cumbersome, as no one can predict what we may encounter next. Therefore, let us gather supplies together for mutual support. Besides, I cannot afford to be idle. However, Xiaoyuan's space is quite limited, so I will have to trouble Mr. Junchong to assist with transporting our items. Of course, it would be wonderful to travel together. But Xiaran truly need not be so formal with me. As I previously mentioned, I like you and wish to pursue you. You may refuse, but that does not mean I will abandon my intentions. Junlai gazed intently into Luo Xiaran's eyes, his demeanor earnest. Faced with such intensity, Luo Xiaran bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. She had moved beyond the age of seeking love, yet when treated with sincerity but unable to reciprocate, a pang of bitterness arose within her. Fortunately, Junlai understood that Luo Xiaran's attitude could not change so swiftly. He softened his demeanor and smiled gently. Xiaran, do not worry. Pursuing you is my own affair. Is it not? Although I am unaware of the circumstances, I find that the current you is even more endearing. After all, in the past, when the world was peaceful, I was certain that I could protect you for a lifetime. However, now that we are beset by numerous crises, I yearn for someone to stand by my side and walk with me. That person remains you, and it truly brings me immense joy. Chapter 64. A joyful conversation with Junlai. Ultimately, Luo Xiaran refrained from expressing her feelings to Junlai once more. As dinner was ready and Jun-Yi arrived to summon them both for the meal, perfectly interrupting the awkward atmosphere and allowing Luo Xiaran to breathe a sigh of relief. The dinner was abundant with fish and meat, much to the satisfaction of Junlai and his companions, who had been on the move all day. Moreover, Chu Xinrui's culinary skills surpassed those of Junchong by a significant margin. The delightful dinner, combined with Junlai's joyful demeanor upon seeing Luo Xiaran, prompted Junchong to bring out a box of beer, fostering a harmonious atmosphere among the two groups as they indulged in merriment. With a larger gathering, Luo Xiaran no longer felt the need to tread carefully. Junlai's team had chopped down a few trees to create a bonfire, its flickering light illuminating the surroundings. A lively group encircled the fire, engaging in laughter and conversation, effectively alleviating the stress brought on by recent apocalyptic events. However, mindful of the need to keep watch, everyone wisely limited their drinking, even though beer had become a rare commodity. By the time the lively dinner concluded, it was already 9 in the evening. Luo Xiaran did not concern herself with the arrangements for the night watch, entrusting it entirely to Junlai. After all, she was currently in a position of vulnerability, and allowing Junlai's team to take the night watch was also a demonstration of her trust in him. Even if they could not be lovers, they would eventually become partners. It was essential not to let their relationship become too strained. As she comforted herself with these thoughts, Luo Xiaran brushed aside a flicker of discomfort and returned to the jeep to rest. Perhaps subconsciously aware that someone was keeping watch, she enjoyed a sound night's sleep. When she awoke again, the sun had risen, and the clock indicated it was 8 o'clock. Climbing stiffly out of the passenger seat, Luo Xiaran stretched her limbs. But when she turned to see Chu Xinrui conversing cheerfully with Junlai, she felt a momentary pang of unease. "Sister, brush your teeth," Kunyan Yuan said softly, extending a cup of water toward Luo Xiaran. After such a long journey, Kunyan Yuan had relaxed considerably, no longer remaining silent. Awakened by Kunyan Yuan's voice, Luo Xiaran accepted the cup and affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling as she replied, "Thank you, Xiaoyuan. Have you had any candy? Remember to brush your teeth after eating sweets." "I've brushed my teeth," Kunyan Yuan grinned at Luo Xiaran, saying, "Sister, hurry and brush your teeth. Uncle said we can eat soon." The uncle referred to by Kunyan Yuan was naturally Luo Jiaoxian. In truth, Luo Xiaran was still unclear about their familial hierarchy. And since it was Kunyan Yuan who called him that, Luo Xiaoxian did not object. Luo Xiaran speculated that it was quite possible Luo Xiaran himself was unsure what title Kun Yuan should use for them. After brushing her teeth and tidying her long hair into a high ponytail, Luo Xiaran took a moment to smell herself and resolved that, come nightfall, she would find a place to stay and enjoy a proper bath. After this meal, they would descend into the city to gather supplies. And everyone needed to be adequately prepared. Having brought them along, she was determined to return them safely. Obey orders and follow commands. There was no need for her to reiterate this, as Junlai observed that everyone had nearly finished their meal. He addressed the group with a serious expression. Among the team that Junlai had brought, there were a few friends who had defected to Junyi, which necessitated that Junlai articulate their plans clearly before each expedition. Fortunately, they had already developed a certain rapport over time and had accustomed themselves to Junlai's leadership, naturally beginning to pack their belongings in preparation for their next journey. Following Junlai, Luo Xiaran also took a moment to advise her companions. The forthcoming itinerary would be under Junlai's command, while Luo Xiaran contemplated ways to discreetly gather more gold, silver, or jade under Junlai's watchful gaze. Chapter 65. A diverse array of supplies. Upon exiting the highway at the most recent toll station, the first destination was Q City. Situated amidst three large cities that lie between it and S City, Q City, being relatively close to the sea, boasts an abundance of seafood and a thriving fishing industry, complemented by numerous ports. Naturally, such a plethora of ports is accompanied by a multitude of storage warehouses, both large and small. Luo Xiaran speculated that Junlai's target might very well be these warehouses. After all, Q City's canned seafood is renowned both domestically and abroad, with various cargo ships dispatching goods to numerous locations daily. In addition to its famed seafood, Q City is also home to a substantial livestock industry. Beyond the fresh meat, the most noteworthy product is Q City's ham, a culinary delight celebrated far and wide, with annual sales exceeding 500 million pieces. This ham is not the common sausage found in supermarkets. Rather, it is crafted from the robust hind legs of entire pigs or cattle. Typically, hams are featured in upscale restaurants, commanding a high price and not typically served as a main dish. It is important to mention that during the curing process, a thick layer of salt is employed, allowing for extended preservation, whether used in soups or stir-fries. The mere addition of a few ham pieces ensures a sufficient intake of salt for the body. Considering the proximity of Q City to the sea, the availability of salt is virtually limitless. The practice of evaporating seawater to harvest salt is cost-effective and lucrative, leading many fishermen to maintain their own salt pans at home. It must be said that Q City offers a remarkable variety of supplies, with ample storage options. Luo Xiaran had previously contemplated exploiting this abundance, but her lack of storage space and insufficient manpower had forced her to abandon the idea. Navigating through the chaotic toll station, the number of vehicles on the road increased significantly, accompanied by swarms of zombies. The city bore remnants of weaponry, and Luo Xiaran recalled that Q City once had its own small safety base, which, regrettably, had been overrun by the undead. The first and third teams disembarked to clear the area and check for any residual gasoline, while the fourth team continued their drive to locate various supermarkets and farmers' markets within Q City. They were advised to remain vigilant and exercise caution. As Luo Xiaran was lost in thought, Junlai's voice crackled through the intercom. Received! 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 The leaders from the other four vehicles responded in turn. And soon, everyone except the drivers exited the vehicles to carry out their tasks. In Junlai's vehicle, the driver had been replaced by Xiao Shenyan, a delicate scholar whose combat prowess paled in comparison to Junyi, who possessed wind-based abilities, despite his accurate marksmanship. Initially, Junlai had intended to share a vehicle with Luo Xiaran. However, her reluctance and Mao Jianning's hesitance to leave the vehicle alone thwarted that plan. Moreover, she felt a greater sense of security in the company of Luo Xiaran, rather than amidst a group of unfamiliar, robust men. With the decision to choose who would disembark left to their discretion, only one driver was required. Following Junlai's lead, Luo Xiaran calmly spoke as she picked up her long knife and stepped out of the vehicle. While the long knife appeared somewhat inferior to the broadswords wielded by Junlai and his companions, it sufficed for dealing with zombies, as they were not engaged in a duel. Moreover, having grown accustomed to wielding a long knife recently, a sudden change in weaponry might lead to discomfort. With their enhanced strength, Long Liming and Jian Hao cleared the vehicles from the road, while the others engaged in dispatching the zombies. Despite being their initial collaboration, their efforts appeared remarkably harmonious. Even though Luo Xiaran's team displayed a hint of amateurism, no unforeseen circumstances arose. Chapter 66. A gentle countenance due to the heavy traffic on the main road. The two individuals only managed to clear a path sufficient to access the smaller road before they ceased their efforts. Although they possessed enhanced strength, the exertion over the course of more than half an hour had begun to wear on them. Perhaps this area was notorious for frequent escape incidents, as the scattered vehicles still contained remnants of gasoline, necessitating an additional half-hour to siphon it all out. The driver, Xiao Zhenyan, had already located the nearest large supermarket. It was not that they looked down upon smaller establishments. Rather, the supplies in smaller supermarkets paled in comparison to those in larger ones. Most importantly, Jun Chen's spatial constraints were a significant consideration. After all, Jun Lai's primary objective upon arriving in Q City was the procurement of goods from the port's container warehouse, rendering the items in the supermarket less critical. Nonetheless, essentials such as daily necessities were still to be gathered, as although they could never rival food in importance, they were always welcome. Having organized her backpack, Luo Xiaran found herself with 2 empty compartments, intending to collect some salt and canned ham at the port. At present, she needed to procure some milk powder from the large supermarket to store in Kunyanyuan's space. The journey to the nearest large supermarket took over an hour, winding through the terrain as they cleared zombies and collected gasoline, causing delays despite the relatively short distance. The establishment was a 5-story mall, with the first floor housing the supermarket and general goods, the second dedicated to children's clothing and shoes, the third to men's apparel, and the 4th and 5th floors showcasing women's fashion, bags, footwear, and cosmetics. I require both infant and elderly milk powder, along with some clothing and shoes, she informed. Since you are gathering supplies from the supermarket, I shall head upstairs directly. Upon entering the mall, Luo Xiaran approached Jun Lai and expressed her needs without hesitation. Milk powder. Not a problem, I will have Uncle Chong set some aside for you, Jun Lai replied, feeling a surge of delight at her candidness. The irritation from not being able to sit beside her dissipated entirely. The other team members, having disembarked from the vehicle, were no longer surprised by Jun Lai's gentle demeanor. Having grown accustomed to his peculiar emotional shift since learning of Luo Xiaran's existence. Thank you, she responded, feeling somewhat flustered under his gaze. After a hasty nod, she led her group quickly upstairs. With the elevator out of service, they ascended via the emergency exit. Once Luo Xiaran had departed from sight, Jun Lai's expression returned to its usual impassiveness. He cast a cold glance at the remaining individuals, aside from Jun Yi, Jun Qun, and Xiao Zhenyan. The others swiftly dispersed like startled birds. After relaying Luo Xiaran's requests to Jun Qun, who managed the supplies, Jun Lai began to gather the necessary items with haste. However, when he noticed the assortment of dried fruits, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. These snacks will be a delightful diversion for Luo Xiaran during the journey, he mused inwardly, meticulously sorting and packing the dried fruits into separate bags, securing them with care. Upon seeing Jun Lai in such a state, Xiao Zhenyan could only smile helplessly. Despite having known Jun Lai for many years, he had never witnessed such folly in him. Although Xiao Zhenyan was older than Jun Lai, it was Jun Lai who led their group, while he served as the strategist. After all, in the hearts of the children from the military compound, the one with the greatest martial prowess held the highest regard. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Jun Lai was not only brawny but also possessed a keen intellect, making him someone not to be underestimated. Chapter 67. Tomorrow morning at the port. As they ascended the staircase along the secure passage, they found the goods on the upper floor remarkably intact. After all, not everyone could maintain a leisurely demeanor amidst the perils of an apocalyptic world. Accompanied by Chu Xinrui and Luo Jiaoxian, Ku Nianyuan selected clothing and shoes for the days to come, while Luo Xiaran and the others meticulously cleared the zombies on the second floor. Though there were numerous zombies above, fortunately, none were particularly formidable, and they were dispatched with ease. Once Ku Nianyuan's concerns were addressed, they continued their ascent, simultaneously eliminating zombies and collecting essential items to be stored in Ku Nianyuan's space. Luo Xiaran, possessing psychic abilities, was swifter than the others, adept at sensing the zombies' locations. By the time the others arrived on the 5th floor, she had already gathered an impressive array of jewelry from the gold shop. Since the jewelry did not occupy space in her other bags, she joined the team in scavenging for clothing and shoes, delighting in the acquisition of various cosmetics as well. Despite the chaos of the apocalypse, there remained capable men accompanied by numerous women, whose needs were all too evident. Cosmetics, in particular, were akin to lifelines for these women. Moreover, The fact that men enjoy spending on women is an unchanging reality. Reflecting on her past, Luo Xiaran recalled how she had once persuaded Wu Yan'an to purchase an abundance of cosmetics, clothing, and bags for her, realizing now how foolish that had been. Regrettably, the limited capacity of her storage space hindered her desire to take everything from the upper floor. Determined to pack as many clothes and shoes for her family as possible, Luo Xiaran discreetly slipped items into her backpack while others were preoccupied. When she and her companions completed their gathering and descended, Junlai and his team were still engaged in their shopping endeavor at the supermarket. The shelves were cluttered with scattered goods, and Junchong needed to organize them properly before storing them away. Raran, the milk powder is right here, along with these dried fruits and dates. You and Auntie can take them along to pass the time, Junlai said cheerfully as he approached Luo Xiaran upon her arrival. Thank you. We've gathered the men's clothing and shoes upstairs, but we lack the space to carry them down, so it would be a bother for you to retrieve them. Luo Xiaran replied with gratitude, instructing Kun and Yuan to stow the milk powder and dried fruits. Junlai's demeanor was indeed hard to resist, and the dates could be saved for Chu Xinrui to use in soups or teas to nourish the body. At worst, Luo Xiaran could repay Junlai's kindness in other ways later. Unbeknownst to him, however, Luo Xiaran kept a mental ledger of debts, remembering every detail, awaiting the opportunity to repay him in S-City. By the time they finished packing the warehouse's contents, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Luo Xiaran, feeling a pang of hunger, suddenly realized that they had yet to eat. Fortunately, Chu Xinrui and Mao Jianing had already begun preparing lunch while they were free from the burden of heavy lifting. By the time everyone returned, they had prepared several hearty pots of shredded meat noodles. After enjoying the meal, they sought refuge in a hotel to rest, intending to head to the port early the next morning. Their primary objective was to locate salt, ham, and Shenyang, and ascertain which containers housed these goods. With limited space in Uncle Chen's vehicle, it was prudent to organize their remaining supplies, postponing the transportation of the rest until they could return with a heavy truck. As Junlai quickly consumed his noodles, he simultaneously orchestrated their plans. However, the journey had been remarkably smooth, and neither Junlai nor Luo Xiaran anticipated that the port would present them with their most significant crisis thus far. Chapter 68, Survivors on the 10th floor. As they traversed the long corridor of the mall, a multitude of budget motels emerged before them after a brief walk of about 10 minutes. Considering the issue regarding the military jeep, they ultimately opted for a motel that could accommodate the vehicle. Upon entering, they were greeted by a lobby where the once lively waterfall had transformed into a stagnant pool, and the decaying koi fish lay amidst the murky waters, releasing an unpleasant odor into the air. Under the guidance of Shao Shenyan, Song Tao, who possessed ice-related abilities, utilized his powers to freeze the fetid water, thereby mitigating the foul stench. The rooms generally contained instant noodles and bottled beverages, and those with idle hands ventured to inspect the rooms for any remaining supplies, while simultaneously clearing out any zombies. They planned to gather on the first floor at 7 o'clock for dinner, with the water and ice users tasked to extract additional water for the evening's cleanup. After disembarking from the vehicle and locking the entrance securely, Junlai spoke. Subsequently, except for Qi Zichun, who remained on the first floor to watch over the vehicle, the others ascended the staircase to the upper levels. The motel had 10 stories in total. The second floor housed a conference room. The third floor contained a restaurant and entertainment area, while the floors above were comprised entirely of guest rooms. 5 individuals proceeded to the kitchen, while the rest ascended in pairs, floor by floor. The motel was teeming with zombies, and it was through her mental abilities that Luo Xiaran discerned the presence of other survivors on the upper levels. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Junlai, stating, "With so many zombies, there must be others upstairs. I just wonder if they have taken anything from the rooms." "Let us find out," Junlai replied with a nod, subsequently using his walkie-talkie to relay the information of potential occupants to the group, ensuring they remained vigilant against surprise attacks. Among those accompanying Junlai were 10 veterans, making the task of clearing the zombies relatively straightforward. One would handle the eradication of zombies, while another gathered supplies from the rooms, and within an hour, they could clear an entire floor. At the forefront, the speedster Shi Haoyu and the fire wielder Huang Wenza soon encountered the survivors that Luo Xiaran had detected. The survivors were congregated in a suite on the 10th floor, their door wide open, with several individuals stationed at the entrance. "Boss, survivors are on the 10th floor. Though I'm uncertain of their exact numbers," Huang Wenza reported swiftly over the walkie-talkie while observing the scene. given the unpredictable nature of the abilities possessed by others. He and his companion decided against making contact hastily. However, among the survivors was an individual with enhanced hearing, and as Huang Wenza communicated their findings, the survivors began to adopt a defensive stance, despite having survived thus far. The scarcity of food and the surrounding threat of zombies had rendered each of them jittery and on edge. "Are you from the rescue team?" A somewhat grizzled middle-aged man cautiously approached the door and inquired. Uncertain of the number of individuals outside, he and the sentry retreated into the room after asking, closing the door behind them. Huang Wenza did not respond but awaited the arrival of Junlai and the others. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Junlai and Shao Shenyan arrived, while Luo Xiaran had not followed, having found a room to prepare hot water for bath. With a glance, Junlai signaled Huang Wenza to knock on the door, then addressed the occupants of the suite. "We are here to collect supplies and will depart early tomorrow morning. The zombies in the building have been cleared, and the resources on the 8th and 9th floors are reserved for you. We hope you can remain calm and composed until our departure, refraining from any inappropriate actions." Although Junlai was indifferent to whether these individuals would engage in any dubious behavior, he felt compelled to deliver a personal warning, considering the presence of Luo Xiaran's family. The reason for bringing Shao Shenyan along was to assess whether any rare abilities were present in this location. After all, the Jun family was in dire need of talent. Yet regrettably, Shao Shenyan detected nothing of particular significance. Chapter 69. Betraying others' deep affection. After a restful night's sleep, all the fatigue of previous days had vanished, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. However, when Luo Xiaran and her family descended the stairs, they found several unfamiliar men loitering in the hall on the first floor. "Good morning." Junlai, who had risen early to practice martial arts, had been watching the staircase intently. As soon as Luo Xiaran appeared, he hurried over to greet her family. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Luo Xiaran. Luo Xiaran had grown accustomed to Junlai's fervent attention over the past few days. Fortunately, he was not the type to express his affections openly. Otherwise, she feared that his deeply passionate and unyielding gaze might lead her to succumb to his advances. Every time she recalled Junlai's previous remark, "This person is still so wonderful," a subtle joy fluttered within her. However, she understood well that love was not merely a fleeting impulse. Moreover, due to Wu Yinan, she was reluctant to become the girl who once sacrificed everything for love. Because she could no longer offer herself completely, she felt even more compelled to reject any romantic feelings toward Junlai. She did not wish to be betrayed, nor did she want to become the one who betrayed another's deep affection. After exchanging nods with Junlai, Luo Xiaran moved closer to Mao Jianing, assisting Chu Xinruai in preparing breakfast. They brewed sweet millet porridge, supplemented by the remaining corn cakes, along with eggs, ham, and instant noodles that Jun Chong had provided. While Kunyan Yuan's storage held plenty of steamed buns, the increasing appetites of everyone, combined with a lack of time for preparation, meant that the food was rapidly consumed, especially by the 20-tall and robust man led by Junlai. Last night, Chu Xinruai had intended to prepare more, but Luo Xiaran had persuaded her otherwise. Although Chu Xinruai was not the primary cook, Luo Xiaran did not want to see her suffer any adverse effects. Fortunately, there were ample noodles and instant noodles available, and during such times, there was no room for picky eating. Thus, whatever was prepared by the designated cook was what everyone would share, which was certainly preferable to being ravenously hungry with nothing to eat. After a harmonious breakfast, Luo Xiaran turned to Junlai, who sat nearby, and inquired, "What is the story with those men? Did they come down from upstairs?" Merely overreaching, Junlai replied nonchalantly. "They attempted to steal something in the dead of night and were caught. If it weren't for my desire to shield you from another side of myself, they wouldn't still be here." However, since they disregarded his warnings, Junlai would not let them off easily. How he would handle the situation, he deemed, was something Luo Xiaran should not know. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaran nodded without further comment. They were inconsequential figures, and since Junlai had his plans, she was not inclined to intervene. After all, she had previously stated that she would leave everything to his discretion. Zheng Yan has already located the container number, and Uncle Chong has managed to create a sufficiently spacious area. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to express your needs, and I shall ensure that Uncle Chong delivers it. Junlai, suppressing his desire to draw closer to Luo Xiaran, smiled and spoke. After conversing for a while, all the team members had finished their preparations. At that moment, those upstairs descended, and both parties exchanged silent glances. Junlai promptly instructed his companions to start the vehicle. However, shortly after the car departed, several individuals lying on the ground regained consciousness, only to discover that each of their right legs had succumbed to numbness, emanating waves of chilling air. Chapter 70. The presence of advanced zombies as they traversed the city. Their most frequent task was likely clearing the path. By the time the convoy of 7 vehicles arrived at the port, the sun had already begun its descent. Even their lunch consisted of nibbling on biscuits and sipping beverages within the confines of the vehicles. With merely a kilometer remaining to the nearest port, the presence of numerous workers inside suggested that an equal number of zombies lurked within as well. Consequently, July refrained from entering recklessly and resolved to observe the situation further into the night. They sought refuge in a nearby building, expending over an hour to clear it of threats, resulting in the collection of fewer than 30 crystal cores. Subsequently, they congregated in the lobby on the first floor to rest. A charcoal stove was ignited to prepare some hot water, infusing it with previously gathered tea leaves to alleviate their tense nerves, after which they began to divide tasks. Lei Jun, endowed with enhanced hearing, and Jian Hao, gifted with heightened vision, took the binoculars provided by Jun Chong to the rooftop, tasked with monitoring the port's conditions. Meanwhile, Shao Zhenyan began to sense any lurking dangers within the port, while the others busied themselves with cooking and organizing their resting area, ensuring that none remained idle. In Zhang Li's hands lay the map of City Q, his brow furrowed in concentration. The routes from City Q to City S were plentiful. Yet considering the current state of transportation, the safest approach seemed to be the most prudent. However, the situation within City S was also far from optimistic, leaving him uncertain about the highway conditions there. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against taking the highway and opted to navigate the smaller roads upon exiting City Q. Although this might significantly deplete their fuel reserves, it was a considerably safer alternative. Moreover, July was not in a rush. He yearned to spend more time with Luo Xiaran. Once they reached City S, his grandfather would surely not allow him any leisure. With his mind made up, Zhang Li's expression softened considerably. At that moment, Lei Jun and Jian Hao, responsible for the surveillance, returned, and Shao Zhenyan had also rested sufficiently, seated nearby, awaiting his direction. July first turned his gaze to Lei Jun and Jian Hao, slightly lifting his chin. It was Jian Hao, the principal observer, who spoke first. According to our observations, there are indeed a considerable number of zombies. Their distribution is quite uniform, making it difficult to find a more advantageous point of entry. However, due to the distance, I could not ascertain the levels of the zombies. Each level of zombie possesses distinct eye colors. For instance, a level 2 zombie has red eyes, while a level 3 displays orange. Of course, the highest level we have encountered thus far is that chameleon, currently transitioning from red to orange. I have sensed nothing. Shao Zhenyan interjected, shaking his head. It is as if the powers of the abilities have ceased to exist. At that moment, Luo Xiaran, descending from the upper floors, felt a sudden unease at Shao Zhenyan's words. Typically, when a special abilities user experiences a failure of their powers, it is indicative of the opposing entity possessing a higher ability level, a phenomenon known as level suppression. It appeared the situation at the port was far from simple. Biting her lip, she approached the gathering and stated, "There are advanced zombies within the port. When an abilities user's level is inferior to that of the zombies, they become imperceptible. This indicates that the port is highly perilous, as we cannot determine the number or location of the advanced zombies." As she spoke, Luo Xiaran activated her psychic abilities. However, due to the limitations of her range, she sensed no anomalies and subsequently retracted her powers. Unbeknownst to her, during the release of her abilities, Shao Zhenyan regarded her with a peculiar gaze. It was only after she withdrew her powers that Shao Zhenyan turned his serious attention towards Junlai. Chapter 71, 1/20. Advanced zombies. This is indeed troublesome, Junlai remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Salt is an indispensable element for human growth, and having come this far, it would be unthinkable to abandon the quest now. Although they had managed to gather some salt from supermarkets along the way, it was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the needs of the Jun family and the impending establishment of a safe zone. Luo Xiaran understood that the meat was tantalizingly close, and relinquishing it would leave anyone feeling discontented. Thus, she quietly observed Junlai, awaiting his final decision. However, if he insisted on risking the venture, she would not allow her parents to accompany him. Go ahead, without venturing into the tiger's den. How can one hope to catch a tiger cub? Do not forget, The zombies are evolving, Junlai declared, clenching his fists with resolute determination. The present danger was palpable, and the future promised no safety. For survival's sake, they must inevitably explore this port. Very well, but I must leave my parents behind. And Shaoyuan cannot be brought along. While he possesses spatial abilities, his lack of physical strength and offensive skills would only complicate matters for his protection. Uncle Chui cannot join either. Luo Xiaran spoke somewhat apologetically. We only require 1/20th of the resources collected. After all, Luo Xiaran's team was small, contributing limited strength. And Ma Jianing lacked any abilities. Her own powers were nearly inconsequential, and offering 1/20th was already a concession on Junlai's part. Naturally, any additional items she might covertly acquire would not be included in that 1/20th. Had it not seemed overly conspicuous to refuse resources outright, she would have refrained from stating this. Agreed. Before Junlai could respond, Shao Shenyan hurriedly interjected. While Junlai might not mind, Shao Shenyan held no particular affection for Luo Xiaran. These resources could significantly bolster the Jun family as safe zone, and thus, could not be freely given to her. His agreement to the 1/20th was merely to spare Junlai from undue difficulty and to prevent others from perceiving him as unfeeling. After all, Luo Xiaran's team consisted of women and children. One must leave some broth for others while feasting on meat, especially since they were not without contributions. Indeed, although Luo Xiaran was puzzled by Shao Shenyan's sudden engagement, it was not her concern. Nodding in acknowledgement, she rose to depart. She still needed to have a serious conversation with Luo Jiaxian, who, while not insistent, would likely hinder her from proceeding. For Luo Jiaxian, Luo Xiaran was of utmost importance. Resources were secondary, and given that they were not lacking in supplies at present, why take such a considerable risk? After Luo Xiaran left, Jin Hao and Lei Jun wisely followed suit. They could discern that Junlai, having lost his chance to speak to Shao Shenyan, wore an expression that was far from pleasant. Why agree to that? Junlai, with a stern expression on his face, gazed coldly at Shao Shenyan and spoke. Although he was aware that Shao Shenyan would not resort to any actions that could harm him, Junlai had always believed that Shao Shenyan's previous silence implied an acceptance of Luo Xiaran's existence. Had it been the earlier, innocent, and pure Luo Xiaran, Junlai would have harbored concerns regarding his brother's opposition, for the Jun family had often been regarded with suspicion due to their remarkable achievements. However, the current Luo Xiaran possessed considerable martial prowess, being both wise and courageous, thus not a burden to him. Therefore, Junlai found himself perplexed as to why Shao Shenyan had suddenly taken such a stance. Chapter 72. You harbor no doubt previously, I sensed fluctuations in mental energy. Shao Shenyan was well aware of Junlai's temperament, and thus did not take offense at Junlai's interrogative demeanor. Shao Shenyan understood that Luo Xiaran was the first girl to stir Junlai's heart, which inevitably led to some foolish actions on his part. However, this very reason compelled Shao Shenyan to safeguard Junlai's interests. From the beginning, Luo Xiaran had concealed secrets from them, such as the existence of the crystal core, its method of use, and the issues surrounding advanced zombies. Though there had been no immediate threats before, the emergence of mental abilities changed the situation entirely. Although Shao Shenyan's abilities differed somewhat from Luo Xiaran's mental powers, both relied on mental energy. Naturally, he had come to appreciate the dangers associated with mental energy. Even if Luo Xiaran and her companions did not pose a significant danger, the notion of secretly utilizing hidden abilities was something Shao Shenyan found intolerable. After all, Junlai had been utterly sincere towards Luo Xiaran. Despite the myriad dangers, he still chose to welcome her personally. While Luo Xiaran had clearly rejected Junlai's confession, she had not turned down his kindness, readily accepting the benefits he offered, which further vexed Shao Shenyan. If Luo Xiaran were aware that her acceptance of Junlai's gifts, with the intention to repay him later, had led to such profound misunderstandings in Shao Shenyan, who now harbored a sense of vigilance, she might find the situation both amusing and exasperating. Mental abilities. What of it? Junlai took a deep breath, suppressing the fury that boiled within him, and addressed Shao Shenyan with deliberate clarity. Was he not also concealing the existence of his own mental powers? Moreover, in Junlai's perspective, Luo Xiaran's discretion was indeed prudent. In a world rife with peril, one must always have hidden cards to ensure their survival. Furthermore, Junlai was confident that one day, Luo Xiaran would share her secrets with him, relying on him as her most trusted ally. He was endeavoring to achieve this connection. Yet his brother Shao Shenyan suddenly hindered him, inciting his ire. You fail to perceive the danger of mental energy. Even I cannot project my mental energy outward. Yet Luo Xiaran manipulates it effortlessly. Keeping such a person close is far too perilous. You are not familiar with her, are you? Luo Xiaran is entirely different from what the prior investigations suggested. Do you not harbor the slightest doubt? The Nanbei brothers have also stated that they encountered nothing along the journey that could alter a person's character. A sense of frustration welled up within Shao Xianyan as he spoke through gritted teeth. She is merely a woman, even in this apocalyptic world. What kind of woman could they not have had? A woman shrouded in secrets is a dangerous entity for them. If it were not for Junlai, I might have confronted Luo Xiaran directly just now. Brother Zhenyan, while I appreciate your good intentions, please refrain from making such unilateral decisions in the future. She will not harm me. For the moment, Junlai was at a loss as to how to persuade Shao Zhenyan of Luo Xiaran's lack of danger. So he addressed Shao Zhenyan in a commanding tone. Of course, his tone was not excessively harsh, still employing respectful forms of address. It is worth noting that ever since he had been framed and left the special forces, he had not referred to him as Brother Zhenyan even once. Seeing Junlai's resolute determination, Shao Zhenyan clenched his fists and rose in anger to leave. Although he had compromised, it did not mean that Shao Zhenyan would simply concede. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaran, who was attempting to comfort Luo Xiaran, remained blissfully unaware of the dispute that had arisen on her behalf. Chapter 73. Aiding Junlai. The dinner was enveloped in an unusual silence, with Junlai's countenance reflecting displeasure. And even the typically amiable Shao Zhenyan bore a look that suggested he wished to eliminate someone. The astute individuals had departed early, leaving only the night watchman to endure the oppressive atmosphere created by the two, too intimidated to utter a sound. Although Luo Xiaran found the situation somewhat peculiar, she refrained from inquiring further about Junlai and the others. After a moment's hesitation, she opted to remain silent and retreated to her room. Inside, Chu Xinrui was preparing the bedding. Despite the presence of a double bed, the three of them shared the space, and at her age, it was no longer convenient for Luo Xiaran to sleep in the same bed. Fortunately, the weather was still warm, prompting Chu Xinrui to lay a blanket on the floor, placing a tall teddy bear once cherished by Luo Xiaran upon it. This would serve as her resting place for the night. Given their ages, Luo Xiaran firmly believed that Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrui should not be relegated to the floor. The current instability posed significant risks, and illness could be perilous, even with ample medication at their disposal. Get some rest, Dad. There's no need to worry. Don't forget, I possess psychic abilities, even if I cannot win. I am not entirely defenseless. Besides, there are 20 members of the Jun family as well, aren't there? Luo Xiaran observed her father sitting expressionless at the head of the bed and sighed softly to herself. If circumstances permitted, she would prefer to avoid taking risks. Yet the goal was tantalizingly close, and relinquishing it felt profoundly unsatisfactory. After we leave, you may remain here. The doors and windows can be reinforced with psychic powers. Xiao Yuan and Uncle Cui will stay with you. I'll ensure there is ample food with Xiao Yuan to facilitate my collection efforts. As long as you stay indoors, you will be safe. Even if it takes time, the zombies within will eventually be cleared. Alright, sleep peacefully. I will take care of Mother and myself. So do not fret over us. If danger arises, simply hide. The presence of so many men means you, as a girl, need not risk yourself. Recognizing that he could not alter Luo Xiaran's resolve, Luo Xiaoxian could only sigh in resignation. Sleep now, my dear, everything will be fine. Chu Xinrui gently patted Luo Xiaoxian's back, offering him a tender smile. She believed that shared experiences could significantly deepen their bonds. And how could Junlai allow Luo Xiaran to encounter peril? Yet, the thought of Wu Yanan, whom they had raised for years, betraying them and Luo Xiaran darkened Chu Xinrui's mood. She had never anticipated that the seemingly genteel child was merely a facade. He must have found it exhausting to maintain such a charade for so long. They were fortunate that the apocalypse arrived suddenly, otherwise, if their family had been caught unprepared, the damage inflicted upon Luo Xiaran would likely have been far more severe. Wealth and possessions were trivial in comparison to the harm that could befall her, which she would never permit. Had the circumstances allowed, Chu Xinrui would have likely taken action long ago. Despite the fact that Chu Xinrui has always been sheltered behind Luo Xiaoxian, it is essential to recognize that she was once fortunate enough to be nurtured as a potential heir, and thus her journey is not as simple as it may appear. Ultimately, the responsibility lies with the two of them as parents. Had they not so readily embarked on their world travels years ago, they would not have allowed Wu Yinan's greed to fester and grow. More fortuitously, Luo Xiaran crossed paths with Junlai. Although their encounter was brief, his dedication was evident. A truth she witnessed firsthand, leaving no room for doubt regarding Junlai's feelings for Luo Xiaran. Consequently, Chu Xinrui does not hesitate to lend a discreet hand to Junlai. Chapter 74. Awakening of the Thunder ability following a dismal evening. Shao Xinyan's demeanor returned to its usual state, adorned with a faint smile that exuded the charm of a refined gentleman, providing a sense of relief to those around him. Perhaps due to Shao Xinyan's newfound amiability, Junlai's spirits also lifted considerably. In Junlai's eyes, time would reveal true character. And he believed that Shao Xinyan would eventually come to appreciate Luo Xiaran's virtues. As they prepared to enter the port, the group was acutely aware of the numerous zombies present, including some of a higher tier. Therefore, it was imperative that they proceeded with utmost caution during their operations. Conducting their missions in teams of 5, Uncle Chong would soon distribute ammunition, urging them not to be frugal, as acquiring essential supplies for their homes was of utmost importance. To mitigate potential damage to their vehicles, they decided to take only 3 cars into the port, leaving the remaining vehicles and supplies under the watchful care of Mr. Luo and his companions. Once the preparations were complete, Junlai spoke earnestly, even providing Luo Xiaran and others with a plausible rationale for their actions. In response, Luo Xiaran bit her lip and offered a grateful smile to Junlai, unaware that Shao Xinyan observed her with a glint of derision in his eyes. To Shao Xinyan, it seemed that Luo Xiaran was merely exploiting Junlai's affections. With a mere smile, she could elicit his naive selflessness, which struck him as a rather shrewd transaction. However, with himself present, he resolved to keep a vigilant watch over Luo Xiaran, ensuring she posed no threat to Junlai, even if it meant incurring Junlai's ire. Should Luo Xiaran make any questionable moves, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. A shiver coursed through her, and Luo Xiaran furrowed her brow, inexplicably sensing an ominous premonition. After all, she had felt no such foreboding when she learned of the existence of higher-tier zombies the previous day, leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered. The group, naturally, did not question Junlai's words. They regarded Chu Xinrui and Kunyan Yuan as liabilities, and while they did not look down upon them, they were reluctant to include them in their mission. Thus, Junlai's decision to leave them behind alleviated their concerns considerably. Meanwhile, Pan Shuai, wielding his metal abilities, assisted Luo Xiaran in reinforcing all the windows of the building before they finally set off in their vehicles. This time, Junlai's wish was granted as he found himself sharing a car with Luo Xiaran. However, considering that Luo Xiaran and Mao Jianing were both young women, they occupied the front passenger seat alone. The 1-kilometer journey was unremarkable, free from the congestion typically caused by fleeing vehicles, and they swiftly entered the port. The zombies, perhaps sensing the presence of humans, became exceedingly agitated. With silencers affixed to their weapons, the ensuing battle erupted silently. However, as the number of zombies swelled, the vehicle's pace slowed dramatically. Ultimately, at Junlai's command, everyone except the driver disembarked to engage in combat. Luo Xiaran eschewed firearms in favor of a long blade, preferring to confront the zombies in close quarters, which allowed her to channel the pent-up rage that lay buried within her. Despite her outward composure, the deep-seated animosity within her had never truly dissipated. As Luo Xiaran and Junlai bravely navigate the trials of the apocalypse, on the other side, Wu Yanan, whom Luo Xiaran harbors deep resentment towards, does not suffer as she initially anticipated following the sudden onset of the cataclysm. Caught unawares by the abrupt upheaval, Wu Yanan remains oblivious to the fact that all the company's funds have been siphoned away by Luo Xiaran. At that time, he was in the company of Jin Fia, who, after the apocalypse, awakened her spatial abilities. Thus, the dire circumstances Luo Xiaran had envisioned, where they would struggle for sustenance, never materialized. Moreover, Wu Yanan himself awakened lightning-based powers, which provided him with a solid foundation to thrive. Combined with Jin Fia's spatial support, he has since established his own small team. Chapter 75. Danger approaches. Scatter quickly containers brimming with essential supplies such as salt, sugar, ham, and canned goods were situated a short distance from the port. Despite traveling by vehicle, the journey felt interminably prolonged due to the relentless hindrance posed by the undead. Wielding a long blade, Luo Xiaran led the way, flanked by Long Liming and Mao Jianing. The trio formed an effective unit, with Luo taking the lead while the others cleared the path, their coordination impeccable. In the interest of safety, Luo had activated her psychic abilities since the onset of battle, beads of sweat now forming on her forehead. Not far behind her, Junlai and Shao Xinyan's group followed closely. The moment Luo activated her abilities, Shao sensed the shift and remained vigilant, wary of any erratic behavior from her. With the evolution of the zombies, what once could be dispatched with a single blow now required at least 2 strikes in the same spot to sever their forms. Shaking her slightly aching arms, Luo bit her lip and continued her onslaught. Running, leaping, raising her hand, swinging her blade, retreating, dodging each movement was executed with remarkable finesse, showcasing Luo Xiaran's agility and formidable combat prowess. While perhaps not as swift as the special abilities, her skills were certainly on par with the military strength Junlai commanded. Wow, she looks incredibly cool, Jun-Yi remarked softly as he wielded his tan sword, having come to appreciate Luo Xiaran during their recent days together. Though Jun-Yi could not sway Junlai's opinions, acknowledging someone held significant weight. After all, the future matriarch represented the family head. Without sufficient strength, one could hardly expect to command respect or status, while the presence of Junlai might have tempered their reactions. In his absence, the disparity became glaringly evident. Impressive indeed, Qi Zichun whispered in agreement, having previously harbored concerns after reviewing the intelligence reports, but now fully endorsing Junlai's judgment. Ah, indeed quite formidable, Shao Shenyan quipped with a hint of sarcasm. Enough with the arguments, we must act swiftly. Everyone is exhausted, let us find a suitable place to rest, Junlai replied, rolling his eyes at Shao's sardonic demeanor. Individuals like Shao tended to overthink matters. Despite Luo Xiaran not yet acquiescing to him, her inquiries concerning the crystal cores had undeniably expedited the stability of the Jun family, even allowing them to consolidate several talents in the process. Jun-Yi shrugged, perplexed by Shao's sudden discontent towards Luo Xiaran. Although their team consisted of only 3 members, their contributions were commendable. Eliminating a zombie that attempted to approach Luo Xiaran with a gust of wind, Jun-Yi wisely chose to avoid provoking Shao Shenyan. Despite Shao's seemingly irritable nature, Jun-Yi, raised under their tutelage, recognized him as a proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. As Junlai raised his left arm high, several teams began to converge around him. The few individuals devoid of extraordinary abilities appeared merely a tad breathless, while those possessing such powers were flushed with exertion. After all, the utilization of these abilities demands considerable physical stamina and mental energy, compounded by the constant vigilance required. The morning had left them thoroughly exhausted. At that moment, a palpable sense of crisis surged within both Luo Xiaran and Shao Shenyan. Swiftly, they surveyed their surroundings and, in unison, exclaimed, "There is danger. Quickly, disperse." Chapter 76, Corrosive Abilities. Upon hearing the words, Jun-Yi, adept in wind abilities, reacted swiftly, utilizing his powers to whisk away Junlai, Shao Shenyan, and Qi Zichun. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaran exerted all her strength to leap aside, closely followed by Long Liming and Mao Jianing. 3 towering, 2-meter-tall monstrous creatures emerged silently from atop a nearby container, unleashing torrents of water like high-pressure jets aimed at the group. Despite the warnings shouted by Luo Xiaran and her companion, several individuals were still caught in the onslaught. The water crashed to the ground with a hissing sound, reminiscent of sulfuric acid ravaging the earth, leaving the once even surface marred with craters. The unfortunate few who were splashed found their garments instantly torn, their skin reddening alarmingly. Piao Tianhou, proficient in water abilities, hurriedly attempted to cleanse the areas affected by the water, yet the searing pain left his skin charred and blood oozing from the wounds. "It's a mutated crab. A corrosive ability," Luo Xiaran exclaimed in astonishment. The absence of danger earlier was evidently due to these high-tier mutated creatures. Could there also be meteorites in the vicinity? Luo Xiaran furrowed her brow, her heart filled with trepidation. The crab's shell was inherently robust, and combined with its mutations and abilities, it would be exceedingly challenging to confront. What troubled her most was the corrosive nature. As she understood, however, corrosive abilities could not be halted once one was contaminated unless completely eradicated. Fortunately, the mutated crab had not yet reached that level of power, otherwise, today could have ended in tragedy. However, the thought that such a high-tier corrosive ability user might be among Wu Yinen's entourage further dampened her spirits. Avoid contact with the liquid, it is highly corrosive. The crab's shell is incredibly hard, so we must steer clear of it. Yet, I am uncertain where its weakness lies. Luo Xiaran inhaled deeply, calling out to Junlai and the others. With danger looming, there was no time to dwell on the risks of exposure. It was far better to reveal a bit too much than to fall victim to the crab's lethal grasp. Indeed, the apocalypse was perilous. Even crabs that once feasted on seaweed had turned to humans as prey. Target the eyes of the crab first. Though it was Junlai's first encounter with such a colossal mutated crab, his extensive combat experience led him to a prompt decision. By blinding the creature, they could at least gain precious moments to regroup. In unison, the group readied their firearms and unleashed a fierce barrage against the three crabs. Regrettably, the crabs were swift, their massive claws deflecting the bullets with alarming ease. Enraged, the crabs retaliated with another jet of water, forcing the group to dodge and consequently diminishing their offensive momentum, thereby granting the crabs an opening to strike. With a sweeping motion of their claws, those unable to evade were sent crashing into the nearby containers with a thunderous crash. The noise, along with the spattering of blood, drew the attention of the zombies, as they struggled to evade the crabs' assaults while simultaneously battling the undead. The group found themselves overwhelmed and at a disadvantage. Luo Xiaran felt an acute sense of urgency. Lacking any formidable offensive skills, she could only devote herself to eliminating zombies, striving to create opportunities for her companions to strike. With a face ashen with fury, Junlai unleashed a fireball that collided with a jet of water, producing a hissing sound as steam enveloped the surroundings. The evaporated mist, now devoid of its corrosive properties, offered a momentary respite. Accepting the hand grenade from Junyi, Junlai aimed for the crab's eye and swiftly hurled it. Following a resounding explosion, the crab momentarily ceased its assault. Just as Luo Xiaran began to breathe a sigh of relief, her gaze was drawn to an orange light hurtling towards Junlai. Without a moment to spare, she lunged towards him, only to be met with a searing pain that rendered her unconscious. Chapter 77. It is raining outside when Luo Xiaran awoke once more. She found herself enveloped in darkness. As she felt the soft quilt beneath her, a sense of relief washed over her. She propped herself up and began to reflect on the events that had transpired, uncertain of what had happened afterward. She consoled herself with the thought that she was at least still alive. Given the weakness in her limbs, it was clear she had been unconscious for quite some time. She couldn't help but wonder how Junlai and the others were faring, letting out a faint sigh. Indeed, she should have avoided such risks. Fortunately, she had brought her parents along, or she would have regretted it deeply. Lost in her thoughts, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Soon, Junlai staggered in, wielding a cold-like stick. "You're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Junlai approached her with a mix of excitement and concern, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "I'm fine, just a bit weak, and my back aches," Luo Xiaran replied, biting her lip but ultimately allowing Junlai to hold her, sensing his unease. After a moment, she inquired, "Where are we? How many days have passed? What about the others? You've been lying here for a week." "We're inside a container. It's raining outside." "Red rain," Junlai replied, holding her closely, his voice tinged with lingering fear. That battle had not only left Luo Xiaran injured while saving him, but it had also nearly cost Xiao Shenyan his life. Fortunately, Junchong had remained in the vehicle, escaping serious harm, allowing them to procure sufficient medicine for everyone as treatment. However, due to the severity of their injuries, Junlai had to confine them within the container. Luckily, only 3 severely mutated crabs roamed the port. The other mutated creatures were not formidable enough to breach the container or withstand the reinforcement of Junlai's metal abilities. The zombie that harmed Luo Xiaran had been utterly obliterated by Junlai, though he would never disclose such a gruesome detail to her. Throughout the week, those with lesser injuries had awakened. Junlai himself had only recently regained consciousness, and it was thanks to Junchong's all-encompassing care that he dared to contemplate what he would have done if Luo Xiaran had not awakened. He vowed internally, never again would he allow Luo Xiaran to face any perilous situations. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this very resolution had nearly caused a rift between them. "Is it raining red again?" Luo Xiaran's eyes widened in astonishment. How could there be a second bout of red rain? She couldn't fathom why she was unaware of such an occurrence. Although she had not faced much danger during the last apocalypse, the phenomenon of red rain perplexed her. "Do not worry, Uncle and Aunt are inside the house. I have sealed the front door with my abilities. They won't be coming out," Junlai reassured her, interpreting her surprise as concern for Luo Xiaoxian and the others. What truly hurt me in the end? Understanding that Junlai had misunderstood her, Luo Xiaran did not offer an explanation but merely nodded and inquired once more. Regardless of past events, she only needed to focus on this lifetime. It was a zombie with orange eyes, now vanquished. There was no need to fear, for no harm would come to her again. Due to Luo Xiaran's injuries, Junlai's powers erupted, fortuitously elevating him to level 3, enabling him to resolve those crises. I should go check on the others, Luo Xiaran thought. Sensing a slight discord in Junlai's tone, she licked her lips and struggled to rise. However, at that moment, Luo Xiaran realized that the wound on her back was not as painful as she had anticipated. Something felt amiss. Chapter 78. Rumors of Wood Elemental Abilities. Logically, one would assume that the assault of a level 3 zombie would be formidable, yet Luo Xiaran's physique had not been home to great resilience. Astonishingly, within merely a week, she found herself moving with remarkable ease, a sensation bordering on disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at her pristine new attire and inquired, "How is the wound on my back? Who assisted in tending to it?" "The wound has healed, and it was Miss Ma who changed your clothes after she awoke. She sustained injuries from a zombie and subsequently awakened her fire elemental abilities," Junlai observed as Luo Xiaran silently declined his offer of support, his brow furrowing, shadows flickering in his eyes. "Is that so? I shall step outside and see them. I have a few matters to verify." Thoughts of the rumors she had heard in her past life concerning Wood elemental abilities ignited a thrill within her. If the rumors held true, she would possess yet another means of establishing her foothold. Very well. Junlai restrained the impulse to draw Luo Xiaran into his embrace, bowing his head as he extended the cold light baton to her. The pair exited the makeshift bedroom, constructed from sheets and cardboard boxes, emerging into the gathering outside. Most of the individuals lay in repose, the interior of the container enveloped in profound silence, save for the gentle patter of raindrops against its surface. A chandelier fashioned from cold light batons hung from the container's ceiling, casting a dim, almost surprising light. Perhaps alerted by the sound of footsteps, Ma Jianing, who was preparing a meal, turned to see Luo Xiaran awake and joyfully approached her. "Xiaran, you're awake. I've made porridge. It's just ready to be served." "Thank you." After nodding in acknowledgement to Ma Jianing, Luo Xiaran surveyed the prostrate figures, noting that only 5, including herself, were conscious. It appeared that the previous battle had been quite devastating. It was a stroke of fortune that they had survived, though one could debate whether it was indeed good luck or ill. "I will check on Mr. Xiao and Jun-Yi," Luo Xiaran decided, addressing Junlai. After all, Shao Shenyan and Jun-Yi were Junlai's brothers, and she felt it prudent to awaken them if her suspicions were confirmed. Very well. While Junlai did not fully comprehend Luo Xiaran's reasons for seeking out Shao Shenyan and Jun-Yi, he made no objection. He guided her to the area where Shao Shenyan and Junlai lay, where the one-armed Qi Zichuan was feeding the 2 unconscious men porridge. "Young master, Miss Luo." Qi Zichuan acknowledged with a nod before resuming his task. "Please excuse me, Mr. Qi, I need to verify something." Luo Xiaran offered a polite smile to Qi Zichuan as she spoke. It was unexpected to witness such a muscular figure engage in the gentle act of feeding. Indeed, one should not judge solely by appearances. "Step aside." Junlai spoke without hesitation as Qi Zichuan glanced at him. Whatever Luo Xiaran intended to do, it was assuredly not meant to harm Shao Shenyan or Jun-Yi. Moreover, Junlai had already examined Luo Xiaran's wound, thus he was well aware of her healing progress. However, that remained her secret. Unless she chose to divulge it, he would refrain from inquiring further. Just as Luo Xiaran concealed matters pertaining to her psychic abilities, Junlai firmly believed that one day, she would willingly share her secrets with him. After Qi Zichuan stepped aside, Luo Xiaran lifted the blanket covering Shao Shenyan. The most grievous wound on Shao Shenyan was on his right arm, due to excessive blood loss and the lack of any means to replenish it. He remained in a state of unconsciousness. Carefully, Luo Xiaran unwrapped the bandages and unleashed her verdant wood-based powers upon the wound. Gradually, as her abilities flowed forth, signs of healing began to manifest on Shao Shenyan's injury. Chapter 79. The ominous premonition of being consumed. The third-tier wood-based abilities, although capable, were insufficient to fully heal the wounds on Shao Shenyan's body due to Luo Xiaran's recent injuries. Once the internal tissues were mended, she ceased the release of her powers. After all, many were injured, and Luo Xiaran could not afford to be biased. Only when everyone recovered swiftly could they return to fetch her parents, right? Unexpectedly, her wood abilities indeed possessed a healing effect. The rumors she had heard in her past life proved to be true. Though not every wood ability user could manifest such healing prowess, it was no wonder that after her battle with the lynx, the wound on her arm had merely left a faint scar when she bathed. She had assumed it was due to the shallowness of the injury, but now she realized it was likely because her ability level had been too low at that time. Otherwise, she would have detected something amiss. Luo Xiaran had always found it curious that her wood abilities were significantly weaker than those of other users. She now understood that the presence of healing capability had rendered her offensive abilities diminished. In her previous life, with Wu Yanan's stringent protection surrounding her, harm was an impossibility. The only instance of injury had stemmed from Wu Yanan's betrayal, but by then, she had already perished and traversed to the ancient era, leaving her oblivious to any abnormalities. The others, including Mao Jianing, were momentarily stunned into silence. Well, I never expected my wood abilities to be a variant of healing, Luo Xiaran smiled at Junlai. However, I am unable to completely heal them at present. I can only alleviate their condition slightly, especially with so many people and my recent recovery. It's alright. Just do your best. Junlai had anticipated this revelation and felt little surprise, though concern for Luo Xiaran's health prevailed. Yet, recognizing her worry for Luo Xiaoxian and the others, he refrained from offering advice. After providing mild treatment to the others, Luo Xiaran's wood abilities were entirely depleted. Exhausted, she was gently placed back in her position by Junlai. She then declined his offer of food, opting instead to eat her porridge slowly. From Junlai, Luo Xiaran learned that the Crimson Rain had persisted for 3 full days. As she calculated the time in her mind, she realized that the moment for the emergence of mutated animals was drawing near. Could it be that in her previous life, the Crimson Rain had triggered the mutations among the creatures in the forest? However, the flesh of these mutated beings was consumable and could restore abilities, thus offering humanity a glimmer of hope for survival. After sharing this revelation with Junlai, Luo Xiaran succumbed to slumber. The peculiarity of Junlai's demeanor after her unexpected rescue had unsettled her, rendering her incapable of engaging in calm conversation with him. She harbored an ominous feeling of impending consumption. Even as Luo Xiaran drifted into sleep, Junlai remained steadfastly by her side. His gaze dark and fixated on her serene face, concealing the tumult of thoughts within. When Luo Xiaran awakened once more, Jun-Yi had regained his senses, prompting Junlai to depart early. Consequently, Luo Xiaran remained unaware of this occurrence. Otherwise, Luo Xiaran's keen perception would undoubtedly detect Junlai's gaze, prompting her to heighten her vigilance and swiftly part ways with him. Regrettably, Luo Xiaran lacks the gift of foresight. Chapter 80. A clean break. The Red Rain had persisted for an entire week, yet thanks to Luo Xiaran's healing efforts, the other injured individuals gradually began to recover. Unfortunately, for the 2 most grievously wounded who had lost their arms, there was little that Luo Xiaran could do to restore them. When the rain finally ceased, the group gathered for lunch. Due to a scarcity of vegetables, the meal consisted solely of potatoes, simmered with the collected soybean paste and pork, each person receiving a generous bowl to replenish the strength and vitality lost from excessive blood loss. Regrettably, the red dates that Junlai had previously gathered for Luo Xiaran were given to Chu Xinruo, otherwise they could have served to fortify their blood and energy. As Luo Xiaran had surmised, the cessation of the rain was accompanied by the sound of impacts emanating from outside the container. She speculated that it was likely some mutated crabs or similar creatures, given their proximity to the sea, where marine life rarely produced noise. The red rain would augment the zombies' abilities, rendering them unable to live for the time being, so Junlai advised everyone to rest well. After lunch, Junlai remarked on their previous encounter during the last red rain, when they had been outside gathering supplies. Had there not been a large group, they might have been overwhelmed by the suddenly agitated zombies. Following their encounter with the mutated crabs, Junlai and his companions had not fully recovered, so they preferred to delay their departure rather than take unnecessary risks. Luo Xiaran had no objections to Junlai's decision. Now that she had awakened, she intended to thoroughly investigate whether any meteorites existed within the port. If the meteorites were not secured soon, this port and perhaps all of Q City could become exceedingly perilous. Ignoring Junlai's intense gaze, Luo Xiaran took Mao Jianing back to her resting place. When she had been alone, Junlai had consistently remained by her side. In her moment of exasperation, she had brought Mao Jianing along, which had at least tempered Junlai's fervor somewhat. After providing Mao Jianing with some guidance on the methods of fire-type abilities she had previously witnessed, Luo Xiaran reclined and began to release her mental powers in search of the meteorite's location. Unfortunately, constrained by the range of her abilities, she encountered no further instances of powers being swallowed by meteorites and ultimately had to abandon her search, postponing further plans. During her search, however, Luo Xiaran discovered numerous mutated seafood, crabs, octopuses, and even floating mollusks, all appearing formidable. Just as she withdrew her mental powers, Shao Zhenyan breached Junlai's defense and entered Luo Xiran's resting area. Miss Luo, I hope you refrain from releasing your mental powers without cause next time. While I am grateful for your prior assistance in saving Alai and myself, I cannot bring myself to acknowledge you, Shao Zhenyan stated, his expression solemn as he fixed his gaze upon Luo Xiran, enunciating each word with precision. After appraising Shao Zhenyan for a prolonged moment, Luo Xiran distantly replied, "There is no need for thanks. After all, you saved me as well, so we are even. Once we reach S City, we can part ways amicably." "That would be splendid." Upon hearing these words, Shao Zhenyan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that Luo Xiaran had always harbored such intentions. Did she truly believe that upon arriving in S City, she would be free from peril and no longer in need of Junlai? A woman of such disposition was utterly unworthy of Junlai. Given the depth of his entanglement, the only outcome of this continued involvement would be his own suffering. However, regardless of Shao Zhenyan's thoughts, Luo Xiaran merely smiled nonchalantly. After watching him depart, even sensing Junlai standing not far away, she could not summon the desire to utter another word and simply reclined back. Chapter 81. The door stands ajar. In the ensuing 2 days, the atmosphere within the container was palpably oppressive. Luo Xiaran remained taciturn. Junlai wore a grim expression, and Shao Zhenyan had retracted his usual smile, rendering the others hesitant to even breathe audibly. After a quiet breakfast, Jian Liang and Lei Jun, who had been diligently monitoring the external situation, reported to Junlai that the cacophony of zombies outside the container had diminished considerably. They busily gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. Junlai calculated that they were merely 10 containers away from their destination and proclaimed loudly that they would reach it within the day. Eager to return swiftly, Luo Xiaran's disregard for his demeanor only exacerbated Junlai's agitation, leaving him unable to settle his thoughts. Fearing that his burgeoning fury might lead him to inadvertently harm Luo Xiaran, he resolved to vent his frustration on the zombies instead. The group hastily organized the items they had previously extracted from the container, and with the fire elemental abilities user leading the way, they awaited Qi Sichuan to retract the powers enveloping the container, revealing the now uneven exterior of the outermost container. It was indeed fortunate that Qi Sichuan had unleashed his earth elemental abilities and that Junlai had discreetly utilized his metal elemental powers. Otherwise, the container's robust structure might not have withstood the trials of the past 2 days. They swiftly dealt with the zombies and mutated animals encircling the container, allowing Junchong and the others to drive out. Although everyone bore some injuries from the previous skirmish, their abilities had nonetheless advanced amidst the crisis. Presently, the entire team possessed powers, even if many were enhancement types or had weaker offensive capabilities, such as water and wood elements. After nearly a day's journey and collecting a considerable haul of mutated seafood and zombie cores along the way, they finally arrived at the container filled with canned goods. Fortunately, the foodstuffs were neatly arranged within a designated area of the container, making several surrounding containers their targets. With brute force, they pried open the container's doors and streamed inside. The cans were meticulously packed in cardboard boxes, all in pristine condition, with production dates indicating they had been prepared just before the onset of the apocalypse. Seemingly destined for overseas export, as the packaging bore only English. Under the cover of darkness, Luo Xiaran seized the opportunity to hand items to Junchong while discreetly collecting over 100 boxes for herself. Thankfully, the absence of more than 100 boxes in a fully packed container went unnoticed in the shadows. Moreover, unlike spatial abilities, the use of her system backpack emitted no energy fluctuations, rendering Shao Zhenyan oblivious to her actions. Previously, Luo Xiaran had not anticipated that Shao Zhenyan could discern her mental energy fluctuations, prompting her to refrain from utilizing her mental abilities thereafter. Even accessing her system backpack was conducted only after ensuring that the possibility of being discovered was negligible. Regrettably, Jun Chen's spatial abilities were also limited, so he managed to collect around 500 boxes before ceasing further efforts. After all, they needed to gather other supplies, and not everything could be canned. Next came containers filled with ham, followed by salt, sugar, frozen seafood, and frozen meat. After this round, both Jun Chen's spatial capacity and Luo Xiaran's backpack were brimming to their limits. Coincidentally, salt was the most abundant item collected by the two individuals. Fortunately, during the previous days of rest, Luo Xiaran had quietly organized the supplies in her backpack, resulting in a bountiful harvest for this journey. As she had managed to gather a total of 2.5 units. Each compartment could hold up to 999 identical items, which speaks volumes about the sheer quantity. That evening, without even taking a moment to rest, Junlai promptly instructed everyone to return. Under the cover of night, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Until the sun rose once again, and the group arrived at the building where Luo Xiaran resided. The front door on the ground floor stood wide open, prompting Luo Xiaran to release her mental abilities in concern. Chapter 82. The eldest son of the Nia family, through her psychic abilities, she discerned that more than 20 individuals had entered the small building. Fortunately, her parents had not encountered any danger. They were already awake and preparing breakfast upstairs. The additional group seemed to be gathering supplies and remained on the first floor, not intruding upon the upper levels. Luo Xiaran pressed her lips together, deciding to share this information with Junlai. After all, Shao Zhenyan would also sense her use of abilities, so there was no need for subterfuge. There were visitors at home, and while there was no immediate threat, caution was advised. Upon hearing this, Junlai nodded slightly and then picked up the intercom. Having likely heard the sound of approaching vehicles, several individuals emerged from the small building. However, perhaps due to prior communication from Luo Xiaran, they showed no inclination to attack. "Is this Miss Luo and Mr. Jun?" one person called out to the foremost vehicle as they stood at the entrance. Luo Xiaran was the first to open the car door and step out, and upon seeing a young girl, the newcomers relaxed slightly. "Hello, I am Luo Xiaran. Where do you come from?" She approached with a polite smile and inquired. "Greetings, Miss Luo. My name is Qiushan. We have come from Haichun, where a safe base has been established." Qiushan, seemingly in his 30s, was momentarily dazzled by Luo Xiaran's smile but quickly regained his composure. Being a man of experience with a wife and children, Qiushan escorted Luo Xiaran into the small building, where Luo Xiaoxian and others, alerted by the announcement, descended from upstairs. A handsome man in his 20s, seated on the living room sofa, was struck by a moment of astonishment upon noticing Luo Xiaran. He promptly approached her, saying, "Hello, Miss Luo. I am Nia Xiaoming. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you do not mind our uninvited presence." "Hello, Mr. Nai." Unsure of the circumstances under which Nia Xiaoming and his group had entered the small building, Luo Xiaran offered a light smile and nodded, refraining from further conversation. "Then I shall not disturb your family," Nia Xiaoming said, understanding her desire for privacy and stepping aside to allow them passage. Once Luo Xiaran and her family ascended the stairs, Junlai also entered with his group. The two factions occupied the living room, quietly preparing their respective breakfasts. "Dad, how did these people get in?" Once upstairs, Luo Xiaran eagerly inquired. Though she trusted that Luo Xiaoxian was not reckless, allowing strangers inside felt exceedingly dangerous. Earlier, a giant crab appeared, and they assisted in dispatching it. Unexpectedly, a red rain began to fall, which is why we allowed them in. The leader, Nia Xiaoming, is the eldest son of the esteemed Nia family in the shipping industry. We've had dealings before, Luo Xiaoxian reassured her, understanding her concerns. "I see. We too encountered mutated crabs, followed by a level 3 zombie ambush, and then the red rain delayed us at the port. However, we managed to gather quite a few valuable items, making the trip worthwhile." After taking a sigh of relief, Luo Xiaran retrieved a vacuum-sealed ham and a box of canned goods from her backpack. This ham was indeed a prized possession. It was best to keep it hidden, for it would not bode well if the Jun family were to discover it. Given that Luo Xiaran had clearly stated she would only accept 1/20th of the supplies, it would create a troublesome situation if anyone were to see her secretly bringing back additional items. Chapter 83. A year's worth of sustenance. After a brief conversation among the three family members, they descended the stairs bearing a pot of freshly prepared lunch. Although Luo Xiaran was reluctant to dine with Junlai, she felt compelled to acquiesce to her mother's wishes, especially since Chu Xinru held a fondness for Junlai. Upon reaching the ground floor, they observed a reasonably amicable atmosphere between the two groups. After all, the Jun, Luo, and Nia families were all prominent clans in the northeastern provinces, and their interactions were not without familiarity. However, in this apocalyptic era, even those with prior connections refrained from exhibiting excessive intimacy, for the adage "no good deed goes unpunished" held particularly true in such dire times. Given that Nia Xiaoming's team included a space ability user, both parties were well equipped with an ample breakfast spread. Yet, Junlai's demeanor remained grim, and Nia Xiaoming hesitated to approach, speculating whether the recent failure in procuring supplies at the port weighed heavily on Junlai's mind. "Mr. Nia had also ventured to the port in search of supplies, hadn't he?" Once breakfast concluded, Shao Zhenyan was the first to seek out Nia Xiaoming. This was the Nia family's territory in Q City, although the goods at the port might not belong to them. Courtesy dictated a greeting to maintain good relations. Besides, Shao Shenyan believed they could collaborate with the Neo family to secure the commodities within the port. The port housed heavy-duty trucks for transporting goods, meaning that even if their spatial abilities were limited, they could still haul supplies back to S-City. Previously, they had hesitated to consider heavy trucks due to fuel consumption. But given that the Neo family engaged in the oil trade, it was reasonable to assume they had substantial reserves of gasoline. Thus, exchanging a cooperative opportunity for sufficient fuel would ensure a safe journey to S-City. Heavy trucks offered greater safety than military jeeps, after all. No matter how formidable the zombies or mutated creatures were, breaching the defenses of a heavy truck was no simple feat. Moreover, with the reinforcement of a metal ability user, their security was further enhanced. Indeed, it remained uncertain what conditions awaited them at the port. My family has established a safe zone in Haicheng district, with a significant population that necessitates an ample food supply. Receiving Shao Zhenyan as goodwill brought a modicum of relief to Niu Xiaoming. It was known that Junlai exuded an intimidating aura, and coupled with his emotional state, he inspired a sense of trepidation. Despite Niu Xiaoming being considerably older than Junlai and having assumed control of the family business, not to mention having fought zombies in the apocalypse, the palpable murderous intent emanating from Junlai could not simply be attributed to those encounters. There are numerous mutated creatures and advanced zombies at the port. We were nearly overwhelmed during our previous assault, Shao Zhenyan recounted, a hint of lingering fear in his voice. He continued, the port is rich with resources. If we could seize everything, it would suffice to feed 100,000 people for an entire year. The distance between S-City and Q-City is not insurmountable. Should the Neo family be interested, we could join forces to capture the port. Given that this is the second Red Rain, the zombies are likely to evolve further. If we delay, the resources at the port may go to waste. The distribution of the port's resources could be negotiated to a 50-50 split, however. They could offer half of their share to the Neo family in exchange for sufficient gasoline. Incidentally, I can share with the Neo family some discoveries made after the apocalypse. Shao Xunyan's proposal is indeed laden with concessions. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would not have suggested such disadvantageous terms for cooperation. However, since the resources are freely available, the Neo family will inevitably turn their full attention to the port sooner or later. In this light, the Jun family has fortuitously stumbled upon a bargain. Chapter 84, United as Humanity. Although parting with 50% of the supplies seemed somewhat unwise, the fact that the other party could navigate the port with 20 individuals suggested they must possess some hidden secrets. After contemplating for a moment, Niu Xiaoming nodded in agreement. 50% was acceptable, but they would need to select the supplies first. After all, with so many companies' goods in the port, the Neo family was most aware of what was available. Since the items would be taken by others, it was only prudent to choose those that would be of use to them. That poses no problem. The most crucial elements have already been acquired by them. Even if it is later discovered that they had taken those items, they would not be included in the current discussions regarding the division, Niu Xiaoming mused. Seeing Zai agree so readily made Niu Xiaoming uneasy. However, since the terms had been established, prolonging the negotiations could lead to further disadvantage. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the situation and remarked, I wonder what the Jun family has uncovered. Firstly, after the second Red Rain, the animals have undergone mutations, exhibiting heightened aggression, with some even possessing supernatural abilities. Nevertheless, the flesh of these mutated creatures remains edible, replenishing the energy consumed by the ability users and satisfying their hunger, especially given their increased appetites. Secondly, zombies possess crystal cores within their heads. These cores contain energy that can be absorbed by ability users, thereby enhancing their powers. However, not all zombies possess these cores. Zai cared not that this information had been relayed to them by Luo Xiaran, for Junlai had already personally come to retrieve individuals, providing her with a significant advantage in terms of resources, crystal cores and mutated animals. It appears the Neo family stands to benefit, he expressed gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Rest assured, we will ensure an ample supply of gasoline. Niu Xiaoming was taken aback by the significance of Zai revelations and expressed his gratitude. With this newfound knowledge, the Neo family could seize the opportunity to gather crystal cores and subsequently strengthen their own power, ensuring their survival in the apocalypse. This information subtly hinted at the possibility of collaboration. After all, the The proximity of Q City to S City suggested that a partnership between their families could yield a formidable force amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Although the Neo family had no intentions of claiming dominion, the Jun family was born of conflict, and the future remained uncertain. Mr. Nie, you are too courteous. After all, we are all human, and in times of crisis, we must support one another, Xia Xinian remarked with a satisfied smile, appreciating Neo Xiaoming's awareness and understanding. Once the transaction was concluded, Xia Xinian returned to Jun Lai's side. Jun Lai had been observing Xia Xinian's actions, though he typically left such matters to him and merely awaited the outcome. Naturally, he was pleased about securing additional supplies within the port, as these provisions would greatly improve Luo Xiaran's quality of life. Yet, the thought of Luo Xiaran continuing to disregard him dampened his spirits once more. Restlessly fidgeting with his wrist, Jun Lai addressed Shao Shenyan, urging him to expedite their departure. An unforeseen incident had left them without any news from home. Although they possessed communication devices, these could only retain messages for 3 days. Moreover, Jun Lai felt that the current circumstances were not conducive for him to continue nurturing his feelings for Luo Xiaran. As for Shao Shenyan, he was undeniably pleased with Luo Xiaran's distancing from Jun Lai. As long as she ceased her interactions with Jun Lai, a brief bout of gloom from him would suffice. Alas, Shao Shenyan underestimated Jun Lai's unwavering devotion to Luo Xiaran. However, considering his own experiences, or lack thereof, in matters of the heart, it was understandable. Despite being surrounded by women, he could never grasp the depth of Jun Lai's emotions at this moment. Chapter 85. 35 tons capacity. Under the meticulous arrangements of Shao Shenyan and Nie Xiaoming, the two teams rested for 2 days before embarking once more. This time, Luo Jiaoxian and others remained behind to guard their residence, as all supplies from the vehicles had been relocated to the small building to ensure ample storage space. Although Jun Lai and his companions had previously cleared the area of zombies, the incursion of numerous mutated creatures from the ocean had gradually expanded the zombies' territory. The relationship between mutated creatures and zombies was far from harmonious. Both possessed energy cores, one crystalline and the other beastly, within their minds, which held considerable energy and thus attracted each other, much like supernatural beings attract zombies. On this occasion, they drove 7 vehicles into the port, all of which were newly acquired heavy-duty trucks, distinct from the previous ones. These trucks, boasting a capacity of 35 tons, measured 17.5 meters in length, are 4 meters in width, and 2.7 meters in height, were commonplace transport vehicles in the port, presumably due to ongoing transportation activities. Each truck's fuel tank was filled with diesel. Diesel engines are known for their thermal efficiency and economic viability, making them well-suited for large-scale transport. Despite the safety offered by these heavy trucks, they had their drawbacks. Their cumbersome nature resulted in considerable noise during operation, attracting a significant number of zombies and mutated creatures. Upon arriving at the port, the team immediately commenced their search for supplies from the initial containers. Fireballs, ice blaze, wind blaze, and earth-based traps were unleashed in rapid succession, creating a scene of lively chaos. Having learned from Shao Shenyan about the existence and function of energy cores, Nie Xiaoming ceased to squander opportunities. With each zombie or mutated creature vanquished, the energy cores, beast cores, and the flesh of the mutated creatures were meticulously collected. It had been clearly stated prior to their departure that the zombies and mutated creatures eliminated by their team would count as personal gains, not included in the distribution of port supplies. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiaran, the intricacies of the trade between the Jun and Nie families remained a mystery to her. However, her initial hunts had yielded resources solely for her team, thus avoiding any conflict. Curiously, Nie Xiaoming appeared to harbor a subtle inclination to assist Luo Xiaran, a sentiment only perceived by her due to its discreet nature. Shao Shenyan might have sensed something amiss as well, given his psychic abilities. Yet he welcomed the development and remained reticent. Amidst his tumultuous emotions, Jun Lai was oblivious to these dynamics, his focus entirely consumed by the act of slaying zombies as an outlet for his frustrations. Each zombie he dispatched was reduced to nothing more than ash. The team, now numbering over 50, had become significantly more efficient, and Nie Xiaoming's third-tier ice abilities posed a greater threat to the mutated creatures of the sea. Seizing every opportunity, they managed to freeze a zombie or mutated creature into a solid block of ice, subsequently shattering it. However, despite their increased numbers, the presence of mutated creatures was also on the rise. Thus, after a full day of effort, they had only managed to open over 100 containers. Regrettably, The majority of the containers are filled with garments, footwear, or accessories, with the sole exception being one that contains processed food products laden with chemical additives. After a grueling day, as the sun was obscured and lost its radiance, Shao Shenyan decided to take a respite within one of the containers, planning to resume his efforts at dawn. That evening, their dinner consisted of the marine creatures they had previously harvested: crabs, octopuses, shellfish, and even seaweed obtained from these aquatic animals, each dish proving to be far more delectable than anything they had savored before the apocalypse. Chapter 86. Directly returning to S City. The trade at the port is not under my jurisdiction. Although I am aware of the various goods produced in this area, I am not privy to the specific contents of each container. I sincerely apologize for this. After dinner, Nia Xiaoming expressed his apologies to Junlai and the others. As the future heir of the Neo family, he may have an understanding of his family's industries, yet the specific details elude him. Furthermore, the containers at the port are not fixed in their locations, which adds to his helplessness. Had he known that this knowledge would prove useful one day, he would have taken the time to memorize it all. It doesn't matter, as long as we can take what we need, that's sufficient. Shao Shenyan replied with a smile. In truth, even items like food additives or clothing and shoes have their uses. Therefore, it cannot be said that they have returned empty-handed. It's fine, we can start fresh. Junlai nodded in agreement. While resources are indeed important, it is equally vital for him to release his pent-up emotions. After a day of slaying, his spirits were considerably lifted. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaran, who had gone to bed early after dinner, was contemplating how to locate the meteorite. Given that Shao Zhenyan also possessed spiritual abilities, she refrained from searching overtly, aware that he was on guard against her. Luo Xiaran hoped to collaborate with the Jun family in the future and did not wish for this matter to sour her relationship with Shao Zhenyan. However, this did not mean she would abandon her pursuit of the meteorite. She was determined to acquire it. Despite the meteorite's capability to attract zombies, once the inn was opened, Luo Xiaran could easily utilize its powers to mask the meteorite's allure. As long as there was sufficient energy, she would be a formidable presence within the inn. Amidst the house of the undead, the group peacefully endured another dark night. Around 5 in the morning, Jun Chong was already awake, preparing breakfast. Before long, Ma Jianing, who had been lying next to Luo Xiaran, also stirred. After awakening Luo Xiaran, the two quickly washed their faces, brushed their teeth, and styled their hair. Tying her hair into a high ponytail and donning the new clothes they had found the previous day, they appeared somewhat alike from behind. Breakfast consisted of seafood, now transformed into a seafood congee with rice. Nia Xiaoming had mentioned that the port also had soybean and corn crops ready for export, so everyone eagerly hoped to find them soon, ideally locating beef or mutton first. For the next 10 days, Junlai and the 50 others remained immersed in the port, tirelessly slaying zombies and mutated animals while collecting every bit of material from the containers. The number of heavy trucks had increased to 27, each loaded to the brim with the gathered goods. Luo Xiaran estimated that each truck contained around 40 tons of cargo at the very least. When the last piece of wood from the final container was completely unloaded, Luo Xiaran shook her neck, feeling the ache in her body. After days of hauling goods and confronting zombies, she felt as though her arms and thighs had thickened significantly. Following the visit to uncle and aunt, we shall first journey to Haicheng district for a brief respite before returning directly to City S. It seems that all the pent-up fury has been released. For Junlai can now converse with Luo Xiaran in a tranquil tone. Of course, the true emotions that linger within him remain known only to Junlai himself. After all, he is the future heir trained by his family, and previously, he had merely not concealed his feelings for Luo Xiaran from his subconscious. If he so desired, even Shao Shenyan would find it challenging to discern his true sentiments. While the two engaged in conversation, the others were occupied with the final preparations. Each vehicle was assigned its security personnel, and just as everyone was poised to embark on their return, tendrils resembling those of some shadowy entity began to extend towards them. Chapter 87. The meteorite is swallowed. A cry erupted from a member of the Neo family, ensnared by the tentacles, startling the others who were preparing to board the vehicle. Nia Xiaoming was the first to unleash several ice blades at the encroaching tentacles, causing the one that had coiled around the person to release its grip. The others, already in the vehicle, swiftly disembarked, cautiously surveying their surroundings. After a rustling sound, 8 massive tentacles, each approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, lunged toward the group. With a resounding thud, the tentacles struck the ground, fracturing the surface, and the once smooth concrete splintered into countless shards, with flying debris striking unsuspecting team members. Luo Xiaran extended her mental energy toward the tentacles, but alas. Before she could make contact, her psychic force vanished without a trace. Biting her lip, she realized the dire situation. The meteorite she had sought for several days had seemingly fallen into the hands of a mutated creature. Could it be that the meteorite had been consumed? Frowning, she considered this possibility, recognizing that the meteorite likely held significant allure for the mutated beasts, prompting them to swallow it whole before sinking to the ocean depths, resulting in the proliferation of these aberrant creatures. This was indeed troublesome. Contemplating her predicament, Luo Xiaran grasped her long knife and, alongside Junlai and the others, cautiously advanced towards the source of the tentacles. The tentacle that had been interrupted by Nie Xiaoming and others writhed on the pavement, reminiscent of a fish deprived of water. Its surface lined with countless suction cups that sent shivers down one's spine. Each time a tentacle was severed, within less than a minute, new ones would appear, as if they were inexhaustible. Yet, the group understood that such tentacles must belong to an octopus, given that octopuses typically possess 8 limbs. The current situation indicated that this mutated octopus possessed an extraordinary regenerative capability. While fending off the octopus's tentacle attacks, they carefully attempted to encircle the creature. Ultimately, they discovered the octopus lurking within a shipping container, from which a gaping hole facilitated its ability to extend its tentacles for assault. Driven by the desire to retrieve the meteorite from within the octopus's body, Luo Xiaran disregarded her lack of extraordinary abilities and launched an attack against the creature. She slashed, hacked, swiped, and thrust, each strike landing upon the octopus's tentacles. In an unfortunate lapse, she soon found herself targeted by a pincer-like maneuver from the tentacles. Lowering her gaze slightly, she feigned ignorance, only to be ensnared by the octopus's grip. Perhaps due to her proximity to the octopus's core, the tentacles, eager to return their captive, hastened back to the creature's main body. Just as she was on the verge of being devoured, Luo Xiaran placed her left hand against the octopus's body, allowing the slimy secretions to spread across her arm, while she commanded the system to extract the meteorite from within the creature. Fortunately, although she could not ascertain the precise location of the meteorite within the octopus, the previous meteorite served as a reference, enabling the system to successfully retrieve it. Once the meteorite was in her possession, Luo Xiaran bent her legs and delivered a powerful kick to just as the octopus was poised to retaliate. Junlai and Nie Xiaoming seized the opportunity to leap down from the container. Nie Xiaoming swiftly unleashed his ice-based abilities, while Junlai scooped up Luo Xiaran and hurled her toward the opening above. With his enhanced strength, Jian Hao skillfully grasped Luo Xiaran's arm, successfully pulling her out of the octopus's attack range. The octopus, subjected to the alternating assaults of fire and ice abilities, found itself unable to regenerate rapidly due to the loss of the meteorite, ultimately meeting its demise with unblinking eyes. As Luo Xiaran allowed Ma Jianing to wipe the slime off her body, she bowed her head slightly, a secretive smile playing at the corners of her lips. Indeed, this venture had yielded bountiful rewards. However, it seemed she owed Junlai a favor. Perhaps she could divulge the meteorite's whereabouts to him in the future. Chapter 88, A Glimmer of Hope. Are you injured? After resolving the battle, Junlai, drenched in sweat, hurried to Luo Xiaran's side, inquiring with great care. Perhaps it was due to Junlai's continuous exertion of his fire-based abilities that Luo Xiaran caught a whiff of smoke. She nodded slightly, avoiding his gaze, and said, "I'm sorry, it's entirely my fault for being so careless. Thank you for saving me." "There's no need for thanks, Xiaran. Let us quickly get into the car. Your parents must be anxiously waiting," Junlai responded swiftly, sensing her reluctance to engage further in conversation. Although he was slightly perturbed by her demeanor, he understood the underlying intentions of Chu Xinru and Luo Jiaoxian in trying to bring them together. Thus, even if Luo Xiaran had yet to accept him, his irritation was but a fleeting sensation. After all, to have the one he cherished so dearly by his side yet remain out of reach was a torment he could scarcely endure. Had someone told him before meeting Luo Xiaran that he would be so captivated by a woman to the point of helplessness, he would have found it hard to believe. Junlai himself could not fathom why he was so drawn to Luo Xiaran, but he was acutely aware that without her, no other woman could ever take her place. It seemed as if, at the moment of creation, Luo Xiaran had been fashioned from one of Junlai's own ribs, making her irreplaceable. Subsequently, Junlai refrained from joining Luo Xiaran in the vehicle. With Nie Xiaoming present, it was impractical for him to constantly rely on Xiao Zhenyan. After all, Junlai was the head of the Jun family, while Shao Shenyan served merely as an advisor. Thus, he needed to maintain the appropriate demeanor. The journey to their destination had taken 11 days, but their return was accomplished in less than an hour. The port had been largely cleared of zombies, and they navigated back in a heavy truck, capable of crushing mutated creatures without further need for cleanup. After days of consuming seafood to the point of nausea, the group was not inclined to continue feasting on it, even if other survivors might still be starving. Regrettably, their spatial abilities lacked preservation functions, thus, despite the addition of ice, they would have to consume the remaining seafood shortly. Upon returning to the small building, they found no further intrusions. After tidying up the supplies within, the group shared a meal before proceeding towards the coastal district where the Neo family resided. The coastal district was the largest area in Q City, with a population exceeding 200,000 and a thriving economy, making it a focal point for development. As they entered the urban expanse, they encountered groups of zombies. The streets were devoid of human activity, and the remnants of buildings stood as mere shadows of their former glory. Only the darkened traces remained, hinting at the existence of human life that once thrived there. Gazing through the car window at the desolation, Luo Xiaran couldn't help but lick her lips, even though it was not her first encounter with such scenes. A chill still crept into her heart. Contemplating the unresolved origins of the zombies 5 years into the apocalypse, and the increasingly dire circumstances of humanity, she clenched her fists. Though she did not see herself as a savior, she believed that establishing more inns might provide a semblance of hope for those seeking a chance at life. Luo Xiaran harbored a deep desire that one day, their family would not be the sole survivors on Earth. What purpose would life serve in such solitude? Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious to Luo Xiaran's resolution. As they gazed out at the somber landscape, a pall of heaviness enveloped their hearts. Who could have imagined that within a mere few months, humanity would descend from the pinnacle of the food chain to become the hunted? The future of humankind remained shrouded in uncertainty, leaving them with no choice but to strive to survive as best as they could. Chapter 89. Exchanging supplies for crystals. The safety zone of the Neo family is centered around their villa, encompassing the entire villa district. Currently, there are 200,000 survivors residing in this area. According to Neo Xiaoming, there are still many survivors within the city, but the dangers are numerous, and they are unable to conduct any rescue operations, only ensuring the survival of the 200,000. The arrival of 27 heavy trucks brought immense joy to the survivors within the safety zone. Previously, in an effort to conserve supplies, meals had been reduced to just 1 per day, and if this continued, even the flora within the villa district would likely be consumed entirely. The trucks drove directly to the vicinity of the Neo family villa, where they were entrusted to the care of the Neo family's supernatural beings. As some of the supplies belonged to the Jun family and Luo Xiaran, a tally was required before distribution. After meeting with Neo Xiaoming's parents, the group took a moment to rest in a nearby villa. Dinner, delivered by the Neo family's servants, featured an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, a true feast. Following dinner, Luo Xiaran sought out Neo Xiaoming privately. She had gathered a haphazard collection of supplies, some of which were unnecessary for her, and thus wished to exchange a portion for crystal cores. She had previously realized, during a crystal core collection, that information had leaked from Jun Lai's side. With Jun Lai having spoken, Luo Xiaran felt no further hesitation. While the crystal cores were undoubtedly significant for the vast safety zone of the Neo family, supplies were of paramount importance. After all, one could hunt zombies to acquire cores, but it is sustenance that enables people to hunt. As Luo Xiaran had anticipated, Neo Xiaoming considered her proposal to exchange supplies for crystal cores momentarily before readily agreeing. He intentionally concealed the fact that Luo Xiaran approached him for this transaction rather than Jun Lai. The following day, each party dispatched personnel to tally their supplies, while Luo Xiaran took advantage of Shao Xinyan's busyness and Jun Lai being held up by the Neo family to conduct her trade with Kunyan Yuan and Neo Xiaoming. Although she was not overly concerned about Jun Lai discovering this, she nonetheless felt a desire to keep it from him. Jun Lai's mood had improved considerably, and she wished to avoid reverting him to an old state by trading the majority of her potatoes, sweet potatoes, winter melons, and other items from her system backpack. Along with several months' worth of food stored in Kunyan Yuan's space, she successfully acquired over 500 zombie crystal cores, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. With these cores, at least the abilities of those around her could advance a step. Upon returning to the villa, the personnel tasked with tallying supplies had also returned. The supplies belonging to the Jun family and Luo Xiaran were loaded onto the heavy trucks. With Luo Xiaoxian overseeing the process, Luo Xiaran did not pay it much mind. Seeing that her actions had gone unnoticed, Luo Xiaran felt a slight sense of relief. In the afternoon, she continued with Kunyan Yuan to the trading venue within the safety zone. Located at the center of the safety zone, many survivors set up stalls with their goods. However, due to the regulations imposed by the Neo family, the trading area did not appear overly chaotic. Using the rather unappetizing compressed biscuits, Luo Xiaran exchanged them for a considerable amount of gold and silver jewelry, for this is indeed a villa district, abundant with exquisite adornments. Moreover, Luo Xiaran also acquired several crystal nuclei, albeit the most ordinary white ones. Unfamiliar with the purpose of these crystal nuclei, most women collected them as sparkling embellishments. Although many were curious about Luo Xiaran's intention behind gathering the crystal nuclei, the presence of the Neo family's guide by her side deterred anyone from taking any excessive actions. Chapter 90. No longer burdened by the time Junlai's affairs were thoroughly settled, it was already the morning of the third day. During this interval, Junlai had engaged in substantial transactions with the Neo family for fuel. According to Luo Xiaran's observations, the Jun family had acquired at least the capacity of 2 heavy trucks. However, she was unaware of the exact whereabouts of the Neo family's fuel. Otherwise, she might have discreetly taken some for herself. Fortunately, Luo Xiaran did not have many uses for fuel, and if she desired it, she could still obtain it through trade. She merely refrained from doing so due to a lack of storage space. After all, the Jun family was responsible for the journey, was it not? Following several days of trading, Kunyan Yuan's storage had been entirely replenished. Apart from the mutated seafood previously obtained at the port, everything else was sourced from the Luo family's supplies extracted from Luo Xiaran's backpack. At this moment, 3 compartments of Luo Xiaran's backpack were left empty. However, as each compartment could hold up to 999 items, the quantity of resources she carried remained quite substantial. That morning, the Neo family's servants prepared a considerable amount of dry rations, and later, they enjoyed a lunch at the Neo residence before officially embarking on their journey back to City S. With the protection of heavy trucks and traveling along a relatively zombie-free highway, the convoy of 13 heavy trucks successfully arrived in City S by the afternoon of the following day. City S was scarcely better than City Q. It boasted a resident population of over 8 million, several times greater than that of City Q, rendering it even more desolate. Furthermore, due to the military presence stationed in City S, had it not been for the guidance of the Jun family, Luo Xiaran might have mistaken it for a mere ruin. Nevertheless, this very condition allowed for the Jun family's secure base in Anping district to be 3 times larger than the one in Haicheng district. With a surviving population exceeding 700,000, the outermost perimeter of the safe zone was fortified with a wall constructed by Earth-type ability users, who patrolled the area armed with firearms and sabers, clad in camouflage attire, exuding an air of professionalism. Entering the gates of the safe zone did not guarantee access within. Every survivor who crossed the threshold had to remain in an open area near the gate for 3 days, ensuring that no one would turn into a zombie from concealed injuries and pose a threat to the urban populace. This designated area, encircled by Earth-type ability users, could accommodate approximately 10,000 individuals. Even within the Jun family's safe zone, Junlai was required to adhere to this protocol and park in the open space. Fortunately, as they neared the safe zone, Shao Shenyan had relayed a message, allowing Junlai's party to be greeted by members of the Jun family, who Luo Xiaran sat upon the chair presented by Junlai. Letting out a faint sigh as she addressed him, I am uncertain about the whereabouts of our assigned accommodations. After these few days, we shall relocate there directly, thus alleviating any further inconvenience to you. The Jun family was not a trivial clan, and Luo Xiaran wished to avoid entanglements. After all, the Luo family currently possessed nothing, making them vulnerable to potential harassment. Should anyone cause distress to Luo Xiaoxian or Chu Xinrua, Luo Xiaran could not predict her own reactions. In such a scenario, it would not reflect well on Junlai, a sight she wished to avert. Chapter 91. The debt of human affection is harder to repay upon hearing Luo Xiaran's words. Junlai's expression shifted, though it quickly reverted to a neutral demeanor, yet it was still noticeable to Shao Shenyan, who was observing from the side. Despite his desire to see Luo Xiaran and Junlai gradually drift apart, it was Junlai who consistently bore the brunt of the emotional turmoil. Shao Shenyan found himself in a paradoxical situation, wishing he could directly place Luo Xiaran into Junlai's embrace. Adjusting his wrist, Junlai remarked, "The house is located 2 streets away from the Jun residence. It's a villa. The previous owner has turned into a zombie. so you need not worry about your stay. However, he instinctively concealed the fact that most of his subordinates resided there. He had previously heard from Jun Bei that Luo Xiaran was quite averse to him arranging for someone to look after her. Yet, Jun Lai forgot that Luo Xiaran now possessed an exceptionally acute psychic ability. Thank you. If you require the exchange of supplies, please inform me in advance. The world has changed, debts of human affection are harder to repay, as I believe you are aware, Luo Xiaran said, narrowing her eyes with insinuation. Regardless of how others in the Jun family perceived her, she merely hoped to collaborate effectively with Jun Lai. She was not a parasitic vine and did not wish to be seen as reliant upon him. Even without formidable offensive powers, Luo Xiaran was determined to emerge as a strong individual in this chaotic era. Only by standing at the pinnacle could she live freely and protect everything she held dear. Very well, I will deduct it from your supply batch, Jun Lai said, clenching his fist to suppress the resurgence of anger within him. His lips pressed into a thin line as he spoke coldly, though he acknowledged that a self-reliant woman possesses a unique beauty. The thought of Luo Xiaran consistently seeking to settle accounts with him, presenting herself as someone who did not wish to take advantage of him or be entangled in any relationship, made him long to confine her by his side. Alas, Jun Lai understood that such an action would only lead to mutual destruction. Even though the Luo family had lost everything, he would not underestimate Luo Xiaran's capabilities. No one should be dismissed lightly, for arrogance invites ruin. Darling, drink some water, called out Luo Xiaran, while Chu Xinrui noticed the growing tension between the two conversants. After exchanging a knowing glance, it was Chu Xinrui who stepped in to interrupt their dialogue. They had sensed an issue previously but had not had the opportunity to inquire further. It was evident now that the matter transcended mere misunderstandings. Ever since the incident involving Wu Yinan, Luo Xiaran's emotional state had been rather off-kilter, and Chu Xinrui felt it was time for a heartfelt conversation with her beloved. After all, not everyone is like Wu Yinan, not every man is destined to betray. If Luo Xiaran continued to keep Jun Lai at arm's length, she might irrevocably miss out on a good man. In these troubled times, virtuous men are scarce, and powerful, admirable men are even rarer. They had grown older and hoped that one day, a formidable man would step in to accompany Luo Xiaran through the next chapters of her life. Chu Xinrui gently pulled Luo Xiaran aside, while Luo Xiaoxian approached Jun Lai. Confronted by the truth of her current mindset, Luo Xiaran found herself at a loss for words about the 25 years she had spent without them, thus she chose to remain silent. Even though Jun Lai is indeed exceptional, she is simply unworthy of such sincere affection. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoran remains unaware of what Luo Xiaoxian conveyed to Jun Lai. However, ever since then, Jun Lai's demeanor has become notably more composed, and his kindness towards her has become more discreet, at least devoid of the previous intensity, which has considerably alleviated Luo Xiaoran's tension. Chapter 92, Eyes Filled with Appraisal. After successfully navigating the 3-day observation period, Luo Xiaran and her companions officially entered the Anping District's safety base. The safety base is divided into two sections, the inner city and the outer city. The living arrangements in the inner city are managed by the Jun family, while the outer city is populated by survivors who escaped the apocalypse. At the junction of the inner and outer cities lies the trade zone, where 2 rows of small shops have been established. However, due to the current inability of many to afford the rental costs, most transactions occur at makeshift stalls, with vendors required to pay a modest fee of a package of biscuits or a bag of instant noodles each week. Within the safety zone, access to the inner city is only possible by traversing the outer city and the trade zone. A half-meter thick earthen wall serves as a barrier between the two sections, though several large gates have been constructed for entry and exit. Luo Xiaran mused that the number of Earth-type ability users recruited by the Jun family was indeed substantial. Despite the apocalypse having persisted for approximately 4 months, true ability users constitute merely 1/10 of the survivors. The effort required to erect such numerous earthen walls is a testament to the dedication of the Earth-type ability users involved. Upon entering the inner city, the vehicle proceeded directly to the Jun family's villa. The Jun family is an extensive clan accustomed to communal living, resulting in a villa of considerable size. According to Luo Xiaoxian's understanding of the Jun family, Jun Lai's grandfather had 3 wives, who bore him 6 sons and 2 daughters. The first wife had passed away early, leaving the second wife, a lady of scholarly lineage, in charge. Jun Lai's grandmother, the third wife, has been in poor health due to the grief of losing her son, and she resides quietly within the villa for her recuperation. Their marriage was likely a political alliance, characterized by mutual respect. The Jun family has a long-standing military tradition, so only Jun Lai's 4th and 6th uncles remain among the living. These two men have dedicated their lives to the defense of national security, and Luo Xiaran had never encountered them. Among the grandchildren of Jun grandfather, there are 4 granddaughters and 3 grandsons, with Jun Lai being the sole grandson surviving alongside his 4 sisters. Jun Lai's father ranks 3rd among the siblings, making Jun Lai the youngest in the main household, thus receiving abundant affection from all. The branches of the Jun family are not particularly prominent, and Luo Xiaran is not well acquainted with them. This is likely due to the absence of power struggles within the family, possibly attributed to their military heritage, where status is earned through merit rather than intrigue. However, this does not imply that the Jun family is entirely devoid of discord. With a considerable number of women in the family, such dynamics can lead to unrest, though such matters are typically kept from outsiders. Upon arriving at the villa, the other team members dispersed, leaving only Jun Yi and Shao Shenyan to accompany Jun Lai and Luo Xiaran's family into the villa. The spacious villa had few servants present, only a white-haired butler who welcomed them inside. Having already received word of their arrival, Jun grandfather sat in the living room, awaiting Jun Lai's return. Noticing Luo Xiaran behind him, he appraised her from head to toe with a discerning gaze. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I apologize for the intrusion. The last time I beheld you was during the festive season, and you appear as robust as ever." Luo Xiaran stepped forward decisively, positioning himself protectively in front of Luo Xiaran, and with a cheerful demeanor, he respectfully saluted Grandpa Jun. Although he was well aware that Grandpa Jun harbored no ill intentions, he could not permit anyone to regard Luo Xiaran with the same scrutiny one might reserve for mere merchandise, especially given that she was his beloved daughter cherished over the years. Chapter 93. The young girl is quite remarkable. How the young lad from the Luo family has grown. Grandfather Jun retracted his scrutinizing gaze and nodded slightly at Luo Xiaran, signaling for everyone to take their seats and converse. At the venerable age of 98, despite his robust constitution, he had reached a point where he required assistance to walk. Nevertheless, having been strong-willed throughout his life, he concealed any signs of frailty in the presence of outsiders, maintaining a voice full of vitality when he spoke. "This is my wife and our young daughter. I recall you met them at my wedding years ago," Luo Xiaran remarked after guiding Chu Xinrui to sit down. Back when his father was alive, he too was a junior in front of Grandfather Jun, but the two families had some connections, especially since the wedding had invited many prominent families from high society, making it inevitable that they had crossed paths. However, due to Chu Xinrui's health issues, Luo Xiaran often attended social gatherings alone. After years of marriage without children, he was even less inclined to let Chu Xinrui face the scrutiny of others at such events. "I have indeed met the young lady from the Chu family. We have shared a drink with your esteemed elder," Grandfather Jun said with a smile. "Your little girl is quite commendable. Not a hint of timidity showed under my gaze. She possesses courage, quite impressive." Although initially discontented and perplexed by Jun Lai's interest in Luo Xiaran, Grandfather Jun soon recognized that she was no ordinary girl. Yet, given the myriad of dangers surrounding them, he could not hastily make a decision. The Jun family had invested considerable effort in ensuring the safety of the Anping district. While he appreciated Luo Xiaran's contributions regarding the zombie cores and mutated creatures, gratitude did not equate to permission for her to enter the Jun household. Even in the absence of immediate pressure from the state, such tranquility was likely to be fleeting. Aware of his advancing age, Grandfather Jun contemplated finding a formidable ally for Jun Lai, someone who could support him in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Xiaran remained oblivious to these concerns. When Grandfather Jun spoke of her, she politely rose again to greet him and maintained her silence thereafter. Jun Lai, seated nearby, observed Shao Shenyan preparing tea, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. He was acutely aware of his grandfather's intentions but desired only Luo Xiaran. While he would consider Grandfather Jun's apprehensions, he refused to let them sway his own feelings. What mattered most was that Luo Xiaran was formidable enough. Eventually, Grandfather Jun would acquiesce. Moreover, during the visit to fetch Luo Xiaran, Grandfather Jun had remained silent rather than outright opposing her, suggesting there was still considerable room for negotiation. After a leisurely exchange among the group, the butler entered with staff to set the dining table. Grandfather Jun was escorted by Jun Lai to rest, and once the meal was concluded, Luo Xiaran made his intentions to depart known. Under the personal accompaniment of Jun Lai, the guests were escorted to the villa that had been arranged beforehand. The former owner's personal belongings had been completely cleared away, and the furniture, including the sofa and bedding, had been replaced with new items, which greatly pleased Luo Xiaran with Junlai. Although these items were indeed luxurious, Junlai's preparation demonstrated his regard for Luo Xiaran. Did it not? After such a long journey, Junlai understood that everyone was weary. There would be ample time for discussions later. Once he ensured that the family of Free, Luo Xiaran included, had no grievances, he turned and departed. Watching Junlai leave, Luo Xiaran pressed her lips together, then returned to her room to take a warm bath. Subsequently, she began to contemplate where in the safe zone would be the most suitable location to establish the first inn. Chapter 94. Do you still want jewelry? The following day, during the daylight hours, Junlai did not pay a visit. Luo Xiaran speculated that perhaps Junlai's absence was due to pressing matters requiring his attention at the Jun family estate. This turn of events conveniently spared Luo Xiaran some trouble, as she preferred not to have his presence constantly beside her. Although her endeavors were not exactly secrets, they were nonetheless challenging to articulate. After the family had breakfast, a group of 6 ventured out, meandering through the entire safe zone while making their way towards the trading district. The inner city bustled with its usual activity. Yet there was a marked increase in the scent of blood. Each person's gaze was sharp and laden with scrutiny. Perhaps due to the conspicuousness of traveling with a child, the number of assessing looks multiplied upon exiting the gates of the inner city. In the trading district, the attire of the majority was rather incomplete. Fortunately, the warm weather still lent a semblance of vitality to the people, though the prolonged lack of water rendered the air less than pleasant. The throng of individuals traversing the trading area often wore expressions devoid of emotion, while the vendors donned forced smiles, their chapped lips reluctant to engage potential customers. For the time being, it seemed unlikely that the safe zone would face any imminent threats due to food shortages, Luo Xiaran mused, pursing her lips. The Jun family did provide a minimal standard of sustenance. The elderly, infirm, and destitute could collect a daily portion of dinner upon entering the trading district. Though meager, it ensured that no one would face starvation or dehydration, a commendable effort nonetheless. Does anyone need anything? I have some nearly expired biscuits in my backpack. Feel free to ask if you require any, Luo Xiaran offered, adjusting her hiking backpack that she had brought along that morning. While they had gathered a fair amount of supplies on their journey, it did not mean they could cover every need. Each person had their own desires, and she was keen to see if she could exchange for gold, silver, or precious stones within the trading district. Let us just wander around and see what is available, suggested Zhang Limin, noticing that the others were silent. In comparison to the ragged individuals around them, they truly lacked for nothing. All right. Since we are not in want of supplies, we should hesitate if we find something we like, Luo Xiaran declared, unwilling to skimp on her companions, especially considering that Zhang Limin and Mao Jianing were reliable allies. As they strolled through the trading district, the offerings at the stalls were scarce, predominantly consisting of tattered clothing and shoes or everyday items. After quite some time, they finally encountered a stall selling children's goods. After trading a few biscuits for a nearly new transformer for Kunyan Yuan, Luo Xiaran and her companions continued to exchange for various small items such as shoes, pots, and pans. For safety's sake, Luo Xiaran stowed the items in her hiking backpack rather than allowing Kunyan Yuan to store them in his spatial compartment. After traversing more than half of the stalls, Luo Xiaran finally laid eyes upon several exquisite pieces of jewelry at a middle-aged woman's booth. In exchange for 5 packs of cookies, she acquired all the items displayed on the stall. Miss, would you like more jewelry? I still have some at home. Would you care to take a look? Just as she was about to depart, the middle-aged woman suddenly spoke in a hushed tone, hurriedly wrapping the cookies in an old piece of clothing on the ground, her demeanor reflecting utmost caution. Chapter 95. Desperation leads to any action upon hearing the words. Luo Xiaran narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing the middle-aged woman before her. With a subtle smile, she remarked, if the items are exquisite, I shall take them all. Everything here is crafted by my husband, the woman replied, her voice trembling with emotion. He possessed remarkable skills, yet his fortune was meager, and he passed away too soon. If it weren't for my child's illness and our dire need for sustenance, I would never part with these treasures. As she spoke, the woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice thick with sorrow. Very well, if the goods are satisfactory, I can offer you some water or medicine, Luo Xiaran said, extending her mental energy to survey the remaining wares. Noticing a lack of other valuables, she resolved to accompany the middle-aged woman. Today had been a thorough exploration, and she had gleaned a fair understanding of the trading district's dynamics. Although she had yet to finalize the location for her inn, she felt confident that deliberating upon it would suffice for now. After all, the safety base established by the Jun family was nearing completion, and any future alterations were likely to be minimal. Moreover, Luo Xiaran intended for her inn to expand beyond a single establishment, growing increasingly abundant in the future. Considering that her clientele would predominantly consist of individuals with special abilities, selecting a location was rather straightforward. After all, capable individuals naturally gravitate towards the inner city, right? Establishing her in the trading district would ensure that even patrons from the outer city would not be overlooked. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged woman bowed repeatedly, and had it not been for Luo Xiaran's intervention, she might have knelt before her. There's no need for such formality. This is merely a transaction of goods for silver, Luo Xiaran replied with a wave of her hand, then inquired, I am called Luo. May I ask for your name? Greetings, Miss Luo. I am Shui Jing, formerly employed in housekeeping within the villa district. Shui Jing, perceiving Luo Xiaran's lack of intent to elaborate, wisely refrained from glancing at those accompanying her. It was evident to Shui Jing that Luo Xiaran was the one in charge, thus her focus remained solely on her. Very well, Aunt Shui, please lead the way. Nodding, Luo Xiaran did not consult the opinions of Luo Xiaran and the others behind her, directing Shui Jing to take the lead. In truth, Luo Xiaran intended for Luo Xiaran and the others to observe the living conditions of those in the outer city. They had not encountered many survivors along the way, likely leaving them unaware of the lengths to which people would go for a morsel of food. Previously, they had only traveled in the Jun family's vehicle after entering the city, thus failing to grasp the reality of the situation. Now, Luo Xiaran wished for everyone to experience it firsthand, preventing unnecessary acts of kindness in the future that might jeopardize their safety. Upon exiting the trading district and crossing a street, they found themselves in the outer city. The streets were lined with numerous scantily clad women, who occasionally reached out to passing men, whispering softly before departing hand in hand. From nearby buildings, the sounds of laughter and playful banter floated on the breeze. As they ventured further outward, the throngs of people grew denser, many casting ravenous gazes upon Luo Xiaran and her companions. This caused the youngest among them, Kunyan Yuan, to instinctively clutch Luo Xiaran's hand tighter. In the future, do not venture out without companionship, do you understand? Particularly, avoid demonstrating your abilities in front of outsiders. For in dire hunger, they are capable of anything. Luo Xiaran leaned down and softly cautioned Kunyan Yuan, her mind drifting to the unsettling scenes of cannibalism she had once witnessed, sending a chill down her spine. However, it is unlikely that such a situation would arise within the Jun residence. The safe zone has stabilized, and with diligent effort, one should at least be spared from starvation. Luo Xiaran cast a cold glance at the crowd before continuing in silence until Shui Jing LED dimmed to a modest building, where several bare-chested men stood at the entrance. Chapter 96. Devoured within seeing Luo Xiaran effortlessly send off Jing Bill and his companions, Shui Jing expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Luo Xiaran. Although Jing Bill would have acted with restraint, had she collapsed as well, it would have spelled doom for both her and her daughter. Following Shui Jing to the third floor, which served as modest accommodations provided by the previous housekeeping company for employees, the space felt increasingly cramped due to the influx of survivors seeking refuge in the safety zone after the apocalypse. Mattresses lined the corridors, indicating that some individuals were spending the night right there in the hallways. Upon unlocking the door, they were greeted by a wooden shoe cabinet. The living room was quite small, furnished with merely a dining table and a few chairs. The kitchen, integrated into the dining area, featured a sink, a gas stove, and utensils placed conspicuously on display. Please excuse the limited space, Shui Jing said, her expression tinged with discomfort as she welcomed her guests inside. Feel free to sit. We must conserve gas. We only have boiled water. Noticing curious glances from the outside, she hurriedly shut the door. There's no need for trouble. We aren't thirsty. I heard there is a patient at home. What is the situation? I have a few medical supplies here, one of them offered. However, as soon as she entered Shui Jing's home, Luo Xiaran felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. With Shui Jing being the sole occupant and the limited size of the dwelling, coupled with the fact that it was her first day exploring the trade district, it was unlikely anyone would plot against her. Thus, she refrained from making any rash moves. It's my son. I do not know what affliction has befallen him. It has been over half a month now, and he remains in a perpetual haze. The chaos outside prevents me from even hiring a doctor. As she poured water for her guests, Shui Jing sighed heavily. Previously, Her son had been tutoring students in the city when the apocalypse struck abruptly. By the time she regained consciousness, zombies had already overrun the streets. Had it not been for the Jun family clearing out the undead from the Ville district, she would not have had the chance to return alive. Initially, Shuai had given up hope of her son surviving in the city. Even without venturing outside, she could imagine the peril that awaited. To her astonishment, her son had returned one day. Though he appeared unwell, he was physically intact, an unexpected joy amidst despair. Regrettably, as days wore on, her son's condition deteriorated. Despite her efforts to provide him with food, there was no sign of improvement. One morning, her son collapsed and never rose from his bed again. Though he still breathed and occasionally opened his eyes to look at her, he remained in a state of utter weakness. If you don't mind, I could take a look at him, Luo Xiaran said, curiosity piqued as she discreetly opened her spiritual senses. The first impression her abilities conveyed was of a frail young man, and then she realized with growing alarm that her spiritual energy was being gradually consumed by the boy. What is happening? Luo Xiaran felt a flicker of surprise within, an ability to devour spiritual energy. It seemed she had encountered yet another rare supernatural being. And now that fate had brought them together, she could not let this opportunity slip away. Please, do not hesitate, I will lead you, Shuai replied eagerly. Shuai, now clinging to a desperate hope, eagerly ushered Luo Xiaran into the bedroom as soon as she spoke. The room contained but a single bed and 2 nightstands, which held only empty vases, rendering the space rather desolate. The drawn curtains cast a shadowy pall over the entire chamber, and as Luo Xiaran glanced around, she perceived that the boy seemed to melt with the darkness itself. Chapter 97, The Perils of Dark Abilities. Upon witnessing the situation, Luo Xiaran felt a vague sense of understanding stirring within her. After all, if it were not for her mental abilities, discerning anything would have proven exceedingly challenging. Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune for both of them, she mused internally. This is my son, Chongyan. He is 20 years old and in his 2nd year of university. Since childhood, he has been well-behaved and studious, Shuai said, carefully feeding Chongyan water while wearing a somewhat melancholic expression. Following the untimely death of her husband, the mother and son had become each other's sole support. Chongyan, ever dutiful, had shouldered responsibilities from a young age. Had it not been for Shuai's resolute demeanor, Chongyan might have long forsaken his studies to earn a living. Yes, I have just been accepted into university as well, though regrettably, I have yet to experience the scenery of campus life, Luo Xiaran remarked with a smile. Her lips curving at the thought of Chongyan being a legendary wielder of dark abilities. She eagerly anticipated the moment he would awaken. However, the dangers associated with dark abilities were considerable. Even the master might struggle to control them. If not for this, Chongyan would not have remained in slumber for such an extended period. Additionally, another factor was his insufficient energy. Perhaps he had encountered trials on the way back. Regardless, since dark abilities had found their way into her hands, Luo Xiaran was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Before Chongyan awoke, she intended to cultivate a bond between mother and son, after which matters would be considerably easier to manage. While she harbored plans concerning Chongyan and his mother, Luo Xiaran was not devoid of principles. Noticing Shuai's increasingly troubled countenance, she gently reassured, "And Shuai, please do not worry. Chongyan's slumber is a result of his awakening abilities. With sufficient energy, he will surely awaken." "Is that truly so?" Shuai gasped, nearly dropping the cup in her hand as disbelief washed over her features. Who would have thought that a desperate measure might yield such hope? Were it not for Luo Xiaran's earnest demeanor, Shuai might have dismissed her words as a jest. Seeing Luo Xiaran nod with certainty, Shuai could no longer contain her tears. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful." Eventually, after some time, Shuai composed herself, wiping away her tears with a hint of embarrassment, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Luo. I will repay you in any way I can. Do not mention it. And Shuai, your son's abilities are formidable, and I genuinely hope to harness them for my purposes," Luo Xiaran stated candidly, revealing her intentions without reservation. "That is perfectly fine. If it were not for you, Miss Luo, I fear how much longer Chongyan could have endured. Rest assured, once he awakens, he will certainly be of assistance to you." Though she remained unaware of Luo Xiaran's specific needs from Chongyan, Shuai's sole desire was for her son to recover. Furthermore, she did not perceive Luo Xiaran as a malicious individual. "If Aunt Shuai does not mind, I would like to invite you both to reside with me." The energy Chongyan requires is not easily found. It demands time and resources, Luo Xiaran said, nodding in satisfaction. Perhaps Chongyan would awaken with different thoughts. Yet it is likely that Shui Jing would be unable to exert much influence. Moreover, Luo Xiaran had laid everything bare from the outset. And it was Shui Jing who ultimately made the decision. Although there was an element of temptation involved, Chongyan could hardly pinpoint her faults. Chapter 98. I wish to return to H City with Zhang Liming carrying Chongyan. The group departed the outer city amidst the curious gazes of onlookers. As entry to the inner city required the approval of the Jun family, Chongyan's presence eventually came to the attention of Jun Lai. Although he remained unaware of Chongyan's unique circumstances, Jun Lai understood that Luo Xiaran would not engage in actions that did not serve her own interests. Thus, despite his displeasure, he did not intervene in the slightest. Upon returning to the villa, after arranging for Chongyan and her son to occupy a room on the first floor, Chu Xinrui and Mao Jianing proceeded to prepare lunch. While Zhang Liming silently retreated to his own quarters, adjacent to Chongyan's. After brewing a pot of tea for Luo Xiaran, the father and daughter sat in the living room, sipping tea and conversing. Father, once I find a suitable location, I need to open an inn. The kind that existed in ancient times. I cannot quite explain it, but you will understand once you see it. In truth, Luo Xiaran was uncertain about the origins of her inn system or when it had come to be, and she found it difficult to articulate. An inn? Is there any way I can assist you? Luo Xiaran responded, slightly nodding, without pursuing further inquiries. He had long since noted the peculiarities during their journey. But being her father, he chose to refrain from pressing her. Moreover, he harbored a vague suspicion, given Luo Xiaran's evident familiarity with the apocalypse. However, he was reluctant to confirm his inner conjectures, knowing they did not bode well. If you find yourself with idle hands, you could help me gather gold, silver, gems, and crystal cores with any surplus supplies you have. Once the inn is established, we shall not lack for food, Luo Xiaran remarked with a smile. Observing her father's lack of probing, crystal cores were indeed energy-related items, possessing greater energy potential than gold and jade. The Jun family had long recognized the significance of crystal cores, prompting the inhabitants of the safe zone to collect them for trade, even if they were unaware of their capacity to absorb energy. Understood, father will assist, Luo Xiaran replied with a smile, encouraged by Luo Xiaran's cheerful demeanor. He was well aware of the surplus supplies they had collected from the port, having personally accounted for them. In truth, he was perhaps the most informed member of the household regarding their excess resources, since the family could hardly consume all they had. Distributing the surplus could be seen as contributing to their effort in this post-apocalyptic world. After observing the circumstances within the safe zone throughout the morning, Luo Xiaran gained considerable insight. Had it not been for Luo Xiaran's foresight, their lives would likely not have been so manageable. Not only did Luo Xiaran gain a clearer understanding of the apocalypse, but Zhang Liming and the others also shared this newfound awareness. Without the Luo family, they would not have navigated their current circumstances so effortlessly, and they felt a deep gratitude towards Luo Xiaran. However, as they had no intentions of betrayal, their only thought was to strive even harder to survive. Even while benefiting from Luo Xiaran's generosity, they felt it imperative to prove their worth. Once the inn is firmly established, I wish to return to H City. I must personally resolve matters with Wu Yinan, Luo Xiaran said, pursing her lips. Her words laced with resentment. Currently, there is no means of communication with H City, and the status of Wu Yinan remains uncertain. Although in her previous life, Luo Xiaran personally accompanied Wu Yinan on the journey, without her presence, the variables surrounding Wu Yinan are likely to amplify. With the establishment of the inn, no one can threaten the safety of their family. Thus, Luo Xiaran intends to ensure that Wu Yinan repays his debts to her, piece by piece. Chapter 99. To go or not to go. Regarding Luo Xiaran's decision to return to H City, Luo Xiaran vehemently opposed it, resulting in a rather unpleasant parting between father and daughter. The external environment was perilous, with H City in H Province and S City in L Province separated by a provincial boundary, making travel exceedingly arduous. Although Luo Xiaran fully comprehended Luo Xiaran's concerns, the bitterness in her heart was insurmountable. Had it not been for her prior apprehensions about the safety of Luo Xiaran and Chu Xinrui, she would not have come to L Province in the first place. During lunch, Luo Xiaran's demeanor improved significantly, likely due to something Chu Xinrui had said. Nonetheless, the couple refrained from engaging with Luo Xiaran, leaving her at a loss for words. For the following 2 days, the three of them maintained a stony silence. making it awkward for others as well. They would eat and then retreat to their respective rooms, rendering the entire villa eerily quiet. Even when Junlai visited at night, the atmosphere remained unchanged. As soon as the appointed time with Jinbyo arrived, Luo Xiaran eagerly donned her backpack and departed the villa. This time, she ventured alone towards the trading district. The trading area was becoming increasingly crowded, with emaciated survivors aplenty. Each vendor sought to trade potable water. For while the safe zone offered a meal, survival was impossible without water. Regrettably, most water manipulators had been recruited by the Jun family, resulting in a severe scarcity of drinking water. However, there were still individuals willing to sell water, observing the frenzy around the water stalls. Luo Xiaran pondered whether she should encourage Chu Xinrui to give it a try. Although Chu Xinrui remained a level 1 ability user, her capacity had improved from a mere trickle to a stream the thickness of a pinky finger. Moreover, after expanding her entire ability daily, she could now produce 5 barrels of water. Completely exhausting one's abilities could indeed serve as a means of honing them. Upon reaching the outermost edge of the trading zone, Luo Xiaran spotted Jinbyo and several others loitering at the entrance. Their intimidating presence made passing survivors steer clear of them. As soon as Jinbyo caught sight of Luo Xiaran from a distance, he approached with a broad smile, exclaiming, "At last, you've arrived. I completely forgot to inquire about your esteemed surname last time. My name is Jinbyo, you may call me Byozi." It was worth noting that Jinbyo had previously been revered as Brother Jin, but times had changed. Those with provisions were now the lords, and Jinbyo would not risk offending Luo Xiaran over a mere title. "There's no need for formality. My surname is Luo. How did you fare in locating the place I asked for?" Luo Xiaran replied nonchalantly, maintaining a degree of composure. When dealing with a man like Jinbyo, one must not lower oneself too much, or he might seize the opportunity to undermine you. While she found Jinbyo useful, he was not indispensable. In truth, seeking Junlai's assistance would have been the most efficient solution, but the thought of his profound affection compelled her to seek alternatives. She was neither ungrateful nor wished to burden Junlai. "I assure you, I will handle the matter. There is a suitable location within the inner city. However, access for those in the outer city is currently restricted. Therefore, I have found another suitable place in the outer city for you. Would you like to make the trip personally?" Jinbyo said with a flattering smile. "Well then, please lead the way." Luo Xiaran was unperturbed by Jinbyo's schemes against her. Even without her formidable supernatural abilities, her current skills were more than sufficient to handle not only the 5 individuals surrounding Jinbyo, but even an additional 5 with ease. Chapter 100. The intent. I have come to know after departing from the trade zone alongside Jinbyo, we traversed the main road for approximately 1,000 meters. As we approached the exit leading to the safe zone, the gazes directed towards Luo Xiaran were tinged with sympathy. After all, her beauty was evident, and she was flanked by the imposing Jinbyo and his companions. To the onlookers, it likely appeared as though she was being coerced into some nefarious act. In the pre-apocalyptic world, perhaps there would have been kind-hearted souls willing to inquire about her well-being. Regrettably, in the current climate, people preferred to distance themselves as much as possible. Even though someone from the Jun family oversaw the safe zone, without any notification, how could anyone ascertain what transpired? Given the daily toll of deaths within the safe zone, who could truly determine the cause of such demises? In these dire times, merely surviving was a victory. No one sought unnecessary trouble. When Jinbyo halted before a restaurant with its doors firmly shut, the stares from the crowd finally receded. Despite the restaurant's closed appearance, it housed individuals far from ordinary. As a psychic ability user, Luo Xiaran was acutely aware of the shifting gazes. With a slight raise of her brow, she remained silent as Jinbyo approached and knocked on the heavy door. "Who is it?" A frail voice drifted from within as the door creaked open. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, stood before them, his face a canvas of wrinkles and age spots, one eye replaced with a glass orb, presenting a rather daunting visage. "Old Master Dio, I've brought a buyer to view the premises," Jinbyo said, flashing a smile at the elder, his demeanor respectful as he called out. "Is the young master in?" "Oh, come in." The elder, referred to as Old Master Dio, scrutinized Luo Xiaran before nodding and stepping aside to allow her entrance. The others obediently remained at the threshold. Inside, the restaurant exuded an air of antiquity, adorned with ink-wash landscapes, embroidered peony screens, and exquisite blue and white porcelain vases. Luo Xiaran couldn't help but admire the decor. It was evident that the original owner possessed an extraordinary background, as these items were antiques of considerable value, often unattainable without significant means. We passed through the restaurant and into the backyard, where a tranquil scene unfolded, bridges arching over flowing waters, fish frolicking in the stream, evoking a sense of paradise. Luo Xiaran couldn't resist extending her psychic energy, only to discover an invisible barrier that gently resisted her probing, devoid of any hostile intent. Navigating through the garden, we entered a hall where a man clad in white sat at the head of the table, savoring tea. He was an ineffable figure, possessing a visage that could incite fervor among countless women. Upon catching Luo Xiaran's gaze, he returned her scrutiny with a smile reminiscent of an ethereal orchid, refreshing and uplifting. "Miss Luo, please have a seat," he said, placing his teacup down and gesturing for her to join him. His voice was melodious, akin to the sound of jade, pure and soothing, resonating with a clarity that seemed to cleanse the soul. "Greetings." Luo Xiaran politely nodded at the man. Though she was puzzled as to how he knew her, it seemed that he bore no ill intentions towards her, so she chose not to dwell on it. After all, whatever the man's motives might be, they would eventually come to light, wouldn't they? "Miss Luo, there is no need for formality. I am Long Xi, the proprietor of this establishment. I am aware of your intentions and am willing to transfer the restaurant to you. But I have one request that I hope you will graciously consider." As he gestured for Master Dio to serve tea, Lang Xi gazed at Luo Xiaran and made his appeal. Chapter 101, A Glimpse into the Future. Upon hearing the question, Luo Xiaran was momentarily taken aback. She was certain she had never crossed paths with Lang Xi. After all, a man of such remarkable stature would be hard to forget. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that Lang Xi's request was of considerable significance. Otherwise, why would he approach her directly? Nevertheless, regardless of what Lang Xi desired, Luo Xiaran felt confident that her current resources would suffice. Of course, she was not entirely unguarded. She gazed at Lang Xi and inquired, "May I ask what Mr. Lin seeks?" "My legs have been devoid of sensation for over a decade, and I hope Miss Luo can provide me with treatment," Lang Xi replied, seemingly unfazed by her weariness, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Treatment? Mr. Lin, you jest. I am not a physician," Luo Xiaran retorted, pressing her lips together in refusal. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder whether news had been leaked by Jun Lai's associates. However, her encounters with Shui Jing and Jin Biao had been spontaneous decisions, leaving her puzzled as to how Lang Xi had orchestrated her presence here. She found it hard to believe that Jin Biao had any connection to someone like Lang Xi. "Ah, Miss Luo, let us not speak in veiled terms. Should you assist me in my treatment, not only would I ensure the continued success of this restaurant, but I could also provide you with crystal cores and precious stones," Lang Xi said, shaking his head slightly. His gaze fixated on Luo Xiaran as if she were a child caught in a fib. For reasons unknown, under Lang Xi's scrutiny, Luo Xiaran felt a twinge of guilt. However, she abhorred the implication of coercion and thus continued to shake her head in refusal. "Very well, Miss Luo. I wonder how much you know about prophecies. I foresaw that you possessed the ability to heal my legs, which is why I sought you out," Lang Xi admitted, exasperation evident in his tone. Lang Xi awoke on the 15th day after the apocalypse had descended upon the world. Fortunately, those around him remained fiercely loyal, preventing any untimely demise. Upon awakening, he discovered he had acquired the ability to foresee events. This foresight was akin to having a direct vision into the future, which is how he became aware of Luo Xiaran, her wood-based abilities, and her aspirations and necessities. Yet, his insights were not entirely comprehensive. For instance, he could not fathom how her had materialized overnight nor how she had managed to heal herself, leaving him unaware of the entirety of her secrets. Lack of wealth or sustenance was not his plight. Rather, he was haunted by the inability to walk again due to betrayal by a family member. Thus, Lang Xi was not threatening Luo Xiaran but was earnestly imploring her assistance. Regrettably, Luo Xiaran's excessive caution led her to misinterpret his intentions. "If you can restore my ability to walk, I will offer my assistance in whatever endeavors you wish to pursue. Although this territory belongs to the Jun family, I am no less formidable than Jun Lai. Moreover, he is merely an heir, while I am already the head of my own household," Lang Xi declared with confidence, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the misunderstood Luo Xiaran. "What I seek from you poses no threat. Rather, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Is it not?" After contemplating Lang Xi's words for an extended period, Luo Xiaran ultimately nodded in agreement. The prophetic abilities she had heard of in her previous life, and indeed, Leng Xi's powers surpassed hers. Thus, despite her reluctance, Luo Xiaran found herself with no alternative. However, she could discern that Leng Xi genuinely harbored no ulterior motives, as he claimed. Moreover, in comparison to Junlai, Leng Xi appeared to possess greater strength, making him a commendable option. Chapter 500. When can I move? Grateful to Miss Luo, Leng Xi felt a slight relief as he noticed Luo Xiaran nodding. Although he possessed numerous strategies to persuade her, the thought of Junlai's subsequent actions made him reconsider provoking Luo Xiaran. It wasn't that he feared Junlai, rather, he found the situation cumbersome. Furthermore, he held a high regard for Luo Xiaran's capabilities, believing that fostering a connection with her would be mutually beneficial. However, I cannot commence your treatment just yet. My abilities are not sufficiently advanced, and your long-standing injuries are not easily remedied, Luo Xiaran stated after sipping her fragrant and sweet tea, which, despite her indifference towards tea, compelled her to indulge further. Naturally, there is no issue. I shall promptly arrange for the crystal core to be delivered. Miss Luo, should you require anything else, do not hesitate to express your needs, Leng Xi acknowledged, fully aware of his own condition, thus harboring no objections to Luo Xiaran's decision. Very well. I wonder when Mr. Ling will be able to vacate the premises, as I need to make use of this space swiftly. With the agreement reached, Luo Xiaran unceremoniously began to see him off. Given Leng Xi's unexpected arrival and his prophetic abilities, she felt a sense of urgency to expedite the construction of her inn. How? Miss Luo, you are indeed intriguing. I shall take my leave shortly, and all my belongings will be gifted to you, Leng Xi responded with a chuckle. Taken aback by her conversational style, which undoubtedly had captured Junlai's admiration. Then I shall not be modest. You must be aware of my residence. The crystal core can be sent there, Luo Xiaran replied coolly, a smirk gracing her lips. At this moment, Leng Xi was the one seeking her assistance, rendering excessive courtesy unnecessary. Despite a lingering wariness towards him, Luo Xiaran did not believe that a man of Leng Xi's distinguished demeanor would resort to underhanded tactics. After all, he was the head of a household and should possess a certain pride. In truth, it was Leng Xi's striking appearance that had momentarily captivated Luo Xiaran. His clear gaze led her to ponder that if such a person were to deceive her, the world would indeed be doomed. However, this did not imply that she wholly trusted him. Rather, she regarded him as a potential collaborator. Moreover, Leng Xi harbored no ulterior motives towards her, making interactions with him considerably less stressful than those with Junlai. After receiving a set of keys from Uncle Dio, Luo Xiaran rose to take her leave. Upon exiting the restaurant, she spotted Jin Bill and others standing in the shade nearby. As she emerged, Jin Bill hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Miss Luo, did it succeed? Of course, when I take charge, matters proceed smoothly. But how well do you know the owner of this establishment? Luo Xiaran inquired with an air of arrogance, lifting her chin. She had not heard of the name Leng Xi in her previous life. And Jin Bell's evident fear of Uncle Dio, coupled with the scrutinizing gazes of those around them, piqued her curiosity about Leng Xi. Oh dear, miss, you haven't offended anyone, have you? They are part of the underground forces in Province J and are quite formidable. Jin Bill cast a wary glance at Luo Xiaran for a prolonged moment, his anxiety palpable as he surveyed the surroundings. Finally, he whispered, how do you know they are part of an underground organization? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaran raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of skepticism. She certainly did not believe that someone like Jin Bill could have any connection to Leng Xi, as it would be far beneath her stature. Chapter 503. Growing Heat. I previously accompanied the boss to Province J for a gathering and had the chance to meet Master Dio. Despite his advanced age, Master Dio's martial prowess is remarkable. Jin Bill chuckled shyly as he spoke. The underground forces have their own set of rules, for the sake of profit and safety. They convene an annual assembly where various factions from the 3 northeastern provinces send representatives. Each gathering rotates among the 3 provinces. Although the boss Jin Bill followed had succumbed to the zombie apocalypse, prior to that, he was part of a considerable force and had the backing of influential figures, allowing him to secure a spot at the assembly. At that time, Master Dio was dealing with traitors, and they happened to cross paths. Dio's methods were ruthless, instilling both admiration and fear in Jin Bill, who never anticipated that Dio would seek them out. However, Jin Bill would not disclose to Luo Xiaran that it was Master Dio who had approached them. Moreover, the previous owner of the restaurant was not Leng Xi. It had ceased operations long before the apocalypse. Oh, is that so? Well, this matter has been handled well, All that lies within is yours, Luo Xiaran remarked, raising an eyebrow. Although she was aware that Jin Biao was not being entirely truthful, he still held some utility, and she was indifferent to such trifles. Having been momentarily intimidated by Leng Xi's imposing presence and prophetic abilities, she now reflected that Leng Xi could not possibly know her too well. After all, despite Leng Xi's superior abilities, she was only at level 4. It was improbable that her prophecies could be so precise. Furthermore, as Luo Xiaran understood, each prophecy exacted a toll on the energy of the seer. Even if Leng Xi had an abundance of crystal cores, she could not afford to predict too frequently. It was likely that her proximity to Junlai had drawn particular attention, leading to the discovery of her unique traits. Fortunately, the existence of the system, devoid of sentience or thought, remained elusive to most. For instance, in the 20 years of ancient times, an inn established overnight went unnoticed. After handing over the cookies, compressed biscuits, and 5 bottles of water from her backpack to Jin Biao, Luo Xiaran leisurely made her way home, with the issue regarding the shop resolved. Subsequent matters would be considerably simpler. However, upon entering the safe zone, Luo Xiaran could not hastily establish the inn. She needed to thoroughly assess the internal conditions of the safe zone. Although the Jun family held dominion here, it did not imply the absence of other factions. Conducting business necessitates a foundation of harmony. Even if Luo Xiaran possessed ample supplies, she did not wish to stir trouble over trivial matters. The primary concern remained with the Jun family. Luo Xiaran was not naive enough to believe that her offerings would go unenvied. While she trusted Junlai's character, as Leng Xi had pointed out, he was merely an heir, and not all matters within the safe zone were dictated by him. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Luo Xiaran let out a soft sigh. Despite it being October, the weather was growing increasingly hot. It seemed preparations were in order. Luo Xiaran recalled that after the sweltering heat, winter would inevitably follow. The abrupt change in weather led to a greater number of casualties, accompanied by a rampant illness. Upon returning home, the villa felt stiflingly hot, and it was only then that Luo Xiaran realized she was devoid of any ice-based abilities in her vicinity. Although Chu Xinruei possessed water-based powers, they were of little use in the sweltering heat. It was the ice abilities that proved to be most effective during such oppressive conditions. Contemplating this, Luo Xiaran resolved to swiftly seek out an ice-based ability to bolster her team. Chapter 104. He is the one who caused your demise. Father, are you still angry? With a teapot in hand, Luo Xiaran sat beside Luo Xiaran and smiled gently. Remarkably, this was the first time in many years that they had found themselves at odds. Luo Xiaran was acutely aware that her stubbornness had caused her father distress. Yet the situation with Wu Yan had become unbearable. Moreover, she was not in a position to leave immediately, as returning to H City alone would prove exceedingly difficult. My dear, I cannot grasp the events that transpired between you two. However, the outside world is fraught with peril, and I would not want you to endanger yourself for someone inconsequential. Luo Xiaran sighed as he accepted the teacup from Luo Xiaran, speaking with earnest concern. Although he voiced these words, deep down, he harbored a profound resentment towards Wu Yan. Had he known how things would unfold, he would have never allowed Wu Yan to roam free, for it had now become a source of torment for Luo Xiaran. Luo Xiaran had always believed that Luo Xiaran's rejection of Junlai stemmed from Wu Yan's deceit. Yet, after observing her for a considerable time, he realized that Luo Xiaran appeared resigned to a life of solitude. Consequently, he dreaded the thought of her departing from their side. With Junlai pursuing her, at least there was a semblance of reassurance, for he understood the unwavering dedication of the Jun family men. Father, what if it was he who caused your deaths? After a prolonged silence, Luo Xiaran caressed the teacup and spoke softly. If it were merely deceit, she would not have reacted with such intensity. The haunting memories of her parents' demise remained etched in her mind. It was likely that in their previous lives, Luo Xiaran and his wife had also awakened their abilities. With Luo Xiaran possessing a formidable gold-based power and accompanied by numerous bodyguards, had Wu Yan not corrupted those bodyguards, Luo Xiaran and his wife would undoubtedly have survived. Upon hearing Luo Xiaran's words, Luo Xiaran felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that his suspicions had been confirmed, his heart was not only filled with rage but also with an overwhelming sense of sorrow for Luo Xiaran. They had shielded her so well that she had been oblivious to Wu Yan's true nature. After their passing, it was evident that Wu Yan would only grow more brazen, and it was all too easy to foresee that Luo Xiaran's fate would not be any better. With trembling arms, he enveloped Luo Xiaran in a warm embrace, gently stroking the top of her head. In a low voice, he asked, Then father shall personally bring his end. It was his error. He should not have shown compassion by adopting Wu Yan and nor allowed his ambitions to flourish unchecked. Letting the cunning Wu Yan and gradually infiltrate Luo Xiaran's heart. Having been wise throughout his life, he could never have imagined that in his twilight years he would bring harm to his own daughter. Yet, despite Luo Xiaran's desire to inquire about the tribulations Luo Xiaran had endured, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to voice his questions. Even if he were to uncover the truth, what difference would it make? The wounds Luo Xiaran had suffered were indelible, etched deep within her soul. Father, I yearn to avenge you with my own hands. I must ensure that he suffers a fate worse than death. Feeling Luo Xiaran's breath, Luo Xiaran leaned against his chest, her words deliberate and laced with determination. After a prolonged period, Luo Xiaran ultimately nodded in agreement. Wu Yan had become the inner demon of Luo Xiaran, thus, it would be unwise to continue obstructing her. However, Luo Xiaran did not intend to allow Luo Xiaran to depart on her own. Now that he was aware of the truth, it was imperative for him, as a father, to rectify the mistakes of his past decisions. Chapter 105, The Little Lover from My Past Life. Oh dear, look at how big you are. Still wanting your father to carry you. How embarrassing, teased Chu Xinrui as she emerged from the kitchen, bearing lunch. Upon witnessing the intimate embrace between Luo Xiaran and her father, Luo Xiaran. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Luo Xiaran had exhibited increasing maturity. Yet this only heightened Chu Xinrui's concerns. Moreover, it was evident to Chu Xinrui that both father and daughter were concealing something from her. Mom, are you jealous that I'm hugging Dad? Luo Xiaran playfully nestled against Luo Xiaran, and when she turned to face Chu Xinrui, the earlier look of ferocity had vanished without a trace. Even if there is jealousy, it's directed towards Dad. Come here, baby, give your mom a hug. Chu Xinrui smiled at this and opened her arms, as if anticipating Luo Xiaran to leap into them. No, no. What if I'm Dad's little lover from a past life? I can't hug you. Luo Xiaran giggled while swiftly running towards Chu Xinrui, gently enveloping her slender frame in her embrace. Concerned about Luo Xiaran and the exertions of traveling, which had exacerbated her already frail health, Chu Xinrui had grown noticeably thinner. Luo Xiaran was already contemplating ways to nourish her mother back to health. Be a good girl and call the others to wash their hands for lunch, said Chu Xinrui, patting Luo Xiaran's back as she returned to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Once settled, Chu Xinrui had ample time to prepare a lavish meal of 5 dishes and a soup, featuring chicken, duck, and braised meat. The portions were generous, and the flavors delightful, leaving everyone with satisfied bellies. After lunch, Mao Jianing took Ku Nianyuan and Wang Liming for a stroll to aid digestion, while Cui Jiu led the 8 hunting hounds to groom them in the yard. Shuai Jing returned to her room to accompany Chong Yan, leaving only the Luo family of 3 in the living room. Dad, have you heard of Long Xi? Luo Xiaran inquired, unable to contain her curiosity after placing a few snacks on the coffee table from her system backpack. In her view, if Long Xi was indeed as Jin Biao had described, then Luo Xiaran should have heard of him or even interacted with him. Lan Xi? Are you referring to the Long family from Province J? Luo Xiaran asked, looking at Luo Xiaran with a puzzled expression. After all, the Long family was no ordinary clan, and he could not fathom why Luo Xiaran would suddenly mention such a figure. It should be from Province J, allegedly. He is the leader of an underground force, possessing striking looks and exceptional charisma. The establishment we found today belongs to him. He awakened a prophetic ability and used it to draw me in. Luo Xiaran nodded, her tone reflecting a hint of trepidation. If it had not been for Leng Xi having ulterior motives concerning her, and had another individual exploited their prophetic abilities against her, she would have undoubtedly faced substantial peril. It is likely so. I have not met Long Xi, but I have heard of him. However, it is said that he is not an overly ambitious person. Nonetheless, you must exercise caution in your dealings. It was quite reckless to meet Long Xi alone today, Luo Xiaran remarked, his expression stern and serious, remembering how Luo Xiaran had declined an escort when leaving that morning. He realized he could not afford to be too lenient with her in the future. Indeed, having been excessively pampered before, Luo Xiaran now harbors a sense of invulnerability akin to that of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, or perhaps an overabundance of confidence. Human nature is notoriously inscrutable, and Luo Xiaran's experiences remain rather limited. Well, I understand. Lan Xi has requested my assistance in treating his legs, and the keys to the inn have already been entrusted to me. Once I have prepared the guest house, I shall attend to his treatment. The prophetic abilities I possess are indeed quite valuable, thus I wish to enlist my father's aid in forging some connections. Luo Xiaran smiled faintly, her lips curling as she nodded in agreement. Mr. Jun has arrived. Yet, before Luo Xiaran could respond, Chuijiu's voice resonated from the doorway. Luo Xiaran pressed her lips together, feeling an immediate sense of agitation. Although there were indeed matters to discuss with Junlai, his presence alone rendered Luo Xiaran profoundly uneasy. Chapter 106, always under surveillance. Junlai has arrived. Do come in, Chu Xinrui warmly invited as she observed Junlai trailing behind Chuijiu. It had been several days since Junlai's last visit, and she had begun to worry that something might have occurred. And this is a small gift I brought for you, Junlai replied with a smile, presenting a beautifully wrapped gift box he held in his hands. It contained bird's nest, a treasure from his home, which he had brought as a gesture of goodwill. There's no need for such niceties, times are challenging. So please refrain from being overly courteous in the future, Chu Xinrui said, her brow slightly furrowed. Initially inclined to decline the gift, she ultimately accepted it due to Junlai's insistence. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such a gift would have seemed trivial with a mere monetary exchange. However, in these times, presenting bird's nest was indeed a grand gesture, reflecting Junlai's regard for her. Realizing that Junlai's attentiveness stemmed from his affection for Luo Xiaran, Chu Xinrui felt a surge of joy. At least his intentions were genuine and evidently sincere. And there's no need to be polite. No one at home particularly enjoys it. So it would only go to waste, Junlai reassured her, nodding before taking a seat beside Luo Xiaran. I came in haste today, but I shall bring gifts for Ranran next time. There's no need to trouble yourself. I am curious about what brings you here today, Luo Xiaran inquired, having composed herself while allowing Junlai to sit next to her. I've heard that Ranran has ventured to the outer city several times recently. Is there something you require? Junlai noticed the subtle tension in Luo Xiaran's demeanor, yet his expression remained unchanged as he posed the question. Oh, I found a shop in the outer city and am planning to open it. I have an abundance of supplies and wish to exchange them for some crystal cores. Are there any regulations regarding crystal cores within the safe zone? Although she was aware of Junlai's arrangements to have people follow her, hearing him address it so directly still left her feeling uneasy. After all, there was no personal connection between them, and such surveillance felt akin to monitoring a prisoner, which was exceedingly irksome. Aware of the many secrets she harbored, Luo Xiaran disliked Junlai's behavior even more. Feel free to pursue what you desire. There's nothing wrong with that. The purpose of crystal cores will soon be disclosed, and their value is likely to rise significantly. Thus, if you wish to acquire some, now would be the time to do so. Junlai wanted to inquire about Lingxi, yet the coldness in Luo Xiaran's gaze rendered him momentarily speechless. Seeing that the two were engaged in serious discourse, Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrui quietly rose to depart. However, concern lingered in Chu Xinrui's eyes. After all, Luo Xiaran's attitude towards Junlai had soured compared to their previous encounters. It was only due to Luo Xiaoxian's intervention that she refrained from expressing her thoughts. Once Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrui had left, Luo Xiaran turned to Junlai with a serious expression. Junlai, I do not wish for your people to be watching me. The safe zone is quite secure, so if this continues, do not blame me for being unkind. Ram. They will not interfere with your affairs. The safe zone, while ostensibly under the control of the Jun family, is not entirely devoid of threats. There are many who remain undeterred, and I act solely for your benefit, Junlai replied, furrowing his brow as he spoke. There is no need. For although your intentions are good, I feel as though I am constantly under surveillance. If this continues, I believe it would be prudent for me to depart early. The safety zone, after all, is not entirely secure, and Luo Xiaran is even less inclined to see Junlai waste his resources on her. Were it not for her psychic abilities, she might not have even noticed that someone was trailing her. Thus, it would be better for such capable individuals to accompany Junlai in attending to important matters. Very well. Clenching her fist discreetly, Junlai ultimately acquiesced. However, he was calculating in his mind that it appeared necessary to deploy another group of personnel. To his surprise, Luo Xiaran had detected them. Could it be that their skills had diminished since the apocalypse? Chapter 107, forming a team to slay zombies in the ensuing days. Luo Xiaran commenced the collection of intelligence regarding the power dynamics within the safe zone. With an ample supply of resources at her disposal, news spread swiftly. The prying eyes that had previously observed her were now absent, which brought her a sense of relief. After dedicating a week to preparing, on this particular morning, having finished her breakfast, Luo Xiaran addressed her companions at the dining table. I have decided to relocate to the outer city to open a shop. Jining and Brother Zhang, what are your plans? Do you wish to accompany me? Her words implied that if they were not to follow her, whom would they choose? Xiaran reassured them. Sister will also strive to earn crystal nuclei to support our household. Upon hearing this, Ma Jining immediately patted her chest in affirmation. Indeed, Zhang Liming, the typically taciturn one, nodded in agreement. Luo Xiaran had treated them well, and her generous nature made it evident that remaining with her was indeed the most prudent choice for Zhang Liming, who was a solitary figure. Moreover, observing the vivacious Ma Jining further solidified his resolve to stay with Luo Xiaran. He had never anticipated that, in his 30s, he would find himself drawn to a young girl. Yet, the thought of the scars on his face rendered him more reticent. I merely mentioned it in passing. Since you have both resolved to stay with me, let us gather our belongings. We shall move this evening. Once the shop is stable, we can form a team to venture outside and hunt zombies for crystal nuclei. Of course, if you prefer not to venture out, you may remain here to assist with the shop, Luo Xiaran said with a satisfied smile. In truth, both Ma Jining and Zhang Liming possessed commendable abilities and were diligent, hard-working individuals. Luo Xiaran was genuinely reluctant to see them depart. Now that neither intended to leave, she proceeded to outline the upcoming arrangements. Luo Xiaran had long contemplated the pursuit of hunting zombies. Although the establishment of an inn would undoubtedly secure their livelihood and facilitate the acquisition of crystal nuclei, remaining stagnant within the inn would eventually lead to their downfall. Thus, it was imperative to strengthen themselves for greater security. Additionally, there was no guarantee that the business of the inn would not be obstructed by others, necessitating the exploration of various means to procure energy sources. A team was the optimal solution, provided there were enough dedicated and capable individuals. Then, Luo Xiaran turned to Shui Jing, and Shui, rest assured. This evening I will be able to channel energy into Chengyan. He is likely to awaken by midday tomorrow. You might want to prepare some nourishing soups and broths to help him regain his strength. There is no need to worry about supplies. I will settle the accounts with Chengyan later. Ah, thank you, Miss Luo. Should you ever find a use for Shaoyan, please do not hesitate to ask. Shui Jing replied, her voice choked with emotion as she nodded eagerly. No one extends kindness without reason. And Luo Xiaran's forthrightness allowed Shui Jing to feel at ease in her presence. After nearly 2 weeks of interaction, Shui Jing had clearly witnessed Luo Xiaran's formidable strength. While others began to suffer from hunger, the Luo family was well stocked with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, revealing a significant secret behind their fortune. However, Luo Xiaran did not conceal from Shui Jing the existence of Kunyan and spatial abilities. Shui Jing, being a perceptive individual, would naturally refrain from any ungrateful acts that might betray a secret if treated sincerely by others. Once the collective decision was made, Luo Xiaran asked everyone to stay home and tidy up their belongings while she went to bid farewell to Jun Lai, also offering her gratitude for the recent period. Regardless of whether Luo Xiaran reciprocated Jun Lai's affections, she understood that this was Jun's residence, and she would not neglect the necessary courtesies. Chapter 108, The Well-Being of the Landlady. Upon arriving at the Jun residence, Luo Xiaran discovered that Jun Lai had recently been leading a group into the city to rescue survivors and gather supplies. Consequently, she merely entrusted the gifts she had brought to the steward, expressed her gratitude to Grandpa Jun, and took her leave. Although Grandpa Jun's demeanor towards Luo Xiaran had softened considerably, as the head of the family, he remained acutely aware of Jun Lai's activities. Thus, he felt a sense of relief at Luo Xiaran's decision to depart from the inner city. After leaving the Jun household, Luo Xiaran ventured alone to the outer city. The outer city was now populated with numerous survivors, each bearing a watchful gaze. Had Luo Xiaran not experienced such circumstances before, she might have felt a chill of trepidation. Fortunately, with a long knife secured at her waist, her enchanting appearance deterred any potential aggressors. After all, anyone daring enough to confront the girl in the outer city would be wise to tread carefully. One could never know if she possessed extraordinary abilities. Having barely escaped to a safe zone, the last thing one would desire is to offend those who should not be trifled with. Upon reaching the restaurant, she found its door firmly locked. Uncertain of when Leng Xi and Master Dio had departed, she retrieved her key to unlock the door, discovering that Leng Xi had left behind various antique paintings and calligraphy. After securing the door once more, Luo Xiaran began swiftly storing the restaurant's tables and chairs into her system's backpack, while the inn was equipped with wooden tables and benches. There was no rule against adding her own furnishings. Moreover, as the inn was entirely reminiscent of ancient times, she was unable to customize it herself. She wished to incorporate elements she cherished. Regrettably, the treasured items she had collected during her years in the past had been reduced to ashes in a fire. A thought that filled her with profound sorrow. After a thorough inspection inside and out, over an hour had elapsed. The activation of the system and the establishment of the inn required time as well. For safety's sake, Luo Xiaran calculated the time on her watch before making a decision. Given that she could not leave the premises during the inn's establishment, and seeing that time was still on her side, she returned to the villa to greet Luo Xiaran before driving back to the outer city in her jeep. The villa still housed supplies brought back by the heavy truck, and once the inn was completed, Luo Xiaran intended to return to the villa to collect them, instructing Luo Xiaran and the others to await her return in the evening. Upon choosing to activate the system, the countdown for the inn concluded as night fell. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed into a picturesque inn steeped in ancient charm. Thanks to sufficient energy, the inn was initially rated as a 3-star establishment. This 3-star inn was already quite substantial. In addition to the 3-story building designated for receiving guests, there was a sizable courtyard behind it. The courtyard not only contained living quarters but also boasted fertile fields, a vegetable garden, an orchard, a tea garden, a wine cellar, a pantry, and a granary. Although from the outside it appeared merely as a 3-story structure, only those residing within would truly grasp the concept of a leaf obstructing one's view. "Welcome, landlady." A group of men and women clad in ancient attire appeared before Luo Xiaran, bowing respectfully as they addressed her. These are gifts bestowed by the system. Initially, the most rudimentary tea house lacks any provisions, but upon upgrading, one is granted a waiter and a cook. As one ascends in levels, additional attendants, an accountant, a guard, and a formidable hound will emerge. At the 3rd tier of the system, a shopkeeper is also bestowed. Though these individuals cannot leave the inn, each possesses remarkable intelligence, having aided Luo Xiaran significantly in ancient times. Particularly, the shopkeeper exudes an aura reminiscent of an ancient strategist. Regrettably, they have now lost their previous memories, necessitating that Luo Xiaran enlighten them on various modern matters in the coming days. Although discussions regarding the system are strictly prohibited, it is inevitable that some may harbor suspicions based on subtle clues. Chapter 109 A guest house. Once the guest house had settled into a state of stability, 4 attendants, 2 cooks, an accountant, a guard, a wolf dog, and a manager stood before Luo Xiaran. The characters that emerged following the system upgrade required energy for selection, and Luo Xiaran had already reached her limit. Unless she upgraded, no further professions could manifest. Each guest house could only have one manager, who oversaw the entire establishment. Even though Luo Xiaran, as the proprietress, did not need to concern herself with the minutiae, she knew that any tasks entrusted to the manager would be executed flawlessly. The guest house consisted of a maximum of 3 floors. The first floor, facing the entrance, featured a vacant wine rack and the accountant's counter. This level accommodated 15 wooden tables and benches, with ample space to add 5 more large tables if needed. Ascending the staircase LED to the second floor, which was divided into 3 sections, the first for private rooms where guests could conduct business, the second comprised of the most economical dormitory-style accommodations, each room capable of sleeping over 10 individuals, and the final section offered standard guest rooms with basic amenities: a bed, a table, and chairs. The 3rd floor was the most luxurious, equipped with suites and large double rooms, providing comprehensive services, including dining and bathing, which were preferred by the elite in ancient times. On the opposite side of the 1st floor counter, access was restricted to the staff of the guest house. The first destination was the kitchen, which faced a well and a vegetable garden that appeared barren at the moment. Adjacent to the kitchen was the granary, behind which lay a 2-story residence and a small courtyard, furnished with racks for drying goods. To the right of the courtyard was a cellar. Directly opposite, a tea garden and an orchard. At the window on the right side of the guest house, there was a modest garden, visible only to guests residing on the 3rd floor. Aside from the garden, nothing else was in sight. With each elevation beyond the 3rd level, an additional acre of fertile land would be granted, along with sericulture, embroiderers, grooms, musicians, singers, and dancers, among others. However, Luo Xiaran felt no immediate need for such additions, preferring to conserve her energy for the production of essential goods within the guest house. After surveying the interior of the guest house and noting that her rebirth had not altered anything, Luo Xiaran commenced production. She began with agricultural fields and fruit trees, utilizing energy to replicate what had been done prior to the apocalypse. Within a mere 5 minutes, the courtyard transformed into a vibrant expanse of greenery, teeming with life. Starting with wheat and rice, then progressing to melons, fruits, and vegetables. The fields flourished with tender green shoots, swaying gracefully in the breeze, visibly growing as Luo Xiaran continued to infuse energy. Fortunately, the crops planted within the guest house were unaffected by seasonal or geographical limitations. As long as there was sufficient energy, even plants that thrived on snow-capped mountains could flourish. In the midst of several fields lay a pond, where shrimp and crabs scuttled beneath the surface, and palm-sized fish leaped joyfully from the water, making their presence known. Setting the maturation period for the crops to 2 days hence, Luo Xiaran began to organize her staff. The 4-way staff are named Dezai, Defu, Duang, and Daxing, while the chef is called Chang Yang and Xiang Yang, with the accountant known as Mr. Qian, the guard as a Mu, and the fierce dog as Hu Zi. Yet, the sole proprietor remains unnamed, referred to simply as the head innkeeper. From the activation of the system to the successful establishment of the inn and its operations, 2/3 of the energy items that Luo Xiaran had accumulated were consumed. However, Luo Xiaran felt no remorse, for once the inn opened its doors, she could effortlessly exchange unnecessary items for energy goods, could she not? Stepping out of the inn, she gazed at the remarkably familiar plaque hanging amidst the vibrant red lanterns. A smile gracing her lips as she turned towards the jeep. Behind her, illuminated by the lights, the words and inn shimmered with brilliance, as if the path ahead was filled with promise. Chapter 110, the opening in 3 days with the storeroom of the inn established. Luo Xiaran deposited most of her belongings from her backpack before returning to the villa. Subsequently, she gathered all the supplies stored in the villa in one go. Upon arriving at the inn, she led everyone through the main entrance. The cook had already prepared dinner, utilizing the frozen meat collected earlier. As the chickens and ducks raised in the yard were still in their juvenile stage, the head steward, adhering to Luo Xiaran's directives, conferred with the accountant regarding the specifics of exchanges involving supplies and crystal nuclei. Upon noticing Luo Xiaran's return, they both rose to pay their respects. Upon receiving her gesture of no need to approach, they composedly resumed their discussion. The second and third floors offered a variety of accommodations: dormitories, single rooms, double rooms, suites, and luxury rooms, allowing everyone to choose their preferred lodging. In the future, they were reminded to not forget to provide the accountant with some crystal nuclei or gemstones as rent, as they could only access the inn as guests due to their inability to enter the backyard. While the food served tea, Luo Xiaran addressed the well-fed group. Only those who had signed a contract of servitude with the inn could freely enter and exit the backyard. After all, such contracts were irrevocable, once signed. Although one gained immortality, they could never leave the inn again. In ancient times, Luo Xiaran had contemplated having Wu Yanan sign a contract, but due to his ambitions, she ultimately abandoned that choice. Had she been resolute enough to compel him to sign, perhaps many troubles could have been averted. Nevertheless, every situation bears its advantages and disadvantages. If not for this, how could she have been granted the opportunity to be reborn in the apocalypse and reunite with her parents, fortunate enough to safeguard their lives? Moreover, the servants provided by the inn were ample, hence Luo Xiaran had yet to enter into any contracts. However, her position as the innkeeper would require her to manage the establishment continuously. This was also one of the reasons why she refrained from developing affections for others. She did not believe anyone could endure the perpetual confines of the inn. Although provisions were plentiful, freedom was a luxury they lacked. Fortunately, being the innkeeper came with its perks. She could freely enter and exit the establishment, especially since she intended to open branches. If she never left the inn, how could she decide where to establish a new location? I will stay on the 3rd floor with Mother and Xiaoyuan, Luo Xiaoxian suggested after conferring with Chu Xinrui. Given the current occupancy levels, the 3rd floor would likely be quieter. I'll take a single room for myself, Mao Jianing remarked, her curiosity piqued by the inn's decor. After expressing her admiration, she noted that finding such a hotel so quickly must have cost Luo Xiaran considerable resources, indicating that they would need to strive to collect more supplies and combat zombies in the days to come. I'll take a single room on the 2nd floor, Zhang Liming declared without hesitation upon hearing Mao Jianing's choice. In truth, it mattered little where they stayed, as long as he could catch sight of Mao Jianing. Furthermore, given that the inn was constructed of wood, he could ensure her safety should any unruly guests arise. In the end, Shuai-Jin chose to reside on the second floor with Chongyan, who had yet to awaken. Once Chongyan rouses from slumber, they could easily transition to another room. Having made their decision, it was time to return and rest. Should anything be required, they could simply call upon the attendant. The grand opening was scheduled for 3 days hence, at which time guests would be invited. Good night, and may everyone have sweet dreams. Luo Xiaran watched as the others departed, before moving to stand beside the head steward and the accountant. Chapter 111, Accommodation and Exchange over the course of 3 days. Luo Xiaran diligently trained the inn staff in the fundamental knowledge of modern society, while simultaneously instructing Luo Xiaran to craft invitations for the various factions within the safe zone. The specific regulations, discussed with the head innkeeper and the accounts manager, were meticulously drafted and ultimately inscribed by Luo Xiaran herself onto wooden boards, subsequently carved by the two men. Firstly, regarding accommodation, the single rooms on the second floor would charge a nightly fee of 1 primary crystal nucleus, with additional charges for meals and bathing water. Each increment in room quality would correspond to an additional nucleus. The most economical option, a shared dormitory, would cost merely 1 primary crystal nucleus per day, which included a meal consisting of a vegetarian dish and a flatbread made from mixed grains. Next, turning to the culinary offerings, the menu devised by the two inn cooks commenced with simple cold vegetable dishes, with costs determined by portion size. Meat dishes would be priced at 5 times that of vegetarian options, albeit in small servings. It was anticipated that during the initial phase, few could afford the more expensive meat dishes, thus only frozen meat would be available. Luo Xiaran had previously seized the opportunity to gather a substantial amount from containers at the port, though some had slightly spoiled due to power outages. Nonetheless, she utilized this meat for her cooking. Given that she had already begun raising poultry and livestock, fresh meat would soon be available for her family, rendering the current situation less concerning, especially as it could also generate value. Gold, silver, and precious stones could serve as payment methods, with every 10 grams of gold equating to 1 primary crystal nucleus, and 30 grams of silver to 1 nucleus. However, jade and gemstones would be assessed based on their quality, as the value of jade can fluctuate significantly. Fortunately, Mr. Qian was knowledgeable in this area, alleviating Luo Xiaran's concerns. Lastly, the crucial matter of exchanging grains and daily necessities was addressed. Since production was currently unfeasible, Luo Xiaran opted not to sell grains directly, but rather to produce flatbreads or steamed buns from mixed grains. While white flour was not without merit, it was simply more expensive. In the post-apocalyptic context, these items had become as valuable as crystal nuclei, and Luo Xiaran was well versed in their preparation methods, though the taste was not particularly exquisite in these trying times. Having enough to eat was a significant blessing. As the inn was devoid of outsiders, the remaining staff busied themselves alongside Luo Xiaran, although they could not enter the kitchen. Assisting in the hall with mixing dough for flatbreads, buns, or rolling noodles proved to be quite manageable. Ultimately, over the span of 3 days, they produced tens of thousands of flatbreads and several hundred pounds of noodles. After steaming by the cooks, the dishes turned out to be surprisingly palatable, likely due to Luo Xiaran refraining from adding rice bran to the grains. Though it appeared somewhat unprofitable, the ingredients were sourced from Luo Xiaran's previous stockpile, sufficient to generate greater wealth. In truth, the cook's creations could also incorporate special effects, such as restoring stamina and vitality, albeit at the cost of energy. A choice Luo Xiaran consciously avoided. Her current objective was to ensure that everyone was well fed. Once the inn began to attract more guests, she could leverage these special foods for even greater benefits. The opening hour is determined by the esteemed proprietor, commencing at 11 o'clock. However, the doors are flung open to welcome guests at 10. It is only at 11 that firecrackers are set off to herald the commencement of the culinary offerings. Although we no longer reside in ancient times, those engaged in commerce often cling to superstitions. Naturally, Luo Xiaran would not dispute such trivial matters with the proprietor. As the night deepens and silence envelopes the surroundings, Luo Xiaran resides alone in the largest room on the 3rd floor, gazing through the window at the flowers swaying in the garden, eagerly anticipating the prosperity each new day will bring. Chapter 112. Speculating on the hidden forces. Early the next morning, Luo Xiaran tidied her room and donned a more formal attire before stepping out. Peering down the staircase, she observed 4 attendants arranging tables and chairs, while at the center table, breakfast was laid out. The early risers, Ma Jianing and Zhang Liming, were quietly enjoying their meal. Thanks to Luo Xiaran's prior instructions, Mr. Qian and others had retained their memories, allowing everyone to dine and lodge without immediate payment. They could settle their dues later by presenting a crystal core whenever they remembered. However, this arrangement was time-sensitive. Failure to pay within a month would lead to expulsion from the inn by the guards. The formidable Black Mountain and the 8 hounds were stationed in the stables outside the inn, as they could not enter the courtyard. Moreover, since Trejo held Black Mountain in high regard, Luo Xiaran had no intention of confining them to the inn indefinitely. Speaking of the guards, a Mu stood at an impressive height of 185 meters, his muscular physique and dark skin exuding vitality, even when sparring with the strength-enhanced Long Liming. He could effortlessly subdue him. Hu Zi, towering over most men, could easily overpower Black Mountain in combat, showcasing remarkable strength. Luo Xiaran was quite familiar with the inn's personnel, having coexisted with them for over a decade in a previous era. Nevertheless, due to the prevalence of abilities in the post-apocalyptic world, a Mu's combat prowess had significantly increased. Of course, if a Mu and Hu Zi were unable to manage, Luo Xiaran could employ the inn's defensive systems to expel any adversaries directly. After breakfast, Luo Xiaran visited the bustling kitchen, where 2 chefs were diligently preparing for the day's banquet in honor of incoming guests. The menu featured an array of poultry and fish, with each table set for 8 dishes and a soup, though meat portions were modest, predominantly supplemented with ample potatoes and winter melons. Around 9:30 a.m., Jun Lai arrived first, accompanied by Shao Zhenyan and a few others, followed by a curious young girl who observed Luo Xiaran with interest. Rarian, congratulations on your grand opening. Here is a gift. Jun Lai smiled at her, handing a beautifully wrapped box to an attendant who had come to greet them. Thank you. Please step inside and enjoy some tea, Luo Xiaran replied with a smile. She had sent at least 20 invitations to the Jun family, yet only Jun Lai had come, leaving her pondering the elder Jun's thoughts. As the attendants welcomed the guests, Luo Xiaran stood at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of others. With Jun Lai's presence, more invitees began to trickle in. By around 10 o'clock, the lobby was bustling with guests, each table adorned with tea and a selection of seeds and peanuts, all collected during their travels. On the walls flanking the inn, one side displayed the prices for food and lodging, while the opposite side showcased the previously agreed-upon exchange regulations. Guests sipped their tea, engaging in conversation and speculating about the forces backing Luo Xiaran. In the midst of the apocalypse, it is indeed hard for most to fathom how Luo Xiaran could manage to operate such an opulent hotel, steeped in ancient charm. The individual who has drawn the most speculation is undoubtedly Jun Lai. This is primarily due to the fact that Jun Lai and his entourage were the first to arrive, coupled with their close association with Luo Xiaran, and further fueled by the presence of some fruit on their table, which raised suspicions. However, once Mr. Dio pushed Leng Xi to follow Luo Xiaran directly to the second floor, the discussions within the lobby grew even more fervent. Gradually, Leng Xi emerged as the principal subject of suspicion. After all, Leng Xi's identity was not a closely guarded secret. Some influential figures present quickly recognized who he was. Chapter 113, Cigarettes, General Goods. Regarding the guests' conjectures, Luo Xiaran actually welcomed them with open arms. Initially, the inn required a sanctuary, yet this was merely a temporary consideration. As time passed, Luo Xiaran was confident that these speculations would be easily debunked. After all, the Jun family would eventually become her trading partner, would they not? Once the waiter served sunflower seeds and peanuts to Leng Xi, Luo Xiaran engaged in a brief conversation with her. Upon confirming that she would commence treatment for Leng Xi that evening, Luo Xiaran descended the stairs. As she reached the staircase, she felt Jun Lai's gaze upon her, imbued with curiosity, which momentarily gave her an unsettling feeling of infidelity. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting illusion, and she quickly dismissed it. Madam, is it truly only 100 firecrackers? The head steward quietly inquired as Luo Xiaran approached the door. Typically, the more firecrackers, the better during an opening. Who would have anticipated that Luo Xiaran would choose the contrary? Zombies are attracted to noise and the scent of humans. The safe zone already has numerous survivors. If we were to set off 5,000 firecrackers, there would likely be a zombie siege by tomorrow, and how could I possibly run it in them? Luo Xiaran chuckled softly, shaking her head slightly. It was not that she did not desire a festive atmosphere. In ancient times, she had even hired dragon and lion dancers. However, the current outside world was filled with zombies, and Luo Xiaran did not wish to attract them with such antics, though she was not afraid of a zombie siege. If trouble arose in the safe zone, her business would surely suffer. Very well, the time has come. Madam, please take this. having been trained by Luo Xiaran. The head steward understood the perils of the outside world and handed her a stick of sandalwood incense. The incense, about the thickness of a pinky finger, was already emitting curling wisps of smoke. The firecrackers were held in the hand of a waiter, looking rather pitiful in their brevity. As she checked the time, at precisely 11 o'clock, Luo Xiaran ignited the firecrackers. With a series of crackles, she pulled down the red cloth that hung from the signboard, revealing a cozy inn once more to the public. Accompanied by the cacophony of firecrackers, the kitchen staff, alongside 4 waiters, began to serve the dishes. The meals had been prepared early in the morning, so they were still emanating warmth and delightful aromas when presented. With each dish that arrived, the guests' eyes sparkled, their glances towards Luo Xiaran becoming increasingly subtle. Once all the dishes were served, Luo Xiaran stood at the center of the hall and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you all for visiting our humble establishment. We offer food, lodging, beverages, cigarettes, general goods, and more. We kindly ask for your continued support for our business. For the first 3 days of opening, beverages are half price. While supplies last, so do hurry to purchase." Applause erupted as the guests began their meal. Despite the chef using primarily salt and oil in her cooking, the flavors were undeniably tantalizing. The candidates provided by the system were all exceptional talents, hence even the chef was not to be underestimated by Luo Xiaran. Fortunately, these individuals do not require her to pay their wages, nor will they harbor feelings of betrayal, allowing Luo Xiaran to place her complete trust in them. Otherwise, the previous exchange regulations would not have been discussed with the esteemed shopkeeper, Mr. Qian, as Luo Xiaoxian and the others did not join the bustling crowd downstairs. Luo Xiaran accompanied Junlai and his group in the grand hall. "Please, indulge yourselves without reservation. In the future, should you wish to avoid cooking, feel free to come here. I will arrange for Mr. Qian to offer everyone a discount," Luo Xiaran remarked with a smile. Thanks to the waiter's remarkable memory, there was no need for Luo Xiaran to concern herself with discount cards or membership schemes. Chapter 114. A visit after satisfying their hunger and thirst. The innkeeper cleared the remnants of their meal and served another round of tea. Laughter and chatter filled the air, as if they had returned to a time before the apocalypse, enveloped in tranquility. "May I inquire who this young lady is?" Luo Xiaran asked as she poured tea for the others, her gaze resting on the quiet girl seated at the end of the table. The girl had remained silent throughout the meal, prompting Luo Xiaran to finally speak. "Hello, Miss Luo. I am Xi Rulan, a water elemental ability user. I am already 24 years old, but my youthful appearance may deceive you. Feel free to call me Rulan. The dishes today were delightful. I noticed on the wall that you collect mutated animals. Do you have any mutated rats, for instance?" Xi Rulan replied with a gentle smile. "We do accept mutated rats, cats, bats, and the like. The heads of mutated animals contain beast cores, but their energy is more volatile compared to crystal cores and requires some time to stabilize before absorption," Luo Xiaran responded, slightly surprised by Xi Rulan's age, returning her smile. "Thank you for the information, Miss Luo." Li Ruan, already aware of the secret regarding crystal cores attributed to Luo Xiaran, expressed her gratitude, noting that while mutated animals were currently scarce, their safe zone had managed to gather some. Fortunately, the crystal cores from these creatures were relatively small, leading to no unforeseen incidents thus far. Once the pot of tea was finished, the guests began to rise to take their leave. After bidding farewell to each one, Luo Xiaran finally exhaled in relief and sat down. Many had placed orders for liquor and cigarettes with the head innkeeper, and although the alcohol had yet to be brewed, their previous collection was sufficient for sale for a time, given the limited availability of such items. Soon after, Shao Zhenyan and the others also stood to depart, leaving only Luo Xiaran and Junlai at the table, exchanging silence. After a long pause, Luo Xiaran pressed her lips together and could not help but speak. "I need to go upstairs to attend to the guests. Should I ask the innkeeper to prepare another pot of tea or fetch some wine?" "The head of the Long family upstairs. I shall also pay a visit," Junlai replied, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes as he rose and made his way to the private room upstairs. Seeing that Junlai was resolutely heading up without a glance back, Luo Xiaran understood that there was no stopping him and allowed him to go. She pondered whether everything would be alright with Ling Xi and quickly followed. Upon reaching the upper floor, Junlai had already pushed the door open and entered. When Luo Xiaran stepped inside, Junlai was already seated directly opposite Ling Xi. Liu Yi stood at the door, closing it without lifting his head as Luo Xiaran entered. "I have long admired the esteemed name of the Long family head. I was unaware of your arrival in S City, had I known. I would have prepared ample wine and welcomed you properly, Junlai said, his gaze sharp as he appraised Lingxi, speaking with an elegant tone. Despite the Jun family's long military lineage, it did not imply a lack of literary prowess. After all, Junlai possessed several academic credentials. You're too kind, Jun. I merely find myself trapped in this place and did not wish to impose, Lingxi replied. Deep within, Lingxi chuckled at Junlai's possessiveness. Yet she showed not a trace of it on her face. After all, good things often come through trials. Should she provoke him? Lingxi would not hesitate to dismantle the foretold union. Moreover, considering the current state of Luo Xiaran and Junlai, it was certain that nothing significant would transpire in the near future. Chapter 115. Call me Brother Long Ao. The head of the Long family is jesting. The doors of the Jun family are always open to you, esteemed Long. Should I arrange for someone to escort you back to J City? Though the outside world is perilous at present, our Jun family is quite capable of ensuring the safe passage of an individual, Junlai remarked with a cold smile. As the head of the Long family, Lingxi naturally had a retinue of protectors, for it was well known that he was not in the best of health. Even amidst the chaos brought about by the onset of the apocalypse, it was unlikely that Lingxi would be ensnared within S City. Moreover, he had never engaged with the Luo family before this encounter. His first interaction was with Luo Xiaran. Junlai found it hard to believe that there were no ulterior motives at play. No need for inconvenience. Miss Luo's Inn is quite a splendid place, and I wish to recuperate here. Furthermore, given the multitude of dangers outside, I do not wish for anyone to take risks on my behalf, Lingxi replied. Unperturbed by Junlai's demeanor, his face adorned with a smile. After all, he desired to remain here, and Junlai would he dare to cast him out. Especially since the inn belonged to Luo Xiaran. Even if he wished to intervene, he could not dictate the inn's operations. Furthermore, through their brief interactions, Lingxi had come to understand that Luo Xiaran was not the type to be easily controlled. Junlai, having wielded power since birth, would ultimately cause a rift between himself and Luo Xiaran if he continued down this path. After all, Luo Xiaran was not one to endure subjugation for the sake of profit. Her current inaction stemmed from a lack of sufficient capital. Once she gained strength, she would no longer need to rely on the Jun family for survival. It must be said, Lingxi had a profound understanding of both Luo Xiaran and Junlai's characters. As he anticipated, upon hearing Lingxi's words, Junlai clenched his fists in frustration but chose not to pursue the topic further. Despite his lingering doubts, he recognized that he could glean no information from Lingxi. It seemed prudent to inquire further from Luo Xiaran instead. I wonder if Mr. Long was satisfied with the lunch. We also have an array of poultry, seafood, wild vegetables, and mountain delicacies available. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. If Mr. Long wishes to stay, you are most welcome. The third floor is rather quiet, and the rooms are more spacious. Shall I have someone show you the accommodations? Luo Xiaran seized the opportunity, wishing to prevent any conflict between Junlai and Lingxi, as both were potential significant clients whose discord could harm her business. Then I shall not be polite. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Ling, as I am your elder. I have always wished for a younger sibling, but alas, fate has dealt me a sparse hand, destined for solitude, Lingxi said, his expression genuine as he gazed at Luo Xiaran with sincerity. Luo Xiaran intrigued Lingxi. Moreover, the rapid transformation of the restaurant in just a few days piqued his curiosity regarding her methods. Of course, his interest was purely inquisitive, for he lacked nothing. Additionally, witnessing Junlai's discomfort further delighted him, as he had not forgotten the substantial business Junlai had previously seized from him. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. You may call me Xiaran or Ran, Brother Ling. How could Luo Xiaran possibly reject Lingxi's overture? Ignoring the presence of Junlai beside her, she readily nodded in agreement. In the realm of business, harmony is of utmost importance. Cultivating friendships is essential. The more friends one has, the broader the avenues available. Her inn is destined to expand beyond a single establishment, and who knows, perhaps one day it may even open in Longxi's territory. Chapter 106. Only want this person as she summoned the waiter to guide Lingxi and Lord Dio to the third floor for a room inspection. Luo Xiaran was simultaneously eager to pull Junlai away. Although Junlai maintained his composure, the pervasive aura of tension surrounding him elicited a sense of agitation within Luo Xiaran, a psychic with heightened sensitivity. The acute perception inherent to psychics allowed her to detect myriad gazes and breaths, which explained why, even without any overt expression from Junlai. She could discern the subtle shifts in his demeanor. The moment Luo Xiaran took hold of his hand, Junlai's mood noticeably improved. Upon reaching the ground floor, the lobby was devoid of dining patrons, though there were inquiries at the counter regarding the exchange of supplies. Luo Xiaran naturally took note of Junlai's transformation. If merely holding hands could evoke such a change, what might a kiss achieve? The thought flitted through her mind before she promptly shook her head, resolutely retracting her hand from Junlai's firm grasp. Biting her lip, she suggested, "The shop has plenty of delicious food. Shall we take some back? Would you like me to arrange for some nourishing soup for the old man?" "No need, we lack nothing at home, and Grandpa is quite impatient with tonics." Junlai replied, shaking his head in refusal. "Our team has been out gathering supplies. Is there anything you need me to bring back? Aside from crystal cores, I require nothing at the moment. I have ample rations here. I can collect some more when I venture out. It's more convenient to eat outside," Luo Xiaran said. Her head bowed, unable to ignore Junlai's gaze, which added to her growing frustration. Ever since Junlai's previous peculiar shift in attitude, a fleeting regret had crept into her thoughts about coming to S City. Despite being momentary, she sensed that their entanglement would ultimately yield no favorable outcome. Drawing a deep breath, Luo Xiaran spoke softly, "I intend to lead a life as a single noble. Therefore, please do not waste your time on me. I simply wish to care for my parents and have no desire to contemplate anything beyond that. Ran, I understand that the scars inflicted by Wu Yinan are indelible. But I am not a treacherous scoundrel like him. I will always treat you well, so please do not reject me so completely. Even if it takes 2 years, 3 years, or longer, I can endure. After all, you are still young, and I can wait," Junlai said earnestly. His gaze fixed on the crown of Luo Xiaran's head. Their proximity allowed Junlai to catch the delicate fragrance of lavender emanating from Luo Xiaran, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. However, to avoid startling her, he subtly stepped back. Stunned once more by Junlai's confession, Luo Xiaran remained silent for a long moment. Finally, she spoke again, "I'm sorry, but no matter how long it takes, I cannot accept you. Your feelings are too fervent, and I have long since abandoned my emotions. I have nothing left to offer. Ran, I admire you, I cherish you, thus there is no need for you to offer anything in return. Merely granting me your consent to remain by my side is sufficient. I possess unwavering confidence in myself. Once you give it a try, you will realize that I am indeed the one most suited for you." Junlai chuckled upon hearing this, as he recognized that this was the crux of the matter. Yet, how could Luo Xiaran comprehend that simply having her near, allowing him to feel her presence at any moment, was enough to fulfill him? He lacked nothing except for the essence of Luo Xiaran herself. Chapter 117, An unresolved conclusion. Ultimately, this matter once again faded into ambiguity due to Junlai's insistence. Watching Junlai and his companions depart in their carriage, Luo Xiaran could not suppress a sigh. It was not that she was unmoved, but matters of the heart are rarely straightforward. Turning back to enter the inn, she found the attendant had already tidied the lobby. Previously, those inquiring at the counter about resource exchanges were now leaving, bags of grain cakes in hand, their faces alight with joy as they passed by Luo Xiaran. "Madam, this is the second-level crystal core that the earlier patron exchanged." Thanks to Luo Xiaran's informative guidance, Mr. Qian was now able to discern its value. The crystal core was a striking red, its surface shimmering with captivating light. "Please deliver it to my room upstairs after closing," she instructed. Although there was a designated living space for her in the back courtyard, considering that Luo Jiaoxian and the others resided outside, it felt inappropriate for Luo Xiaran to retreat there. The first day of business had indeed consumed a fair amount of ingredients. Yet this second-level crystal core could be deemed a propitious start. Luo Xiaran was confident that this was merely the beginning, and increasingly more patrons would come to exchange goods in the days to come. With the previous notice written on red paper affixed outside, passers-by along the street would inevitably notice it, and within a few days, their business would be thriving. Luo Xiaran smiled, feeling a quiet gratitude towards Ling Xi for his generosity. After all, the restaurant's location was quite advantageous, directly facing the main road into the city, where survivors would eventually pass by, whether early or late. Furthermore, after today's banquet, Luo Xiaran believed that their business prospects would be promising. Moreover, given the scarcity of resources within the safety zone, it was only a matter of time before more individuals ventured out to hunt zombies for trade. Exchanging goods with her was both advantageous and resource-rich, Any sensible person would recognize the wisdom of such a choice. In acknowledging her gratitude towards Lin Xi, Luo Xiaran resolved to dedicate herself to treating him. Upon learning from the attendant that Lin Xi resided next door, she ascended to the 3rd floor. She knocked gently on the door, which was answered by the inscrutable Diu Yi. His expressionless gaze, accentuated by his artificial eye, instilled an unsettling feeling. However, Luo Xiaran was no longer the nosy girl she once was. She remained unfazed by Diu Yi's presence. Nodding at him, she entered the room. Brother Lin, I am here to examine your leg. While Luo Xiaran lacked medical expertise, she was aware that healing someone with extraordinary abilities capable of regeneration was merely a matter of time. What do you require from me? Lin Xi inquired, suppressing his excitement as he set down his teacup and smiled at Luo Xiaran. I need a sufficient number of crystal cores. My current ability level is too low, and it will take considerable time to heal your legs. Having acknowledged Lin Xi as her elder brother, Luo Xiaran was forthright in her request. Very well. I have already prepared them. At her words, Lin Xi retrieved a 20-centimeter-long wooden box from a nearby table, opened it, and presented it before Luo Xiaran. Within the wooden box lay approximately 200 crystal nuclei of varying sizes and hues, with white being the most prevalent, constituting roughly 75%, followed by red, and a single orange specimen. Though reluctant, Luo Xiaran picked up the orange crystal, cradling it in her palm. She then channeled her wood-based psychic energy, placing her left hand upon Lin Xi's knee. The issue did not stem from his waist, but rather from his shattered leg bones below the knees, a testament to the immense suffering he must have endured in years past. Chapter 118. Utilizing the crystals for Chongyan. Though Lin Xi's legs had been well cared for, the passage of time had inevitably led to some muscular atrophy. Even with the presence of a 3rd-tier crystal nucleus, Luo Xiaran, after gradually restoring the muscle in Lin Xi's legs, found her complexion pale and drenched in sweat. Following a series of subtle crackling sounds, the orange crystal nucleus in her right hand shattered into fine powder. Slightly disoriented, she retracted her abilities, suppressing the dizziness caused by the complete depletion of her energy, and addressed Lin Xi. This is all I can accomplish in this first treatment. The energy from the other crystals is too low to be of significant help. You've endured much. As she settled down to rest, supported by Diu Yi, Lin Xi began to caress his legs, feeling the absence of the uneven scars. With heartfelt gratitude, he spoke. Having been unable to walk since youth due to the impairment of his legs, no one could truly comprehend Lin Xi's suffering. Despite his maturity, the pain of betrayal from family weighed heavily on him, leaving him without anyone to confide in. Were it not for Diu Yi's unwavering support, Lin Xi would not have reached this point today. It's alright, I just need a moment to recuperate. Shaking his head and wiping away the sweat, Luo Xiaran disregarded her discomfort and promptly began to replenish her abilities with the crystal nucleus. Since she had completely exhausted her powers earlier, the absorption this time was significantly quicker. Although she still experienced some headache, she felt her wood element abilities grow slightly stronger. After absorbing over 20 primary crystal nuclei, Luo Xiaran finally paused. Although she had not fully replenished her energy, moderation was key, especially since she intended to reserve the remaining nuclei for Luo Xiaran and others for their training. For the next treatment, we will need at least the orange crystal nuclei. Brother Lin, your leg condition is quite severe. I cannot guarantee a complete recovery. Luo Xiaran closed the wooden box and looked at Lin Xi earnestly. After all, Lin Xi's injury had persisted for many years. Although surgery had removed the shattered bones, Luo Xiaran's current ability level was insufficient to restore him to a state of normalcy, even with the aid of the crystal nuclei. I understand, Xiaran. You need not worry. As long as I can stand and walk, I will be content. Some things cannot be forced, and receiving your treatment is already a pleasant surprise. I am no longer the boy I once was. I comprehend this truth. Lin Xi replied with a smile and a nod. Yes, Brother Lin, you should focus on increasing your calcium intake. I must take my leave now. There are others awaiting my treatment. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaran felt a sense of relief as she stood up. Having promised Shui Jing and Nell with the crystal nuclei provided by Lin Xi, Luo Xiaran was determined to utilize her shadow abilities without letting him lie idle. With the inn already established and other matters being managed by the head manager, she needed to thoughtfully consider the issue of forming a team for hunting zombies. Cradling the box, she descended the stairs and knocked on the door of Shui Jing and her son. And Shui, I have acquired a substantial number of crystal nuclei, which can be used for Chongyan. Once he awakens, you can rest easy. Thank you, Miss Luo. Please come in, Shuai-Jing exclaimed, hastily leading Luo Xiaran to the bedside. There lay Chongyan, still pale and emaciated, his condition worse than in the previous days. Luo Xiaran spoke little, directly placing the primary crystal core into Chongyan's palm. As the core approached, Chongyan's dark abilities naturally began to operate, and within a mere 3 seconds, the crystal core disintegrated into powder. Impressed by the might of the dark powers, Luo Xiaran continued to place additional cores into his hand. It was not until Chongyan had absorbed nearly 50 of them that he slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of dark brilliance passed through his gaze, and he gradually regained his senses. Before Chongyan could utter a word, Luo Xiaran relinquished her position to Shuai-Jing and turned away, cradling the wooden box. Shuai-Jing, being astute, recognized that awakening Chongyan would likely not result in any significant changes, especially since he was currently weak. Thus, Luo Xiaran felt no urgency. Chapter 119. Leave this matter to me. After recuperating for 2 days in his room, Chongyan finally descended the stairs with the assistance of Shuai-Jing. Although it was noon, the inn was devoid of any dining guests, as most had gone to exchange for grains. Luo Xiaran was dining with Luo Xiaran and others at a corner table, and as soon as Chongyan stepped out, Luo Xiaran sensed his presence. The overwhelming aggression of the dark-type abilities had been exhausting. While he had been unconscious, it had been manageable, but ever since he regained his consciousness, Luo Xiaran felt compelled to stay alert, even to the last strand of her hair, which was utterly tiresome. Xiao Yan quickly thanked Miss Luo. It was only after Luo Xiaran and her companions had finished their meal and set down their chopsticks that Shuai-Jing led Chongyan in, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Miss Luo. I am Chongyan. Chongyan surveyed Luo Xiaran before nodding in appreciation. Having received clear insights from Shuai-Jing, he perceived Luo Xiaran as a person of integrity. Furthermore, since Shuai-Jing lacked any abilities, accompanying Luo Xiaran seemed a prudent choice. After all, Chongyan did not believe that isolating themselves in this world was beneficial, especially as the safety zone was not entirely secure. With Luo Xiaran's capabilities and strength, as long as she could protect Shuai-Jing, Chongyan was more than willing to work under the stewardship of a young lady. Moreover, given that Luo Xiaran had essentially saved him, even while he was in a coma, he was acutely aware of the dark-type abilities gradually consuming him. Had she not intervened, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences for Shuai-Jing. Shuai-Jing was not a woman of strong opinions. Prior to the apocalypse, Chongyan had been the one managing all family affairs. It was commendable that Shuai-Jing had managed to endure for so long after the collapse of civilization. Chongyan felt fortunate for Luo Xiaran's appearance. Otherwise, who could say what calamities might have befallen them? For the sake of her son, Shuai-Jing would spare no effort. Just call me by my name. There is no need for such formality. From now on, we are all one family. Luo Xiaran smiled, indicating for them to take a seat. Due to the uniqueness of your abilities, you require more energy than others, and there is a certain danger associated with them. Your energy reserves have been significantly depleted, making it impossible for you to wield your abilities freely in the short term. Luo Xiaran was not prepared to let Chongyan venture out just yet. Without control over his powers, he could potentially harm himself or others. Fortunately, within the inn, Luo Xiaran could maintain control at all times, alleviating concerns about unforeseen circumstances. I appreciate your concern, Xiaoran. I will endeavor to master my abilities. My mother mentioned that you are looking to form your own team. If you trust me, I would be glad to take on this responsibility. I am quite familiar with CTS, Chongyan stated candidly. In truth, Chongyan had his own clandestine endeavors, unbeknownst to Shuai-Jing. How could a mere homemaker like her have navigated the previous crisis? It remained a mystery what had befallen those who had once cared for Shuai-Jing, leaving her nearly depleted in her efforts for him. Oh, since you say so, I certainly have no objections. I seek a team that is unwaveringly loyal and will never betray me. However, I am confident that given my advantageous circumstances, many will be tempted. I desire only the elite. Whether or not they possess extraordinary abilities is of secondary importance, for even those with such powers are not infallible. It seems the burden falls upon Chongyan. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaran did not express any discontent regarding Chongyan's self-recommendation. Since Chongyan believes in his own capability, Luo Xiaran is open to giving it a try. The outcome remains to be seen. For only through action can one truly ascertain the results. Chapter 120. A visitor arrives in the subsequent days. The inn gradually began to attract business, primarily from various factions seeking to test the waters. Their interest lay in the supplies held by Luo Xiaran, which, even with their own resource-gathering teams. They could not match in completeness. The urban landscape was fraught with traffic congestion and ruin, and the spatial abilities available were limited. Thus, scavenging for resources while contending with zombies was no trivial endeavor. Regrettably, aside from Junlai and Lengxi, none of the factions had discovered anything of significance. Those who attempted to infiltrate the inn through various means returned empty-handed, cloaking the establishment in an air of mystery, leading many to believe that skilled practitioners were present within. Luo Xiaran, with her formidable mental abilities, managed to glean some insights into these conjectures. Amused, she capitalized on the speculation to successfully conduct several lucrative transactions. Over the course of a week, be it vegetables, fruits, or livestock, the inn had matured a substantial harvest, with a storeroom and granary free from spoilage. She had sown a second batch, although this time she refrained from accelerating its growth. After all, despite her abundant energy reserves, she could not afford to squander them recklessly. Her crystal cores were also needed to cultivate her personnel. Furthermore, in the early stages of her business, she was not making significant profits, primarily aiming to attract clientele. Having distributed her crystal cores among Luo Xiaran and others, Luo Xiaran relocated to a secluded courtyard within the compound to utilize meteorite training. Given that Chongyan's abilities were perpetually outward, she had no choice but to evade him, otherwise, her mental powers would eventually be detected. Even with trust, one cannot reveal all their cards, a retreat must always be preserved. This lesson was one she had learned from Wu Yanan. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Luo Xiaran's training. Upon opening it, she found the chief steward standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He leaped down from the second floor, deftly maneuvering the osmanthus tree in the courtyard to catch himself, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Xiaran found herself at the door. At that moment, Luo Xiaran's wood-based abilities had reached the pinnacle of level 3, allowing her to manipulate trees and feel a sense of unity with the flora around her, albeit within a limited range of approximately 300 meters in diameter. Madam Boss, a guest has arrived at the inn, claiming to possess a considerable amount of jade rough. The chief steward, unfazed by Luo Xiaran's descent, respectfully greeted her before delivering his message. Since the characters provided by the system could not leave the inn's confines, the chief steward was unable to verify the quality of the rough and had to trouble Luo Xiaran to make the journey herself. "Oh, let us go and take a look," she replied, raising an eyebrow slightly. The announcement regarding the acquisition of crystal cores and precious materials had been posted outside the inn. However, given that S-City did not produce jade rough, Luo Xiaran felt a tinge of curiosity, suspecting it might be a trap designed to ensnare her. After all, in just a week, she had already laid out a considerable amount of food as bait. If everything remained tranquil, it would be the most improbable outcome. Human nature is inherently greedy, and there certainly existed clever individuals who desired food without the willingness to pay the price. Upon entering the lobby, one could observe a slender man seated nearby, sipping tea. On the table lay a plate of dried fruits and peanuts, his demeanor exuding a sense of unwavering confidence. With a poised smile adorning her face, Luo Xiaran approached the man and inquired, "May I ask how you are addressed, sir? I have heard that you possess some intriguing information. Have you brought it with you?" Chapter 121. A brief visit, Miss Luo. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Luo Xiaran. You may simply call me Uncle Luo. I have brought only one piece of material, a collection of my late father's that has been kept at home. Were it not for the pressing need, I would not have touched it. Luo Xiaran smiled at Luo Xiaran as he rose, and once she was seated, he continued with a grin. "Very well, Uncle Luo, I shall first examine the material. Can the rest compare to this piece? It would be rather difficult for me to speak if you only brought this one." Luo Xiaran fixed her gaze upon the black box that Luo Xiaran had brought, speaking as he opened it. Having studied raw materials for many years, Luo Xiaran was quite knowledgeable about them. After carefully inspecting the piece with a flashlight, she nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was a fine piece. Yet she could not ascertain whether Luo Xiaran possessed any others. Additionally, she sensed something peculiar about Luo Xiaran, though she could not identify what ability it was. "Miss Luo, you jest. I am not well versed in this matter either. Since the apocalypse, my father did not survive, and no one else in the family shares this interest. Thus, I must trouble you to make a personal visit. I have heard that acquiring raw materials requires expertise. What if I go to great lengths to bring it and you find it unsatisfactory? That would be rather troublesome, wouldn't it? I have not had a proper meal in some time, so I feel rather embarrassed." Luo Xiaran set down his teacup, smiling apologetically. This piece of raw material is quite good. Then I shall accompany you, Uncle Luo. Would you care for a meal before we depart? As the sun began to set, Luo Xiaran narrowed her eyes slightly, awaiting Luo Boshang's response. That sounds delightful. I have heard your cuisine is delectable. Perhaps you could serve me some. And once we are well fed, we can proceed with our work. We cannot afford to worry about the transporters right now. Upon hearing this, Luo Boshang could not help but respond. After sitting for a while and watching others eat, he was already quite famished. Very well, Uncle Luo. Please enjoy your meal while I prepare a vehicle. With a slight smile, Luo Xiaran instructed the waiter to bring food for Luo Boshang and made her way to Mao Jianing's room upstairs. Luo Boshang was certainly not merely a simple seller of raw materials. Given the dangers of the night, it was evident that he was deliberately stalling for time. Considering his preoccupation with having a meal as darkness approached, Luo Xiaran decided to bring Mao Jianing along, who, being a woman, had not revealed any abilities since entering the safe zone, thus allowing her to better disarm any suspicion. After all, the initial impression of women is often one of fragility. Is it not? After explaining the situation to Mao Jianing, she followed Luo Xiaran out of the room. Luo Boshang noticed Mao Jianing as well. Yet she appeared delicate and harmless, providing him with a sense of security as he sat comfortably eating, pondering why there were only vegetarian dishes without a hint of meat. The off-road vehicle that had previously arrived at the safe zone was parked outside the inn, near the stable, which housed Black Mountain and other hunting dogs, alleviating concerns about theft. After inspecting the fuel tank, Luo Xiaran instructed the waiter to convey a message to the couple, Luo Jiaoxian, while she and Mao Jianing indulged in a meal at the dining hall. As night fell, Luo Boshang had consumed 2 millet pancakes, 3 plates of vegetarian dishes, and 2 pots of tea before finally setting down his chopsticks, appearing quite satisfied. Luo Xiaran paid little heed to Luo Boshang's pretentious display. Upon leaving, she drove according to his directions, making her way to his residence. Chapter 122. Discarding the useless. After traversing approximately half the distance along the main road towards the trade district, Luo Boshang began to direct Luo Xiaran to veer into a narrow path. Thanks to the assistance of her mental energy, she sensed the presence of someone following them, prompting her to proceed without hesitation. They wound their way through the twisting path for about 14 to 15 minutes before arriving at the entrance of a small alley. Given the narrowness of the entrance, Luo Boshang politely remarked, "I apologize. Our old family residence has been stubbornly retained by my grandfather, making it inconvenient for vehicles to enter. However, it is not far. Shall we disembark and walk a bit?" "All right, let us get out then." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaran began to gradually release her mental energy as she opened the car door and stepped out. Having stored her weapons in her system bag, she turned to Mao Jianing and winked, urging her to take care of herself. Although Mao Jianing awakened her special ability somewhat late, the fire element power she possessed was inherently offensive. Coupled with the energy cores provided by Luo Xiaran and her prior experience in cultivating abilities, Mao Jianing had already reached the pinnacle of level 2. Through her mental energy, Luo Xiaran discerned that the food house within the alley was indeed quite an antiquated residence. The sprawling estate, with its 3 entrances and exits, bore the marks of age, likely over a century old. Given the size of the house, Luo Xiaran found her mental energy was somewhat more depleted. However, this allowed her to perceive that there was at least a contingent of 15 individuals inside. The distinction between the abilities of special powers and the physical prowess of ordinary individuals was stark. Thus, a mere sweep of her mental energy heightened her alertness. Casually following Luo Boshang into the alley, which was cloaked in darkness, she observed the dim light from the flashlight in his hand flickering, enhancing her already cold demeanor. Despite her unfamiliarity with coded signals, Luo Xiaran sensed that Luo Boshang's actions were overtly conspicuous. After all, while the flashlight remained intact, its erratic flickering was undeniably unsettling. As Luo Boshang produced a key to unlock the grand door of the residence, the 3 of them stepped inside. They were greeted by a somewhat dilapidated garden, likely neglected since the onset of the apocalypse. After approximately 5 minutes, Luo Boshang led them to the entrance of a small building emblazoned with the words Treasure Pavilion. The 2-story structure, adorned with blue bricks and red tiles, exuded a refined charm. My grandfather not only had a fondness for textiles during his lifetime but also collected antiques, artworks, jewelry, and furniture. Miss Luo, should you find anything appealing, you are welcome to take it with you, Luo Boshang said with a smile as he unlocked the small door to the treasure pavilion. Perhaps the items within the treasure pavilion held great value before the apocalypse, but now, they might scarcely be exchanged for a bag of rice. In truth, Luo Boxiang thought Luo Xiaran somewhat naive. Who would trade food for such seemingly useless trinkets in these times? As the small building lacked electricity, the only sources of illumination were the flashlight in Luo Boxiang's hand and the candles he retrieved from the side. Through the flickering light, Luo Xiaran observed that the treasure pavilion indeed housed a considerable number of valuable items. Why would one need to entice her with genuine treasures to draw her in? As Luo Xiaran surveyed her surroundings, a sense of perplexity enveloped her thoughts. Considering the confined space within the small building, engaging in a scuffle could potentially result in unfortunate damage to the belongings. Therefore, Luo Xiaran refrained from probing further and instead chose to examine a jade-white glass lamp situated on the nearest shelf to the entrance. Chapter 123, Sipping tea and engaging in conversation. These are indeed treasures, Uncle Luo. Are you certain you wish to exchange them? The price could be elevated somewhat. Yet not all can be traded for grain. After confirming the authenticity of the emerald, glazed, and white jade lamp, Luo Xiaran smirked in the darkness and inquired. Regardless of the reasons behind the use of these genuine items as bait, once they were in her possession, she had no intention of relinquishing them to anyone else. With this batch of items, Luo Xiaran could allocate the crystalline core income for the next fortnight to others for enhancing their supernatural abilities, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. She had learned to reserve energy to prevent any unexpected situations. Have you really decided? Upon hearing Luo Xiaran's words, Luo Boxiang was filled with disbelief. After all, he was most aware of the treasures within the Duobao Pavilion. His envy had lingered since the days of the old master's reign. Regrettably, fear had held him back then, otherwise, he might have become a billionaire before the apocalypse. The more he pondered, the more sorrowful he felt. However, hearing Luo Xiaran's declaration now brought him some relief. Had these items not remained, she likely would not have embarked on this journey with him. He merely hoped for a smooth venture, allowing him enough provisions to continue hiding in safety. If Uncle Luo is reluctant, you may keep some. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Luo Xiaran suggested, let us hasten to move the items. Placing the lamp back on the shelf, she held a candle and turned to urge Luo Boxiang. Although she had informed Luo Xiaoxian before leaving, if they delayed too long, she surmised they would grow concerned. It was uncertain whether they had stationed personnel outside the inn. Caution was paramount. Oh, all right, let us move everything. Luo Boxiang hesitated for a moment, then began cautiously edging toward the door while urging, let us get everything out. Had he known that food could indeed be exchanged, he would have refrained from involving himself, but alas, retreat was no longer an option. Just as Luo Boxiang stepped outside, Luo Xiaran suddenly felt as though the entire building had been ensconced within a box. Fortunately, there were no other assaults. She flicked her fingers, and several seeds shot out into the night. It seemed this barrier-like phenomenon targeted humans, as the seeds, without fail, flew outward, and her mental prowess remained unimpeded. Yet, the whereabouts of the one casting the barrier remained a mystery. According to Luo Xiaran's knowledge, there were two methods to counter such a barrier capability. One could eliminate the wielder of the ability, or wait until their energy was exhausted. Though the barrier could confine individuals within, those inside could not escape, nor could outsiders enter. Extinguishing the candle in her grasp, Luo Xiaran grasped Mao Jianing's hand and tapped her palm. Having previously exchanged signals with Mao Jianing, she conveyed the message, remain calm and act wisely. Upon witnessing the candle's extinguishment, the individuals outside realized their cover was blown and emerged from the shadows. Each bore a miner's lamp, the illumination causing Luo Xiaran to squint involuntarily. Miss Luo, it is a pleasure to see you again. From behind the crowd emerged a corpulent man. His face alight with a gluttonous gaze as he appraised the two individuals trapped within the confines of the small building. With a smile that creased his face, he said, Miss Luo, since you have such an affinity for these items, why not gather them up? Once you've collected your belongings, I would be delighted to invite you to my residence for some tea and conversation. What do you think? Chapter 124, A Necessary Journey. Regarding the man who made his appearance at the end, Luo Xiaran held a considerable impression of him. According to Xiao Shenyan, the man was named Wu Jia, previously involved in running an underground casino, surrounded by numerous henchmen. Luo Xiaran never expected that someone of his ilk would harbor intentions towards her. After all, in her perspective, the entire safe zone belonged to the Jun family. If anyone were to target her, it should be those who opposed the Jun family's political stance. However, it is worth considering that individuals who have served in the military or similar fields possess a certain cunning, making it unlikely for them to confront Luo Xiaran directly. Even previous attempts at probing her had been executed with genuine resources, leaving no trace of suspicion. With a slight curl of her lip in disdain, Luo Xiaran coldly addressed Wu Jia. If Mr. Wu wishes to see me, why the grand display? My inn is open to guests, and you are welcome to dine at your convenience. Miss Luo, your statement is misguided. The dynamics of someone else's territory differ vastly from one's own. Moreover, I possess numerous valuable items at home. It would be prudent for you to come and inspect them, Wu Jia replied with a hearty laugh. He had previously deployed many men, but regrettably, they failed to breach even the courtyard of the inn. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to seeking out Luo Boshang. Wu Boshang had always been a patron of his casino, and Wu Jia was well aware of the family's financial standing. Had it not been for the extensive connections of the elder Luo, Wu Jia might have already plundered the Luo family's wealth. Nevertheless, this time, not only had he lured Luo Xiaran out with these items, but he also planned to transport everything away, achieving multiple objectives at once. Wu Jia, possessing spatial abilities, found his own space rather limited, only about 10 square meters. Thus, for Luo Xiaran to produce such a large quantity of food, she must also be a spatial ability user. Moreover, Wu Jia was particularly interested in the purpose behind Luo Xiaran's collection of jewels and precious stones. After all, the energy contained within crystal cores could enhance an ability user, a fact well known among the elite of S-City. Given Luo Xiaran's close ties to the Jun family, Wu Jia could not help but speculate whether these items might also harbor enhancements for abilities. With the Jun family currently controlling S-City, Wu Jia recognized that he could not directly act against them. However, he viewed Luo Xiaran merely as a pawn working for the Jun family. Perhaps Jun Lai had taken a liking to her, but she was just a woman. In these times, with merely a packet of biscuits, what sort of woman could not be won over? Even if Luo Xiaran were not a spatial ability user. As long as he could discern the value of these gold and silver artifacts, Wu Jia believed he could profit greatly. Before the apocalypse, he had accumulated many valuable items, originally intending to sell them abroad, but fortune had spared them from being dispatched. In the face of such an apocalyptic world, while Wu Jia may not rival the Jun family, he aspired to establish his own foothold. After all, no one could hold him accountable now, could they? Once they captured Luo Xiaran, they would simply depart from Anping district, and the Jun family would hardly pursue them relentlessly for the sake of one individual, would they? It seems I have no choice but to accompany Mr. Wu on this journey. Wu Jia's gaze, reminiscent of an appraisal of mere objects, filled Luo Xiaran with profound distaste. However, she was entirely convinced by Wu Jia's assertion that he possessed valuable items as well. After careful consideration, she resolved to embark on this risky venture. Within her backpack lay an ample supply of weaponry, as long as she could identify and neutralize the boundary manipulator. She would not find herself at the mercy of others. Luo Xiaran was resolute in her belief that she would never succumb to defeat, especially given her mental abilities. Although her psychic powers were not yet capable of offensive maneuvers, the ability to conjure illusions could still create a fleeting distraction. It is worth noting that in the heat of battle, mere seconds can determine the difference between life and death. Chapter 125. Welcome to my domain. The abilities of the barrier manipulators can only be anchored to the location where their powers are exercised. Observing that Luo Xiaran showed no sign of resistance, Wu Jia commanded the ability user to dissolve the barrier. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Xiaran noticed the barrier manipulator hiding behind the crowd. Although the barrier was invisible and intangible, it was hardly significant in the presence of a mental ability user. However, for the sake of what Wu Jia possessed, Luo Xiaran chose not to retaliate at that moment, allowing Wu Jia to lead them to the vehicle, and gradually, they departed. Regrettably, Luo Xiaran was unable to procure any items from the treasure pavilion at that moment. While it was impossible for her to let Wu Jia go unpunished, she would not engage in any action that might betray her secrets. After approximately 10 minutes of driving, Wu Jia's target was not within the inner city, but rather at the outskirts of the outer city. This prompted him to lure Luo Xiaran out after learning that Jun Lai had left the safe zone. Wu Jia believed he could extract Luo Xiaran from the safe area before Jun Lai returned, confident that the chaos outside would hinder Jun Lai from locating them easily. Furthermore, Wu Jia had no intention of sparing Luo Xiaran's life. Despite her appeal to him, he considered her a potential liability and doubted her utility. It must be said that Wu Jia was indeed clever, albeit overly ambitious and somewhat arrogant, believing himself invincible merely by having a prized ability user by his side. He hastily acted without fully discerning Luo Xiaran's depth, unaware of the consequences that awaited him. Upon exiting the vehicle, they faced a row of apartment buildings. However, instead of ascending the stairs, Wu Jie and his companions descended into the basement. To conserve her mental energy, Luo Xiaran refrained from using her abilities, allowing Wu Jie to lead. The basement was cluttered with various items, and beneath a pile of cardboard boxes, a staircase leading deeper underground came into view. "Welcome to my underground casino," Wu Jie proclaimed as he guided the group downwards. The absence of electricity necessitated the use of candles along the staircase. And after descending over 30 steps, they emerged into a spacious area. The air was far from pleasant, carrying a damp, moldy scent mingled with smoke and alcohol, prompting Luo Xiaran to wrinkle her nose in distaste. The underground space was roughly the size of a basketball court, filled with poorly maintained gaming tables and billiard tables, upon which piled the supplies Wu Jie and his companions had gathered. As Luo Xiaran surveyed her surroundings, a dozen young girls, their bodies bare and marred with scars, emerged from the shadows, expertly clinging to the returning men and permitting their advances. "Miss Luo, would you care for a drink?" Wu Jie inquired. Seated on a sofa with two girls kneeling at his feet, one massaging his legs, the other presenting him with a drink. "No, thank you. Is Mr. Wu residing here? The air is stagnant and there are too many people. It hardly seems healthy. I am quite curious to see where you keep your treasures. Without laying my eyes upon them, I cannot make an offer." Luo Xiaran appeared oblivious to the moans echoing behind her. She seated herself beside Mao Jianing and spoke. Having already utilized her mental powers to survey the surroundings, she noted the confines of the basement were rather limited, revealing no additional findings. Moreover, the manpower at Wu Jie's disposal seemed insufficient, suggesting that he likely had other territories under his control. It seemed she had underestimated Wu Jie. Indeed, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This game was becoming increasingly intriguing. A wry smile graced Luo Xiaran's lips as she contemplated that a display of power might very well attract a veritable influx of business in the days to come. Chapter 126. The unusual ship. "Miss Luo, there's no need to rush," Wu Jie said with a chuckle. "After all, you're our guest. Why not indulge in a meal first? It may not match the freshness of your restaurant, but I assure you, the taste will not disappoint." He gently patted the girl who was massaging her legs and, after pinching her cheek playfully, turned his gaze to Luo Xiaran. "It's a pity to waste such beauty," he mused internally, yet his resolve to deal with Luo Xiaran only grew stronger. After all, a beautiful woman is a valuable asset. Who knows why the Jun family keeps her around? Wu Jie dared not take the risk of allowing Luo Xiaran to remain in proximity. "Oh, then I shall graciously accept." Noticing the barrier's supernatural energy reactivating, Luo Xiaran raised an eyebrow and chose to remain silent. A feast is never truly enjoyable. One wonders what delightful offerings Wu Jie would present. The girl, her face expressionless after being pinched, stood up and departed. Approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, she returned, carrying several plates of roasted meat. Though she was cautious in her movements, a hint of jealousy and schadenfreude flickered in her gaze as she looked at Luo Xiaran and Mao Jianing. "Miss Luo, do try this. It's a tribute from my subordinates. The meat is exquisite, and I guarantee you'll crave more after this meal," Wu Jie eagerly exclaimed while pouring wine for Luo Xiaran and Mao Jianing. Wu Jie's men had observed that Luo Xiaran's establishment only served frozen meat, while the meat he offered was fresh and seasoned with special spices. He felt confident that a young girl like Luo Xiaran would not detect anything amiss. "How could I possibly accept this, Mr. Wu? Please, you go first." After receiving the wine glass from Wu Jie, Luo Xiaran first handed it to Mao Jianing and then smiled as she inquired, "May I ask what type of meat this is? If it is easily sourced, I would consider introducing it to my restaurant. This is a rather peculiar breed of sheep. Some are fat, others lean. I personally prefer the fattier ones, but unfortunately, with the current food scarcity, they are becoming increasingly emaciated." Wu Jie understood that Luo Xiaran would be reluctant to eat what he had prepared. As he spoke, he placed a piece of meat into his mouth, chewing with a look of indulgent appreciation. Indeed, the danger is ever present, and its conclusion is uncertain. At his words, Luo Xiaran rotated her wrist, a chill creeping into her heart. If she had not thought of it before, upon hearing Wu Jie's words, she began to suspect. The peculiar sheep Wu Jie mentioned likely referred to the two-legged kind. Though Luo Xiaran had never tasted human flesh, she had heard whispers of it. She was taken aback that less than 6 months into the apocalypse, cannibalism had already emerged. Truly, they are not to be underestimated. I cannot let him escape. Luo Xiaran clenched her teeth, silently resolving in her mind. This meat must Mr. Wu, being courteous, remarked that we had only just finished our dinner before stepping out. You may eat as you please, I have little taste for meat, and besides, consuming barbecued meat tends to lead to weight gain, replied Luo Xiaran, declining politely. The thought of lamb made her feel nauseous. Miss Luo, that is hardly appropriate. As a guest, one must indulge in the host's offerings. How could you not partake? At this moment, Wu Jie was beginning to exhibit signs of impatience. The meat, laced with flour, stirred within Wu Jie a sensation of euphoria, prompting him to rise, intent on pouncing upon Luo Xiaran. Little did Wu Jie anticipate that the typically obedient and submissive girl, envious of Luo Xiaran's radiance, would increase the dosage, making him the first to succumb. After all, he already harbored an addiction, and now his temper was further inflamed. Chapter 127. Are you still arrogant? Luo Xiaran was taken aback by Wu Jie's sudden move, but she quickly reacted and pulled Mao Jianing away just in time. What does Mr. Wu mean by this? She inquired, disdain evident in her smirk as she observed Wu Jie crashing onto the sofa. Could it be that Mr. Wu has been scheming all along? Ha! You reap what you sow. I had intended to treat you well, considering your delicate nature and your status as a novice. However, I have now changed my mind. I intend to cherish these two properly. Wu Jie, feeling a bit dizzy, clambered up from the sofa and shouted, Don't hold back. Subdue them. I want to feast while you enjoy the broth. Just don't finish them off too quickly. Finally, we've been waiting for your command, boss. We can hardly contain ourselves. The men, having already vented their frustrations on another girl, began to encircle Luo Xiaran and Mao Jianing, grinning broadly and leering shamelessly. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Luo Xiaran smirked, taking the initiative to fire a shot at the approaching man. The silenced pistol emitted no sound as it struck one man in the shoulder. Caught off guard by Luo Xiaran's possession of a weapon, the man yelped in pain, clutching his injury as blood seeped through his fingers. You indeed have spatial abilities. But even with that, you cannot escape. It would be wise not to struggle and spare yourself further suffering. Wu Jie, now convinced of his earlier suspicions, remarked from behind the crowd. Is that so? Whether I can escape is not for you to dictate, she retorted. If it weren't for the item you possess, I wouldn't waste my time playing along with you. I never expected that it would be here. Where could it possibly be? As she dodged incoming attacks from other abilities, she continued to shoot. At this moment, Mao Jianing began to unleash her ice-based powers against the crowd. As shards of ice flew forth, the encroaching men sustained various injuries, having previously vented their frustrations and taken some pills in the darkness. Their frenzied attacks paled in comparison to the coordinated efforts of Luo Xiaran and Mao Jianing. Approximately 10 minutes later, the duel successfully concluded the battle. Wu Jie's forces had suffered significant casualties, and the remaining few were rendered incapable of further attacks, exhausted from their reckless use of abilities. They could only await their fate at the hands of Luo Xiaran and Mao Jianing. It is my folly not to recognize the greatness of Miss Luo. May your ladyship forgive my transgressions. If you seek the jade stones, I possess them within my villa. I, Wu Jie, have learned to be both adaptable and resilient. Realizing that I have misjudged Luo Xiaran, thus, I hastily implore for mercy. I am acutely aware that pride holds little value. My journey to this point has not been one of immediate dominance. As long as I survive, there shall inevitably come a day of resurgence. Chapter 128, Staying at the inn long enough hall. Do you think me a fool? Why would I escort you back to your lair and invite trouble upon myself? Luo Xiaran sneered upon hearing this. Although Wu Jie was adaptable, she did not believe that he could so easily deceive her. After all, he had brought only a handful of men this time, with a few stationed above, and considering they had indulged in pills and women, they had underestimated her, which allowed her to take them down so effortlessly. No, how could I dare? Wu Jie hastily shook his head, panic evident on his face. He truly did not expect Luo Xiaran, at such a tender age, to see through him so clearly. It was no wonder she had connections with the Jun family. Nevertheless, Wu Jie did not believe that Luo Xiaran would relinquish what he possessed. Moreover, he had already taken away the goods from Luo Boshan, so it was likely that she would still accompany him for another venture. If Jun Lai were present, Wu Jie might have considered surrendering. But the issue lay in the fact that Jun Lai had taken his men to rescue survivors and search for supplies, and it was unlikely he would return within 3 to 5 days. You wouldn't dare. Since that is the case, Lead the way obediently. Should you attempt anything reckless, I trust the consequences need not be elaborated upon, Luo Xiaran threatened, her gun trained on Wu Jia, shifting back and forth. Though she was aware that Wu Jia likely had ulterior motives, Luo Xiaran was determined to acquire this batch of goods. Whatever plans Wu Jia harbored, he would first have to contend with her approval. However, this time, Luo Xiaran did not intend to face the challenge alongside only Ma Jining. Luo Xiaran was not an arrogant individual. Their previous outing had been to draw out the puppet master. And now that she understood there were many more foes lurking in the shadows, she certainly would not recklessly charge into danger. With Ma Jining using her ice abilities to restrain Wu Jia's arms, Luo Xiaran narrowed her eyes and ultimately aimed her gun at the hidden girls. Even though they posed no direct threat to her, should today's events leak, it would certainly create complications for Luo Xiaran. After neutralizing all threats, Luo Xiaran gathered the unopened supply stacked on the gaming table and then produced a barrel of gasoline, dousing it across the basement floor. The most effective method to ensure secrets remained concealed was, undoubtedly, a great fur. He was taken aback by Wu Jia's audacity to actually lay hands on Luo Xiaran. Fortunately, he had merely replaced the individual guarding Luo Xiaran last time, otherwise, he would not have returned so swiftly. Indeed, for the sake of personal gain, people are often driven to commit reckless acts. Does possessing extraordinary abilities render one invincible? How overly self-important! This incident served as a wake-up call for Junlai. Henceforth, it would suffice for Luo Xiaran to remain at the inn. Observing Luo Xiaran's condition discreetly, Junlai contemplated this in his mind. Chapter 129. A blow to Junlai's face. What are you doing here? Luo Xiaran inquired, her lips pursed and her expression unfriendly as she regarded Junlai. She had presumed that his associate had withdrawn, yet it appeared there were still elements she had failed to detect. Though she possessed psychic abilities, it was impractical for Luo Xiaran to monitor everyone at all times. Previously, she had noticed the presence of those who had been closely following her movements, but now, due to her confinement within the inn, it was no wonder she had remained oblivious. Activating her mental powers, she disowned no one else except for the 5 individuals accompanying Junlai. It seemed likely that Junlai had gleaned further information regarding psychic abilities from Shao Shenyan. Frowning, Luo Xiaran contemplated that had Shao Shenyan not been affiliated with the Jun family, she might have been compelled to take action. While no 2 psychics possessed identical abilities, there was indeed a certain resonance among them, allowing for speculation about one another's powers. Luo Xiaran's psychic abilities were her trump card, and the thought of her powers being exposed, now known to Junlai, incited a growing sense of agitation within her. Luo Xiaran had no desire for Junlai's affections. However, his persistent disregard for her repeated rejections was maddening. Initially, she had harbored a slight fondness for him, seeing potential for partnership or hospitality. But now she regretted arriving at the SCT safe base. Could it be that men were inherently untrustworthy? Junlai had once vowed not to pursue her. Yet his actions were increasingly irksome. Were it not for her inability to overpower him, she would have been prepared to retaliate. As Luo Xiaran's expression darkened further, Junlai mistakenly believed she had sustained an injury. Without further ado, he scooped her up and began to carry her outside. What are you doing? Let go of me. Luo Xiaran protested, struggling in vain against his firm grip. Never before had she been treated in such a manner, in a fit of indignation. She struck Junlai's face, her eyes brimming with disdain. Luo Xiaran had always experienced a lack of security, and Junlai's domineering demeanor only exacerbated her anxiety, making her feel trapped under another's control. Junlai, his countenance darkened, set Luo Xiaran down, revealing the marks of her forceful slap upon his cheek, a testament to her strength. Observing the expression of repulsion and resistance in her eyes ignited a fire of frustration within him. Since bringing Luo Xiaran into his care, Junlai had been nothing but considerate, his attentiveness even drawing the disapproval of Shao Shenyan and others. He had previously held the belief that Luo Xiaran, if not in love with him, at least felt some degree of affection. However, her recent slap and her evident disdain for his embrace shattered that illusion, making it abundantly clear that she harbored no feelings for him whatsoever. Junlai, too, possessed his own pride. He was, after all, a favored son of heaven. Accustomed to being in command since childhood, with everyone around him eager to please, he had never envisioned that he would lower his pride for Luo Xiaran, only to be met with disdain in return. His chest heaved with suppressed fury, yet not a trace of his anger diminished. Were it not for the remnants of his sanity restraining him, Junlai might have unleashed his extraordinary abilities to incinerate the entire storeroom. After a considerable pause, Junlai gritted his teeth and addressed Luo Xiaran, saying, "Very well, indeed. Miss Luo, please feel free. I acknowledge my previous abruptness. Rest assured, I shall never again be a source of annoyance." Chapter 130. A thorough cleanse in a fit of rage. Junlai was enveloped in an aura of murderous intent. Coupled with the suppression of his extraordinary abilities, flames erupted within Luo Xiaran's mental realm, inflicting grave injuries upon her in an instant. Oblivious to her plight, Junlai did not glance back. Luo Xiaran, her head bowed, paled as cold sweat dripped down her brow, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, which she quickly swallowed. Luo Xiaran harbored no regrets about her recent actions. It was not ignorance of her own worth, but an absolute intolerance for anyone attempting to exert control over her. Both Wu Yanan and Junlai were men of formidable possessiveness. Since her last injury, Luo Xiaran had disowned this trait and thus began to distance herself from Junlai. No one could be her family or dictate her life. She was no one's caged canary. Whether it was out of goodwill or otherwise, she would not permit anyone to entertain such notions about her. Men were merely men. Without them, Luo Xiaran would continue to lie freely and elegantly. If Junlai persisted in his ways, they would not even remain friends. A clean break would be welcome. Without Junlai's constant surveillance, Luo Xiaran could act with greater ease. Yet, despite this resolve, a twinge of bitterness coursed through her heart, which she promptly dismissed. Meeting as strangers was far preferable to becoming adversaries. Wiping the blood from her lips with her thumb, the crimson liquid vanished as if it had never existed. Carefully employing her wood-based abilities to heal herself, Luo Xiaran turned to Wu Jia and declared, "Now that the troublemaker has departed, we should set off." Ma Jining cast a concerned glance at Luo Xiaran but ultimately chose silence, though she was unaware of the specifics between Luo Xiaran and Junlai. She recognized that Junlai was infinitely superior to her former boyfriend. However, matters of the heart are deeply personal, and Ma Jining felt it inappropriate to pry. Contemplating instead how to relay this situation to Luo Jiaoxian and Chu Xinrui upon their return. Life was challenging, and Ma Jining hoped for a resolution that would prevent Luo Xiaran and Junlai from becoming estranged. Regardless of Luo Xiaran's prowess, she remained a young woman who ultimately needed a strong man to provide thoughtful care. Of course, the onlooker Ma Jining could see that if Junlai's temperament did not change, the future of Luo Xiaran and him was indeed precarious. Unfortunately, Ma Jining felt intimidated by Junlai and did not dare approach him, leaving the resolution of the matter to those more capable. Upon exiting the apartment building, Luo Xiaran found her SUV parked nearby. She and Wu Jia returned to the inn in silence, rousing Dong Liming, Chong Yan, and Kun Yuan. And together they headed towards the inner city. Shortly after Junlai and his group returned to the safe zone, new identification protocols were implemented. Those stationed at the entrance conducted thorough checks before allowing Luo Xiaran and her companions to drive in. Wu Jia's villa in the inner city lay in the opposite direction of the Jun family's residence. However, due to her recent injury, Luo Xiaran was unable to scan the villa for its contents. After a slight pursing of her lips, Luo Xiaran spoke up. "Everyone in the villa must be thoroughly dealt with. No one is to be allowed to leave, understood? Regardless of Kun Yuan's spatial abilities or otherwise. While I wish to set an example, I do not desire for our secrets to be revealed so soon. It is only by maintaining an air of mystery and strength that one can instill both fear and confidence in others, making them more willing to engage in business with me. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 131. Weapons by your life yet, even without the ability to wield her psychic powers, Luo Xiaran remained a formidable force. Whether armed with a gun or a blade, her combat prowess was undeniable. Led by Chong Yan and Zhang Liming, Luo Xiaran and Ma Jining followed closely behind, while Kun Yuan, gun in hand, locked his sights on Wu Jia as they launched their assault on the villa. The entrance of the villa was unguarded, and under the cover of night, the group swiftly picked the lock and entered the courtyard. Even if Wu Jia wished to raise an alarm, he found himself paralyzed by Kun Yuan's unwavering gaze. As they crossed the courtyard, Luo Xiaran noticed a small truck with its doors ajar. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as a vehicle containing the Luo family's collection, which she had seen at Luo Boshan. It seemed this truly was Wu Jia's stronghold. A smirk graced her lips as she thought. Had she known Wu Jia would not play tricks this time, she could have avoided the trouble of bringing him back. With a wave of her hand, she stored the small truck into her system's backpack and turned her gun towards Wu Jia. "Do you have any last words? You are of no further use." No. I am still of use. I have a substantial amount of supplies hidden outside the safe zone. If you spare me, they are all yours. Luo Xiaran stammered, desperate not to move a muscle. He could hardly fathom that such a young girl could be so ruthless. Truly, appearances could be deceiving. Given another chance, he would never have foolishly plotted against Luo Xiaran. Previously, when Luo Xiaran had a falling out with Junlai, Luo Xiaran had observed everything. He had initially suspected that the Jun family was backing her, but seeing how she treated Junlai, it was evident that she was not merely a puppet. Now, regret consumed Luo Xiaran, but alas, there was no remedy for remorse. Luo Xiaran, however, was unmoved by Luo Xiaran's claims of supplies, with the inn at her disposal. She lacked for nothing. Seeing Luo Xiaran's indifference, Luo Xiaran trembled and continued, I have weapons, I will give them all to you. Oh! You must be aware of the consequences of deceiving me, correct? Luo Xiaran raised an eyebrow, her cool gaze piercing through the night as she addressed Luo Xiaran. They had nearly exhausted their ammunition during their journey, and if Luo Xiaran spoke the truth, it might indeed prove useful. Absolutely not. I just made a trade with a merchant for a batch of goods, hidden in another location known only to me. It is an illegal transaction. And I was exceedingly cautious as it was my first time, Luo Xiaran implored, desperate to convey his sincerity. Very well, then. If you are lying, I trust your corpulent form will be more than sufficient for 1,000 cuts, Luo Xiaran chuckled. Then turned to discover that the other three had already breached the villa's interior. Xiao Yun, keep an eye on him. If he makes any sudden movements, eliminate him on the spot, H with a fleeting glance at Luo Xiaran. Luo Xiaran exchanged a few words with Kunyan Yuan before stepping into the villa to join the fray. Inside the villa, there were 50 men and an additional 20 women of pleasing appearance. However, due to Luo Xiaran's orders, both men and women faced only one inevitable fate. After spending over 20 minutes cleansing the villa, the sight of blood left Luo Xiaran too intimidated to attempt any tricks. Under Luo Xiaran's guidance, they acquired his collection. And subsequently, Luo Xiaran and her group returned laden with spoils. Chapter 132, Lowering the Crystal Core Exchange Rate upon returning to the inn. Luo Xiaran found herself devoid of the inclination to organize the games of the evening. After entrusting Luo Xiaran to the care of Mu and Hu Zi, she hastened to the rear courtyard to tend to her injuries. The affliction caused by her mental abilities differed significantly from physical wounds. It was not so easily mended. Thus, despite having absorbed 50 crystal cores and received assistance from the meteorite, Luo Xiaran still struggled to regain her vitality. As dawn approached, she furrowed her brow and stowed the meteorite away before lying down. Unable to repair herself through cultivation, she resolved to surrender to slumber. As no other remedy came to mind, she could only hope that her parents would not worry too much. Before succumbing to sleep, she sent a message to the steward through the system, and soon she drifted into a hazy unconsciousness. When she awoke, 2 days had passed. Perhaps due to the initial mental trauma, she found that her mental strength had increased slightly after the 2 days of recuperation. Although the progress seemed modest, her wood-type abilities had advanced to level 4, while her mental abilities remained at the initial stage of level 3. It was evident that cultivating mental powers would only grow increasingly arduous. After all, the greater the ability, the more challenging it is to master and cultivate. Just like Chong Yan's dark abilities, which remained difficult to control even after all this time. Had it not been for the experiences of her predecessors and her own explorations, Luo Xiaran likely would not have advanced so swiftly. Upon entering the dining area, she noticed an increase in the number of patrons. With a cheerful demeanor, she smiled at the guests and requested that the waiter bring her a meal. Having gone several days without food, her hunger was undeniable. Madam Boss, the individual you brought back is being kept by a Mu in the stable outside. The master and mistress have taken them out. But there has been little news from the safe zone in recent days. The steward approached her after completing the exchange of supplies. However, the number of guests exchanging supplies has surged, leading the canteen to now serve only 1 meal per day, typically just a bun. Young Master Leng and Young Master Dio have left, promising to return next Wednesday with the items you requested, assuring you not to worry and to focus on your recovery. Though the steward was tied to the inn, acquiring news was a simple affair as long as there was food available. In a brief span, he had established a network of information through the surviving children within the safe zone. The resolution of Luo Xiaran as influenced by Luo Xiaran and her companions had become significant news within the safe zone. However, from the steward's words, she understood that someone had suppressed the information. Yet, she was uncertain whether it was called Xi or the Jun family responsible. Very well, she mused. Given the food shortages at the canteen, we should also reduce our supply accordingly. Once the canteen ceases its daily provisions altogether, we can lower the exchange rate of the crystal cores and increase the availability of supplies. While Luo Xiaran did not wish for humanity's extinction, she did not intend to sacrifice her own interests either. After all, the population within the safe zone was substantial, and upon awakening, she had already noticed that the supplies in the granary had diminished by half. These resources are indeed produced through energy and cannot be deemed as freely given. Moreover, if they were to be exchanged at too low a price, it would inevitably raise suspicions. After all, having orchestrated a display to strike fear, one must ensure to reap sufficient benefits to justify the effort. Having replenished her energy, Luo Xiaran finally stepped out of the inn to assess Wu Jia's condition. With several hunting dogs from Black Mountain guarding him, Wu Jia dared not make a single move. Furthermore, Luo Xiaran had only permitted the provision of a bottle of water to Wu Jia each day, leaving him in a state of near death. Sprawled upon the hay in the stable. Chapter 133, The Biscuit Processing Factory. Oh, you're still alive? With a playful smile, Luo Xiaran tossed a steam bun to Wu Jia, gently patting the head of the Black Mountain hounds that had approached her. It seemed that this was perhaps the most unfortunate moment in Wu Jia's life. Had he not been intent on revealing Luo Xiaran's secrets, Luo Xiaran likely would not have abandoned him in the stable without a caretaker. Thank you, Miss Luo. Ignoring Luo Xiaran's biting sarcasm, Wu Jia hunched over on the ground, devouring the bun in a few hurried bites. Even as he nearly choked, he could not bear to spit it out. One could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction watching someone who had once been so smug reduced to such a state. Indeed, Luo Xiaran mused. She too had become rather peculiar, yet how many truly sane individuals remained in this post-apocalyptic world? Alright, now that you're back among the living, get up quickly. I didn't nurture you for nothing. You must return everything you owe me. As Luo Xiaran and the others approached from the opposite side, Luo Xiaran continued. This was her first excursion since arriving in the safe zone, and she hoped that everyone could accompany her. Uncertain of the current state of the zombies outside, she surmised that the influx of crystal cores indicated their evolution. Utilizing her wood-based abilities, she conjured a grapevine that tightly bound Wu Jia's arms behind his back before leading him out of the stable. Mom and Dad, where have you been? Why didn't you bring anything back? With a warm smile, Luo Xiaran turned to Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrui. Aware of their concern for her well-being, she reassured them. My abilities are on the verge of advancing. Once we venture out of the city and return with supplies, I will safely evolve. Yes, let us set off now. It is safer to return to the safe zone by nightfall. Although Luo Xiaoxian felt somewhat dissatisfied with Luo Xiaran's actions, he understood the gravity of the situation and decided to address it with her upon their return. Moreover, Luo Xiaoxian and his wife had learned from Mao Jianing about the fallout between Luo Xiaran and Junlai. While it was not imperative for her to be with Junlai, continuing to keep others at a distance was not a sustainable approach. Since their expedition comprised 8 individuals, they had not only taken the previously used off-road vehicle but had also acquired another through a recent trade. Given the scarcity of reliable transportation and the preciousness of gasoline, it was imperative that those who could navigate the perilous roads to the safe zone were anything but ordinary. The 2 vehicles traveled in tandem out of the safe zone, following Wu Jia's guidance to the location where he had hidden supplies. As they had departed Onping district, the group remained vigilant throughout the journey. After traversing for over an hour, they arrived at a small village called Changjia Town, located in the outskirts. The vehicles followed the main road through the village until it transitioned into a gravel path, leading them to several factories nestled before the fields. This is my friend's biscuit processing factory, albeit illicit. However, my friend succumbed to zombification at my casino when the apocalypse began, and the workers fled, leaving the biscuits still stored in the warehouse. The weapon lay concealed amidst the sand pile behind the factory, its height surpassing that of the building, rendering it undetectable. Wu Jia found himself sandwiched between Zhang Liming and Cui Jiu, with Heishan also brought out, and his prolonged hunger left him feeling nauseous. Across the street stood a distillery, renowned for its delightful ergoto, a spirit we often indulged in. Additionally, there were 2 rubber processing plants, which emitted a particularly unpleasant odor when operational. In an effort to ingratiate himself with Luo Xiaran, Wu Jia continued to enumerate the remaining factories, though only one distillery held any relevance for her. Chapter 134, The Untrustworthiness of Beautiful Women. Well done, it has proven to be somewhat useful. Sitting in the passenger seat, Luo Xiaran's smile deepened upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that today's destination would be a cookie factory and a distillery. Although the cookies might be somewhat subpar, as long as they could satiate her hunger. Who cared about safety? While both the cook and the accountant could brew alcohol, the energy consumption required for such endeavors was naturally inferior to the free provisions available. Moreover, compared to modern beverages, the alcoholic content of ancient drinks was considerably lower, and they were all derived from pure grains. Thus, Luo Xiaran preferred modern spirits, as grains too required energy. Upon disembarking, Luo Xiaran activated her mental powers to scan the cookie factory. The factory comprised 3 buildings. 2 3-story structures served as production workshops, while a 2-story building presumably functioned as the workers' dormitory, which had attracted a number of zombies. However, perhaps due to the considerable stockpile within the factory, Luo Xiaran discovered that on the top floor of the apartment building, 5 men and 2 women had managed to survive. Although their complexions were pallid and they lay in the shade beneath a water tower, they were, at least, still alive. Pondering thoughtfully and stroking her chin, Luo Xiaran furrowed her brow. She had not expected to find survivors in the factory, and their presence might complicate her efforts to gather cookies. Nevertheless, she reasoned that surviving in a cookie factory for such an extended period could not possibly be the feat of ordinary individuals. As Luo Xiaran was in the process of assembling her team, she naturally hoped to encounter more capable individuals during her expedition. Next, she began scanning the distillery. In truth, the distillery was not large, merely half the size of the cookie factory. The yard was filled with large vats, each taller than a person and covered with lids. Had she not been informed beforehand that it was a distillery, Luo Xiaran might have mistaken it for a factory producing soy sauce or similar products. The distillery's main entrance was tightly shut, and approximately 7 or 8 zombies wandered within. After careful consideration, Luo Xiaran decided to first procure the alcohol and brewing supplies from the distillery before proceeding to the cookie factory, allowing her to observe the specific circumstances of the survivors. However, before proceeding, Luo Xiaran had one final matter to address the individual who had guided them, Wu Jie. Having promised Wu Jie that she would trade supplies for his life, she naturally could not take matters into her own hands. Mr. Wu, I am sincerely grateful for your generous contribution of supplies. As I promised. You are free to leave now, she said lightly, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as the vines binding Wu Jie's wrists fell to the ground. Upon regaining his freedom, Wu Jie immediately turned and fled into the village without a backward glance. Alone and devoid of abilities. Having lost the resources he relied upon in this apocalyptic world, his immediate necessity was to find a vehicle before formulating further plans. However, before Wu Jie could take more than a few steps, Luo Xiaran called out to Chuijiu, Uncle Chui, I appreciate your assistance. She then led the others toward the distillery. In a swift motion, Chuijiu drew a pistol from his waist, methodically affixed a suppressor, and fired a shot into Wu Jie's back. The bullet struck directly at Wu Jie's heart, and as he fell, disbelief filled his eyes. Indeed, beautiful women are untrustworthy. Wu Jie reflected bitterly, yet he could only close his eyes forever, laden with resentment and unwillingness. However, had Luo Xiaran been aware of Wu Jie's final thoughts, she would likely have uttered a single phrase, you brought this upon yourself. After all, it was Wu Jie's own cleverness that led him to attempt to capture her. Moreover, given that Wu Jie had uncovered Luo Xiaran's secret, she would never allow him to escape. Chapter 135, Ice Ability. The lock of the distillery's door was deftly opened by Luo Xiaran using his metal abilities, while the zombies, having sensed the presence of humans, were already striding towards the entrance. Without the need for Luo Xiaran to utter a word, the others began to employ their abilities to dispatch the approaching zombies. Each individual managed to take on one zombie. Luo Xiaran had commenced her offensive with her wood abilities, but regrettably, the seeds she wielded were of ordinary plants, thus lacking in lethal force. After ensnaring the zombies with her powers, she had to resort to her long knife to finish them off completely. The zombies within the distillery possessed only 5 low-level crystal cores. Luo Xiaran speculated that their diminished strength was likely due to their meager consumption of flesh and blood. However, she recalled that zombies could also consume their kin, and the more they devoured, the stronger they became. Yet, Luo Xiaran was uncertain about the specific timing of such occurrences. So she chose to set that thought aside. After all, it was an inevitable reality, and pondering it further would yield no benefit. Apart from the fine liquor stored in the large vat in the courtyard, the distillery also housed a substantial cellar. Upon opening the cellar door, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted forth, prompting the wine enthusiasts, Chuijiu and Zhang Liming, to exclaim in delight, "What exquisite wine! I shall have some sent to your rooms upon our return, but do remember not to indulge excessively. Too much wine is detrimental to one's health." Luo Xiaran remarked with a hint of exasperation as she ventured into the cellar with her flashlight. Luo Xiaran had learned of the camaraderie between Chuizhou and Zhang Liming from the chief steward. Both men were acutely aware that acquiring alcohol was no trivial matter in these times, hence their gatherings were infrequent and cherished. "Thank you, miss," Chuizhou responded without hesitation. Nodding in agreement. Prior to the apocalypse, he would indulge in a few drinks each night. Now he had sufficiently restrained himself, possessing a commendable tolerance that would not hinder his responsibilities due to overindulgence. Meanwhile, Zhang Liming remained his usual reticent self, merely offering a low amen in agreement. Regardless, Luo Xiaran was known for her reliability, and Zhang Liming was pleased at the prospect of enjoying more wine. Of course, whether it was Zhang Liming or Mao Jianing. Although they resided at the inn without any charge from Luo Xiaran, they consistently paid Mr. Qian daily out of their own volition. Luo Xiaran extended them this courtesy, but they were not so presumptuous as to take advantage of her goodwill. Having already benefited from their association with her, they would not begrudge her any of her desires. Were it not for Luo Xiaran's strict prohibition against them venturing outside the city to hunt zombies, they might have already set off to gather crystal cores. Luo Xiaran collected everything from the distillery, be it aged liquor, newly brewed batches, or even the drugs and brewing equipment, without a twinge of hesitation. After all, these were all products of human craftsmanship, and she surmised they could be of use in for further experimentation. Just as she finished gathering her spoils and prepared to lead the group to the biscuit factory, she, ever vigilant with her mental abilities, detected a survivor utilizing their powers. This individual wielded ice abilities, approximately at the mid-second level. She observed him condensing ice with his powers and then crudely gnawing on it as if driven by insatiable thirst or hunger. It is indeed my first encounter with an ice-based ability user exhibiting such a straightforward and unrefined approach. Luo Xiaran curved her lips into a faint smile before quickening her pace. Within the cookie factory, there were approximately 40 zombies, however, having presumably devoured the factory's workers. Most of them were at least of second-tier strength. The zombies were not congregated, allowing Luo Xiaran to divide her companions into two teams. After all, with Ku Nianyuan's spatial abilities at her disposal and having previously cleared his space, conducting operations in separate teams would undoubtedly save a considerable amount of time. Chapter 136. Accompanying them while the survivors rested in the shade, Luo Xiaran and her companions swiftly began to eliminate the zombies within the biscuit factory. The zombies seemed accustomed to the scent of the survivors. Despite some excited roaring, they did not attract the survivors' attention. After approximately 40 minutes, both teams successfully secured the entire stock of the factory. Many biscuits on the production line remained unpackaged, rendered inedible due to prolonged exposure to air. Fortunately, the warehouse was filled with numerous boxes of finished biscuits, predominantly ordinary ones, along with chocolate and cream-filled varieties. Ku Nianyuan's space was filled to a considerable extent, while Luo Xiaran utilized an entire compartment. In addition to biscuits, the factory also housed a substantial amount of flour and sugar, and ultimately, all edible items were gathered. The most delightful discovery was a considerable number of brand-new work uniforms in the warehouse. Despite the poor fabric quality, having any clothing was a significant improvement. Perhaps due to the rapid handling of the zombies, the survivors on the top floor, who had been dozing off, sensed something amiss. The survivor gnawing on an ice block was the first to approach the edge and peer inside the factory. Noticing the figures within, the ice-based ability user's eyes flickered with surprise and excitement. In truth, if it were not for his girlfriend persistently restraining him, he might have already dashed out of the biscuit factory. It was just the few of them left alive, surrounded daily by zombies and decay. A situation that bred both irritation and despair. "Someone is coming down," the ice-based ability user remarked, recognizing that Luo Xiaran and her group were exiting the factory. He turned to the others, declaring, "I wish to join them. You may decide for yourselves." "Ming Yu, it's so dangerous outside, I'm scared," replied a woman in worker-s attire, curling up in the shade and shaking her head. "Why venture out when we have food and water here?" She simply could not comprehend her boyfriend's thoughts, yet considering that he had always protected her, she felt a pang of uncertainty. What if he decided to leave alone? As several survivors deliberated, Luo Xiaran had already commenced clearing the zombies from the dormitory building, gradually making her way to the top floor. The dormitory had likely been searched previously, thus offering little in terms of sustenance. Scattered zombies remained within the rooms, and adhering to her principle of not leaving any behind. Luo Xiaran dealt with them as well, regrettably not finding the zombie cores she sought. Seeing that the door to the rooftop was locked from the inside, Luo Xiaran raised her foot to kick the door, calling out, "Open up, the zombies outside have been dealt with." Were it not for her interest in the ice-based ability user, she might not have ventured up herself. Apart from her and Chongyan, the others had already been instructed by Luo Xiaran to prepare the vehicle for departure. Disregarding the disapproving gazes of the others, the ice-based ability user forcefully removed the iron rod blocking the door and stepped inside alongside Luo Xiaran. "Hello, I am Taming, a security guard at this biscuit factory. Are you here to collect biscuits? Could you possibly take me with you? I possess extraordinary abilities that enable me to vanquish zombies, and I assure you, I will not hinder your progress." Taming was acutely aware that Luo Xiaran, being a stranger, would not come to his aid, thus he chose to reveal his capabilities in hopes of catching her interest. "Luo Xiaran, this is Chongyan. We hail from Anping District and have come in search of supplies. My team is in need of an ice-type ability user. I wonder if you might be interested in joining us. I lack neither food nor water, only competent individuals." Speaking directly to an intelligent person, Luo Xiaran did not beat around the bush but smiled at Taming, expressing her intentions candidly. Chapter 137. Unable to speak since childhood. Before Taming could utter a word, a woman emerged from behind him. Her gaze towards Luo Xiaran was laden with hostility and a considerable amount of jealousy. After all, Luo Xiaran was adorned in splendid attire and exuded an aura of leadership. The woman had overheard Luo Xiaran's words and was deeply concerned that Taming might choose to accompany her. "I agree, but I must bring someone along," Taming stated, not even glancing at the woman, as he nodded towards Luo Xiaran. Regardless of the circumstances, she had been by his side for 5 years. Taming was not the sort of man to shirk responsibility. Bringing someone is acceptable, but you must take full responsibility for your companion. If she commits any acts that endanger the group, do not blame me for being ruthless, Luo Xiaran replied, instantly discerning that this woman was far from compliant. Nonetheless, since Taming had spoken, Luo Xiaran would not refuse. Although she had accepted Taming, she would not accommodate anyone in the inn, as the rooms were limited and she needed them to host guests and earn crystal cores. Furthermore, given their recent acquaintance, it was prudent to exercise caution. "Thank you, Miss Luo," Taming expressed his gratitude before proceeding to introduce the other survivors. "This is my girlfriend, Xiao Wan. Over here are Uncle Zhao Angguo, Uncle Fan Zhiren, Ju Kai, Fang Qing, and Lin Yun. Lin Yun is the one providing us with water. We've been drinking her supply. Greetings, we are a small team from Anping District. I am the captain, Luo Xiaran." She offered a cool note to the diverse group of men, women, and children. The term "lead you there," as spoken by Luo Xiaran, merely implied guiding them. Their survival held little significance for her. These survivors were oblivious to the scenes of them gathering supplies. And since Luo Xiaran had already begun preparing their vehicle, Luo Xiaran was not concerned about any secrets being divulged. "Miss Luo, we are immensely grateful for your generous assistance. We will be relying on you further," Zhao Angguo, the supervisor of the biscuit factory, exclaimed excitedly. He attempted to shake Luo Xiaran's hand but was met with her evasion, leaving him awkwardly retracting his hand. Having held a leadership position for several years, albeit a modest one, he had honed his authoritative demeanor. Yet being treated this way by Luo Xiaran left him feeling disgruntled. However, he was acutely aware that Taming had never regarded him favorably, making him reliant on Luo Xiaran's party. Luo Xiaran did not overlook the scheming glint in Zhao Angguo's eyes. After casting a disdainful glance, she turned her attention to Lin Yun, the water-based ability user. Providing drinking water for 7 individuals suggested that Lin Yun's abilities were quite formidable. Noticing Luo Xiaran's scrutiny, Lin Yun smiled serenely at her, standing quietly behind Uncle Fan Zhiren, awaiting her uncle to speak. "Thank you, Miss Luo. I am a security guard, although I lack superpowers. I am capable of combating zombies. Please forgive my niece. She has been mute since childhood," Fan Zhiren quickly interjected, aware of Luo Xiaran's continued focus on Lin Yun, eager to prevent any discontent from arising. "That is quite alright. Let us gather your belongings. You will also need to find a vehicle," Luo Xiaran instructed. Luo Xiaran smiled knowingly, glancing at the others as she spoke. The remaining 2 introduced themselves: Fang Qing, the chef from the biscuit factory's canteen, and Ju Kai, a machine repairman in the workshop. Fang Qing was of short stature, yet he bore a considerable amount of excess weight, although he had recently lost some pounds. He still outweighed the other men significantly. These individuals did not possess any qualities that particularly captured Luo Xiaran's attention, thus after exchanging pleasantries, she proceeded downstairs with Chongyan. As they walked, Luo Xiaran contemplated how to maximize the benefits from today's biscuits and white wine. Chapter 138, Preparing to upgrade abilities, having returned safely to the secure zone. Night had fallen. Although the secure zone had restored its power supply, in an effort to conserve energy, only 3 sections were illuminated: the quarantine area, the outer city entrance, and the inner city entrance. At this moment, there were no reports of supplies being submitted upon arrival, and the gatekeepers paid little attention to how many individuals entered or exited. After all, it was not uncommon for those who ventured out in search of resources to fail to return. The gatekeepers, though envious of the 2 vehicles brimming with biscuits, dared not voice their thoughts. It was clear that those capable of gathering such an abundance of supplies were no ordinary individuals. They would not jeopardize their lives recklessly. Once inside the secure zone, Luo Xiaran ceased to concern herself with Zhao Angguo and the others. Regardless of their reluctance, she felt no obligation to care for them. They were merely inconsequential individuals. Her decision to bring them back was a product of her good mood. She entrusted Taming and Xiao Wan to Chongyan. Since Sui Jin's house was still unoccupied, Luo Xiaran arranged for them to stay there temporarily, planning to relocate them once a suitable place for the team was found. To ensure their sustenance, she generously left 5 boxes of biscuits with Taming due to her interest in Ling Yun. Luo Xiaran also asked Chongyan to watch over the uncle and niece duo. After all, Fan Zhiren was adept at slaying zombies, and despite her petite stature, Ling Yun bravely confronted the undead with a metal rod. This was a far cry from Xiao Wan, who cowered behind Taming. Luo Xiaran could not fathom how Taming had endured such a fearful companion for so long. Nevertheless, it was precisely this circumstance that elevated her regard for him. A man capable of shouldering responsibility in such perilous times must possess loyalty and honor, making him a person worthy of her trust. By the next day, news of the biscuits had spread far and wide, and as soon as the inn opened its doors, eager individuals arrived with gold or crystal nuclei in hand. Luo Xiaran had intentionally drawn attention to the biscuits, having informed the innkeeper the night before. When she paused her training to dine, the 100 boxes of biscuits she had set aside with the innkeeper had been completely exchanged. She held no interest in who had taken the biscuits. Her only concern was welcoming guests, provided they could meet the price, adhering to a simple first-come, first-served policy. The wealth she acquired was immediately converted into energy storage through the system, while she chose to postpone the use of the crystal nuclei. Her next objective was to upgrade her level 4 wood-based ability, and if circumstances permitted, she aspired to enhance her level 3 psychic ability as well. Given the healing nature of the wood-based power and the lack of potent plant seeds, even a level 4 ability would offer limited utility. In contrast, she found herself more drawn to the psychic ability, akin to a cheat code, providing her with an immense sense of security. However, the advancement of supernatural abilities is not without its perils. Therefore, before proceeding, Luo Xiaran must meticulously arrange everything to find tranquility. Particularly, as Chongyan has already made contact with some personnel, Luo Xiaran feels it is essential, as the team leader, to personally meet and assess their capabilities. While there is no concern regarding Chongyan's ambition to use out power, it would indeed be rather humorous if her subordinates were oblivious to the appearance of their leader, especially in the event of unforeseen calamities. Chapter 139, Selling oneself to repay debts in the pursuit of assembling a team. It is imperative to secure a territory of one's own. After careful consideration, Luo Xiaran resolved to enlist Jin Biao as assistance in this endeavor. Although she held a disdain for someone like Jin Biao, she recognized that every rat has its own way of survival. What Luo Xiaran required was not merely a place to reside, but also a venue conducive to cultivating her extraordinary abilities or honing her physical prowess. Currently, the land within the safe zone was still reasonably priced, and she feared that further delays would result in soaring costs. Even though she was not lacking in resources, she was unwilling to allow others to benefit at her expense. Having entrusted the task of contacting Jin Biao to the chief steward, who would utilize his network of information, Luo Xiaran accompanied Chongyan to meet the individuals he had found. Initially, she had hoped that Chongyan could gather a team on his own. But upon encountering a few timid cats huddled in the most desolate corner of the outer city, she was left momentarily speechless. Luo Xiaran had always believed in Chongyan's capabilities. However, the sight of only 4 or 5 half-life individuals filled her heart with disappointment. Nevertheless, those whom Chongyan had deemed worthy were presumably not ordinary people, so she refrained from expressing her discontent. I'm sorry, Ran, I have let your trust down. Chongyan, sensing her prolonged silence, felt a pang of embarrassment. He had been aware of his friend's dire circumstances before coming here, which was precisely why he had thought to bring Luo Xiaran along, knowing she possessed medicinal resources. Never mind, let this be a lesson learned. With a resigned sigh, Luo Xiaran accepted her fate and theatrically retrieved some antibiotics and antipyretics from her backpack. As these were Chongyan's acquaintances, she did not wish to appear overly callous. She decided to extend a courtesy to Chongyan. However, should he ever conceal anything from her in the future, she would not be so forgiving. Thank you, Ran. Chongyan replied with a grateful nod, his handsome face radiating appreciation. He felt guilty for deceiving Luo Xiaran into coming, and her lack of resentment allowed him to relax considerably. Had these individuals not been his close friends, he would not have risked incurring Luo Xiaran's displeasure for their sake. He understood well that such leniency could only be afforded once. This is Wu Ziying, my senior from university, a member of the male ethnic group, who has awakened the ability to control insects, akin to witchcraft. Chongyan introduced one of the women, who remained alert in the room after administering medicine. This is my senior husband, Su Zong, who possesses fire-based abilities. This is my childhood friend, Lu Tangtang, and her boyfriend, Chu Hao. I am still unsure of Tangtang's abilities, but perhaps Ran can assist in assessing them. Chu's abilities are of the metal type. Lastly, this is my strategist, Ren Yibao, a hacker, who currently has no abilities. Chongyan systematically introduced the 5 individuals, 4 of whom were endowed with extraordinary powers. Well, let us escort them back to the inn. It is not safe here. However, they must settle their debts. Initially, Luo Xiaran had intended to treat everyone to a meal at the inn, but given the current situation and her dissatisfaction, she decided against it. Furthermore, having utilized her medicine, it was only fair that they would have to repay their debt in due course. Very well, Ran Yan, rest assured, I shall ensure they compensate us doubly. Upon hearing this, Chongyan couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Xiaran's candid declaration implied her intention to keep them here, though it merely pertained to the payment for their lodging. How could Chongyan possibly refuse? After all, residing in an inn is both hygienic and secure. Chapter 140, The Struggle for Sustenance After a Prolonged Journey. The 5 of them finally found a safe haven, sinking into a deep slumber until the following morning when Jin Biao arrived at their doorstep, still oblivious to the world around them. However, Luo Xiaran paid little mind to their tardiness, for their wounds had been healing for quite some time. Had it not been for their near-complete recovery, she might have employed her abilities to tend to them. Miss Luo, your business is thriving, Jin Biao remarked cheerfully as he entered the inn, clad in a drab grey vest and shorts, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Despite recognizing his feigned misery, Luo Xiaran instructed the innkeeper to prepare some food for Jin Biao and his companions. Yet, she had no intention of inviting them inside, as their lack of hygiene over the past few days was less than appetizing for her breakfast. Thank you, Miss Luo, Jin Biao said, munching on coarse grain pancakes while slurping cornmeal porridge. After consuming 2 sizable pancakes, he finally expressed his gratitude. You cannot fathom the plight of those in the outer city. Many are struggling to secure a meal. My companions and I ventured out in search of supplies, but the closer locations have been thoroughly scavenged, and the further ones are teeming with zombies. It's becoming increasingly difficult to survive. Luckily, you still think of me. I found a place for you yesterday, and despite a restless night, I came right over. Jin Biao lamented as he spoke, lacking any supernatural abilities. They were formidable in stature yet felt intimidated by the ever-growing threat of zombies. The risk of becoming infected from a zombie's grasp was too great. Jin Biao cherished his life far too much to take unnecessary risks. As long as the location is suitable, it will surely be advantageous for you, Luo Xiaran acknowledged, aware that as time progresses, life for humanity becomes increasingly arduous. Furthermore, Jin Biao's decision not to exploit her hospitality at the inn pleased her greatly, which is why she had sought him out again. Well then, thank you in advance. Are we heading to inspect the location now? Jin Biao inquired eagerly, his demeanor amicable, careful not to offend Luo Xiaran. Yes, eat your fill, and once you're satisfied, we shall depart, Luo Xiaran replied, clearing the table for Jin Biao. She savored a bowl of seafood porridge, a tea egg, and 2 sauerkraut-filled buns before bidding farewell and stepping outside with Jin Bill. This time, Jin Bill had discovered a bathing center, a fair distance from the inn but with ample space. The establishment boasted a 5-story building, an underground parking lot, and a spacious courtyard. Although it appeared somewhat disheveled at present, Luo Xiaran found it quite satisfactory. Though located in the outer city, the bathing center was not too far from the inner city, and it possessed a considerable number of rooms and beds. Luo Xiaran estimated it could accommodate at least 1,000 people. While the future size of her team remained uncertain, she recognized the value of acquiring the property at such a reasonable price. After surveying the premises, Luo Xiaran nodded in agreement, ready to proceed. The proprietor of the bathhouse resided within the inner city, and upon hearing of a prospective buyer, was eager to finalize the sale. In these times, transactions are conducted for sustenance, and no one can ascertain when the apocalypse will reach its conclusion. Moreover, provisions within the safe zone are dwindling. The owner, having fortuitously encountered a buyer, would not allow Luo Xiaran to slip away from this opportunity. Ultimately, the bathhouse was traded for 500 jin of flour, 300 jin of rice, 200 liters of drinking water, and 100 jin of potatoes and cabbage. Chapter 141. Recently pickled vegetables. Naturally, having secured a desirable territory, Luo Xiaran could not overlook the benefits bestowed by Jin Bill. She provided him with 10 bags of mixed grain flour and 2 jars of pickled vegetables, enough to sustain Jin Bill and his companions for at least a month of frugality. Upon returning to the inn, a waiter informed Luo Xiaran that Leng Xi and Diu Yi had returned, accompanied by 2 individuals who wished to discuss business with the proprietress. Aware of Leng Xi's good intentions, Luo Xiaran nodded and ascended to the room where he resided. Upon knocking, Diu Yi opened the door. Once Luo Xiaran entered, she noticed 2 men seated with Leng Xi, enjoying tea. The 2 men had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to one another, suggesting they were brothers. Xiaran is back. Come, sit down. Allow me to introduce you to 2 friends, Leng Xi said with a smile, gesturing for her to take a seat while pouring her a cup of tea. Although Luo Xiaran's inn offered tea, it was the most ordinary variety. Thus, the tea Leng Xi served was of a superior quality, as he was quite particular about his brews. Brother Ling, Luo Xiaran responded with a smile, nodding respectfully at the 2 men. Being personally introduced by Leng Xi indicated they were significant clients, a matter that Luo Xiaran regarded with utmost importance. These are the Gao brothers, Gao Herong and Gao Hofeng, hailing from F City. This is the proprietress of the inn, Luo Xiaran, my sister, Leng Xi introduced, passing the conversation to the Gao brothers, as he merely served as a bridge for their business dealings. Good day, gentlemen. May I inquire what you require? Luo Xiaran initiated, steering the conversation towards business after some light chatter. I have recently pickled a batch of vegetables using sea salt, which are not yet available for sale. In an age where those who possess grain hold significant power, Luo Xiaran had no need to undercut prices, rendering the order of her offers inconsequential. By starting with the pickled vegetables, she conveyed that she had produced an abundance of salt and ample resources, which astute individuals would readily discern. Pickled vegetables are indeed a fine commodity. Might I inquire how many you intend to sell, and at what price? I have come in need of a substantial supply of grain, Gao Herong replied, seemingly well informed from previous conversations with Lin Xi, harboring no doubts about Luo Xiaran's affluence. Everything produced must be sold, of course. I propose a price of 10 first-grade crystal cores per pound. Might I ask how much you are inclined to purchase, Mr. Gao? We have a variety of grains, including mixed grain flour, white flour, cornmeal, and plenty of 5-grain options, with prices ranging from 10 first-grade to 1 second-grade crystal core. We also have potatoes, cabbages, and radishes available. Whatever you desire, we can procure. However, we currently do not offer delivery services, as F City is quite close to S City, Luo Xiaran cheerfully elaborated. In truth, she also had vegetables and fruits, albeit at a higher price, which she did not intend to mention. After all, only a select few could afford such luxuries, and those with discerning taste would surely take note. 5,000 pounds of mixed grain flour, 1,000 pounds of white flour, and 500 pounds of pickled vegetables. In addition, 5,000 pieces of radishes, cabbages, and potatoes are required, while the fruit demand is slightly lesser at merely 200 pounds. As the weather grows increasingly warm, it becomes challenging to store these items. After a discussion, the 2 brothers, Gao Herong and Gao Huan, finalized the quantities. This marks their first business venture with Luo Xiaran. Were it not for Luo Xi acting as a guarantor, they would hardly have dared to place such a substantial order at once. After all, the world is rife with uncertainties, and being able to procure such a large quantity of goods at once is indeed rather astonishing. It is no wonder that Luo Xi and the Luo siblings have formed such a close bond. Chapter 142. Successful advancement. Having agreed to conduct their transaction at the back door of the inn the following morning, the brothers Gao Hurong took their leave, politely declining Luo Xiaran's invitation. Luo Xiaran did not insist on their stay, nor did she collect any deposit. Considering that only 10% of the grain remained in the inn's granary, she contemplated producing a new batch that evening. Fortunately, she had recently received a substantial amount of gold, silver, and jade artifacts, yielding considerable profit, which alleviated her concerns. Upon his return, Lang Xi presented Luo Xiaran with a wooden box filled with crystal nuclei, prompting her to prioritize his treatment. After utilizing a third-tier crystal nucleus, Ling Xi's leg appeared to have returned to normal externally. However, the internal meridians remained unrepaired. Regrettably, the crystal had shattered into dust, necessitating further treatment in the future. Brother Ling, I plan to advance my abilities, so I likely won't be able to treat you again within the week. Moreover, crystal nuclei below Tier 3 are of little use. Do not worry, Brother Ling, Tier 3 crystals are indeed not easily found, Luo Xiaran reassured him. Taking the tissue, he offered to wipe the sweat from her brow. Although Lang Xi was her most significant patron, consistently providing ample crystal nuclei, Luo Xiaran upheld her integrity, withholding nothing during his treatment. Unfortunately, her ability level was too low, and given the duration of Lang Xi's injury, the scarcity of high-tier crystals rendered each treatment painstakingly slow and less than satisfactory. To alleviate any apprehensions he might harbor, she felt it prudent to clarify the situation. Rest assured, I will not overthink it. Focus on advancing your abilities. I, too, have matters to attend to and will be away for about half a month. It is now October, yet the weather grows increasingly warm. Even if you are not short on supplies, do not trade everything away, just in case. Lang Xi responded with understanding, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he cared deeply for his legs, but after more than a decade, he had learned patience. Moreover, witnessing Luo Xiaran's exhausting effort during each treatment made it impossible for him to urge her unduly. Brother Ling, do take care. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will arrange for a few boxes of fruit to be sent over. You may keep some for yourself or share with others. Luo Xiaran smiled, delighted by his genuine concern. Truly, having a brother felt different. Although her parents showered her with affection, the care of another person was always welcome. After bidding farewell to Lang Xi, Luo Xiaran shared a sumptuous lunch with the couple, Luo Jiaxian and Chu Xinrui. Subsequently, she entrusted the transaction with the Gao brothers to the head steward and set about generating a new stock of supplies for the granary. As evening approached, she returned to her secluded chamber in the back courtyard to enter a state of focused meditation. Given that Luo Xiaran possessed dual abilities, and both her healing wood-based powers and psychic abilities were among the rare types, the energy required for her advancement escalated exponentially. Fortunately, with the celestial meteorite in hand and numerous crystal cores generously provided by Lang Xi, alongside the profits from the inn, Luo Xiaran dedicated a full 5 days to her cultivation. Ultimately, she succeeded in advancing to the 4th level of wood-based abilities and the 3rd level of mental powers. Although she had intended to continue her training, the depletion of her crystal cores necessitated an early exit from her seclusion. Upon returning to the inn, however, Luo Xiaran was met with an unsettling sight. In the brief span of just 5 days, the inn had not a single guest, and outside, the silence was so profound that the drop of a pin could be distinctly heard. Chapter 143. The heat has taken its toll. The head steward, having just delivered a bucket of well water to the upstairs guest room, hurriedly approached Luo Xiaran upon noticing her presence, his expression fraught with anxiety. What is the matter? Luo Xiaran inquired, observing the disheveled appearance of the steward. This was the first time she had witnessed him so flustered, even during the encirclement by Wu Yan'an. He had maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. For the past 2 days, the external temperature has risen dramatically, leading to numerous fatalities. I've arranged for the attendants to deliver water continuously, and a guest upstairs has been assisting with ice production, which has helped ensure the safety of those within the inn. The steward explained, taking a moment to steady his breath and adjust his attire, his voice tinged with resignation. While Luo Xiaran had gleaned some understanding of the outside conditions through her interactions, the steward remained confined to the inn, relying on information gathered from guests and informants. Unfortunately, As the temperature soared, even within the safe zone, many had succumbed, leaving the steward at a loss for timely updates, rendering him somewhat powerless. Even Taming, the ice-type ability user, found it challenging to meet the ice demands of the inn's numerous occupants. His powers were only at the 2nd level. And despite utilizing the well water for ice production, he struggled to keep pace with the melting caused by the relentless sun. If Luo Xiaran were present, she could manipulate the system to regulate the temperature of the inn. However, having received numerous admonitions before her retreat into seclusion, the steward dared not disturb her. Focusing solely on safeguarding Luo Xiaran and others. "Thank you for your hard work," Luo Xiaran acknowledged, nodding as she began to adjust the inn's internal temperature through the system. In her mind, she reflected on the return of the sweltering weather. She recalled the last occurrence lasted about a week. The memories were hazy, and she regrettably realized she had not prepared adequately. As she considered the aftermath of extreme heat, her brow furrowed in concern. The vegetables and fruits cultivated within the inn had also perished under the oppressive conditions, causing her a twinge of sorrow. Fortunately, she had harvested the previous batch, or her distress would have been far greater. Adjusting the temperature within the inn to a more bearable 30 degrees. Luo Xiaran understood it was still sweltering but infinitely better than before. After instructing the steward to prepare winter supplies, she hurriedly made her way to the room occupied by Luo Xiaran and his spouse. Given their age, she was genuinely worried that the heat might prove too much for them. Upon knocking and entering their room, she found 2 bowls of ice on the floor, though those in the corner had already melted into water. Thankfully, both of their complexions appeared healthy, with no significant issues at hand. "Mom and Dad, are you feeling unwell in any way?" Luo Xiaran asked with concern. "It is my fault for not preparing thoroughly. I will arrange for an ice cellar shortly." In truth, the system had previously offered an ice cellar, but Luo Xiaran had deemed it unnecessary with the presence of an ability user and opted instead for a root cellar. In hindsight, she realized that stockpiling ice was indeed essential. "It's nothing. Don't you remember that your mother has water?" Her mother replied. "How is your ability coming along?" Luo Xiaoxian smiled gently, pulling Luo Xiaran to sit beside Chu Xinruei before inquiring. Although there exists a significant distinction between water-based and ice-based abilities, the presence of water can indeed alleviate a considerable amount of heat. Having already reached the 4th level, she pondered aloud, "By the way, when did Taming move to the inn? Is he alone?" After demonstrating her wood-based ability by conjuring a tomato for Chu Xinruei to enjoy, Luo Xiaran finally voiced her curiosity. It seems rather unlikely that Taming would come to the inn without reason. Chapter 144. Deciding to be together, we should not meddle in the affairs of others, yet I feel that Mr. Tan's temper is excessively mild," remarked Chu Xinruei with a furrowed brow and a sigh. "Is that so? I shall go and take a look," replied Luo Xiaran, who understood Chu Xinruei well. She would not have brought up such matters unless she found them intolerable. What could have possibly transpired? Luo Xiaran surmised that the issue likely revolved around the woman named Xiao Wan, whom Taming was involved with. It would be prudent to investigate. Luo Xiaoxian nodded in agreement, believing that a man should know when to hold on and when to let go. Moreover, it is hardly worthwhile to exhaust oneself for the sake of another. As Luo Xiaran prepared to leave, she was halted by a gentle grasp on her right hand from Chu Xinruei. Turning in confusion, Luo Xiaran could not fathom why her mother appeared to be on the verge of saying something yet refrained. "Junlai visited you the day after your retreat." After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xinruei finally spoke. She did not wish for Luo Xiaran to miss out on the right person, nor did she want her to squander her life over a man like Wu Yinan. However, Luo Xiaran was unable to absorb her mother's concerns, leaving Chu Xinruei at a loss for words. "Oh, I see." Upon hearing Junlai's name, Luo Xiaran paused. Though only a few days had passed, it felt as though a century had gone by, stirring a vague melancholy within her. "Very well, the child has her own plans. Let us not worry." Luo Xiaoxian, perceiving the dissonance in his daughter's expression, recognized that he, being a man, could not fully grasp her innermost feelings. Besides, given the recent discord between Luo Xiaran and Junlai, it may be best for them to refrain from contact for a while to avoid further entanglement. If Junlai were truly earnest, he would eventually come seeking her, would he not? Mama and Papa, please rest. I shall go see how the others are doing." Luo Xiaran forced a smile, albeit stiffly, before hastening out of their room. In truth, she had not anticipated Junlai would make an appearance after their last encounter, which had left him quite upset. Any further contact seemed improbable. Nevertheless, regardless of Junlai's intentions. It was perhaps best not to dwell on it if they did not meet. With this thought, she made her way to Mao Jianing's room on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door, which opened to reveal Zhang Liming. Confirming the door number was indeed Mao Jianing's, Luo Xiaran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Brother Zhang. Yes, please come in. She has suffered a mild heat stroke. Zhang Liming nodded, ushering Luo Xiaran inside while continuing. We have decided to be together. Oh, congratulations. Brother Zhang. Please take good care of Sister Jianing. Luo Xiaran had not previously perceived the budding romance between Mao Jianing and Zhang Liming, but now, smiling, she offered her well wishes. After all, they were both adults, and it was their private affair. She harbored no objections. Moreover, two individuals who had both experienced betrayal might find a more lasting connection, for none could predict how long their lives might endure. Even though Luo Xiaran possesses an in-system, it cannot ensure the absolute safety of every individual, for they cannot remain within the confines of the inn indefinitely. With a sense of caution amidst tranquility, Luo Xiaran will inevitably venture beyond the Anping district to other locales. Zhang Liming is genuinely grateful to Luo Xiaran. Had she not taken them along, he would never have encountered Mao Jianing later on, considering he has spent over 30 years alone. Finding a woman he admires is indeed a rare fortune. Chapter 145. In upgrade. After confirming that everyone else was in good spirits, Luo Xiaran made her way to the room occupied by Taming. It was a small, solitary room tucked away in the corner of the second floor. Furnished solely with a bed, devoid of any table or chairs. Miss Luo. Taming, having been engaged in the continuous exertion of his abilities to create ice blocks, appeared somewhat pallid. Nevertheless, upon hearing the knock on the door, he promptly rose to open it. Just call me Xiaran. Thank you for your efforts these past few days. Brother Tam. Luo Xiaran observed Taming at the threshold, relieved to find that, aside from his evident fatigue from overexertion, he exhibited no other signs of distress. Although she was curious about the events between Taming and Xiao Wan, she refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that such matters were personal. Ultimately, as long as Taming remained loyal to her, that was all that mattered. Xiaoran, you are too polite. I haven't done much, rather. I've been relying on your hospitality all this time. Taming nodded slightly before continuing. Xiao Wan has found her family, and I have allowed them to stay in that house. I understand it belongs to Chongyan, and I will compensate him with supplies. Oh. Just inform Chongyan and Aunt Shui. With the recent change in weather, it's fortunate that you moved in. Luo Xiaran then inquired. Do you know where Lin Yun and her uncle have gone? Noticing Taming's reluctance to elaborate, she redirected her curiosity towards Lin Yun. Luo Xiaran was particularly concerned for Lin Yun, who had been mute since childhood and possessed water-based abilities. It was not mere compassion. The potential of water abilities could translate into formidable combat strength. Moreover, with Fan Jiren's considerable combat prowess as a bodyguard, Luo Xiaran had every intention of retaining them in her team. However, she had learned from Chongyan that Fan Jiren had subsequently taken Lin Yun away. Luo Xiaran pondered that since they were from the same factory, it was likely they would have bid Taming farewell before departing. Upon hearing Luo Xiaran's query, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Taming's eyes. He hesitated for a moment, realizing that it was his presence that had prompted Lin Yun and Fan Jiren's departure, then confessed. Previously, Xiao Wan felt that Lin Yun had feelings for me, which led to them being pushed away. They found a new place to stay, not far from Chongyan's house, sharing accommodations with two other families. I see. When the weather cools down a bit, you should go and bring them over. I have prepared another residence. It is quite spacious, but it will require some effort to tidy up. It will be our territory in the future. Luo Xiaran nodded in agreement. In truth, she had sensed Lin Yun's affections for Taming and believed that Lin Yun was far more suitable for him than Xiao Wan. Nevertheless, as none of them intended to voice their feelings, Luo Xiaran chose to feign ignorance. After some casual conversation, Luo Xiaran left a few dozen crystal cores she had obtained from the chief steward with Taming before departing. Taming had expended considerable energy, and without proper replenishment, it would hinder his future ability advancement. As an ice-type ability user, Luo Xiaran could not bear the thought of him sustaining any harm. After circling around the inn, ensuring that no issues remained, Luo Xiaran finally sighed in relief. However, the thought of the impending 3-month-long winter following the sweltering heat darkened her expression once more. She rummaged through the system to gather items suitable for winter, initially intending to thicken her clothing, only to discover a lack of suitable hands to assist. In modern times, clothing was typically purchased ready-made. Even Shuajin could only mend small tears, making the creation of garments unfeasible. After contemplating for a while, stroking her chin, Luo Xiaran resolved to upgrade the system. Although this upgrade would consume 2/3 of her energy, having endured the harsh winter herself, she could not bear to let the couple, Luo Xiaran and his wife, experience such a life. Chapter 146, Business and Revenge. During the system upgrade, all personnel within the inn would fall into a deep slumber. To prevent anyone from noticing any anomalies, Luo Xiaran chose to initiate the upgrade only after nightfall, once everyone had partaken in dinner. After a full night, the inn was elevated to a level 4 establishment. From the available options, she first selected an ice cellar, followed by the addition of a seamstress. Although there were other vacancies, the current staff was sufficient, so Luo Xiaran opted to reserve positions for future needs. The newly appointed seamstress, named Yun Yang, was in her 30s, slightly plump, and of modest height, dressed in antiquated attire that was exceedingly simple. She performed a slight bow to Luo Xiaran and greeted her, saying, "Madam, may you have great fortune." After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Xiaran instructed Yun Yang to learn the basics of modern knowledge from the head steward. However, since Yun Yang resided in the mulberry garden in the back courtyard, tending to silkworms and weaving fabric, it was unnecessary for her to grasp extensive information. Next, they discussed the issue of winter clothing. Yun Yang possessed knowledge solely of crafting traditional garments. Thus Luo Xiaran needed to provide her with some modern clothing for study before she could commence her creations. Fortunately, Yun Yang was endowed with high intelligence, otherwise, Luo Xiaran, lacking any skill in garment making, would have been at a loss in finding someone to instruct Yun Yang. After packing various styles of seasonal clothing for Yun Yang to dismantle and learn from, Luo Xiaran began to contemplate the forthcoming challenges. The first concern was the inn's business, and the second revolved around the matter of revenge. Although the winter season was harsh, both zombies and mutated creatures were affected by the cold. Consequently, if Luo Xiaran wished to return to H province, winter was the most opportune and safest season in this apocalyptic world. The sudden onset of unanticipated heat would likely leave the survivors in the safe zone with only half the information. Moreover, the safe zone was already experiencing a shortage of food, and coupled with natural disasters, the absence of sustenance would drive humanity to irrational actions. Luo Xiaran had little knowledge of how things were in Anping district and the Jun family during her past life. But since her first endeavor in this life was to establish a business there, she naturally hoped that the safety base in Anping district would not vanish so swiftly. Yet, the mere thought of this brought to mind Junlai. Luo Xiaran bit her lip, feeling a sense of frustration welling within her. She was utterly unsure how to confront Junlai, yet entrusting such a significant matter to another felt equally unsettling. Despite having Luo Xiaoxian by her side, she was acutely aware that both Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrui supported her union with Junlai. Thus, if she were to enlist Luo Xiaoxian as aid, it would likely be met with refusal. After a prolonged silence, Luo Xiaran let out a heavy sigh, ultimately realizing she would have to engage with Junlai personally. However, the events of the past few days lingered vividly in her mind, leading her to suspect that Junlai would not greet her with warmth. For reasons unknown, these thoughts only deepened her discontent. While she busied herself gathering supplies, she also sought to alleviate her inexplicable emotions until one granary was filled to capacity. At which point she finally paused. The system's energy has dwindled to less than 20%. For the sake of safety, Luo Xiaran has decided against further consumption. This remaining energy reserve can sustain the inn against assaults for 20 days without being breached, ensuring that, in the event of an unforeseen issue, her parents' safety remains secured. Chapter 147, Is the Jun family in need? 2 days later, the temperature plummeted to over 40 degrees. Although the sweltering heat remained unbearable, it at least spared the unwary from losing their lives in ignorance. Luo Xiaran instructed the chief steward and others to commence the large-scale filling of drinking water, awaiting the arrival of survivors seeking refuge once more. After all, compared to the unpredictable survivors selling water in the trading district, Luo Xiaran's establishment stood as a bastion of security and convenience. It wasn't long before survivors began to arrive in dribs and drabs, lacking proper sunshades. They donned thin outer garments, rushing into the inn, drenched in sweat. Inside, the temperature had been adjusted to a comfortable 23 or 24 degrees, allowing the weary survivors to catch their breath and cool off. After approximately 10 minutes, they reluctantly exchanged food or drinking water before hastily departing. Having been unable to venture out for hunting over the past week, the trading survivors brought with them supplies they were loath to part with, near-expired canned goods, cigarettes, and the like. Luo Xiaran understood that under these extraordinary circumstances, acquiring her desired items would be a challenge. However, the safety zone represented her first stronghold, and she needed to ensure her survival to continue engaging in trade. As evening approached, the sun gradually descended, shrouding the sky in a persistent haze, leaving the weather for the morrow uncertain. After 2 days of hesitation, Luo Xiaran finally set forth with 2 carts of mixed grains and flour towards the inner city where the Jun family resided. The inner city boasted a greater number of ability users than the outer city, resulting in less severe damage. Nevertheless, the available supplies were limited, and Luo Xiaran surmised that if the situation persisted, the likelihood of turmoil would escalate. Even disregarding Junlai, Luo Xiaran was concerned for the safety zone. As she wrestled with her thoughts, the vehicle traversed into the Jun family's territory. Likely due to the awareness of her presence, the vehicle smoothly bypassed the scrutiny of the ability users, arriving directly at the gates of the Jun family's villa. At that moment, Jun Qing, acting as Junlai's steward, had already received word of Luo Xiaran's arrival and stood at the villa's entrance awaiting her. However, his countenance was far from pleasant. Although Jun Chong had not been present during the fallout between Luo Xiaran and Junlai, he had certainly learned of it afterward. "Miss Luo," he greeted coldly, his expression devoid of warmth as he stood by the passenger door. This could be perceived as an exceedingly impolite gesture, for Jun Chong, as the steward, represented the Jun family's facade, revealing the dissatisfaction of others within the family towards Luo Xiaran. Unperturbed, Luo Xiaran offered a nonchalant smile. After all, she held little regard for the feelings of the Jun family. While she may have needed their patronage in the past, her inn's business had stabilized, and even in the absence of the Jun family as a major client, others would suffice to meet her establishment's demands. For instance, the previous visit from the Gao brothers had yielded her substantial profits. "I have brought 2 carts of mixed grains. Does the Jun family have any need for them? If not, I shall sell them to others," Luo Xiaran declared as she opened the car door and stepped down. Although the Jun family previously procured a considerable quantity of supplies from the port, the issue lies in the fact that the safe zone is filled with numerous survivors. In an effort to bolster their combat strength and win the hearts of the people, the Jun family is unlikely to have many reserves left. Moreover, even if the Jun family does not require supplies, the inner city is not solely dependent on them. Luo Xiaran's journey will not be in vain. Chapter 148, a detailed discussion at the shop. Despite Jun Chen's dissatisfaction with Luo Xiaran's actions, he could not overlook her initiative in delivering supplies. After all, the Jun family had previously disbursed a considerable amount of resources, and although they had managed to gather a fair number of individuals, there were still instances of inadequate returns. Jun Chong felt a sense of relief regarding Luo Xiaran's treatment of Junlai. Otherwise, Junlai would not have been training relentlessly at home due to his foul mood. Had he been outside during the intense heat, Jun Chong could only speculate on the potential consequences. The old Master Jun had fallen ill due to this sudden upheaval. After all, he was advanced in age and frail in health, and the family was acutely aware that his time was limited. Junlai had been raised by the old master since childhood, and if the latter were to pass without Junlai being able to fulfill his filial duties, it would undoubtedly become an insurmountable burden for him throughout his life. However, Luo Xiaran was unaware of these nuances. She was simply pleased that Jun Chong had acquired 2 trucks of mixed grain flour. The vehicles, having undergone modifications, only had seats for the driver and front passenger, allowing for over 1,000 kilograms of flour to be transported. Naturally, the grain sold to the Jun family was of superior quality, even with a discount. The price per kilogram still reached 21st grade crystal cores. Luo Xiaran, having cultivated this grain, required merely 1 crystal core of energy per kilogram, as it was the most ordinary type of food without any special effects. Nonetheless, the Jun family could not produce the sum of over 40,000 first-grade crystal cores all at once, so they could only pay half in cores and supplement the remainder with their collection of gold, silver, and jade artifacts. Fortunately, being a prominent family, the Jun household possessed a substantial amount of jewelry and precious items. After the transaction, Luo Xiaran did not linger and promptly drove her team towards the outer city. Regardless of what Junlai was preoccupied with, she would not seek him out if he did not make the effort to meet her. Just as the 2 vehicles exited the Jun family's territory, a military jeep abruptly blocked their path. The vehicle, somewhat worn and smeared with dark, congealed blood, bore the marks of countless hardships. Is Miss Luo, who owns an inn, inside this vehicle? Our team wishes to purchase grain. Is there any available? Called out a bald man with a bare torso, as he leaned out of the window. Indeed, we do have some. However, given the heat outside, would it not be more prudent to discuss this matter in my shop? Replied Luo Xiaran, rolling down her window. After all, she would not dismiss a business opportunity at her doorstep. Furthermore, the individuals appeared to be military personnel, though it remained uncertain whether they held an adversarial relationship with the Jun family. Regardless, even if they were at odds with the Juns, Luo Xiaran was undeterred from conducting business. The prices, however, might be slightly elevated. Very well. The bald man turned to consult with the individuals in his vehicle before nodding in agreement. He then moved the jeep that was obstructing Luo Xiaran's vehicle. The three vehicles proceeded in tandem towards the outer city, and upon reaching the city gates, the gatekeeper, an ability user, verified the identification cards of those in the vehicles. As there is currently no point system in place within the safe zone known to Luo Xiaran, the identity card holds little significance, serving primarily to distinguish between ordinary individuals and those with abilities. The vehicle arrived at the inn without incident, and Luo Xiaran entered the establishment alongside a bald man and a middle-aged gentleman from the car. Unbeknownst to her, a momentous event was unfolding simultaneously within the Jun family. Chapter 149. The passing of the elder. By the time Luo Xiaran learned of Elder Jun's passing, it was already midday on the third day. Upon hearing the news, she was momentarily taken aback and then sighed softly, pressing her lips together. Indeed, she had forgotten that Elder Jun was advanced in years. It was quite remarkable that he had endured until now. However, in Luo Xiaran's perspective, the impending apocalypse remained fraught with peril. The elderly man's departure spared him further suffering and alleviated many burdens for the younger generations. After all, as long as Elder Jun was alive, the other members of the Jun family were somewhat restrained in their actions. With Elder Jun's passing, the power dynamics within the safe zone were likely to be reshuffled. Luo Xiaran was not particularly concerned about this. Jun Lai possessed the capability to assume significant responsibilities, having been groomed as the heir since childhood. Moreover, with the supplies previously allocated, any ensuing chaos would likely be short-lived. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware of the deep bond between Jun Lai and Elder Jun. The thought of Jun Lai's sorrow caused her to furrow her brow in distress. Yet, the inevitability of life and death was beyond her control. She bit her lip in frustration and ultimately resolved to find ways to support Jun Lai. Father, should we pay a visit? Although the Jun family had not held a funeral, they had previously extended their kindness to the Luo family. Even if Elder Jun had his grievances, he had not prohibited Jun Lai and Luo Xiaran from maintaining their connection, leaving her uncertain whether to feign ignorance or to visit in person. Given the circumstances of the apocalypse, it was likely that Elder Jun would be cremated shortly after his passing. Furthermore, as it was already the third day, the Jun family showed no intention of publicizing the event, prompting Luo Xiaran to seek the opinion of Luo Xiaran. Despite being in her 40s, Luo Xiaran had never experienced matters of mourning and funerals. When her parents, Luo Xiaran and his wife, passed away abroad, she had not even seen their remains. We must go, as the younger generation. We cannot simply act as if we are unaware, she stated. Luo Xiaran was equally taken aback by the news, having not anticipated such a sudden departure of Elder Jun. When do you think it would be appropriate for us to go? He inquired, noting the onset of colder weather and the impending winter. Luo Xiaran nodded in agreement and asked, the seamstress has begun crafting winter garments. Given her skill, I believe she will produce sufficient clothing for everyone in a matter of days. However, I cannot ascertain the exact timing of winter's arrival. The sudden onset of heat or rain could leave us stranded if we venture out. In that case, let us go now. A swift visit is in order. We need only to bring a few offerings and light some incense, Luo Xiaran replied, understanding the unpredictable nature of the weather. After a moment's reflection, he added, have your mother assist you in preparing the offerings. They must be respectful, as there are many taboos associated with funerals. Given her lack of experience in such matters, Luo Xiaran certainly needed guidance from Chu Xinrui. Previously, these responsibilities had been managed by her parents, but now that she had matured, it was time for her to step forward and not merely grow in their shadows. Under the guidance of Chu Xinrui, they retrieved some items from the warehouse, and then the family of three drove once more to the Jun residence. However, upon their arrival at the Jun villa, there was not a single soul to greet them. Chapter 150. You have arrived after waiting for approximately 10 minutes. The weary Jun Chong finally rushed out of the villa. Having anticipated the arrival of Luo Xiaran, he maintained an expressionless demeanor, despite acknowledging the presence of Luo Xiaran and Chu Xinrui. With the couple present, Luo Xiaran chose to remain silent, trailing behind them. The main villa's living room had been transformed into a morning hall, with the portrait and memorial tablet of the late Mr. Jun prominently displayed at the center, enveloping the room in an aura of profound silence. Upon entering the hall, Luo Xiaran's attention was drawn to Junlai, who was kneeling before the memorial tablet. His pallid complexion and cracked lips betrayed his distress, yet he did not turn to acknowledge the newcomers. Luo Xiaran was unaware of how long Junlai had been in this position, but the sight of him, once vibrant, now appearing so frail, caused her to furrow her brow, a twinge of pain stirring within her heart. She was not devoid of compassion. She had witnessed Junlai's earnest affections for her. Yet their personalities clashed, rendering her unable to reciprocate his tender sentiments, which had led to their current predicament. Letting out a silent sigh, she followed Luo Xiaran and his wife as they lit incense for the late Mr. Jun. In a soft voice, she addressed Junlai, "May you find solace. The old master would not wish to see you in this state." Perhaps sensing her presence, Junlai lifted his gaze to meet hers. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed through Luo Xiaran, for his eyes seemed engulfed by darkness, glimmering with a sinister light. However, just as swiftly as it appeared, the unsettling expression vanished, leaving her to question her own perception, were it not for her unwavering belief in her mental acuity. "You have come," Junlai acknowledged with a stoic nod. "I appreciate the flower you sent a few days ago. The safety zone may soon become unstable. Please take care. There is no need for thanks. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." As the harsh winter approached, threatening to blanket the world in snow, she reflected that while mutated creatures and zombies would also be affected, it was humanity that would bear the brunt of the impact. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to share the news of the impending winter with Junlai. After all, he would soon be overseeing the entire safety zone, and this information would undoubtedly prove invaluable. It was too late to make adequate preparations. Their priority must be ensuring the survival of the Jun family through the harsh season. Without gas or sufficient electricity, maintaining warmth would pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether the Jun household had enough winter clothing and bedding. Luo Xiaran contemplated the possibility of increasing their number of seamstresses if necessary. "Winter? Will it last long?" Junlai inquired, his interest piqued as he gazed at Luo Xiaran. It had been several days since he had last seen her, and he felt as though they were separated by a century. The old master's passing had imparted a crucial realization to Junlai. If he wished to possess Luo Xiaran, he would need to exert complete control over her, willing to sever her wings and shatter her legs if necessary. After all, who could predict how long they would survive? Not only were they contending with zombies and mutated creatures, but even the weather had begun to conspire against them. Junlai pondered how much longer he could endure. At the very least, there will be 3 months with temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiaran, who harbored thoughts of her own, she shivered slightly before responding. Chapter 151, Caravans and Branches. Having elucidated the circumstances surrounding the harsh winter, Luo Xiaran felt a notable sense of tranquility within her heart. Regardless of the situation, the quality of the safe zones directly impacted her business, and she harbored a sincere hope for the survival of an increasing number of humanity. Despite the apparent might of the inn, it was, after all, governed by numerous constraints. The absence of advanced technology within the inn meant relying solely on seamstresses and similar resources would only lead to a regression of civilization. Humanity epitomizes the principle of survival of the fittest. From Luo Xiaran's scant memories, she recalled that a year into the apocalypse, scientists would develop methods to harness energy from crystal cores and even create crystal-based weaponry. However, as she was not a combatant at that time, she had no direct experience with such weaponry. Presently, she lacked access to scientific experts and could only await encouraging news from other safe zones. Moreover, under the current circumstances, communication was nearly impossible. Even the safe bases nearest to Anping district could not facilitate the exchange of resources. In such perilous conditions, the existence of caravans was even more improbable. Speaking of caravans, while Luo Xiaran could potentially expand her inn's branches into other safe zones, each new establishment required a significant expenditure of energy points, not to mention the upgrades necessary for these branches. She believed that establishing a caravan to engage in trade would greatly benefit her. After all, It was likely that no one else in the world could consume crystal cores as she could. Not only did her inn require them, but the people around her did as well, primarily because she had found herself surrounded by those with supernatural abilities. To thrive in this post-apocalyptic world, one must grow stronger to avoid being oppressed. Reliance on external factors is ultimately not a sustainable path. Thus, Luo Xiaran's necessity for crystal cores was paramount, and she could not afford to be without them. While others might zealously hunt zombies to acquire crystal cores for better sustenance, her motivation was to enhance her very existence. However, she recognized the folly of being overly ambitious. Therefore, despite her urgent desire for more crystal cores, she resolved to take measured steps. The immediate priority was to assemble a team and then return to H province as winter approached. She had already decided that the first branch would be established in H province. Luo Xiaran's quest for vengeance extended beyond merely eliminating Wu Yan'an. Thus, having a branch and a secure base would allow her to strategize with greater assurance. With the inn, she could provide more resources. Although the branches could not cultivate crops, she could still mobilize the supplies stored within the warehouses. Therefore, even if she ventured far afield, as long as there was an inn, she would have a continuous supply of resources at her disposal. Most importantly, she could transfer from one into another in a matter of seconds. Although this capability was restricted to her alone, it proved to be exceedingly convenient. After indulging in her musings for a while, the commotion outside the morning hall broke her reverie. Upon regaining her focus, she noticed several individuals clad in military uniforms entering. Among them the bald man and the middle-aged gentleman with whom she had transacted a few days prior. Uncertain of their intentions, Luo Xiaran pondered for a moment before deciding to take her leave. After all, whatever transpired was a matter concerning the Jun family, and as outsiders, it would be prudent for them to minimize their presence. After departing from the villa, I drove back to the inn, where the esteemed manager had once again acquired over 300 crystal cores. After bestowing the crystal cores upon Luo Xiaran and Chu Xinrui, Luo Xiaran proceeded to the embroidery building in the backyard, where two seamstresses were situated. Previously, Luo Xiaran had expedited the cultivation of a batch of mulberry silkworms, and at this moment, the seamstresses were diligently extracting silk and meticulously crafting fabric. Meanwhile, cotton lay spread out in the courtyard of the embroidery building, and the dyed fabric was elegantly draped over a tall drying rack on the opposite side. Chapter 152. Heavy snow. On that midnight, snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, descended from the heavens, blanketing the earth in mere minutes. Everything was enveloped in a silvery shroud, and the world fell into profound silence. Many survivors, deep in slumber, were oblivious to the shift in weather, lost in the stillness of the night. Those fortunate enough to reside within the confines of the inn, despite lacking adequate winter attire, awoke in time to move their bodies, thus evading the grasp of death during the first snowfall of the apocalypse. Luo Xiaran had diligently prepared for the winter. The inn maintained a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Although a few guests were stirred awake by the chill, they merely retrieved blankets from the cabinets and resumed their sweet dreams. Upon opening the window at dawn, gazing at the expanse of white in the courtyard, Luo Xiaran sighed, feeling a sense of resolution. After all, the long-awaited heavy snow had finally arrived. Had she been trapped outside, it would have posed a significant danger. As the snow continued to fall relentlessly, Luo Xiaran refrained from allowing anyone to clear the accumulating snow. Dressed in thick, warm clothing and a down jacket, she stepped onto the snowy ground, listening to the crunching sound beneath her feet as she made her way to the inn. The kitchen staff had prepared a pot of ginger soup, which the attendant served to those who had awakened. Breakfast consisted of meat buns and vegetable porridge, with Luo Xiaran, Chu Xinrui, and Ku Nianyuan each receiving a cup of milk. Luo Xiaran had specifically raised several dairy goats and cows within the inn to meet her family's needs. Remembering the cows, Luo Xiaran turned to Chuijiu and inquired, "Uncle Chui, have you delivered the supplies I prepared for Heisheng and the others?" The 8 hunting dogs resided in the stable outside the inn, and Luo Xiaran had given Chuijiu several blankets that morning, only to forget amidst the sudden snowfall. "Rest assured, miss. Shortly after the snow began, I delivered the supplies, and this morning I brought them several buckets of hot meat soup. Everything is in order." Chuijiu, naturally concerned for the hunting dogs, would have preferred to share meals and lodgings with them, were it not for the need to accommodate guests. Currently, the inn housed Luo Xiaran and her family, along with Chuijiu, Ku Nianyuan, Long Liming, Ma Jianing, Sui Jing, Chong Yan, Taming, Lin Yun, and 5 friends of Chong Yan. Lin Yun and Fan Jiren had been brought over by Taming. having developed feelings for Lin Yun following a conversation with Xiao Wan. Taming had taken the initiative to pursue a relationship with her a few days prior. Although there were no guests at the inn at present, Luo Xiaran was immensely satisfied. After all, the purpose of establishing the inn was to conduct business. The daily ebb and flow of patrons had rendered her indifferent to the expenses associated with accommodations and meals. Furthermore, the residents frequently contributed numerous crystal cores or supplies to the head steward, which proved profitable for Luo Xiaran. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the lobby, engaging in casual conversation. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, accumulating to nearly a meter in thickness, casting a somber expression upon each face. If it were not for Luo Xiaran, perhaps they would have succumbed to the sudden onset of scorching heat or heavy snowfall, perishing in the aftermath. The group collectively pondered this in their hearts, feeling a profound gratitude towards Luo Xiaran's generosity. Were it not for her decision to keep them by her side, none would have believed they could navigate the apocalypse with such ease. Not only were their basic needs met, but they were also spared from the threats posed by others and the wrath of nature. In fact, this post-apocalyptic existence seemed to afford them a greater sense of comfort than life before the catastrophe. However, after merely a few days apart from Taming, even with Fan Jiren's protection, Lin Yun nearly fell victim to unspeakable misfortune, leaving her with a multitude of reflections. Had Luo Xiaran not consented to her residing there, Lin Yun could scarcely imagine what fate awaited her. Chapter 153. Dogput sled. The heavy snow fell relentlessly for an entire day, enveloping the entire safety zone. The streets were buried under nearly 2 meters of snow. At the entrance of an inn, Luo Xiaran had arranged for Taming, who possessed ice abilities, and Mao Jianing, who wielded fire abilities, to clear the snow. Fortunately, both elemental powers were impervious to the cold, although the task was somewhat laborious. Luo Xiaran had thoughtfully instructed the chef to prepare a sumptuous lamb hotpot, having slaughtered a plump sheep and gathered an ample supply of fresh vegetables. Even if it required effort, indulging in such a lavish meal made it worthwhile. Despite the cessation of the snowfall, the entire safety zone remained eerily silent. Standing at the inn's entrance and scanning the surroundings with her mental power, she discerned several bodies, stiff and silent, buried beneath the snow in the corners. After all, not everyone could afford shelter in the apocalypse, and the Jun family, having faced dwindling supplies, certainly had no reason to offer accommodations. With a faint sigh, Luo Xiaran retracted her mental energy. The world was vast, and she could not save everyone. It was best for each person to tend to their own affairs. Ignoring the frost on their neighbor's roof, at noon, they gathered around the hearth to enjoy a steaming lamb hotpot, each partaking of warming rice wine. Luo Xiaran then began to outline her plans. Given the thick layer of snow outside and the unlikeliness of clear weather in the immediate future, while visitors could not traverse to them, they could provide a delivery service. However, due to the unsafe conditions for vehicles, they would begin crafting a few sleds. It would be much safer to have the sleds pulled by the dogs than to rely on vehicles. Moreover, dogs were inherently vigilant, ensuring that even without a vehicle, they would not easily fall into danger. In her childhood at the old residence, Luo Xiaran had also played with dogput sleds. They were a remarkably convenient mode of transport across the snow. Furthermore, the local dogs at that time could pull several hundred pounds of corn cobs, let alone the evolved mutant animals. The idea of making sleds was indeed commendable, but it seemed that none present possessed the skills to construct them. Chu Xinruai, sipping her ginger tea, furrowed her brows and remarked, "While we may have all played with them, I doubt anyone here knows how to make one." "Well, we can take our time to study it. After all, we have plenty of time. As long as it is sturdy enough, it need not resemble the sleds we used to play with," Luo Xiaran replied with a helpless smile. The apocalypse had arrived so abruptly. Otherwise, she would have prepared snowmobiles or similar contraptions. Miss Luo, I can actually make sleds," a man's voice interjected from a nearby table. Luo Xiaran and Chu Xinruei turned to see Fan Jiren speaking up. "Really?" Luo Xiaran asked, her disbelief evident. It seemed her luck had been remarkably fortuitous since her rebirth, as even the most casual encounters proved beneficial. "Ah, I can also do some carpentry. My father was a carpenter," Fan Jiren said, scratching his head awkwardly under the gaze of the others. "There aren't many people making furniture these days, so I came out to work." "That's wonderful. Do you have any specific needs for the materials? Please make a list of what you require, and I will search the warehouse." Luo Xiaran smiled with delight. "Are you capable of crafting wooden barrels or tubs?" The large jar in the backyard for pickling vegetables is somewhat insufficient. Perhaps you could look into it as well. Certainly. Miss Luo, rest assured. As long as there is an ample supply of wood and I have the necessary tools, I can manage, Fan Zhiren replied enthusiastically, feeling a sense of relief at the prospect of being useful. Having enjoyed a life of comfort and abundance, Fan Zhiren had harbored concerns about the possibility of being cast aside by Luo Xiaran, though he himself was of an age where such matters seemed trivial. He worried for Lin Yun, who was still young. The two had relied on each other for so many years, and he could not bear the thought of leaving her alone. Chapter 154. Delivering supplies. The departed have found their peace, yet those who remain shall persist. Though the snowfall has ceased, the temperature continues to plummet. By the following day, it has dipped below 20 degrees Celsius, with no one to clear the accumulating snow. It lies thick upon the streets, devoid of any human presence. Two seamstresses have crafted thicker down jackets and cotton trousers, utilizing the outer fabric from previously disassembled factory-produced down jackets, while the interiors are filled with cotton and stitched with silk cloth, rendering them impermeable to the cold and remarkably warm. After equipping her own people at the inn from head to toe, Luo Xiaran urged the seamstresses to expedite the production of cotton garments intended for exchange. Although the cotton used is far from the finest quality, it still serves the purpose of warmth. Unable to establish communication with the inner city, Luo Xiaran remains uncertain of the situation with the Jun family. After much contemplation, she decided to take a batch of winter clothing and cotton boots collected earlier, embarking towards the inner city on a sled crafted by Fan Zhiren. With only one sled completed and the frigid air outside, she was accompanied by Mao Jianing and Taming, two individuals undeterred by the cold, even bundled up tightly. The exposed eyes of Luo Xiaran were stung by the biting wind, making it difficult to keep them open. The cold air seemed to penetrate her clothing, causing involuntary shivers. The sled was pulled by the lead dog, Heishan, along with two reinforced hunting dogs, while the remaining dogs trailed behind, providing protection. Heishan and the other hunting dogs were also clad in the cotton garments specially made by Luo Xiaran. Had it not been for the hindrance of cotton boots on the dogs' agility, she would have armed them to the teeth. Upon reaching the gates of the inner city, they found no sentinels guarding the entrance. Luo Xiaran surmised that either the Jun family had consolidated their manpower or some significant event had transpired within the city. This highlighted the disadvantage of her residing in the outer city. Should any incident arise in the inner city, it would be challenging for her to gather information. Despite the chief steward having his own informants, the cold and heat had taken their toll, leaving only a scant few. And even fewer could gain access to the inner city. After leaving a long trail in the snow, the sled finally came to a halt at the entrance of the Jun family's villa. With no one to guard the entrance, Luo Xiaran activated her mental energy to signal her arrival to the Jun family. Surely, Shao Zhenyan would be by Jun Lai's side, as Luo Xiaran anticipated. Within 2 minutes, a fire elemental ability user named Huang Wenza appeared, leading a few others to open the door. Having previously met Luo Xiaran during her last visit, he greeted her with a slight smile. "Miss Luo, what brings you here today?" he inquired, tightening his coat against the chilling wind, which, despite his resilience, was still uncomfortable. Although they were aware of the fallout between Luo Xiaran and Jun Lai, Huang Wenza, understanding the temperament of the Jun family, did not believe that Jun Lai would relinquish someone like Luo Xiaran. Moreover, given the resources she possessed, which they were unaware of, it would be imprudent to sever ties entirely, regardless of personal sentiments. If it were not for the miscellaneous grains sent by Luo Xiaran before the heavy snowfall, they would not have been able to procure sufficient supplies for the winter. With this thought, the group found themselves secretly hoping that Luo Xiaran would be with Jun Lai. "Worried that you may not have enough cotton clothing, I also brought over some charcoal that I made myself." Since Fan Zhiren required timber to construct the sled, Luo Xiaran did not hesitate to summon forth a batch of trees, resulting in a considerable amount of charcoal. As Luo Xiaran entered the villa, she discovered it was densely populated with people. The ground was strewn with numerous sleeping bags and quilts, and charcoal basins filled the air with a somewhat fetid atmosphere, prompting her to furrow her brow in discomfort. Chapter 155. The military power has been reclaimed. Why has everyone moved over here? Luo Xiaran inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. As far as she knew, the neighboring village should belong to the Jun family. Even if it were for the sake of conserving coal and warmth, it would make sense to relocate everyone. Moreover, the fact that even the old Master Jun's memorial tablet had been moved seemed to indicate that this was not merely for warmth. This. Huang Wenza's expression darkened, and he found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Shao Zhenyan and Junlai descended from the upper floor, hastily diverting the topic. Miss Luo, the boss is down. You should go over. I've had the things moved in directly. Alright, then you go ahead and attend to your tasks. She replied with a resigned nod. As she lifted her gaze towards the staircase, she locked eyes with Junlai, noticing that in the short span of 2 days, he appeared even more haggard and sullen. Clearly, the passing of the old Master Jun had taken a significant toll on him. With a twinge of sympathy, she approached the two men, disregarding Shao Zhenyan's disdainful gaze. I brought some winter clothes and blankets I had collected. Why has everyone relocated here? Junlai waved Shao Zhenyan away before responding. Let's discuss this in the study upstairs. It's rather noisy down here. His voice was hoarse, as though he hadn't had a drink in quite some time. Ascending to the 3rd floor, they entered a study filled with books. At the center stood a round table surrounded by 10 chairs, resembling a conference room. However, due to the abundance of books, there was no brazier, leaving the room filled with frigid air. How could you come over in such cold? Please refrain from doing so again, Junlai admonished. Though he felt pleased that Luo Xiaran was concerned about him, yet, he remained worried that, as a fire element ability user, he was better equipped to withstand the cold than she was, fearing she might fall ill. In times like this, even a slight cold could be perilous. I'm fine. I dressed warmly. But you still haven't answered my question, Luo Xiaran pressed, noticing Junlai's evasive demeanor. The old Master Jun's death would inevitably impact the Jun family. But she was uncertain how profound that impact would be and whether it would extend to her and the inn. It's nothing serious. They have reclaimed my grandfather's military authority. So the defense of the safe zone will no longer be the Jun family's responsibility, which alleviates some burden. I plan to have everyone move to the outer city. Since you are here, is there still room at the inn? I'll take a few people over first, Junlai said with a slight smile, appearing relaxed. Were it not for the old Master Jun, Junlai would not have considered the safety of the zone. However, he was determined not to submit to coercion. The thought that they began to act immediately after his grandfather's passing ignited a cold gleam in his eyes. That works as well. The distinction between the inner city and outer city is minimal, especially since you are not short on supplies or manpower. Luo Xiaran nodded in agreement. To her, the military authority was merely a formality. Among those following Junlai, few were driven by a thirst for power. Furthermore, what significance does power hold in a post-apocalyptic world? It is the abundance of resources and formidable strength that forms the bedrock for survival in such dire times. Contemplating this, Luo Xiaran could not help but continue. Not long ago, I acquired a spacious bathing center in the outer city. Perhaps you should consider relocating there with your people. Even if she wished to distance herself from any romantic entanglements with Junlai, he remained a powerful ally. Moreover, the absence of Junlai's father, Jun Laoyi, heightened Luo Xiaran's sense of unease and danger. Thus, she opted not to revisit the discord that had transpired between them. Subtly extending an olive branch through the bathing center. Chapter 156, Breaking Your Wings. Alright, let them gather their belongings and relocate shortly. Junlai nodded, the gloom in his gaze dissipating entirely. He turned to Luo Xiaran and inquired, is everything on your side sufficient? There is no need to send more my way. As the weather turned cold, it was essential to keep moving. One must adapt to the circumstances ahead. It's adequate. I can now stimulate the growth of vegetables. When you venture out, do bring back some seeds, and I will assist in their cultivation, but I shall need crystal cores in return. Upon hearing Junlai's agreement, Luo Xiaran sensed a shift in his emotions and felt a slight relief in her heart. She found it increasingly challenging to fathom Junlai's temperament. Yet distancing herself from him was not an option at present. Very well, I shall send the crystal cores to you when the time comes. Junlai was already well aware of Luo Xiaran's fixation on the crystal cores. Among the entire safe zone, it was likely that she had accumulated the most. Exchanging her provisions for cores. Although he remained uncertain of her ultimate motives, Junlai was determined to procure whatever she desired. Previously, Junlai had indeed been quite furious with Luo Xiaran, yet the passing of the old master had illuminated the fact that he could not bear to part with her. If providing sufficient crystal cores could keep her by his side, why not pursue it? Even though he understood the impracticality of such a notion. One must act to discover the truth. Moreover, considering that Luo Xiaran had consistently thought of him and delivered supplies, Junlai felt a surge of joy. With this in mind, he could not help but grasp Luo Xiaran's right hand, gently caressing it while he held the teacup. Suddenly seized by Junlai. Luo Xiaran was momentarily taken aback before attempting to withdraw her hand. Unfortunately, Junlai tightened his grip, subtly indicating an intent to apply more pressure. Not one to seek out suffering, Luo Xiaran bit her lip, halting her struggle and uttering, "Junlai, let go, you're going to hurt me." Aware that her physical strength paled in comparison to his, she nonetheless retrieved a few seeds from her backpack, holding them in her palm for emergencies. Even if she couldn't overpower him, at least she could prevent him from stopping her should she attempt to leap out of the study window. In the courtyard, Heishan and the hunting dogs were present, and Ma Jianing along with Taming were downstairs. It was possible to retreat unscathed, however. If others within the villa were to intervene, the consequences would be dire. Hence, Luo Xiaran dared not confront Junlai directly unless absolutely necessary. "Why do you continually reject me? Since you no longer harbor feelings for Wu Yinan, why not consider accepting my affections?" Junlai loosened his grip slightly, but did not relinquish her hand. He gazed earnestly into Luo Xiaran's eyes, his question imbued with sincerity and affection. While his innate abilities unconsciously radiated, rendering her immobile and hesitant to move. "I have already stated that I cannot provide what you seek. I cannot reciprocate your feelings. Moreover, I shall never be with anyone in this lifetime." A chill ran down her spine as Luo Xiaran felt engulfed by Junlai's imposing aura, her voice trembling with panic. Junlai was on the verge of advancing his abilities. In seeking equality, his offensive prowess far surpassed her own by 100-fold. Indeed, some individuals are born as the favored children of destiny. Even in the absence of their own foresight, Junlai surpasses her in every aspect. A thought that fills Luo Xiaran's heart with profound resentment. "I do not require anything from you. Merely your presence by my side suffices." Junlai tenderly caressed Luo Xiaran's cheek, his gaze distant as he murmured, "I have lost all patience. If I were to break your wings, would you no longer yearn to depart?" Chapter 157, A Desperate Standoff. "Then you may as well try. At worst, we'll both perish together." Although a sense of unease flickered within her, apprehensive that Junlai might truly take drastic measures, Luo Xiaran resolutely refused to yield. With an impassive gaze fixed upon him, she allowed his touch, articulating her words with deliberate clarity. "How, you are indeed the woman I have chosen," Junlai exclaimed. His spirit rekindled as he reveled in the softness of her skin. "No matter how many times you reject me, I remain insistent. Even if you desire the world, I shall lay it at your feet. All I ask is your eternal companionship. Enough of your soliloquy. My legs are my own. I can traverse any distance without you." Luo Xiaran retorted, relief washing over her as she noticed Junlai returning to a semblance of normalcy, though she refused to concede any ground. Yet, men often take advantage of such moments, and she regretted relinquishing the bathing center to him. At that moment, Luo Xiaran also recognized the considerable advantages of her psychic abilities, which, however, came with significant drawbacks. Each encounter with Junlai heightened her sensitivity to his emotional fluctuations, rendering her increasingly uncomfortable. After all, he emanated a chilling aura, amplified within her perception. With a heavy sigh, she preempted Junlai from speaking further, retracting her hand and rising. "It's been a while since I stepped out. If it snows again, it won't bode well. I shall escort everyone home. The bathing center is located at 123 X Street. Here are the keys. Do as you see fit. I invested a substantial sum to acquire it, and the crystal core is accounted for." Though her initial intent was to house her own people there, yielding it to Junlai still bore its rewards. His manpower far exceeded hers, and each individual was a formidable asset. Even without supernatural abilities, they could easily handle the zombies. "I will ensure everything is delivered to you after I escort everyone out," Junlai shrugged, accompanying her as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found others busily preparing a meal, merging instant noodles with hand-pulled noodles, complemented by a few wholesome green cakes that were both flavorful and filling. Disregarding Junlai, Luo Xiaran swiftly boarded the sleigh with her companions, propelling towards the inn. As they arrived at the entrance, she noticed 5 modified black SUVs parked on the cleared ground outside. Furrowing her brows slightly, she instructed Taming to take the sleigh to the stable while she and Ma Jianing hurried into the inn, pondering who might have returned. Could it be a business opportunity? "Madam Boss, you're back. Young Master Leng has checked in with over 20 people. I've arranged accommodations for them on the 2nd floor," the chief steward reported, having been waiting nearby and noticing her arrival. As Luo Xiaran entered, she spotted Lin Xi seated with Luo Xiaoxian, sipping tea. She offered a subtle note to the chief steward before making her way towards the two. Brother Leng, what brings you back in this frigid weather? Is there something amiss? Luo Xiaran was indeed taken aback by the unexpected return of Leng Xi, prompting her to inquire directly. It's nothing. I initially intended to return to Province J, but was unable to proceed due to the sweltering heat along the way, so I turned back. Then I was halted by heavy snowfall outside the city. The contrast between the heat and the cold has truly been quite a trial, Leng Xi replied with a smile. Of course, whether this was the truth or not was known only to Leng Xi herself. Chapter 158, A Conversation in the Room. The heavy snowfall is likely to last for months. What is the situation outside the city? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaran refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that Leng Xi appeared disinclined to elaborate. The snow has sealed the mountains, rendering movement impossible. Had I not seen it beforehand, we might have truly been buried under the snow. Leng Xi sighed, his thoughts weighed down by the desolate ruins beyond the city walls. It seemed that only a handful of individuals remained alive in the entirety of S City, and outside the safe zone, if there were around 10,000 souls. It would truly be a stroke of luck. Indeed, that would be fortunate. I intend to seize this opportunity to travel to H province amidst the snow, as the undead outside would also be affected by the blizzard. Does Brother Leng still have any crystal cores? Otherwise, we would have to wait for several months. Luo Xiaran gently tapped her fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Given Junlai's current demeanor, Luo Xiaran was reluctant to prolong the matter. Moreover, it had been quite some time since Wu Yanan was on the other side. Her patience was wearing thin. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. And she recalled that Wu Yanan would soon become an important figure within the safe zone. It's alright, I can wait. There's no need for you to worry, Ran. As for H province, I am uncertain about its state. If you choose to go, you must exercise utmost caution. Despite possessing prophetic abilities, one cannot control such powers. And Leng Xi could not predict what Luo Xiaran might encounter. Thus he could only offer his admonition. The distance from L province to H province is considerable, and most routes are buried under snow. At this time, no one is salting the roads to melt the snow, and vehicles lack winter tires, making long journeys exceedingly perilous. As long as Brother Long is not in a hurry, I will act with care. Luo Xiaran nodded, understanding that Leng Xi was unable to foresee matters pertaining to her, leaving her uncertain whether to feel relieved or otherwise. She was wary of Leng Xi's foresight regarding her fate, while simultaneously hoping for favorable outcomes. Yet unfortunately, prophetic abilities are both powerful and enigmatic. In her previous life, Luo Xiaran had never grasped their essence, nor did she know how to control them. While the two conversed, Junlai, accompanied by Shao Shenyan and a few others, was the first to depart from the Jun family villa. Following them, Qi Zichun led the group to the bathing center purchased by Luo Xiaran, while Junlai and his companions made their way to Luo Xiaran's inn. Upon entering the inn, Junlai observed Luo Xiaran and Leng Xi engaged in light-hearted conversation. His sharp gaze fixated on Leng Xi as he approached the two, his expression unreadable as he took a seat directly before them. Luo Xiaran had sensed Junlai's presence the moment he stepped into the inn, biting her lip. She nonetheless allowed him and his companions entry, even personally pouring a cup of tea for Junlai once he was seated. Young Master Leng, it is a pleasure to see you again. Junlai lifted his teacup, gesturing to Leng Xi with a smile that belied the coldness in his eyes, which Leng Xi perceived with clarity. With a resigned smile, Leng Xi joined Junlai for a cup of tea before responding. Since young Master Jun appears to have some leisure today, why not join me in my room for a discussion? Having foreseen certain matters between Junlai and Luo Xiaran, Leng Xi held a fondness for Luo Xiaran and wished to prevent the scenarios he had envisioned from coming to fruition. Had it not been for Luo Xiaran, Leng Xi might have returned to J province long ago. After all, she is his younger sister, is she not? Leng Xi has always been quite protective of her. Naturally, there is no issue with that. Upon hearing this, Junlai nodded in agreement. Although he was uncertain of Leng Xi's intentions, this was his territory, and Junlai felt no fear. Moreover, he was curious to discover what purpose Leng Xi had in remaining in S City, close to Luo Xiaran. Chapter 559. Xi Rulan. Although she was somewhat curious about the conversation between Leng Xi and Junlai, Luo Xiaran chose not to speak as she watched the two ascend the stairs, knowing that Shao Shenyan harbored no fondness for her. She refrained from joining them at their table after exchanging pleasantries. At that moment, Xi Rulan, her face pale and wrapped in a cotton coat with her long hair pinned up, approached from the side. Seeing that Shao Shenyan showed no sign of disapproval, she took a seat beside Luo Xiaran. Miss Luo, may I inquire if you have any red dates or brown sugar? Xi Rulan, merely 24 years of age, suffered from menstrual pains each month due to a difficult upbringing. The sudden heavy snowfall not only left her legs icy but also resulted in unbearable abdominal cramps. Were it not for the excruciating discomfort, she would not have dared to speak. In truth, Xi Rulan felt rather awkward in the Jun household, as she was the kept woman of Xiaoxian. Ever since reaching adulthood, she had been with him, and despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, he was far from tender at night. Fortunately, she managed to maintain a satisfactory existence, needing only to cater to this one man. After the apocalypse, had it not been for Xi Rulan awakening her water-based abilities, she doubted Xiaoxian would have cared much for her well-being. Yet, with many water-based abilities present in the Jun family, she found herself lacking better support and had to fight fiercely against zombies. If she were expelled from Jun's group, her survival would be uncertain. Nonetheless, no matter the challenges ahead, Xi Rulan was determined to live on. Her existence was a testament to her mother, who was cast out for becoming pregnant before marriage and fought valiantly to bring her into the world. Thus, no matter the bloodshed or tears, she resolved to endure. I have dried dates. How many would you like? Luo Xiaran replied with an understanding smile. Though she knew little of Xi Rulan, it was, after all, a matter of business. I possess only 50 level 1 crystal cores. You may take whatever you deem appropriate, Xi Rulan said, acutely aware that dried dates and brown sugar were rare commodities. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Despite always accompanying the Jun group, her lack of offensive prowess with her water abilities rendered her efforts futile. She relied solely on her saber, yielding meager returns. Moreover, the crystal cores collected by the Jun family were to be submitted for unified distribution, and as her water abilities were of little value, her share was even smaller. Yet, the members of the Jun family were unlikely to covet such trivial matters. Very well, I shall give you 20 dried dates and a bag of brown sugar. Would you like some bread? I have both large and small. In the post-apocalyptic world, women face the greatest dangers, not only from the threat of zombies, but also from the predatory gaze of men. Furthermore, the monthly cycle only served to attract more zombies, which is why the number of women had dwindled since the collapse of society. Many groups often refused to accept women, and those who were taken infrequently became mere objects for gratification. Luo Xiaran discerned that Xiaoxian's group was indifferent to Xi Rulan. Compared to their initial meeting, Xi Rulan seemed considerably more cautious. Thus Luo Xiaran felt no qualms about offering her a bit of leniency. Luo Xiaran remained oblivious to the fact that initially, Xiaoxian and his companions valued Xi Rulan as water-based abilities, which rendered her a figure of considerable importance. However, as the number of individuals possessing water abilities increased, Xi Rulan's significance gradually diminished. Furthermore, the Jun family, predominantly composed of men, harbored a disdain for Xi Rulan, who resorted to selling her body. Consequently, Xi Rulan was compelled to exercise utmost caution to avoid being ousted from the group. Chapter 160, Resolving Personal Matters after instructing the Innkeeper to collect the crystal cores and fetch supplies from the head manager. Luo Xiaran requested that a pot of hot tea be brought to Xi Rulan. However, the pot contained not tea leaves, but safflower, which Luo Xiaran had specially prepared for Chu Xinruei before the apocalypse. Grateful, Xi Rulan smiled at Luo Xiaran and cleverly returned to the corner table with the teapot. Upon tasting the medicinal flavor, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise, yet she bowed her head in silence. Her silence did not imply indifference. Xi Rulan had already resolved to give most of the crystal cores she received to Luo Xiaran. After all, Luo Xiaran had essentially gifted her these precious items, and Xi Rulan was certainly not one to overlook such kindness. Gently touching her face, which bore the weariness of the post-apocalyptic world, Xi Rulan sighed softly. Before the calamity, her youthful appearance had often brought her trouble, yet it did not mean she disliked her looks. Which woman is indifferent to her own beauty? Luo Xiaran remained unaware of Xi Rulan's thoughts as she sat at the table, cracking sunflower seeds. It was only when Junlai emerged from Longxi's room, his expression unchanged, that Luo Xiaran felt a slight sense of relief. Unaware of the conversation between Longxi and Junlai, she noted that Junlai's aura had become remarkably stable, dispelling the previous chill and allowing Luo Xiaran to feel more at ease in his presence. Smiling as she bid farewell to Junlai and his companions, she then turned to the second floor, heading to Chongyan's room. At that moment, Chongyan had moved out of his single room and was now sharing a large dormitory with Su Song, while Wu Xing and Lu Tangtong had settled into the room occupied by Shuai Jing. Knocking on the door. Luo Xiaran entered to find Chongyan and the others chatting on the bed. Chongyan smiled at Su Xing, who had just walked in, and then spoke. I plan to open a branch in H province and address some personal matters. If you're free, I would like you to accompany me. In a world fraught with danger, although Luo Xiaran lacked manpower, she preferred that those who joined her did so willingly. Moreover, these individuals were friends of Chongyan, and she trusted that he would persuade them. Furthermore, without crystal cores to earn within the safe zone, one could not cultivate their abilities. Luo Xiaran believed that Chongyan and the others would not relish such a stagnant existence, as no one would willingly forego the opportunity to acquire greater power. Not a problem, Xiaoran. When do you plan to depart? Chongyan replied after exchanging glances with the others. Knowing that the Luo family originated from H province made the desire to return quite understandable. Additionally, traveling together would strengthen their abilities. And they all comprehended the adage that fortune favors the bold. After enjoying the benefits of accompanying Luo Xiaran for so long, it was only fitting that they demonstrate their own worth. At the end of this month, as we are uncertain when the heavy snow will resume, we will wait and observe, Luo Xiaran said, pressing her lips together. Despite reflecting for a long time, her memories of the early days of the apocalypse were still rather scarce. Back then, she had been protected by Wu Yan'an, her eyes clouded by love, seeing nothing else. Will Mr. and Mrs. Luo remain here? Chongyan felt that there ought to be someone remaining to guard the shop and conduct transactions. However, he was uncertain whether the couple, Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrua, would allow Luo Xiaran to embark on such risks. It was bitterly cold outside, and their staying here seemed far more prudent. From the very beginning, Luo Xiaran had no intention of bringing Luo Xiaoxian along. The burden of hatred was hers alone to bear. Furthermore, should Luo Xiaoxian choose to intervene, his decisive strike would only serve to deepen the resentment in Luo Xiaran's heart. Chapter 161, blocked at the door after making her decision. Luo Xiaran began contemplating who would be the most suitable to remain behind in the room. Chongyan's dark abilities were a priority for Luo Xiaran's cultivation. Yet she felt uneasy about not leaving an offensive capability for Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrui. What if, one day, Luo Xiaoxian and Chu Xinrui ventured out of the inn? Although Luo Xiaoxian's metal abilities were formidable, he could not match the youthful vigor of the younger generation. Despite her well-considered thoughts, she was met with a firm rejection from Luo Xiaoxian. In his eyes, Wu Yan'an was hardly a concern, as long as their family could live harmoniously together. There was no need to take such risks. Furthermore, they had been away from H province for quite some time and were uncertain about Wu Yan'an's current circumstances. If he were to meet an untimely demise, Luo Xiaran's journey would have been in vain. Although the likelihood of such an event was slim, Luo Xiaoxian was unwilling to let Luo Xiaran return, for he could not bear the thought of leaving her in jeopardy. Most importantly, the notion of leaving both of them in S City was intolerable to Luo Xiaoxian. He perceived himself as a father and a husband. How could he allow his daughter to embark on perilous adventures while he remained in a safe haven? Despite Chongyan and his companions being reliable, human nature is unpredictable. The journey would undoubtedly be fraught with danger, and should anyone harbor ulterior motives, the consequences could be dire. Yet, Luo Xiaran remained resolute in her decision. After a weary exchange of arguments, it was ultimately Luo Xiaoxian who conceded. Chu Xinrui was right. Wu Yan'an had become a knot in Luo Xiaran's heart, and unless it was unraveled completely, it would hinder her future. Since the apocalypse, Luo Xiaran had not experienced genuine happiness, not even for a fleeting moment. Moreover, the appearance of Junlai had only fortified her defenses. As a mother and a woman, Chu Xinrui understood some of Luo Xiaran's feelings. Furthermore, as daughters grow, it is natural for them to seek independence from their parents and gain experience. In these tumultuous times, they could no longer shield their daughter as they once did. It was essential for Luo Xiaran to cultivate her own strength, thereby preventing a scenario where she might be left alone and vulnerable in the world. Having persuaded her parents, Luo Xiaran commenced organizing supplies in her system backpack. The frigid journey necessitated thorough preparation. Essentials for sustenance, clothing, shelter, and transportation must not be overlooked. Luo Xiaran was not one to compromise her well-being. In the end, she finalized the list of those who would accompany her. In addition to Chongyan and his 5 companions, she included the 8 hunting dogs, such as Heishan, for their keen alertness and ability to serve as sentinels during the night. Subsequently, Taming and the others were tasked with safeguarding Luo Xiaoxian and his wife at the inn. Luo Xiaran also encouraged them to form their own team to venture outside the safety zone to hunt zombies. taking advantage of the fact that others were hibernating for the winter, thus reaping a significant reward in crystal cores. Luo Xiaran was acutely aware that once winter concluded, the world would undergo substantial transformations. However, Luo Xiaran could not ascertain whether the changes occurred gradually or suddenly. Thus, she merely greeted Luo Xiaran and chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Since it was an inevitable occurrence, there was no point in allowing it to trouble her heart. The end of the apocalypse seemed indefinitely distant. Taking each step as it came was the most prudent course of action. Yet, when Luo Xiaran quietly finished her preparations to depart, she was unexpectedly confronted by Junlai, who had not visited for some time, along with a contingent of followers blocking the entrance of the inn. Chapter 162. Following behind her, are we preparing to depart? Is there anything we need to bring? Luo Xiaran, aware that Chongyan and the others would not divulge their plans to leave, approached Junlai with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, Junlai replied, choosing his words sparingly. He nodded slightly and added, please ensure we have ample provisions. We are venturing farther this time. By the way, from now on, my team shall be named Flame Mercenaries, since we are residing in your establishment. We may as well operate under your inn's banner. After all, we will be trading for supplies as well. Flame, you say? That sounds splendid. However, associating it with my inn is unnecessary. You should manage it independently, Luo Xiaran responded. My inn welcomes guests from all walks of life. I shall not turn away any business. This was the first time Luo Xiaran had heard the name of Junlai's team in her previous life. She had not paid attention to such matters. Moreover, given the considerable distance between Province H and Province L, even if she had heard whispers, it is unlikely she would have connected them to Junlai. Upon learning that Junlai had departed from the military with a group, Luo Xiaran had abandoned the idea of forming her own team. The safety zone, after all, remained under military control, and she had already drawn enough attention. If the military were to focus on her, she would find it difficult to refuse their scrutiny. Yet, Junlai's suggestion stirred something within her. However, recalling that his motives were to pursue her, Luo Xiaran felt uncertain about how to respond and ultimately chose to decline. Besides, with the inn nearby, Junlai would inevitably come to her for the supplies he needed, which sufficed for her. Junlai anticipated Luo Xiaran's refusal and did not press the matter further. He followed her directly to the counter and addressed the head innkeeper. Please prepare provisions for half a month, including 500 pounds of rice and flour, along with 200 pounds of cabbage, radishes, and potatoes. If you have any meat, include that as well, and perhaps some pickled vegetables and fruits. Once the head innkeeper began organizing the supplies, Junlai continued, this time, Shao Shenyan will be stationed at the safety zone or nearby to eliminate zombies. Should any issues arise, feel free to send someone for assistance. Thank you, Luo Xiaran replied, feeling a sense of relief as she observed Junlai's calm demeanor. Although Shao Shenyan harbored no fondness for her, he would not refuse Junlai's request. Initially, she had been concerned about leaving her parents behind. But with Junlai's assurance, she felt more at ease. After all, Junlai had acquired a significant amount of supplies without yet compensating with crystal cores. She could always negotiate a better deal later. With the inn storage, cellar, and granaries well stocked in advance, the head innkeeper and several attendants swiftly gathered the necessary supplies for Junlai. As she watched him secure a substantial portion of the goods and conceal the remainder for the convoy, Luo Xiaran prepared for the final details. She informed her parents about the Flame Mercenaries and replenished her inventory, ensuring her system backpack was filled with 15 slots. After acquiring a fresh batch of winter clothing from the embroiderer, she led Chongyan and the others away from the inn in 2 vehicles. After all, Luo Xiaran's journey was not solely driven by vengeance. She also aspired to expand her in business while simultaneously assessing matters related to caravans and branch establishments. Even if she did not aim to be a savior, Luo Xiaran aimed to amass more crystal cores, thus a single inn was merely an amusement. Shortly after the 2 carriages ventured beyond the safety zone, Luo Xiaran discovered that the caravan of Junlai, which had set out ahead of her, was now trailing her closely yet at a comfortable distance. Chapter 163, the rainy season, scorching heat, and bitter winter. After pondering for quite some time, feeling both amused and bewildered, Luo Xiaran still could not comprehend the intentions behind Junlai's actions. Moreover, who could have possibly leaked the information? She was certain she had revealed not a hint of her thoughts. Ever since Junlai's demeanor had shifted, Luo Xiaran had been on high alert, determined to prevent him from forcibly keeping her within the safety zone or by his side, which was why she had contemplated a covert departure. Unfortunately, she now realized that even before she could set off, she had likely already been targeted. Nevertheless, the fact that Junlai had not prohibited her from leaving and even chose to follow her personally stirred something within Luo Xiaran. Compared to the previously domineering Junlai, his sudden change in demeanor left her utterly perplexed. However, since Junlai had resolved to accompany her, she surmised that her attempts to deter him would be futile. With a resigned sigh, she chose not to halt her journey, allowing Junlai's convoy to follow her. Outside the safety zone, the snow had accumulated to over a meter high, creating perilously slippery conditions. Although Luo Xiaran had equipped her vehicle with anti-slip tires, she dared not increase her speed. In pursuit of expanding her business, she decided against taking the highway, opting instead to navigate through the city amidst the heavy snowfall. The snowstorm had also affected the zombies and mutated creatures, thus minimizing the dangers in the city as long as she remained cautious. This could very well be the best opportunity since the apocalypse, and Luo Xiaran was determined not to let it slip away. According to her recollections, by the second year of the apocalypse, the weather had stabilized, exhibiting a discernible pattern. However, the seasons had transformed, lacking the vibrant growth of spring. Now replaced by rainy season, scorching summers, and frigid winters. The rainy season was the briefest, lasting only 2 months. While the scorching heat and bitter cold spanned 5 months each, the summer temperatures could soar to 50 degrees Celsius, while the winter could plummet to over -40 degrees, making it the season with the highest mortality rate among survivors. Most plants had gradually adapted to the seasonal changes. Yet they no longer posed the same threats as they had before the apocalypse. Just as mutated animals had emerged, so too had mutated plants. And as a wood-type ability user, Luo Xiaran found herself empowered through her synergy with this altered flora, significantly enhancing her offensive capabilities. Uncertain about the exact timing of the emergence of these mutated plants, she resolved to ask Junlai's flame mercenaries to assist her in gathering more plants or seeds once winter had passed. In her previous life, Luo Xiaran had been confined by Wu Yinan, primarily existing to produce food and vegetables, secretly envying the mutated plant companions of other wood-type ability users. Perhaps it was due to Wu Yinan's excessive protection that she had only discovered in this life the rare healing ability hidden within her ostensibly weak wood-type powers. Had Wu Yinan known of her healing abilities in her past life, he likely would not have schemed against her, leading to their unintended journey to ancient times. Sensing Luo Xiaran's melancholic mood, Heishang, curled up in the passenger seat, stretched his neck and gently licked her cheek. As she came to her senses, gently stroking the head of the black mountain dog, Luo Xiaran searched for a suitable place to park and rest. She took out the walkie-talkie and said, "It's noon. Let's find a spot to enjoy a warm meal to avoid catching a cold." Since she was traveling only with Chongyan and her friends, Luo Xiaran personally drove the vehicle, accompanied by the black mountain dog and 8 hunting hounds, while Chongyan's group led the way in their off-road vehicle. "Perfect. There's a dumpling restaurant right here. Let us have lunch there," Chongyan responded from the front, and soon the vehicle came to a stop by the roadside. Chapter 164. The Gao family in City F. Upon disembarking, leading the group including Heishang, they entered the dumpling restaurant only to find it in a state of disarray. A row of tables lay overturned, seemingly toppled by patrons who had departed in haste. After a thorough inspection both inside and out, it became apparent that all edible provisions had been scavenged, mercifully leaving no traces of bloodshed. The kitchen stove remained functional, with a few lumps of coal discarded nearby. Presumably for cooking purposes, the culinary duties fell to Wu Xing and Lu Tangtang, while Chongyan and several other men set about arranging a table and chairs. Lacking water-based abilities, they relied on the drinking water stored in Luo Xiaran's system backpack, which also contained a modest supply of provisions for unforeseen circumstances. This time, Luo Xiaran opted not to utilize bowls or containers, instead directly collecting well water into her backpack, amassing a staggering 100 tons. This was a discovery from her earlier experiments. Solid items were quantified by number and type, whereas liquids posed no such limitations. Each compartment essentially had no capacity restrictions. Moreover, when retrieving it, Luo Xiaran could easily feign the abilities of a water manipulator. Despite possessing her system for over 20 years, the ancient era had not necessitated such a demand for potable water. Had it not been for her earlier tentative trials, she might have overlooked this invaluable asset. To Chongyan and the others, Luo Xiaran appeared almost superhuman, endowed not only with healing botanical powers but also spatial and aquatic abilities. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the true nature of her powers remained inscrutable, as long as Luo Xiaran chose to remain silent about her hidden strengths. Once the table and chairs were cleaned, Luo Xiaran handed over the ingredients and cooking tools to the two, then stepped outside to take a seat. The chair felt uncomfortably cold, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She produced a charcoal basin and entrusted it to Su Zong, who possessed fire manipulation abilities, to kindle warmth. Xiaran, there are people trailing us. Should we shake them off? Chong Yan remarked, removing his gloves and rubbing his hands together. Due to the distance, he had not discerned who was following them. It's Junlai and his associates. We need to concern ourselves with them. We shall proceed as planned, Luo Xiaran replied, biting her lip and pausing contemplatively before continuing. First, we must visit the Gao family in City F, though I remain uncertain of their precise whereabouts. The Gao family in City F was the same clientele that Leng Xi had previously introduced, having exchanged a considerable amount of goods with Luo Xiaran. Since they had ventured out, she felt it prudent to pay a visit, hoping to earn some crystal cores in the process. Her prior gains had been largely expended. Thus even the smallest opportunity would not be overlooked. Moreover, the two brothers of the Gao family were evidently not ordinary individuals, and their willingness to part with crystal cores was quite generous. Naturally, Luo Xiaran desired a long-term association. Mr. Jun. Upon hearing her words, Chong Yan's eye started. And noticing Luo Xiaran's reluctance to elaborate, he hastily redirected the conversation. I lack knowledge of City F, but Ronggu might possess some insights. Before the apocalypse, the Gao family resided in Hexing district, which is relatively small and not in the city center. I doubt they would have evacuated, Ren Yibo interjected. Having been mentioned by Chong Yan as a hacker prior to the apocalypse, Ren Yibo had dealt in information, and thus was familiar with not only the Gao family, but also the Jun and Luo families. Well, let us proceed towards Hexing district. Should this venture prove successful, we shall have the opportunity to cultivate extraordinary abilities with the help of the crystal core. The weather is rather chilly at present, should anyone find it unbearable. Do not hesitate to voice your discomfort, especially you, Sister Ying, and Sister Tang Tang. As Wu Xing and Lu Tangtang emerged with freshly boiled hot water, Luo Xiaran remarked with a smile. Just as Luo Xiaran was about to serve some hot water to Heishan and the others, Heishan, who had been curled up on the ground, suddenly sprang up, adopting an aggressive stance with all fours on the ground, baring its teeth menacingly towards the entrance. Chapter 165. The origin of emotions rising to her feet. Luo Xiaran beheld Junlai approaching, accompanied by Junchong, through the howling cold wind. The gusts tousled Junlai's hair, yet in the faint sunlight, his eyes shimmered captivatingly upon meeting Luo Xiaran's gaze, as though he beheld the entirety of the world. A sense of discomfort settled in her rapidly beating heart. She inhaled deeply, biting her lip before resuming her seat. She lifted her teacup and took a large sip of steaming water, the scalding sensation on her tongue momentarily grounding her. Luo Xiaran was not an inexperienced maiden unaware of love's complexities. Thus, a mere glance from Junlai rendered her flustered. She had never anticipated that despite her repeated rejections, a single look from him could evoke such stirring feelings within her. Ignoring the possibility of blisters forming on her tongue, she continued to drink, lost in contemplation long after Junlai and Junchong entered the dumpling house, unable to decipher the source of her turmoil. Unbeknownst to her, emotions often arise inexplicably and take root deeply. The encounters she had with him had quietly nestled him within her heart, though she remained oblivious to this truth. Ran. Are you cold? Ignoring Chong Yan and the others, Junlai pulled a chair beside her, his expression soft with concern. However, his attention was diverted as Luo Xiaran kept her head down, concealing her emotions from him. She shook her head, discreetly biting the blister on her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to reality. No, I'm dressed warmly. Why are you following me? How did you find out? Since she was puzzled, Luo Xiaran felt no need to keep Junlai in suspense. In her view, he would not conceal anything from her, as it wasn't a matter of great significance. Yet, regarding her sudden feelings for him, she had come to a resolution. If Junlai were to change his ways and cease his coercive behavior, perhaps she would be willing to explore this newfound emotion. With the inn at her disposal, her appearance would remain unaltered, leaving her to ponder what choice Junlai would ultimately make. Would it mirror Wu Yan's decision? Her curiosity was piqued. Moreover, given the limited span of human life, dedicating 60 to 70 years to ascertain a man's feelings was not beyond her capacity to endure. After all, Junlai did not seem to mind her response to his affections, did he? Although this might seem somewhat unjust to him, he had explicitly stated that he desired her companionship. Ultimately, Luo Xiaran recognized her own selfishness. The wounds inflicted by Wu Yan had instilled a fear of emotional investment within her, yet Junlai's profound affection made it difficult for her to let go. Whether it was a conflict or selfishness, she remained steadfast in the belief that one must prioritize oneself in this world. After contemplating various justifications to convince herself, she raised her gaze and smiled at Junlai, patiently awaiting his reply. The journey back to H province is long, and I cannot thwart your decision. So I shall accompany you. It was Mr. Leng who informed me. I trust you understand. Seeing that Luo Xiaran was not angered, Junlai felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seems that the advice given by Long Xi is indeed beneficial. I shall send a message to Shao Shenyan shortly, requesting him to deliver a gift personally. Very well, I understand. We are about to have lunch. So you should return now. Contemplating Long Xi's prophetic abilities, Luo Xiaran nodded in comprehension. It is likely that Long Xi has foreseen my departure from Anping district. However, with this thought in mind, Luo Xiaran found herself even more curious about the conversation between Ling Xi and Junlai that prompted such a sudden shift in Junlai's demeanor. Chapter 166. Allow me to drive. After Junlai departed, Luo Xiaran utilized her supernatural abilities to tend to the blisters on her tongue, and thereafter, she and Chongyan enjoyed a steaming bowl of mutton soup. With 5 pounds of lamb, several large radishes, accompanied by assorted grain pancakes, they finished their meal, banishing the chill that had settled within them. After allowing a brief period for digestion, Luo Xiaran rose to gather her belongings, preparing to continue their journey. The night posed certain dangers, thus they could not afford to linger in the afternoon. I shall drive this afternoon, Chongyan spoke, intercepting Luo Xiaran as she was about to embark. The unexpected arrival of Junlai had instilled a sense of dread within Chongyan. Although he had heard from Mao Jianing that Luo Xiaran and Junlai had parted ways, the current situation suggested otherwise. It was not surprising that Chongyan found himself drawn to Luo Xiaran. Despite being a girl, her formidable strength enabled her to accomplish feats beyond the reach of many, and Chongyan himself was not particularly fond of delicate, fragile women. Moreover, Luo Xiaran had been a savior to both him and his mother. As the adage goes, one should repay a life-saving grace with their own life. The more time Chongyan spent with Luo Xiaran, the more he perceived her as a suitable companion for himself. However, Chongyan had previously inquired into Luo Xiaran's past with Trejiu and had also learned from Ren Yibo, a source of information, that she had no intentions of entering a romantic relationship at present. Therefore, he was reluctant to express his feelings too boldly. He believed that a gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, was the most prudent way to engage with Luo Xiaran. Furthermore, he understood why Luo Xiaran would brave the snow to return to H province. Until she resolved her past issues, her emotional state was likely to be precarious, and Chongyan had no desire to add to her burdens. Nevertheless, the unexpected presence of Junlai compelled him to be less discreet. Though he refrained from outright declarations, he intended to subtly reveal his feelings over time, lest he find himself prematurely eliminated from the contest for her affections. At this moment, Luo Xiaran remained blissfully unaware of Chongyan's thoughts. However, having spent the entire morning gazing at the vast expanse of white snow, her eyes, even behind sunglasses, felt somewhat strained. Without hesitation, she nodded and handed the car keys to Chongyan. Thank you for your hard work. I will rest in the back. If you tire, feel free to wake me. We must find suitable lodging before nightfall, she said, as she settled in beside Heishang, closing her eyes. With Trejiu regularly tending to Heishang, the dog emanated a pleasant scent of bath lotion, a subtle hint of lavender, which lulled Luo Xiaran into a peaceful slumber. With Heishang guarding her, Luo Xiaran felt secure. Human hearts are prone to betrayal, yet animals remain steadfast. This loyalty was one of the reasons Luo Xiaran dared to venture out with Chongyan alone. The journey proved uneventful due to the heavy snowfall, and when Luo Xiaran awoke, they had already departed from S City and were nearing F City. However, with the darkness encroaching, Chongyan and the others were in search of a place to rest for the night. Will Mr. Jun be staying with us tonight? Should we look for a larger accommodation? Noticing that Luo Xiaran had awakened, Chongyan inquired. Although he was exceedingly reluctant for Luo Xiaran to interact with Junlai, he found himself in no position to prevent it. To act too overtly would only alert Junlai, leading to a situation where his efforts would be in vain, akin to drawing a snake out of its hole only to find it has slipped away. Chapter 167. The apple sliced into 8 pieces regrettably. Chongyan ultimately did not fulfill his wish. As Luo Xiaran awoke early, She utilized the intercom to instruct the individuals in the vehicle ahead to seek a more spacious location, eventually accommodating Junlai and his entourage of over 20. This was a relatively affluent village, characterized by small 2- or 3-story buildings lining each street. Luo Xiaran and her companions selected 2 nearby houses for their stay. However, before resting, Junlai arranged for a thorough sweep of the village. Typically, rural households possess granaries or cellars, and without spatial abilities, it would be impossible to transport all their belongings. Luo Xiaran, unwilling to allow Junlai to reap the benefits, tasked Chongyan to accompany Su Zong and 2 others on an expedition. Meanwhile, Wu Xing and others joined Junchong in preparing dinner, leaving no duties for Luo Xiaran in the kitchen. She brewed a pot of floral tea and, alongside Junlai, settled in a side room around the charcoal basin, where they silently sipped tea and cracked sunflower seeds. Having spent over 20 years in ancient times, Luo Xiaran had developed a fondness for tea, reading, snacking, and enjoying light pastries during her leisure. This habit had persisted for quite some time, and she had no intention of altering it, especially considering her circumstances. In deference to Junlai, she had even brought along some peanuts, walnuts, and fruits. However, Junlai ultimately chose a bright red apple, methodically peeling it with a fruit knife. Once Luo Xiaran had finished cracking a handful of sunflower seeds, he presented her with the apple, now cut into 8 slices. Since Luo Xiaran preferred raw sunflower seeds, her mouth felt no dryness. Moreover, as this offering came from Junlai, she graciously accepted it, having already resolved to give it a try. Dinner consisted of a steaming lamb soup, generously spiced with chili, and Luo Xiaran had taken the liberty of bringing out 2 bottles of white liquor, knowing that the chilling night would be difficult to endure without it. In addition to the lamb soup, there were numerous large meat buns prepared by the cooks, which contained a considerable amount of fatty meat, all of which Luo Xiaran tossed to Junlai. He smiled as he enjoyed the buns she had thrown his way, while Chongyan, sitting nearby, appeared increasingly pale. As night fell, Junlai's team ignited 2 bonfires in the courtyard. Though they could not dispel the biting cold, they provided a measure of comfort. The night watch was divided into 2 groups among Junlai's men, as Luo Xiaran had contributed significantly to dinner and had only brought a few people along. The cold wind howled, striking the windows with a rhythmic bang. For safety and warmth, 3 to 5 individuals shared a room. Luo Xiaran brought along her 8 hunting dogs, while Junlai and Chongyan occupied the adjacent rooms. Awakened abruptly by a nightmare, Luo Xiaran found herself restless. Since returning to the post-apocalyptic world, she had grown accustomed to being haunted by nightmares each night. This was one of the reasons she was so eager to return to H province. It was her inner demon, and without resolution, she feared it would drive her to madness. As Luo Xiaran stirred, her dog, Heishan, rose alertly, licking her cheek before pricking its ears to listen for any disturbances. However, the howling wind outside masked any unusual sounds. Luo Xiaran gently caressed the black mountain, then extended her mental power, preparing to peer outside. These individuals still held value for her, and Luo Xiaran preferred not to encounter any unforeseen circumstances upon her departure. As she observed through her mental projection the dark figures approaching the bonfire in the courtyard, she rose swiftly, hastening to knock on Junlai's door. Although she sensed no immediate danger, Luo Xiaran was not inclined to believe that these approaching shadows heralded anything benevolent. Chapter 168. The mutated ants. A swarm of insects was drawn to the underground by the fire, their exact nature shrouded in mystery. Everyone was roused to vigilance, preparing for battle. The sound of knocking awakened Junlai and Chongyan. Nodding at the impeccably dressed Junlai, Luo Xiaran spoke. Since the apocalypse began, unless within the inn, Luo Xiaran had taken to sleeping fully dressed, haunted by nightmares and unable to attain restful slumber. It was evident that even with basic needs met, the mental state of survivors had deteriorated significantly. Had this been the Junlai who conferred secretly with Ling Xi, he would have urged Luo Xiaran to remain safely upstairs. However, the current Junlai understood that Luo Xiaran was not one to cower behind others for protection. She was a warrior in her own right. A sharp whistle pierced the air, its echo growing louder. Within mere seconds, all the resting team members hastily emerged from their rooms, converging in the living room below. Meanwhile, the night watch team, nestled on the sofa, remained alert despite not detecting any immediate danger. Nevertheless, since Junlai had sounded the alarm, they too adopted a state of readiness. An anomaly was detected beneath the campfire. The fire element team proceeded to tend to it with utmost caution. The earth element team prepared for an offensive, ready to bind the ground with their abilities. The courtyard, paved with concrete, was heated by the campfire, and Junlai refrained from sending anyone outside. Moreover, the nature of the approaching threat remained unknown. It was wiser to await the adversary's move. Upon hearing Junlai's command, several members of the fire element team swiftly approached the entrance, unleashing their abilities towards the campfire. With a resounding whoosh, the flames grew more vigorous, consuming the remaining wood until only a layer of ash remained. Once the fire element team stepped back, the earth element team advanced. A faint rustling sound emerged as numerous thumb-sized holes appeared in the concrete. Thanks to his enhanced vision, Jianliang was the first to notice beneath the ashen surface. Boss, it's mutated ants, as thick as a thumb. Jianliang exclaimed after a thorough inspection. As his words echoed, a swarm of black ants with crimson eyes swiftly emerged from the debris. The ground was soon covered with a dense mass of ants, numbering in the thousands, their movements producing a chilling crunch that sent shivers down one's spine and beads of cold sweat trickling down. Beside Luo Xiaran, the hunting hounds, Heishan and others, were sharpening their claws against the living room floor. However, as Luo Xiaran had not signaled for an attack, they remained idle. With her mental acuity directed towards the situation beneath the surface, Luo Xiaran instructed, seal the ground, do not let them escape. The mutated ants are edible. Indeed, one of the most insidious threats in the apocalypse was these mutated creatures dwelling within the soil. Yet, all mutated creatures were consumable, and in her previous life, Luo Xiaoran had partaken of countless creatures, from ants to mice, and even earthworms. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoran's words, the new team members instinctively turned their gazes towards Junlai. Only Lin Jia and Cui Bin, who had previously accompanied Junlai to retrieve Luo Xiaoran, swiftly deployed their earth-based abilities, repeatedly reinforcing the soil within the courtyard. Perhaps sensing the fluctuations of the earth powers, the mutated ants began to stir restlessly. Numerous ants communicated through their antennae and swiftly surged towards the interior of the house. Chapter 169, Enhancing Abilities in the blink of an eye, the mutated ants lunged forth. The earth-type ability user unleashed their powers, encircling the mutated ants, while the ice and fire-type users swiftly launched their attacks. Although Luo Xiaoran mentioned that the mutated ants were edible, not everyone would dare to sample them casually. Moreover, since they were accompanied by Junlai and his group, they were not lacking in provisions, thus they regarded these dark, ominous ants with disdain. Luo Xiaoran understood that they had not reached a desperate state. Not everyone would resort to consuming ants and earthworms. She shrugged slightly and stepped aside with Heishan and others to observe the battle. The mutated ants gnawed at the earth wall created by the earth-type ability user, as layers of soil crumbled and fell to the ground, soon creating a layer beneath them. The relentless advance of the mutated ants was fueled by the scorching flames. The battle raged on for over half an hour. And by the time all the mutated ants were exterminated, both the fire and earth-type users were utterly exhausted. Most of the ants were reduced to charred ash, with only a few preserved by the ice-type user as freezing powers. Scattered across the ground were small red crystal cores, no larger than mung beans, buried beneath layers of soil and ash. Ultimately, the water and wind-type users cleared the battlefield, recovering around 200 of these crystal cores. These belong to you, Ran. Fortunately, you discovered the presence of the mutated ants beforehand, Junlai said, taking a bottle filled with the crystal cores from one of his team members and handing it to Luo Xiaoran. Then I shall not be polite, she replied with a smile, accepting the bottle. After all, Junlai still owed her a considerable number of crystal cores, and these small cores held little value for him and his companions. Indeed, with their diminutive size, over 200 cores barely filled half a bottle. How about trying roasted ants? I believe they might be quite delectable. I brought some pepper and chili powder. Feeling pleased with her haul of crystal cores, Luo Xiaoran glanced at the ants she had left frozen in ice and cheerfully extended the invitation. Although they were not in need of food, a change of flavor could be delightful, especially considering that a year into the apocalypse, mutated animals had become exceedingly powerful, and consuming their meat could enhance one's abilities and physique. Absolutely. I would love to try the ones you roast, Ran. Junlai nodded in agreement, his smile reflecting his delight. Indeed, his intuition was correct. Luo Xiaoran's demeanor toward him had improved significantly. Had it been before, she would have never invited him to share a meal. In the end, aside from Junlai, Chongyan, Wu Ziying, and the couple Su Song remained to enjoy the roasted ants. Wu Ziying, having grown up in a mill village, was quite familiar with insects. Thus, the greatest bounty from the onslaught of mutated ants benefited her, as her abilities allowed her to command insects at her will. Consequently, Aside from the ants Luo Xiaran roasted for consumption, the remaining live ants were shared with Wu Xing to bolster her combat prowess. The roasted ants, brushed with oil and sprinkled with chili and pepper, were irresistibly fragrant and crispy. Even the night watchers could not resist joining in on the feast. By the time the grilling was complete, every last mutated ant had been devoured. Those who consumed the mutated ants discovered that within their bodies lay subtle energies. They marveled at the thought of why Luo Xiaran had insisted on remaining. Indeed, it was a treasure. Seizing the opportunity while others were unaware, they resolved to keep an eye out for more such wonders. After resting through the night, the group set forth once more, guided by Ren Yibo. As the sky darkened again, they arrived at a secure zone encircled by earthen walls and barbed wire, only to find themselves halted at the entrance. Chapter 170. The vanished left ear. The task of negotiating with the guards at the entrance was entrusted to Jun Chong, the steward. Given that City S is adjacent to City F, Jun Lai was quite aware of the Gao family's presence. Moreover, reports regarding Luo Xiaran's dealings with the Gao family had undoubtedly reached Jun Lai's ears. Not long after, Jun Chong returned. Since this outing was primarily concerning Luo Xiaran, he tacitly acknowledged her as the leader and approached her vehicle to deliver his report. Miss Luo, the Gao family indeed resides within, but each person must pay 5 pounds of grain to enter the safe zone. What do you suggest? Although they were not lacking in provisions, Jun Chong was uncertain about the duration of Luo Xiaran's stay in the safe zone and thus refrained from making a decision on his own. Let us proceed. But instead of grain, let us exchange for necessities, Luo Xiaran replied as she opened the car door, leading Jun Chong toward the guards at the entrance. Ultimately, Luo Xiaran only offered a bottle of ergo-2 and a box of slightly moldy cigarettes, successfully driving into the safe zone. Luo Xiaran had deliberately packed some luxury items in her backpack, both as gifts and to navigate such entry situations. The ergo-2 was sourced from the distillery, and Luo Xiaran later had the chef and the innkeeper divide it into smaller bottles of 300 ml and 550 ml. The latter being what she presented to the guards. Furthermore, the leftover grains from the distillery were utilized by the chefs to brew their own liquor. Although the final product could not compare to ergo-2, its spiciness provided warmth during winter, making it a suitable exchange at the inn. It is worth noting that the inn also had its own brewmaster. However, Luo Xiaran chose not to engage them, given the current circumstances. Even if the liquor's flavor was not exquisite, few would be inclined to be picky, thus conserving the opportunity for future needs. 8 vehicles gradually entered the safe zone. And as Luo Xiaran extended her mental energy, she realized that this safe zone was significantly smaller than Onping district, housing only around 20 to 30,000 survivors. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the previous sweltering heat and the current cold or if it had always been so. Although the Gao family resided within the safe zone, their situation appeared far more precarious compared to the erstwhile ruling Jun family. Following the guard's directions, upon arriving at the Gao family's residence, Luo Xiaran observed that their villa was situated on the outskirts of the safe zone. The entire area was circular, with safety increasing toward the center. However, the Gao family's villa was positioned on the very outer ring. While entering through the city gate required driving to the far end, it was still considered the periphery, was it not? Previously, during her dealings with the Gao brothers, they had presented ample crystal cores, leading Luo Xiaran to believe that the Gao family was faring well. However, it now seemed evident that something must have transpired. After waiting for approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Jun Chong, the first to disembark, emerged alongside a man clad in a military coat adorned with fur. As she retracted her mental abilities, it was only when the man approached that Luo Xiaran realized he was Gao Hifeng. At this moment, the once robust Gao Gefeng bore a striking contrast to his former self, now reduced to a mere skeleton. His frail figure enveloped in layers yet still evoking the impression of being swept away by the chilling winds. When he finally lifted his gaze, Luo Xiaran couldn't help but notice the prominent, fist-sized scar on his profile, alongside the absence of his left ear. Chapter 171. Establishing a trade caravan. 30 individuals entered the villa. Although the living room was sparsely furnished with only a few sofas and devoid of any other guests, the presence of over 20 tall, robust men rendered the space somewhat cramped. I apologize for the lack of hospitality, Miss Luo and young Master Jun, Gao Hofeng said hoarsely as he gestured for Luo Xiaran and Jun Lai to take a seat. There is no need for formality, Mr. Gao. I am en route to Province H and will be passing through City F, bringing along some supplies to see if you have any needs. I intend to establish a trade caravan along this route, and I hope we can collaborate frequently in the future, Luo Xiaran stated. initially poised to inquire about Gao Herong but ultimately refrained, opting instead to discuss the caravan. It is an honor for you to consider us. But our Gao family has dwindled to merely a dozen individuals. It would be prudent for you to seek more suitable partners, Gao Hofeng replied after a moment of silence. Declining the offer. If circumstances allowed, he would not wish to dismiss such a promising opportunity. With Luo Xiaran possessing an abundance of supplies, even a slight gesture could be mutually beneficial. Yet, given the previous misfortunes, the Gao family was in disarray, even if Luo Xiaran had been unaware of it before. She would certainly perceive it now. Gao Hofeng preferred to be forthright from the outset to avoid any potential fallout with Luo Xiaran. Moreover, it was she who proposed the cooperation, and ultimately, the decision lay solely with her, not him. I wish to understand what transpired, Luo Xiaran inquired. Casting a glance at Junlai beside her, weighing her words carefully. Her concern was not for the Gao family's plight but rather for the capabilities of the brothers Gao Herong and Gao Hofeng. Were it not for Longxi, she would not have prioritized collaboration with these two. However, given the current circumstances, self-preservation rendered cooperation unlikely. After acquiring supplies from you, we began our journey back. In pursuit of more crystal cores, we took a longer route. The weather changed abruptly, compelling us to seek refuge in a mall. Inside, we encountered another group that had initially kept to themselves, but we were blindsided by a traitor in our ranks, resulting in significant losses. My brothers sustained serious injuries, and upon their return, they had yet to recuperate. Furthermore, with the shift in power dynamics, the meager supplies we had were seized, Gao Hofeng said, his face darkening with resentment. It is all my fault for misjudging people, which has burdened my brother. Now I see. May I visit Mr. Gao Herong? Luo Xiaran inquired, preparing to offer her healing abilities. However, she was not without conditions. The previously considered compensation was now dismissed, and she decided that the Gao brothers would work for her in the future. My brother has just fallen asleep and lacks sufficient medication. If not for the sudden drop in temperature, he would be in dire straits, Gao Hofeng said hesitantly, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. If Miss Luo has any medicine, although I currently lack the necessary crystal cores, I promise to return the favor. Very well. Originally intending to provide treatment. Upon hearing Gao Hofeng's initiative to bring it up, Luo Xiaran smiled faintly. I possess a method superior to medication, yet I must first examine the individual before proceeding. That truly is a bother for you. Although the nature of Luo Xiaran's effective method remains unclear, he and Gao Herong now find themselves beyond the reach of any schemes. And thus, he led the individual directly upstairs. Chapter 172. No damage to the internal organs in the innermost master bedroom on the second floor. Haigrong lay pale upon the bed, swathed in two thick quilts that concealed any signs of distress. A woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, sat anxiously by Haigrong's bedside, her lips parched as she intermittently replaced the cold towel on his forehead to alleviate his fever, hoping to prevent any further complications for the fever-ridden Haigrong. Before Luo Xiaran could speak, Haigefeng stepped forward to lift the covers of Haigrong. The sight revealed Haigrong's bare body, from chest to abdomen, wrapped in bandages stained with patches of blood. His right leg was not only heavily bandaged but also supported by two splints to prevent any inadvertent movements that might exacerbate the injury. Who is this? Luo Xiaran inquired, not rushing to examine Haigrong's wounds but directing her attention toward the woman. Allow me to introduce, this is my sister-in-law, Ding Xuan. Sister-in-law, this is Miss Luo Xiaran. The one introduced to us by Coach Shou for resource exchanges, Haigefeng finally realized and presented the introductions. Greetings, Mrs. Gao, Luo Xiaran said with a smile. Nodding politely before turning to Haigefeng, I noticed this lady does not appear well. Perhaps she should take some rest? Hello, Miss Luo. I am indeed a bit fatigued. Please excuse my departure, Ding Xuan replied with a smile, understanding Luo Xiaran's suggestion was a pretext. Although she had no suspicion of Haigefeng's loyalty, she left the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Once Ding Xuan exited, Luo Xiaran quietly picked up the small scissors from the bedside table and began to carefully unwrap the bandages from Haigrong's body. Haigefeng opened his mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent. Beneath the bandages lay a long, bloody gash extending from the chest to the abdomen. Though stitched, the wound still seeped a little blood due to the lack of adequate medication. Surely, there is no damage to the internal organs? Luo Xiaran inquired while removing the splints from his leg. She was not a professional doctor. If there had been internal injuries, the stitches would need to be reopened. While her healing abilities could penetrate the body, such an endeavor would require considerable energy. No. It's merely the result of high fever caused by inflammation of the wound that has prevented healing. Haigafeng replied hastily. Although he was aware that abilities varied greatly, he never anticipated that Luo Xiaran possessed healing powers. It was no wonder that she was well supplied. With such a remarkable talent, she would undoubtedly be a sought-after individual in the apocalypse. However, Gao Hefeng also comprehended that since Luo Xiaran had revealed her healing ability to him and had even treated Gao Hurong, the ensuing matters could not merely be resolved with crystal cores. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as one remained alive, that was sufficient. Moreover, given that Luo Xiaran had healed someone, she surely would not lead them to their demise. Chapter 173, Nature hard to change as time passed. The complexion of Gao Hurong gradually became more vibrant. Luo Xiaran retracted her abilities, taking a deep breath as she observed the significantly healed wounds, gaining a deeper understanding of the extent of her current healing powers. Fortunately, no other ability user's powers had attached themselves to Gao Hurong's injuries, otherwise, the treatment would have proven far more complex. However, she mused that perhaps such malevolent abilities, akin to maggots burrowing into bone, had yet to emerge. Next came the replenishment of blood and recuperation. If any supplies were needed, she encouraged them to voice their requests. Wiping the sweat from her forehead and temples with the handkerchief handed to her by Junlai, she turned to Gao Hifeng and expressed her gratitude. I am immensely thankful, Gao Hifeng remarked, feeling as though he had witnessed a miracle unfold before his very eyes. Indeed, his understanding of abilities had been rather superficial. When will my brother awaken? Mr. Gao should regain consciousness shortly. I recommend preparing some pig liver soup or red date and goji berry porridge for him, Luo Xiaran suggested after a moment of contemplation. After all, the issue of his wounds had been largely resolved. The remaining concerns were excessive blood loss and high fever. Thank you, Miss Luo. I have already arranged a room for you to rest, Gao Hifeng replied. Regarding compensation, would it be suitable for you to discuss it with my brother once he awakens? He is the head of the Gao family, and I cannot make promises on his behalf. After expressing his immense gratitude, Gao Hifeng returned to his senses. Despite the Gao family's current state of disarray, in his eyes, the significant matter still required Gao Hurong's leadership to ensure stability. Moreover, given the magnitude of what Luo Xiaran desired, he felt it prudent not to act impulsively. The Gao family could be rebuilt, yet if he were not careful, he might end up with nothing. Despite knowing little about Luo Xiaran, he sensed that she was not an easy individual to deal with, especially considering that even Junlai, who accompanied her, had not found an opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for your assistance, Luo Xiaran responded with patience. Recognizing that the affairs of the Gao family were predominantly overseen by Gao Hurong, otherwise, the treatment would not have been conducted so hastily. After leaving Gao Hurong's master bedroom, Luo Xiaran and Junlai were assigned 2 small rooms on the 2nd floor, near the staircase. The rooms were not particularly spacious, yet they were impeccably tidy, with thick quilts laid upon the beds and the windows securely sealed, exuding a hint of warmth. I apologize for the lack of charcoal in the house. I could only manage to heat the room slightly, Gao Hifeng admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the simplicity of the accommodations prepared for Luo Xiaran and Junlai. This is perfectly fine. There is no need for concern, Luo Xiaran replied, having experienced far less favorable conditions in the past. Thus she shook her head dismissively. After watching Gao Hifeng depart, she turned to Junlai, who stood within the room, and said, I wish to rest now. Do not rush. First, let me take out the charcoal basin and light it for you. Junlai furrowed his brow and spoke, though he longed to remain. He understood the importance of not jeopardizing the rare goodwill he had garnered from Luo Xiaran. He did not refuse Junlai's kindness, allowing him to ignite the charcoal in the brazier. With her gaze fixed on him until he exited the room, Luo Xiaran then decisively slammed the door shut. She was acutely aware of the sudden shift in Junlai's demeanor, and who could predict what might ensue if she were to keep him there. It was indeed wise to close the door swiftly. Ultimately, even with change, one's inherent nature remains steadfast.